Chapter 431 Brain Demon. Enemy Attack. Full band blocking is an electronic attack method that does not distinguish between friend and foe. It transmits powerful signals in a wide frequency band to interfere with all communications. Theoretically, this interference method has enough energy and complex enough technical equipment to completely block all wireless communication signals. Now one of the functions of these microtransmitters has been revealed. They can be used to make the communication situation in the entire area become primitive. The Brain Demon Gang is extremely confident in the killers ambushed here. They will create a gladiatorial arena for these killers without any network assistance measures. Wireless synchronization such as visual sharing completely lost the connection. And the invisible man, who had been hiding in the wall for a long time, showed his weapon. No. They had already taken action before Joestar Vision showed any signs. The blade was already less than 10 centimeters away from the four people. Enemy attack. This was the last signal Leal sent them. The four people responded at the same time. The fastest reaction was the active defense system. The micro-explosive bomb on the back of the power armor was still activated. But the fastest reaction and action were still V. The octopus arm had just been activated. And the micro-explosive bomb had just been ejected from the magazine. She had already started to exert force with her feet. And exerted force together with the ejection structure of the mantis knife. The two indestructible armor-piercing alloy steel blades drew arcs in the air. Joestar was the slowest. His eyes widened. His knees rotated in the opposite direction. And he fell backwards. Click. The active defense system exploded and fired. Jack lowered his body slightly. And the blade was close to his surface. The octopus arm did not hit the target at all. But the long mechanical arm completely compressed the attacker's space for movement. The most shocking thing was that V Mantis blade was completely beyond everyone's expectations. It caught an enemy that was completely invisible in the air. And the blades met. Boom! Flames and shock waves suddenly erupted. And the blades were broken into pieces. And limbs and blood were splattered. Optical mimicry is an expensive and sophisticated technology. Shock waves, flames, and close combat made this technology slightly unstable. The blurry figures of 8 people appeared in the air. 8 full-body cyborgs. Sizzle the blades of 4 of the enemies were deflected. And did not penetrate the weak parts of the power armor. Instead, they slid across the surface. The harsh sound resounded through the passage. Their eyes were filled with shock and confusion. Why? Why did they all react? And the broken alloy was floating in the air. At a glance, the 2 companions who attacked Leal and V, their knives had broken. In a world of high-speed movement, this little hesitation became a huge flaw. Jack gloves were aimed at both sides, and they had to retreat. But because of the confusion and surprise about the broken blade, the 2 parties were a step slower. The long octopus arms attached to the wall, swinging vigorously like a rope, completely blocking their retreat. But V Deadly Mantis knife still maintained a spinning posture. Leal lowered his head slightly, and the 2 octopus arms swung. Just enough space for V to turn diagonally. It was this space that made it impossible for the 2 guys who were a beat slower to avoid it. And they could only face the attack. Boom! 24 shellless bullets from the 2 gloves were fired at the same time. And the sound was like a cannon. The deadly bullets were fired while spreading like a shotgun. And a whole piece of wall skin was knocked off the walls on both sides. Snap. 2 seconds later, Joestar fell to the ground, and the shotgun in his hand began to charge. He stared blankly at the things that fell with him. The bodies of 2 people chopped into 4 parts, and 2 huge pieces of wall. The accumulated heat from the one-shot shot heated the glove slightly red, and glowed slightly in the dark. V swung the mantis knife, and the little light reflected on the blade, and the octopus arm was retracted from the sides of the 2 people. Joestar sat on the ground blankly watching all this, and didn't even notice that the shotgun in his hand had been charged. Also, a small piece of his jaw was cut off. If he had been slower, he would have died. And the attacker, after completing an attack, returned to the shadows again. Damn! Joestar was dumbfounded. The enemy wanted to create a gladiatorial arena, but I don't know if their gladiators are really as powerful as they imagined. From the current point of view, they are not that powerful. Bang! Joestar watched the 3 big brothers continue to move forward in a daze, while shooting a head that was not dead on the ground. If the gun is not fired after charging, it will damage the life of the barrel. Damn! Joestar didn't forget to reload after the fight. That awesome. Don't sit there. Bang! Before Leal could finish, a huge isolation door suddenly dropped from the air, and smashed the head of another cyborg on the ground, who hadn't had time to finish off the enemy. Ugh. Joster panicked and hurried forward to knock on the door. Hero? Unfortunately, the isolation wall was quite thick, and no sound could be heard. But at the same time, the side wall slowly lifted up, and a seamless hidden door appeared. Joestar swallowed his saliva. When God closes a door for you, he will open a secret door for you. If you don't go through this door, you are not a hero. A member of the Whirlpool gang is not afraid of the weaklings of the Brain Demon gang. After saying that, he pushed the bullet into the gun and walked into the secret door. What going on? Jack stood in front and glanced at the back. Lil eyes flashed with an exaggerated blue light. He was confirming whether the other party had an unblocked communication frequency band. I don't know. Maybe the original goal was to separate the four of us and continue to move forward. I can only hope that this kid is tough enough. In the end, only Joestar was stunned for a moment. He was 1 or 2 centimeters behind, and the isolation door only isolated this kid. That's all I can think of. V wiped the knife behind him. So insidious, and your movements were not slow. Your head was almost split apart. The sparks from the knife light slightly illuminated the back of Leal's neck. The back of the neck was not scratched, but a piece of hair was neatly cut off. The mimicry used by these people is quite advanced, not the kind of prosthesis that is only implanted in the skin, but a complete mimicry tailored for the whole body prosthesis. When Leal discovered the abnormality, the 6 people in front had already started. He actually didn't find the abnormality. When the airflow was abnormal due to the swing of the knife, things would be very dangerous. It can only be said that they were unlucky. If they were prepared, they would not be so powerful. Little octopus, brother. V's speed seems to be a little beyond expectations, with a deviation of about 2 milliseconds. Leal glanced at V. In the dark environment, V's cheek was faintly visible in the sparks of the blade, and he was smiling slightly. If he was not an acquaintance, he would probably be scared to death. Lil, let's talk about it when we get back. Jack. Lil said to Jack. Make a big move. I thought so too. Jack chuckled and lifted the floor with his huge fist. The attackers could not be found in the raid just now, because their body temperature, exhaust and other indicators that might expose them were adjusted to the best under the ambush conditions. But such an advanced full-body prosthesis, as long as it moves, it will generate heat. The power armor has a military-grade thermal imaging field of view. Perhaps the full-body prosthesis will continue to manage heat, but if Jack moves forward in a bulldozer posture, will they hide or not? This is a narrow underground arena. A heavy iron floor was lifted by Jack without any pressure, and was crushed into a long red-hot metal rod under the high temperature of the gloves. Grabbing the 2 freshly rolled iron rods, Jack chuckled. It should be very stress-relieving to do this. Bang! 2 long sticks swept in front of him. The left wall suddenly showed a heat source reaction. It must be said that the enemy cloaking device is indeed quite powerful. Such a violent action. The heat source obviously rose in only a small area. It is obvious that the body is wrapped with some kind of heat insulation material. It is a pity that no matter how powerful the heat insulation material is, it cannot completely isolate the heat. A little change in heat energy is enough to be observed. As for why it cannot be completely isolated, completely losing heat dissipation, such a fierce battle may cause people to stop working first. Boom! The burning knuckles fired, forcing this guy to dodge again. The heat source became more and more obvious, although Leal couldn't see clearly, but the little octopus immediately followed and blocked the passage. The space became narrow, V appeared last, and the mantis knives in both arms swung rapidly towards the small area, and engaged the opponent in close combat in the chaos. V might not see clearly, but this contact was enough. If the enemy observed carefully, they would find that there was a cable connecting V arm to Leal's third octopus arm. Full band blocking will completely disable wireless communications. This is a large-scale communication jamming measure that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Just now, Leal has confirmed that the frequency band blocked by the other party is really quite extensive. In other words, it is not just them who cannot use wireless communications, but the enemy as well. However, the hacking of the data knife can be switched to wired mode, without the possible existence of an external server as a trap. Leal can completely crush the assassins present. The invisible enemy in the air blocked V Mantis blade, relying on the advantage of invisibility to remove the force. But when he was about to retreat and wait for an opportunity, the prosthesis suddenly paused for a moment, and the mimicry turned into a mosaic like a broken billboard. A huge mosaic appeared in the air. Bang! The bullet blew up the mosaic head. Blood splattered everywhere, and the other hunters in the dark saw Jack and B suddenly laughed. At this moment, they suddenly realized a terrifying fact, but it was probably the truth. It was not these three people who were locked up in the arena. It was them who were locked up with these three people. Chapter 432 Brain Demon. The underground passage is not narrow, but it is definitely not wide. Most of the ground is filled with tools, generators and cables, and the broken limbs of robots and humans are scattered on the ground. A newly dug tunnel is obviously narrower than a normal passage. Several load-bearing columns support this newly dug tunnel. 50 centimeters in diameter, special reinforced concrete, can bear a weight of more than 300 tons. Whoosh! In order to avoid the deadly flying iron plate, a figure retreated rapidly, and then there was no more room to retreat. Fear was revealed in the artificial eyes. In his vision, a huge fist was pushing forward. Yes, it was pushing forward. It was pushing forward like a rocket. The power armor kicked forward at once. The ground was like a dent in the clay. The jet turbofans at the elbows and calves worked in sync. The tail flame was as bright as the sun in his low-light enhanced vision. Even the fist was emitting a red-hot light. It was like a rocket shell that was rubbed to a high temperature by the air. It was completely a rocket. The warm air was torn apart with a loud whirring sound, getting closer and closer. Bang! Thunderbolt strike. The red-hot knuckles slammed hard on the thick load-bearing column. At this moment, Leo read that the body released a total of about 70,000 joules of kinetic energy. The impact occurred in a very short time, and the impact depth was about 0.1 meters. Converted to tons of force, it is equivalent to 71.3 tons of force directly hitting the load-bearing column. The whole body prosthetic transformation gave this victim unparalleled mobility and activity, and his reaction speed prevented him from being directly attacked. But the horror of brushing past the boxing gloves hit him right in the heart. More than 23 tons of force were released in his ears. The airflow and noise occupied everything in his world in an instant. What he saw directly broke through his psychological defenses. Such a powerful force was concentrated on the load-bearing column. The abstract concept of power seemed to become an entity at this moment. A 30-centimeter deep pit appeared on the surface. The force penetrated the concrete and was directly transmitted to the steel bars. The thick column was slightly bent, and the outermost steel bars broke through the wall like broken straw. The shock wave was solidified by the dust, and the whole tunnel was shaking. The remaining cracks spread rapidly along the column, and the indestructible load-bearing column creaked and slowly bent. What kind of monster is this? At the same time, a question appeared in his mind. Why can he see the whole process of force diffusion from the side of the column when his heel is clearly touching the front of the wall? Snap! The flying head fell to the ground, and he saw his heel. It turned out that his head fell off. Puff! The screen went black, the mantis blade pierced the brain stem, and then quickly retracted. The boxing gloves made a sound of steam gushing out. Jack retracted his fist. The hot and red part remained forever inside the concrete. Spare parts popped out of the weapon trunk. 2 octopus arms quickly took over the parts, and then replaced the parts on the spot. The 70,000 joule impact component has a slight abnormality. Reduce the output a little. Okay. The heavy footsteps sounded again. V waved the mantis blade and followed Jack. One flaw, she could seize the opportunity. It's like a whack-a-mole game. Jack's movements are not as fast as the mole, but he can smash through the entire floor. The invisible mole is difficult to hit, but the panicked mole only needs one cut. The 2 octopus arms changed tools and cut off some parts from the enemy again. With a few more corpses, he can figure out the detailed data of this prosthesis. Interesting. Lil eyes also flashed with blue light. Advanced skill chip. Can transform anyone into a top assassin. Little octopus. Interesting, comma, brother, let me read it. What should I do? What should I do? Boom. There was no earthquake in Night City, but there was an earthquake in this underground tunnel. The members of the slaughterhouse gang in the shadows were at a loss. What going on? The other party is not a human, but a fucking bulldozer? Why did the sneak attack fail? Why did the scene become a terrifying arena? Why, Ironically, the boss of the slaughterhouse has stopped working a little. Why are they always dying? Powerful weapons were flying in all directions in the corridor. Even iron sheets, generators, ceilings, and steel bars. The big men threw all these debris at a deadly speed like throwing stones. They like to cut the victim body with a blade bit by bit in the slaughterhouse. But this big man is like a butcher. It's just that he is not slaughtering humans, but the entire underground space. The garbage thrown in his hand is his butcher knife. The power is enough to cut the building space into pieces. And the carpet-like ruthless advancement completely suppresses their agility with their stealth equipment. And their cunning is suffocated by the absolute power. Boom. Boss. How about we let run? A loud noise came from the corner. Irakli was called back by his younger brother. His cyborg head turned mechanically. Run? Run your mother, look here how to run. Irakli pointed to the surroundings. There were tunnels everywhere. The only way to the surface, they knew, was the one on Ellen Street. As for the things that the Brain Demon gang dug, how did they know where the way out was? A long straight knife suddenly popped out from Irakli's arm, and instantly stabbed into the wall next to his younger brother. We won't run. Fight. Open all the restrictions on your skill chips. We. Fight. Open. Irakli's head suddenly emitted a cloud of smoke, and his devil-like eyes stared at his younger brother. In the younger brother's eyes, the boss eyes suddenly had double images, and these double images were still trembling. The prosthesis originally used for covert operations made an abnormal noise, and the body heated up, and then everything returned to normal. Boom. At the end of the passage, I saw a huge guy smashing through the wall out of the corner of my eye. From his angle, he saw the attack companion leap high and stick to the wall. But there was a very discordant light and shadow behind the big guy, as if a knife was sliding quickly. When the companion dodged to the ceiling and was firmly fixed, the discordant light and shadow just came to the ceiling, and the close combat, the invisibility failed, and then the blade pierced the body and head, leaving a corpse. This passage is long. And short. Long because the remaining 10 companions are here. They use the most advanced full-body cyborgs, which are fast, deadly, and stealthy. But it is also short. The large bulldozer seems to only need a few seconds to flatten the place and cut them all into pieces. The turbojet of the power armor. The gun flames, and the slightly shining gloves cast the shadows of the 3 people on the walls, floor, and ceiling of the passage. One of them maintains an indomitable attitude and stands at the front. Another changes his posture every time the light flashes. And the last one just keeps picking up things on the ground. Every time I punched, the passage was shaking. Every time I swung my knife, corpses fell. Every step I took was neither fast nor slow, but it was unstoppable. This passage was too short. It was so short that in just a moment, the remaining people were all dead. It was important to save my life, so I had to be careful. I suddenly opened all the restrictions on my prosthetics. The skill chip in my head suddenly broke through the behavioral safety restrictions. The electric current stung my nerves, and my body moved without any instructions. And very quickly. Chapter 433 Brain Demon. Huh? Boxing is not slow. Things with great power will not be slow, but not so flexible. Jack threw a straight punch, and it was difficult for him to change his punching pattern. He thought that this punch would make the enemy retreat and flee again, but the situation was different. In the hot sight, the 2 guys who had already turned red did not retreat but advanced. As a human being, the understanding of actions in battle is also based on his own combat experience. Jack is an experienced boxer, a good fighter with big moves. He has also seen many opponents with agility and flexibility. But this one is different. Within a few milliseconds of punching, the 2 enemies' bodies bent forward in an inhuman way. The complete recurvature of the spine allowed them to dodge the punch like liquid. And they could also play a normal force transmission role, transferring the power of the footsteps to the arms. The 2 single-molecule long straight blades were tightly attached to the surface of the power armor and stabbed Jack's jaw. This attack was so harmonious and unified, the 2 of them were as well aligned as robots connected by a network. Squeak. V, who was originally going to go straight for the opponent head, gritted his teeth and changed the direction of attack when he saw this scene, but the opponent was actually faster than her. She could only use the mantis knife to block the direction of the blade. Zhung! The tip of the single-molecule knife pierced the side of the mantis knife. The piercing buzzing sound tickled the eardrum. But this was not a killing move. The left hand of the Butcher gang was completely blocked under the power armor, and each of the 5 fingers ejected a dart. The active defense bombs have been used up. But Jack suddenly found that his other arm also moved strangely, and his body also slightly turned sideways, as if he was making such adjustments before punching. Bang! The fist hit the waist of a slaughterhouse from the side. The brief contact released a huge force. The enemy already twisted body was kept in a way that was not suitable for landing and hit the wall. An octopus arm hit his head directly. The sharp knife in the center of the claw completely pierced his brain. As for Jack, 8 of the 10 poison darts were deflected by the armor, and 2 of them only penetrated the armor because they missed the target. Just as the other slaughterhouse was about to move, he found an octopus arm just stopped on his moving path. His body twisted again, and the fully mechanized spine twisted freely under the action of the motor. But there was actually another octopus arm waiting on his other path. Click! The two octopus arms immediately tightened, locking him tightly. The behavior pattern in the skill chip drove the motor frantically. But unfortunately, the wrong posture completely separated the power of the motor, and it was impossible to form a unified output direction. Maybe the power of the octopus arm is not as good as these cyber-transformed people. But in this posture, the small motor can't complete the posture recovery at all. The artificial muscle broke, and the motor burst into violent electric sparks. This guy stayed in this twisted posture forever. According to the information that Leo read from the memory of these people, this is the last one. Snap. The three octopus arms were retracted, and V and Jack looked at Leo in disbelief. Leo shook his head and replied as if predicting, "It just a little work." The skill chip module read by these two people also has other people. I let the little octopus run a simulation synchronously. I didn't expect that they really completely hosted the body. Let go, find their control room. This skill chip is really good, but it has met its nemesis. The little octopus has two strengths. In reality, it is a top AI for movement coordination. Not to mention the human form, its body is an invertebrate, and none of its movements are unexpected. But this skill chip is really interesting, and I can study it later. Squeak. The octopus arm nodded in the air, and then dropped like a gentleman. V put away his mantis blade and followed him. Gnashed his teeth secretly. "Damn it, you fooled me." Jack reached out, and pulled out the poison dart stuck in the armor. The green chemical venom hissed, making his scalp numb. He was already familiar with the matter of saving his life, which was, who is the little octopus? Name, Eclipse full-body cyborg imitation. Description, an advanced full-body prosthesis that integrates assassination, invasion, destruction, kidnapping and information collection. The surface integrates the chameleon system, using liquid crystal technology and multi-microphased optical fiber digital system, deceiving any bionic optical device. A complex sound array and a negative noise eliminator composed of a fuzzy logic processor will eliminate all unnecessary sounds. It is also equipped with a high-power electronic countermeasure generator and an infrared thermal correction device for completion, but remember, do not enable this module during strenuous exercise, it is still being improved. The soles of the feet are equipped with sticky rubber pads to enhance adhesion and friction, and the toes can be extended and curled to assist climbing. Its information collection module is still being restored, but you murderers won't need it. So I will only introduce its main weapon, a retractable single-molecule blade, which you don't need to know the details to use. By the way, I know you only know how to chop people. So the prosthesis is also equipped with a super skill chip that can make you a world-class assassin. Developed by the Brain Demon Gang. Use it. The information read by the broken prosthesis was eventually pieced together to form the remarks of this full-body prosthesis transformation. All components are top quality. How top quality are they? As soon as they appear on the market, the company will immediately contact them to buy out the technology. Power armor is indeed good, but it is a consumable used on the front battlefield. The importance of top-level spy war prosthesis and skill chips is much higher than that of power armor in a sense. The rumbling sound of the entire underground made the three members of the Brain Demon Gang a little uneasy. The full band blocking made them lose control of the main underground battlefield. But Elio, the standard composition of a black team is 6 people. Eclipse can replace 6 people. If you remove the information collection part, it can replace 5 people. Elio, rounding up to 70 elites, no matter how powerful the power armor is, it is useless in such a space. Sophie, oh? Then can you explain what this vibration is? Elio, you don't think this is caused by the power armor? Elio, power armor with this kind of power is more than 2.5 meters in height, and it will still be useless if placed in the basement. Elio, ma'am, the power armor penetrated the basement completely. Boom. The ground was obviously tilted. The 3 brain demons lying on the chairs were all pulled off the bed by the cables at the same time. Fuck. Sophie took off her helmet, looked at the dusty room, and then picked up the fake electric one at hand and smashed it at her companion. Bang. How do you explain this? After being hit, Elio looked at his other companion Raymond with a blank face. The latter was even more confused. The host's decision will not be wrong. It has the most skill chip reserves, the most knowledge and skills. This vibration. Is this vibration yours? It the sound of the coffin hitting the ground after the failed ascension. Sophie stood up and kicked Raymond in the liver. There's something wrong with the host. All three of them had undergone full-body prosthetics, and this kick was purely a muffled sound of synthetic materials. The pain was non-existent, but the crisp sound did make Raymond react. Host, we really should take a look at the host. Raymond stood up. But I don't, that can't be my mother. Idiot! The three put on their clothes and walked quickly through the long passage. The walls on both sides of the passage were like a morgue. The living people were lying on the crudely built racks, and long cables extended from their necks. Each row of people was connected to the interface of their own row. Then at the end of the living rack, the cables crossed the wall and led to another room, connected to the so-called host. After walking 2 steps, Sophie suddenly stopped and looked at the mechanical indicator light at the door. It was red, which meant that the door leading to the host was opened. How could the host go wrong? Raymond made a puzzled voice. Idiot, shut up, get the gun. Chapter 434 Brain Demon. What the hell is that? Joster advanced in the darkness. Thermal sensor, glimmer enhancer, dynamic vision enhancement component, each of these components, which are not considered the best of their kind, constitutes the fire eyes and golden pupils, the exclusive prosthetic eyes of the Whirlpool gang. It can be said that although the appearance looks similar, because each component is picked up at random, each prosthetic eye of the Whirlpool gang is unique. Scattered is a sky full of shit, gathered is a bunch of stars, the vivid summary of this prosthesis. An exaggerated number of components have been tested by the Uzumaki gang, and are perfectly compatible with this artificial eye system called fire eyes and golden pupils, which can form a set of artificial eyes without using high-tech materials. However, due to this feature, this thing itself does not have any stability. The good ones are comparable to those of Calusi, and the bad ones are not as good as the fake ones bought on the black market. Joestar is quite good. In the dark tunnel, the lines of objects are clearly visible to him, although it is difficult to distinguish the color. He can see the outline clearly, and does not lose the sense of distance. After walking for about a few dozen meters, boom, the entire underground space began to tremble. The lines that symbolized the wall seemed to be pulled by a mouse. A huge rock fell. Fuck. Joster dodged with a small jump, looking at the rock. He almost turned into a flat-headed man. It was this dodging that his foot stepped on something with a strange texture. After losing his original limbs, the new full-body prosthesis did not have the sensitive touch of the skin, but he became more sensitive to the transmission parts of the joints and the power of the motor. He didn't know what he guessed, but this thing was a little soft and very sticky. Shit! A rotten corpse. The mechanical leg made of the first-generation prosthesis quickly lifted up. Joestar was unlucky. His foot had stepped into the flesh of the corpse before, and the muscles were pulled when he lifted it up. He didn't know how the corpse was rotten. His foot hooked the corpse calf and lifted it up, but the connection between the calf and the thigh was torn off. With a snap, the calf flew up directly and jumped up and kicked Joestar. Joestar was a little dazed by the kick. He instinctively swung his gun and knocked the calf against the wall. He also lost his balance and sat down. Bang! The back of his head hit the tool stuck in the dirt, making a crisp sound. Joestar touched his head. Damn. It really weird. Bang! A faint light suddenly appeared on both sides of the tunnel. It looked like some kind of indicator light. Blue. Flickering. This little light awakened the faint light enhancement module in the fire eyes and golden eyes. The world with only outlines suddenly had a complex shape based on blue. At this time, Joestar realized that his hand had also been inserted into the corpse's head. Crash. After withdrawing his hand, a pool of foul-smelling liquid flowed out of the rotten skull, and several skill chips also flowed out. Although Joestar was a member of the Uzumaki gang, to be honest, it was difficult for ordinary Uzumaki gang members to see such a disgusting scene. Ugh. However, he soon discovered that he did not actually have that kind of nausea and vomiting feeling. His only half-original skull was his skull, and this not so advanced. Full-body prosthesis composed of the first-generation prosthesis did not have simulated nausea and vomiting, this advanced function. So he stopped vomiting halfway. Damn. I scared myself. There are so many skill chips in this head? It really awesome. Bang. There was a sound of the automatic door sliding down the track behind him. Joestar immediately turned around and stood up with his gun. But when he finished this gesture, he found that there was an open door in front of him. People are like birds facing the sky, they will never die. Bang! After a little encouragement, Joestar strode through the door. Light poured into the visual system, and the field of vision was filled with white. But soon everything was adjusted back to normal color. At the same time, it was not only color and light that broke into the brain, but also sound. The strange vibration and buzzing sound were unusually loud, and very strange, and it was completely different from the sound of a machine running naturally. Looking carefully, I realized that this was indeed not a normal sound. There was a complex engine installed next to the door. Joestar seemed to have seen this engine in school. It was a negative noise device that made special noises and controlled specific noises in a designated space. However, most of the noise devices have average effects, and even the most advanced ordinary people can't afford them. But that not all, because there seem to be painful groans and shouts in these noisy sounds. The reason is that there are a large number of access ports in this new space, and humans are lying in each access port. Their eyes are blinded, but their bodies have not completely stopped functioning. A time-consuming scan can clearly see that their muscles are still beating, as if they are running something. Position 037. Loading chip. Combat Strategy CST319P. Music Creation MSS 808M. Gymnastics Expert GM111C. Quantity 119. Memory capacity 107%. First group overload test. What the hell is one person running so many chips at the same time? Joestar patted the access chamber. The glass was very strong, and it was filled with some kind of solution. No way. Dum Dum has also been turned into this. Right? Huh? Joestar was stunned for a moment, and saw a familiar person in the access chamber. This person seemed to be his former neighbor. After taking another look, it was indeed a one-eyed bald man, whose left hand had been transformed into a welding tool, was an electrician in their area. A terrible guess came to his mind. His mother was indeed not on the list of victims, and the people here were definitely not on the list of victims. His mother wouldn't become like this. Would she? Thinking of this, the man in the access warehouse suddenly trembled violently, his only eye suddenly opened, and the eyeball was covered with cracks. Bang! At the same time, a sound came from the front of the passage, which scared Joestar, and the hydraulic joint spit out hot oil, and he sat down at the back of the access warehouse. Tats. Idiot, shut up, get the gun. The sound of footsteps, the sound of conversation, and the sound of loading bullets pulled Joestar back from his thoughts. Brain Demon Gang. His brain suddenly connected the tragic and disgusting scenes he had seen along the way. The tension of walking through the dark road, the shock of being kicked by a corpse, the confusion of seeing the mysterious machine, and the doubts of thinking about his mother's whereabouts, all of these mixed into a complex feeling, and connected with the sudden appearance of the Brain Demon Gang. Joestar had participated in battles of high intensity, but not many times. He was stunned for a moment. But soon, the benefits of participating in high-intensity battles were reflected, although his mind was blank, but cowardly? It impossible. The Sad-era shotgun in his hand began to charge. Joestar recalled what Brick said in his head, and couldn't help muttering, the Brain Demon Gang? They were just the ones that the Whirlpool Gang fucked. TSK. The prosthetic limb stepped hard on the floor, and the Whirlpool Gang Joestar jumped out. Boom. Chapter 435 Brain Demon. Joestar had never fired such a powerful gun in his life. The Sad-era bullet was fired, and the sound was not bang but boom. The ground shook noticeably, and the entire floor was sinking. Looking closely, it was not fired by a gun. The bullet went off the target with a bang, and directly blew up the pipes and repeaters on the wall. 2 of the 3 brain demons were startled, and the woman who led the shot reacted very quickly, and steadied herself and shot Joestar in the chest with a backhand. The bullet hit the chest of the semi-synthetic and semi-metallic material. Sparks flew everywhere. Joestar was not afraid of the pain at all. He picked up the gravel on the ground and threw it out. Bang! The 2 dazed men were hit by the stone. Their heads made a dull sound, and the head made of unknown material was slightly dented. Joestar hid behind the access warehouse. Sophie raised her gun and aimed at the access warehouse, and kept shooting. 2 pieces of trash. You are useless except for your brains. Do you hear me? Raymond and Elio were hiding behind the access bay and shuddered. Joestar did not stop reloading at all. The girl was using a pistol, which was average in power. It would only make a hole in her chest at most. His full-body prosthesis had only so much flexibility and strength, but what was the most basic function of a full-body prosthesis? It was able to withstand blows. Just this shot, if it was an ordinary person, this shot would have pierced his lungs. When it hit him, it just leaked some oil, and his left hand was slightly blocked, but nothing else happened. Sophie kept shooting and approaching, a very experienced move, but she was actually very scared. The SAD Aerotech shotgun could make a big wound. Even if her body was a full-body prosthesis, she would lose 60 to 70% of her functions after being shot, and if she was unlucky, she might just die. So it looked like Sophie was occupying the reload window to suppress the opponent, but the balance of victory had already tilted, and the winner was him. You weak brain demon gang. The one who killed you is Joestar from the Uzumaki gang. Joestar loaded the bullets, and leaped out of the bunker. He wanted to catch the other party by surprise. Sophie really didn't expect this madman to fly out of the bunker. The muzzle of the gun chased Joestar. The bullet just barely grazed his leg. But Joestar flew into the air. The charged barrel did not fire at the time he imagined. He didn't have Sion Weston, but he did feel that the world had slowed down a little. He was falling, and the barrel of the gun had been charged. Warning! Prosthetic system locked. Warning! Motor current abnormal. Power output decreased. Stability risk. System reset. Reset failed. Squeak. Bang. Joestar fell to the ground. His hand hit. Shotgun fired directly. The bullet immediately penetrated the access compartment next to it. The liquid inside rushed out, sprinkled all over Joestar. Sophie secretly breathed a sigh of relief, changed the magazine, looked at the two companions hiding behind the bunker. Not bad this time. I heard that the Uzumaki gang uses a self-developed full-body prosthetic system? Elio's brow bone was cracked by a stone, leaving a little blood. It indeed a system I've never seen before, as simple as the system used by old toilet robots. After hundreds of years of prosthetic development, prosthetic systems have become complex and diverse. And after a global internet crash, data loss, and several corporate wars around the world, people have lost the ability to re-architect many software and hardware. So the system built from scratch used by Joestar is undoubtedly an outlier. Those who know that this is rare, and those who don't think it a garbage system with no functions. The brainless Whirlpool gang. Sophie walked in front of Joestar. The one who killed you is the Brain Demon gang. I thought the person who sneaked in was so awesome, but he also a garbage. Squeak. Maybe Joestar's shots blew up something that shouldn't have been blown up. The whole computer room began to flicker. Sophie frowned. Elio, Raymond. Go check the host quickly, and prepare to transfer. Leave it to us. The two men stood up, and walked towards the room in the corner. Sophie stayed behind to deal with Joestar. Fuck. 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 You are a softie. What are you doing? Huh? Sophie pressed the barrel of the gun against Joestar's face. Why? You are not convinced? The skinny guy was also one of yours. Right? You were also the one who was chased half to death by monks on the street. Right? Now, you are also the one who is being forced. Right? The Whirlpool gang. I think it better to call it the Flush Toilet gang. Sophie! The voices of two brain demons came from the end. The situation seems a little complicated. Then fix it quickly. Sophie yelled back, crouched down, and hung her arms in front of Joestar. Look at these. This is the real explosion. Do you understand? This is an arm with perfect curves. The black synthetic material replaced the part that should have been muscle, outlining the curves that only bodybuilders could have, hiding all the components under the body. Joestar suddenly felt dazed. The rich young man, who had snatched his ex-girlfriend, also had such an arm. Advanced artificial muscles, expensive surface composite materials, curves designed by top designers, pure natural high-grade solid wood from the native forests of northern Europe. Full-body prosthesis is the end of the explosive modification tribe. But the Brain Demon gang is better than his. He thought he had gotten rid of that feeling of powerlessness, but this time, everything about him was once again compared to him. His prosthesis was not as good as the other party. The big brother Dum-Dum, who took care of him in the gang, was not saved. The gang pride was trampled under the feet of the other party. Even his mother might have been locked up here. Everything was just like he was an ordinary person before. He had no money, no strength, and naively dreamed of buying the love of a lower-class person. But the reason was his own. This time, he would even lose his life. But he didn't want to lose. He didn't want to be the poor guy who was kicked away again. Didn't want to become the idiot who didn't even have the right to be loved. Didn't want to wander around in this prosperous city with nothing. Didn't want to be stepped on like this. Ah! The light seemed to be shocked by Joestar's roar. And the flashing became faster and faster. Joestar's prosthetic eye flickered wildly. And his four limbs trembled wildly. However, the software was blocked. So no matter how angry he was, No power would be transmitted to the prosthetic normally. Feeling the power of this mantis trying to stop a car, Sophie laughed sarcastically, leaned over and pressed Joestar's head, which was already weak, with a gun. The sheet metal shell should not let Joestar feel the coldness of the floor. But he seemed to really feel that feeling again. New era. New technology. How stupid a person is to push himself to madness. If you want to get involved in this business, you need to be strategic. Goodbye. Poor bastard. Ah! Bang! All the lights suddenly stopped. The access compartments around burst into an exaggerated arc, which swept over Sophie fiercely. The powerful electromagnetic force even produced an effect similar to a collision and threw her out. The hydraulic control device failed. The glass shattered under the strong pressure, and the liquid flowed out. Crash! Everything fell into darkness. It was not only Sophie who was blown away by the arc, or the two brain demons who went to repair were the worst. The bullet grazed Joestar's head, not penetrating his head, but giving him a heavy blow. In a trance, he seemed to hear his mother calling his name. He almost forgot that his original name was not Joestar. Yoshida, see if this basketball chip fits your system. Today, my mother earned some tips by serving food. You like it? Chapter 436 Brain Demon. Brother, why are these people so dumb and stupid? The Brain Demon gang cracked their prosthetic system and equipped them with a skill chip, which can cross the safety threshold and achieve the function of almost completely taking over the body to operate. Turning people into robots? This is a bit. Occasionally, you can see humans standing still on the roadside. Their perception seems to have been infinitely weakened. Only when 3 people almost pass by them will they have some reaction. Some of the lucky ones saw people, and a mixture of blood and tears flowed out of their eye sockets. To be honest, Leal was not sure whether the tears came out of their eye sockets because they wanted to cry or because their tear glands were squeezed by other prostheses after their stiff limbs moved slightly. The scene was very strange, but not dangerous. I don't know how many people can be saved. After solving the slaughterhouse, there was no pressure all of a sudden. To be honest, Leal really felt too relaxed, as if he was dreaming. Is this the Brain Demon gang, which is famous for its tricks? At most, it will take some time to find a way in. Of course, in fact, with 100 or so scavengers and 14 fully armed cyborgs, this kind of force is already quite powerful. If they are released, they will attract the terrorist mobile team if they are not careful. It is enough to show that the Brain Demon gang has actually begun to have strength. The slaughterhouse can only be regarded as a group of young people controlled by the Brain Demon gang. With cannon fodder, high-end combat power, and exclusive technology and equipment, it is indeed only a matter of time before they become powerful. In fact, most skill chips won't have this problem. After all, the public is afraid of being controlled. The octopus arm replaced a small sonar head, and continued to explore the wall, looking for a possible secret door. Dee was alert to the surroundings, following Leal, looking at the little octopus, and asked a question, but there are no full-body prostheses on the market, so there are even fewer skill chips that are compatible with full-body prostheses. Right? It seems that his chips are not for people to use. This chip and the whole-body prosthesis are all developed by them. As for the data structure, a strong electronic sound came from the octopus arm. It is a complete AI training product. The byproduct of AI training is a black box to humans, but to AI, it is still recognizable. Most of the skill chips are collected from the actions and reactions of native humans, and after being adjusted by programmers and prosthesis engineers, they become products that can drive prosthesis. This packaging process actually creates a simple AI, but the native data set is definitely collected from human behavior. But the chips used in the slaughterhouse are not. According to the judgment of the little octopus, these chips are semi-finished products trained with more massive skill chip data. Ninja-type skill chips that are still in training, with powerful full-body prostheses, can completely mass-produce excellent black teams. Jack poked the octopus arm with his finger. I didn't expect this thing to be AI. It quite interesting. The little octopus pulled back his arm, removed the front half of the glove with a click, and replaced Jack with a new one. Is it unhappy? Leal shrugged. It's just a joke. It's okay to replace consumables frequently. V played with a single-molecule knife that Leal had disassembled. Single-molecule knife, full-body cyborg, and this kind of advanced chip. I feel that the Brain Demon gang is really talented. Wouldn't they make a fortune if they sell these things? Yes, they will make a fortune, but the source of the things, the price is not small. The Brain Demon gang is indeed talented. The cost behind this is a bit high. What we have seen so far shows that they still need to use the human brain as an intermediary to collect the data of these skill chips. In order to ensure costs, they will inevitably use cheap external memory to increase the memory of a single human brain. An excessive enhancement and too many skill chips will increase the probability of the human body suffering from white matter mania exponentially. This is slightly different from general cyberpsychosis. And the similarities are that both will cause the patient to have cognitive dysfunction, emotional fluctuations, hallucinations, delusions, schizophrenia, and other problems. The difference is that, because this is a direct brain disease, it is not like the general cyberpsychosis, where removing the prosthesis is basically half the cure. The previous brain demon gangs tended to insert it into their own heads, and then had many incredible ideas, which harmed the society. The new generation of brain demon gangs is more insidious, leaving the risk of disease to these unlucky people, which directly harmed the society. During the conversation, Lil found another place on the wall with different thicknesses, and said to Jack, "Here." Boom! Suddenly, a loud noise occurred in the heads of the three people. Electromagnetic pulse. All the tools on the octopus arms exploded, and the chaotic current damaged the front several motors along the way. Fortunately, the little octopus used an emergency current cutoff to cut off the connection. And at the same time, more than one or two tools exploded, and the power supply lines for these microtransmitters were also burned in half. Why half? Electromagnetic pulses have great limitations in the tunnel, but even so, they cause such a large scale of damage. Lil shook his head. He had the most electronic equipment on him, and this really gave him a slight cerebral hemorrhage. However, this also makes the direction of progress clear. The direction most affected is the direction closest to the explosion core. It seems that Joestar has made a new discovery. Go this way. A person may have many names after entering society. Worker, boss, xiao xiao, or a nickname given by friends. If you do something big, others will give you a resounding name. Of course, if you do something bad enough, you will also get a corresponding nickname. He has not been in the gang for too long, but Joestar is definitely a member of the Uzumaki gang, and even enjoys the treatment of a big brother, and is nicknamed Joestar. Sometimes he even forgets that his original name was not this. His real name is Yoshida Hiroichi, and he will celebrate his 17th birthday this year, and he is still a minor. Before everything happened, he lived in the big city of Night City. Although the streets were chaotic, he would not see most of them, because he went to a pretty good middle school. There was no exaggerated school shooting rate, nor was there exaggerated school bullying. Everyone was poor, and prosthetics were hardly stronger than guns, so the shooting rate and school bullying were in a very delicate balance. Like all young people, he watched movies, played games, made first-time deposits, played with adult toys, and of course thought about finding a girlfriend. The tuition was not high, but it was certainly not cheap. His mother worked as a waitress in a restaurant, and the income was not bad. If I had to say it, the imperfection in his family was that he didn't know who his father was. Until that day, his girlfriend of 3 years got on the sports car of a rich man who came from nowhere. His girlfriend, who used to be reserved, became a puff in the sports car in front of him, because their prosthetics were not of the same level. This incident even happened at the same time as he was beaten by the other party. Sometimes the world is broken just by a little willfulness of the rich. He had heard of the Tiger Claw gang, and also heard of the legend of the gang, so he chose to be a street kid. The gang would definitely help him regain his dignity. This is the rule of Night City. If he wants to find a chance to beat up rich people, he must join the gang. But unfortunately, reality knocked his dignity to the ground for the second time. How could a restaurant waiter, with a good salary, not have a complete set of decent clothes and prosthetics? My mother, she completely relies on the sex doll business to support herself. I couldn't accept it at the time, but now I think it not a problem. The memory before my eyes came to that night on Ellen Street, my stunned mother, the company dog who seemed to be thinking about something and then laughed evilly, and myself who was confused, helpless, and ran away with my wounds covered in embarrassment. The self in the mirror was getting farther and farther away. Yoshida suddenly found himself lying on the bed. It was dark around him, and it seemed that someone was moving on him. But this feeling is not clear. Looking around, this seems to be my own home. There are countless figures moving around in the house. A woman cooking at the stove. A boy using a virtual reality goggle at the dining table. A woman cleaning the house. A mother who gives instructions to her son before leaving. A perfunctory child. Honey, you must study hard. The environment is not good now. It's hard to find a job. Honey, are you tired of the school courses? Try this. I heard it mixed with some amino acid. Honey, mom is a little tired today. Can you wash the clothes? Honey, it doesn't matter if we lose the game. Eat something, win it next time. Honey, you will be 16 after today, smile. There are also mother and son taking a photo by the window. Yoshida walked to the window, looked out, seeing a familiar noise in the crowd swaying in the endless data stream. Where have you been? Honey? Honey, mother doesn't have any great ability, but you are the only one I have. Where have you been? By the window, the figures of the mother and son taking photos became clearer and clearer. Yoshida, who was in a hallucination, opened his mouth, wanted to say something but couldn't. He wandered around in this big city, wanting to buy a piece of love, but this love was actually always there. After going around in a circle, it was actually always in the same place. The severe pain awakened Yoshida. The gray and white blurred digital world stopped instantly. The jumping characters and noise points became clearer and clearer, as if woven by needles and threads, and the colors became more and more distinct. He reached out to touch the figure that was becoming clearer and more familiar. The sense of space returned, and the colors filled his world again. This figure became more and more familiar. The dark dress and thick shawl that always covered the second layer of clothes, the slightly hunched back, the hair that was always tied up in front of him. Mom? Squeak. The world was suddenly pierced by mosaics on a familiar figure, but the head was not a familiar face. To be precise, it was a deformed brain bound by some complex prosthesis, the swollen white matter squeezed out of the cracks in the skull, filled with wires and injections, covering the eyes and nose, leaving only a little mouth. Hiroichi. Yoshida, or Joestar eyes returned to normal, clearer than before. Two long mechanical arms moved away from his face, more mechanical arms cut his body, and then filled his body with new components. A series of error codes almost covered his vision. All kinds of strange prosthetic components that he had never seen or heard of were connected to his body. Nerve enhancement components made of complex electrodes and high-end materials were roughly inserted into his brain. Pain occupied all his sensory nerves. But Yoshida stared blankly at the little bit of lips exposed by this monster. Mom? Bang! A loud noise came from behind. Dum-Dum, who was covered in unknown liquid, rushed through the crowd with two guns. These people who were hacked by the skill chip punched and kicked Dum-Dum. The garbage of the prosthetics determined that they had no strength. But there were too many people. It seems that the load-bearing structure is damaged. The entire underground space is slowly collapsing. It seems that this place will collapse at any time. Joestar, are you still alive? If you are alive, make a sound. This place is going to collapse. It's time to run. Boom. The fragments and shock waves made the access warehouse, which was already full of cracks, even more broken. The speed of liquid outflow increased. Joestar woke up instantly. The pain almost broke his nerves, but he thought of a problem. The brain cannot be exposed to the air. If the liquid runs out, what will happen to the person inside? Don't sizzle. The mechanical hand pierced Joestar's throat directly. Kuchi mother found a singing chip for you. Go be a singer. The electronic sound of monster rang out. And Joestar became more and more certain that this was his mother. Memories actually flowed out of his head. When he was 6 years old, he dreamed of becoming a rock king and participated in a community singing competition. But he was defeated by a child with an awesome singing chip. And he never sang again. Joestar, hold on. Hold on and wait for me to rescue you. You are the super tough guy who can take care of the brain demon gang. A modified mechanical arm suddenly thrust out like a sword, but soon boom. The broken arm smashed back. Go to hell. With only half of his body left, Dum-Dum pushed away the cyber zombie that was rubbing against him, holding the Sad-Era shotgun in his hand. Flashing electric light, swinging mechanical arms, gradually collapsing underground space, the unrecognizable mother, and the helpless self caught in the middle. It seemed that the past self and the future self had a fight. The self who didn't want to lose just now suddenly hoped that neither side would win. But neither side could lose. Joestar stopped thinking. Bang! The room shook. The brain demon gang really came up with something very perverted. The mechanical arm in front of him was grabbed by two more powerful octopus arms and twisted to the sides. Another octopus arm picked up the glass piece from the ground and pressed it back on the glass chamber, and then sealed it with sealant. This hero just passed in front of Joestar. The giant jack stood between Dum-Dum and Joestar. holding up the roof beam that was about to break. The bullet hit the side of his head. The ejected Sadara eggshell, and fell to the ground with a snap. He looked at the stunned dum-dum and said, "Long time no see. Are you in such a miserable state?" Lil looked at Joestar, who seemed to be conscious. "Are you still alive?" The iron-headed man nodded frantically. Chapter 437 Brain Demon. There are only 3 people in the Brain Demon gang, and all 3 of them have unknown origins. In other developed areas, this is a big problem, but in Night City, it is just a common occurrence. NCPD will count the population in 2 ways. One is the residents' active cooperation, including but not limited to door-to-door census, active registration. The other is the passive way of residents, municipal cameras, public service network, assets belonging to the official Night City municipal government, or the part of the company contract that promises to cooperate with the investigation. All will become the NCPD resident database. However, in Night City, there is no real ruler, so there is no truly complete database. When Leal found them, they had been pierced and burned by high-voltage arcs. Tesla weapons are weapons that use high-voltage arcs to attack. But it is obvious that it was not Tesla weapons that pierced them, but an accidental large-scale arc movement. Leal has seen Tesla weapons. Tesla weapons that directly pierced these 3 people like this must have been specially designed, and their size would not be small. But this is not the biggest problem. These 3 people can be dealt with later. The biggest problem at the moment is how to deal with the more than 200 cyber zombies in the computer room and this host. Or this real brain demon. "Good man, is there any hope for my mother?" Joster was lying on the prosthetic operating table, with only half of his body. But the materials used for this half are really unusual, and many of them are materials that Leal has never seen before. Joestar's mother in the Access warehouse was shaking wildly, as if she was having an epileptic seizure. Leal looked at her for a while, then looked at Joestar. 32 Hey man. Count. 1. Ugh. Joestar suddenly started shaking violently. Distorted hallucinations occupied all his senses, followed by violent convulsions and uncontrollable behavior. There was no doubt that this was definitely white matter madness. Just looking at his mother's appearance, you can tell that there is no normal person whose brain flows out of the skull. After shaking for about 7 or 8 seconds, Joster returned to reality. The pain almost broke through his psychological defenses, but he hadn't gotten the answer yet. "Good man." Joster raised his hand half dead. His artificial eye flashed wildly. His flaming eyes had been removed, and now the eyes were surprisingly normal, seemingly a product of Khaleesi, and looked no different from human eyes. High-end product. Leal took out a dose of biliverdin immunosuppressant from the box on his waist, and directly inserted it into the injection channel of Joestar's neck. This can significantly reduce the immune response of the dense nerves in the brain and reduce inflammation, greatly reducing his pain. Pain can make people lose their judgment and thinking ability. "What did you see?" Joster gritted his teeth. "I saw my mother find the Brain Demon Gang, and the Brain Demon Gang said there are jobs for them to do, and skill chips for them to get. The Brain Demon Gang used them to experiment on her. It hurts." "It hurts." Leal frowned. Now it is no longer the pain caused by the inflammatory reaction. It just hurts. Fuck. Dum-Dum, who was standing by, felt a little chilled when he heard Joestar's voice. This guy is also very patient in the Uzumaki gang. After all, during the internal fighting, he was the one equipped with the Centaur mech, and he also enjoyed the same head removal experience as the gang leader, and his whole body was transformed into prosthetics. He can feel so much pain. How perverted must he be? So Dum-Dum tentatively pointed to the cable connecting Joestar's brain to his mother. "Can't you unplug it first?" Lil shook his head. "No. If Joestar can't stand it, he can disconnect, but if it is mother, and he wants to save his mother, it different. It unlikely to reconnect after disconnecting. Joestar's mother is the super database used by the Brain Demon Gang to integrate skill chips, the real human AI. The huge amount of data is stored in her brain, and then called out, reorganized and produced according to the needs of the Brain Demon Gang. The production of full-body prosthetics and skill chips obviously comes from this. Host, hand, and memory was also confused in the huge amount of data. "Listen, boy," Leal said to Joestar. "Your mother is now stuffed with too much skill chip data. I don't know how she survived." Joster suddenly screamed, and the voice turned into a woman voice. "I want to make money to buy Yoshida a new chip." Leal frowned, and gave Joestar another shot of immunosuppressant, and in order to prevent him from being overwhelmed by the huge hallucinations, he gave him another shot of neuroactive agent. After these 2 injections, Joestar's brain instantly became clear, and the pain became more severe. Little brother, if you still want to save your mother, stay awake and listen to me. The skill chip itself is also a kind of physical memory. But after crossing the design safety threshold, the boundary with declarative memory becomes blurred. In other words, her impression of the experience will become blurred, and her personal cognition will be mixed with the skill chip data in the huge external access device. I can try to cut off her connection with these devices, but I'm not sure which memories have been transferred to the external storage. Secondly, even if the removal is successful, her brain is already useless. What do you mean? Will she forgive me? Joestar, who was injected with the active agent, was quite clear-headed and grasped the key at once. Reard paused. What do you think? Joestar was in great pain, and he had the illusion of performing surgery on himself. In fact, if he hadn't confused his work object and his son, why would his mother give him these prosthetics? His mother didn't even want him to get a tattoo. Confused, being in a hallucination has made Joestar empathize with his mother, allowing him to feel the love that he has ignored. It is with this unique love that his mother has become the real brain demon. But this love is nothing in front of the huge, cold, chaotic data flow, like a whisper in the wind. He can't accept the reality. If his mother forgets him, does it also mean that the only person who loves him in this city will forget him? But I have a second plan. Seeing that Joestar's condition tended to be strangely stable, Leal continued. Strengthen your connection, screen common memories, simultaneously remove external equipment, and finally, maintain the white matter. Maybe one day you can pull your mother out of it, or I choose the second one. Or you and her die in hallucinations together, and become 2 idiots with crazy white matter. I choose the second one. Joestar almost yelled this sentence. Squeak. Octopus swept away all the mechanical arms on the prosthetic operating table. Leal pulled out a cable from the host access compartment, and was about to plug it into his brain-computer interface. Wait a minute. V grabbed Leal's hand. What are you going to do? Neural bypass. This job requires a hacker with a well-developed brain and strong computing power to operate in real time. Of course, the help of AI is indispensable. You? V clicked his tongue. Don't mess around. Leal shrugged. He might be the only one in the world who can do this job. Little octopus, big brother, I'm ready. Wait a minute. Man. Dum stretched out his big hand. Count me in for the neural bridge. Why are you joining in? I can't go back and tell people that I was simply kidnapped. I killed all the Brain Demon gang members. Right? Dum limped over and said, it would be embarrassing, but if I were connected, I would feel a little more involved. Click. The neural link was inserted. Dum fell to the ground and convulsed. Chapter 438. Am I outsourced? After accessing the huge database of the Brain Demon gang, Leal felt the difficulty. Even in the cyberpunk world, neurological problems are the most difficult and complicated diseases. If you are rich, it's okay. Your nerves have been monitored in all directions since birth. The prosthesis and software you use are all top-notch. You are generally calm. Generally speaking, you are not like street kids, who often burst blood vessels. Once the nerves are damaged, the cost of treatment will increase exponentially. Joestar's mother problem was even more serious. Her white matter was significantly diseased and proliferated under the influence of some drugs. The 3 brain demons had to perform a craniotomy on her to ensure that her intracranial pressure would not turn her brain into a paste. And there were 160 operating units directly connected to her brain. The skill chips collected externally included skill operation, knowledge enhancement, combat skills, basic medical care, art, communication and social, all categories. In just a few months, more than 10,000 different chips were collected. These chips can no longer be read in detail due to electromagnetic pulses and loss of control. But the little octopus can still roughly estimate the number, relying on the little octopus data processing ability. The shared memory of Joestar and his mother will become abnormal due to the fluctuation of emotions, and then be stripped out as a whole and stored again in the corresponding sector of the brain. In general, Joestar is responsible for experiencing illusions, and the emotions generated will be recognized by the 2 human feelings of Lil and Dum, and finally processed by the little octopus. However, Joestar's mother brain is extremely fast, and only Lil can keep up with this fast and chaotic data flow, or even slightly exceed it. Now their first task is to disconnect a person from the machine. But as the progress speeds up, the rescue team encounters new problems. Little octopus, big brother. It a bit troublesome. We can't turn off the main machine. Little Octopus retrieved a large string of data for Lil. To put it simply, Joestar Mother activated a specific procedure when performing surgery on him. This procedure does not exist in the database. It is a surgical plan mixed up in a cyberpsychotic state. It uses the best hardware, the most skilled chips, and the most chaotic system. Joestar's original body has been completely dismantled. More than 90% of the parts used now are confidential materials and components that Lear has never seen. If Lear has information to study and cooperates with his team in another world, it may take less than a week to come up with a plan to continue the prosthetic surgery. But the problem is that this operation cannot be delayed that long. The operation can only be completed. The operation seemed to take a long time in cyberspace, but in the outside world, it was less than an hour. TSK. Leo exited cyberspace, and the cooling fins behind him spewed steam. There were 2 sets of replaced fins on the ground, both of which turned red and hot. Leo opened his eyes, and saw V staring at him with a pair of big eyes. There is an unpleasant smell of burnt food. Normal. Leo shook his head. Being a hacker, it's hard not to burn your brain. And this is not just an ordinary hacker. While processing data, Leo is also controlling the octopus arms and hands to process the prosthesis and links on Joestar Mother. Now most of the cables connected to the storage server have been cut off from this lady. In other words, she can leave here. Joestar's big eyes stared at the ceiling, and it can be clearly seen that his new prosthetic eyes seem to have very complex functions, showing a strange sense of layering under the light. V looked at the boy, his eyes high-tech but complicated. Good man. Joestar was lying on the bed. The world in front of him was dark, and his overall vision was a combination of countless images. This abnormality made him think in a bad direction. It a bit troublesome. Your mother is going to install the most awesome one for you. If we pull her out now, you might die. Lil quickly interrupted Joestar, who wanted to speak. Even if you pull her out, you will become a cybermaniac. If your mother only has you as a relative, you have to stay awake, otherwise she will be hopeless. The best way now is to let her continue the operation, while I continue to strip the data. But I definitely can't continue here. Lil glanced at the scene. Whether it was the full-body prosthetic modification of Eclipse or the host of Joestar Mother, they were both very advanced technologies. Among them, the Eclipse was even more special. In order to deal with the situation of full-body cyborgs in the city, one of the client network monitors gave Lil a lot of information in this regard. Just as he guessed, this machine is even half a level higher than the normal military prosthesis. This thing is a secret action machine developed by military technology in the early 21st century. It is a machine developed to fight and crush the cyber ninjas who dominate the secret action field of Arasaka. However, the standard model of Eclipse should have long been turned into an experimental machine that died in the womb before mass production due to the internet crash. These news are all exclusive news from the internet monitoring. Maybe they were dug out from the old network. So at the legacy of the Brain Demon Gang is definitely something worth the company. We can't let NCPD report this situation. Otherwise, everyone here will have to go to the company for inspection. Contact River. Leo, how do you plan to deal with the scene? River, thank God, you finally replied. This earthquake made me think you planted a bomb inside, and I almost brought people in. River, as usual, the victims with insurance were sent to the hospital, and humanitarian aid was given to those without insurance. The Brain Demon Gang, how many people are there? Leo, all dead, but the situation is a bit special. River, just say it directly. With our relationship, you still don't trust me? Leo, I want to take everything here away, all of it. The other end of the phone fell silent. What does it mean? NCPD came out with great fanfare to arrest the suspect, but the suspect was arrested by an outsourced person. Who is the outsourced person? NCPD became a contract worker for Burger King? Leo also knew that this matter was a bit difficult to negotiate. Leo, River, let not play dumb. You and I both know that NCPD and Night City government don't care about the lives of these victims. Leo, many of the victims here have stepped into the category of cyberpsychosis. Night City will only send them to cooperative hospitals in the end. It up to fate. You might see their organs on the black market in a few weeks. River, you mean the victims? Leo, I mean all masterminds, victims, equipment, all. Leo, there are many people here who have volunteered or been forced to be experimental subjects for the Brain Demon Gang. The Brain Demon Gang may have technologies that companies are interested in. Leo, I wonder if companies are interested in these technologies. Can they just take the evidence from the NCPD directly? Buy it? River, but you also said they are human. Leo, but it is also part of the technology. The scavengers can trade human bodies. And the company can trade experimental subjects. River on the other side sat down on the hood, looking at the somewhat excited old Han in the co-pilot seat. This job will probably get a lot of salary increase. River looked up at the sky, feeling a little helpless. Just from this pause, Leo felt the subtle change in River attitude, and continued, Leo, when you came, you told me that one of these things will appear after you knock it down. Leo, yesterday it was Jotaro nightclub, today it is the Brain Demon gang, who knows who it will be tomorrow. Leo, many people here just want to find a job, but they have no choice. Leo, as long as no one keeps watching them, Night City continues to encourage them to free employment. There will always be the next gang or something to send them into the alchemy furnace. Leo, instead of believing that the next one is a good person, I can now provide them with a place to go. I just need your cooperation. River covered his eyes and said to himself, it's easy to say, but this will cost me my job. Leo, if you lose your job, I will give you a job. River, thanks. But no thanks. But isn't this what you do for yourself? Everyone thinks their own business is more important than others, but River is a little different. River reconnects to the channel. River, prepare to withdraw. We will send professionals to deal with the rest. All the police who were still scanning the surroundings were stunned, and all looked at River. And River just turned his back, and old Han screamed behind him, what are you crazy about again? Bang! The car door closed. River was grabbed by the shoulder by old Han and pulled back, and had to face his angry face. But when he turned his head, River's attention was not on old Han. A luxury floating car approached in the sky. River, I take back what I said just now. I may really have to consider changing my job. River put on his hat. The person who came was Jefferson Perales. Chapter 439, Digging a Trap. Unstable Energy Explosion Countdown. 24 hours. Papa. The big slap hit Dum face mercilessly. The claws of the octopus arm opened and closed in front of his eyes. Clicking, the electronic sound sounded. Are you awake? Huh? Hurry up and prepare to run away. The NCPD has blocked us. Who is talking? Leo glanced at this guy. Is your brain burnt out? Oh, the NCPD is this troublemaker again. Leo looked at the scene and felt it was a bit tricky. The current situation was no longer able to allow him to quietly deal with the Night City government and the NCPD. He had planned to take everyone here away from the beginning. Otherwise, he would not have signaled Jack and V to save the host. He did not know that it was Joestar's mother at the beginning. Forced disconnection might burn out the brains of those who were still under control. Of course, after experiencing that wave of electromagnetic pulses, there were not many people left alive. After the initial processing just now, there are still 64 living people in the computer room who have been cut off from the mainframe network. In addition, there may be hundreds of workers lying in the dark in the tunnel. These people are easier to deal with. After all, the black technology is mainly the special skill chips on them. The difficult one is Joestar's mother. Kaka. Seeing Lil staring at the huge mainframe, Dum stood up on one leg and jumped in front of Lil. Good man, why don't you deal with me first? I can't run with this leg later. Even if you say so. Bang! A mechanical arm connected to the main machine suddenly held Dum down, took off a prosthetic limb from the ground and stuffed it on him. Lil did not stop this behavior, because he found that this action was taken by the main machine, or more precisely, Joestar and his mother activated the surgical procedure. What the hell are you doing? I don't know. I suddenly want to do prosthetic surgery on you. Joestar also yelled, but the only arm connected to his body couldn't stop at all. For a moment, the scene became a little weird. The main machine mechanical arm was doing full-body prosthetic transformation for Joestar, and Joestar was doing prosthetic transformation for Dum. In other words, Joestar also inherited the host. Ruthless surgical machine function. Little octopus, big brother, how about we be more radical? I can try to copy some of the soul killer code to enhance recognition, and directly put it into Joestar's head, and then slowly separate it later. I'm not sure if there will be any side effects if I put Joestar's mother data directly into his head. Huh? Leo was stunned for a moment. What they were going to do was to slowly pull Joestar's mother out of the host, so that the host server itself could not be directly disconnected, and it would be difficult to take her away quietly. But if the core part can be directly inserted into Joestar's head, it would be much more convenient. Isn't this the relic chip of Arasaka? Directly insert one person consciousness into another head? Leo, insert it directly. No need to match any nanotechnology. Little octopus, I don't know how to do it. Little octopus, just bring a few specific chips and hardware to assist. And the remaining mechanical arms are necessary for prosthetic surgery. The total weight is 164.63 kilograms, which is still a bit heavy. It is definitely better than carrying a room full of equipment. Ah! You little bastard. Do you have a medical license? You can perform prosthetic surgery on me. No, brother. No one in our gang has this stuff. Dum-dum, who was pressed to the ground, howled miserably. There was even a lot of unknown liquid and dust wrapped around his body. This scene was more like a slaughterhouse than a surgery. If it was someone with a low level of prosthetics, he would probably die of infection after leaving the operating table. Don't shout. Leo gave Dum-Dum an injection of immunosuppressants under his head. I checked it for you. This leg is fine. Don't get sick. Listen carefully, I will block the way down in a while. You dig in the direction I marked. As he said that, the octopus arm picked up a dusty and rusty impact drill from the ground, and placed all the other necessary tools beside him. Digging a hole? This seems a bit. Just dig if I tell you to. After saying that, Lil looked at Joestar again. This kid body has been basically assembled. It seems that he is going to perform prosthetic surgery, and what has just been installed is a multifunctional arm that can be equipped with multiple tools. Arms mixed with artificial muscles and synthetic fiber bionic nerves. Boy! What do you say? Man? I will use special technology to pull your mother out of the host. You will see more hallucinations, and it is very likely that you will see hallucinations in the future. Joestar shook his head. That is not a hallucination, that is a memory. Leo hesitated to speak. Medically, memories that can be seen and heard are hallucinations. Did you hear what I said just now? I will pull your mother out, but you have to carry the entire warehouse away, a total of 164 kilograms. Ah? I can't carry it. Jack. Shoo. The power armor made a sound of decompression, and Jack walked out of the armor. After removing the gloves and other parts, only the lower body of the entire power armor remained. Leo set all the data of the armor into the host. As expected, Joestar Mother immediately added this armor to the surgical procedures. No wonder the Brain Demon gang can master the technology of multiple full-body cyborgs. Click! The power armor was connected to the empty lower limbs, and the motor and battery were continuously stuffed in. Joestar felt his brain begin to heat up at the same time, as if something more complicated was going on. There were many questions about this plan, such as why the NCPD, which was fine when they came, suddenly blocked them, and they had to dig a tunnel to escape. Why his head was hot. But before he could ask the question, Lil blocked his question with one sentence. From now on, it's your turn to take care of your mother. Joestar looked at his mother in the access warehouse, and the corners of her mouth, which were slightly covered by the white matter of the brain, seemed to be smiling, and her hands were slightly bent, as if she was holding something. The illusion suddenly appeared in front of him. It was a look he had never seen before. The background was a dirty, messy little room, which looked like a place where homeless people would live. His mother was dirty. Her hair was ordinary. Her clothes were tattered. Her eyes were deformed. And she seemed to have 3 more fingers. But the thing in her arms was quite clean. There was a baby inside. A healthy baby. Honey, you must grow up healthy. Congressman Perales, it's very dangerous here. I know, thanks to your efforts, I heard about the Brain Demon gang. They have caused a lot of trouble to the city security. I need to go to the scene to take a look. Maybe you need support. Bang! 2 centaurs got off the pickup truck. The drivers in the cars were fully armed and wrapped in some heavy equipment, and their faces could not be seen clearly. The centaurs are indeed powerful, but those who know the business will focus on the people in the car. River was a little at a loss. He was not the kind of person who was good at dealing with politicians. Old Han, who was good at dealing with people, was watching silently on the side. Just when he was still thinking about how to delay Perales to buy some time for Leo, the ground suddenly shook again. The building in front of him, which symbolized the home of the Brain Demon gang, suddenly tilted significantly. The next second, the door that had been deformed and could not be passed through was suddenly knocked open by a huge force. Boom! The centaur mech raised its shield in front of Perales, and the flying rubble hit it. It was as if it was raining stones. At this moment, the entire building began to sink, as if it had been precisely calculated. The building did not collapse in a large scale to the sides. but sank straight down as a hole. Smoke and dust rose everywhere. 3 figures walked out of the dust, their clothes stained with blood and dust. But no one thought they were covered in dust. Prowless watched Leal gradually walk out, and a hint of dissatisfaction flashed in his eyes. When the smoke and dust completely dissipated, Leal also stood in front of the 2 centaurs. It done. But they are a bit cunning. Chapter 440 Moral Logic Trap. I heard you were equipped with power armor when you came. Yes, the engineering equipment bought from the black market. I didn't expect it to be very durable, so I left it downstairs. How many people are there in the Brain Demon gang? Where did they get the full-body prosthesis? I don't know, but the server is still downstairs. You can find someone to clean up this place. The E group originally does this. It shouldn't be a big project. Right? Heh. The centaur is essentially a heavy exoskeleton, but it is not short. It is nearly 2.2 meters tall after being dressed, and because it has a large shield and heavy weapons at the same time, it looks very large. However, when Leal stands in front of the mecha, it does not make people feel small. On the contrary, the people of NCPD think that the mecha is a little small, because Jack is eating. What going on? This person looks like a desert cook when eating. Jack, who is eating a big meal, has a serious expression and looks more serious. Jefferson was slightly dissatisfied. Leal could see it. His complexion was much better than before, when he had to inject stimulants at any time, but still fainted after just a few words. He also felt more dangerous. Leal now had 2 commissions. One was to investigate the roaming AI Mira Mesa, and the other was to investigate the new supply of goods in the Night City black market. Strictly speaking, in the matter of the Brain Demon gang, Jefferson was his employer. Now he felt like he was deceiving his employer. Leal wanted to hide the matter of the biological host. Jefferson thought for a moment and said, "Have you found anything?" "Yes, the Brain Demon gang has been providing full-body prosthetics to the black market. The Slaughterhouse, the Mox gang, and perhaps other gangs that are ready to appear have already dressed up. That a bit bad. But why does the Brain Demon gang have this kind of technology and equipment?" Leal took out some debris from the box. "This is not the most critical issue. The most critical issue is, they dug a very complex tunnel system underneath. I don't know where it leads to. And there are such micro-equipment in the channel, quite efficient information attack equipment." Jefferson took the device, and the artificial eye began to scan. Well, it is indeed quite high-tech stuff. No manufacturer information, no clues, but it is definitely military grade. Radio jamming, directional electromagnetic pulse, is this what hindered the action video? Right. Very useful information, but where are the people from the Brain Demon gang? Only 3, I scanned their biometric codes, but the bottom is about to collapse. I can't bring 3 dead people out. 3? 3. Jefferson thought for a moment and said, "This will be very troublesome. This equipment has strong penetration as an interference source. Assuming that their tunnel extends to the bottom of a power distribution station, they may create an electromagnetic pulse again. If the Brain Demon gang only dug it out as a backup, it would be fine. I am afraid that they dug it for others. And this worry is completely consistent with Leal judgment. Your worry is reasonable. The Brain Demon gang does not have the ability to manufacture high-precision components. They must have suppliers. Also, they don't seem to pay with money. 3 completely black accounts, the account information could not be found in the host, and not even 100 yuan could be found in the entire pit. They have good technology, but the hardware they use is much more valuable, and it is a seller market. Any company will control the outflow of such components. It's tricky. It feels like the thugs have mastered tactical electromagnetic pulse weapons. We can't even know where they are deployed." After Jefferson finished speaking, he looked at Lear. "I have to say, you didn't do a good job this time. Clearing the tunnel is a very troublesome job. Moreover, you didn't answer my question. How did the Brain Demon gang master this technology? They only have 3 people. Underground transactions, large-scale illegal construction, full-body prosthesis, all so secret that no one knows, and all the clues are buried underground. Maybe they just want you to bury this place. Have you ever thought about this problem? It wasn't me who buried it. They still have bombs in their hands. And you are right about the single-molecule knife. They may really want to bury this place. But I have some guesses about their sponsor." "Who?" "A roving AI. The technology used by the biological host has obvious AI traces. In this era, AI technology is the exclusive skill of large enterprises, and it is also something that major enterprises basically do not develop openly, and are secretly testing the edge of danger. The source of this technology is very suspicious, Lil does not think that 3 black households can master this technology. If the maintainer does not understand the technology, it is impossible to play with AI, especially the Brain Demon gang, which has obvious traces of tinkering. Secondly, the most likely supplier of high-tech parts to them is a foreign European company. And Muramasa seems to have something to do with the mercenaries sent in by European companies. Secondly, the 3 black households of the Brain Demon gang are not ordinary. The depth and density of their brain grooves are very high. And the brain cell test also shows high activity, which is proof of their high intelligence attributes. And they are natural hackers. The problem is that before Lil contacted them, they were already dead. And it was difficult to get any useful information from them. There is another auxiliary condition for judgment. These things do not exist in the original Cyberpunk 2077 at all. And we can only think that they are related to Muramasa, who also comes from outside the plot. However, when Lil said this, he could clearly see that Jefferson's expression had a relatively obvious change. Wandering AI? Yes. Lil nodded. Remember the mercenary who may have a relationship with Hoth? The weapon in his hand was bought from a person who is suspected to be a wandering AI. Jefferson was silent for a moment. This should be the work of network monitoring. How do you know? Lil shrugged. I'm a very busy mercenary. Then this matter is more complicated. We can't drag it on like this. I will arrange for the engineering team to come in. Jefferson paused. Anything else? Yes, I have an idea. I have been tracking this roving AI for a long time. I was thinking, instead of letting it hide in the dark, with a communication bomb of unknown range, it is better to lure it out at once, and actively detonate the bomb. After solving the problem of survival, the AI known as the dangerous critical body will complete its life goal with a firm and crazy execution. Dragon hunters who hunt AI will use this feature to prepare a moral logic trap for them, and capture them. Lil is now preparing such a moral logic trap. Muramasa considers himself the best weapon craftsman. And weapons are meant to be used. How to fish. Lil took out a chip and handed it to Jefferson. An unprecedented unlimited race. Chapter 441 Moral Logic Trap. The best weapons often have a resounding record. It can even be said that the most famous weapons are not necessarily the most powerful weapons. And a person who has a desire to create and tries to make the best weapons, no matter how you think about it, there is no reason to miss such a competition, especially when this competition may be related to its other tasks. Car manufacturers will participate in car races, prosthetic manufacturers will participate in unlimited sports, gun manufacturers will participate in shooting competitions, an extreme, brutal race, showing all the performance of vehicles and weapons, linking life with speed, an unprecedented competition. Right in Night City. Starting from the Badlands, the contestants can choose a starting point, enter the city through more than a dozen highways, pass through the Santo Domingo Coronado farm with only low buildings, merge into the city highway leading to the liquor district, pass through the northern area of Taiping State, bypass the company square from Haywood, pass through Westbrook, enter the Kabuki district from the bridge, and finally arrive at the Watson district. The end is on the river bank outside the Licheng nightclub, just in time to see the company square. Traverse all major urban areas, all gangs' main control areas and headquarters. Make sure everyone in Night City can see. Extreme Metal, are you crazy? Jefferson's face changed as soon as he opened the chip. This is not a race, this is a city war. These routes are designed to be both free and cruel. Each area does not limit the detailed route, but it is inevitable to squeeze into a crowded avenue when going to the next area. No restrictions on weapons, that means heavy machine guns, rocket launchers, full-body prosthesis, explosives, armed vehicles, and even armored vehicles can appear. How many people will die? How many buildings will be damaged? And how much economic loss will be caused if these adrenaline-fueled thugs have such a race in Night City? Even street guys like Jack and V were shocked when they saw their idea. I have seen madness, but I have never seen people who take the initiative to fight. But Lear thinks this is the best solution. The emergence of the Brain Demon gang proves one thing: power does not like a vacuum. When the Night City government ignores those ordinary people, they will be induced and ruled by people who are stronger than these lower classes, but weaker than the company and the Night City Hall. Yesterday it was Jotaro. Now at the Brain Gang. Who will it be tomorrow? It's time to determine what tomorrow will look like. Yes, a lot of people will die. But believe me, if people know where and when the gunfight will take place, they will hide at home and won't be killed by bullets flying from nowhere. If you knew that your classmates were going to go to school and kill people today, would you still go to school? Many people die in Night City every year because of the proliferation of armed forces. Most people die in their daily lives and suddenly find that rockets and bullets have broken into their lives. It can be said that even if this incident had not happened, they would have already lived in a battlefield. But they didn't know when the place where they were would become a place of exchange of fire. If a battlefield was demarcated and a time was specified, then the only people who insisted on appearing here could be soldiers. Soldiers are born to keep their heads on their belts. As for the associated economic losses, according to my understanding, Reard paused. What Night City lacks the most is liquidity. This plan can also reduce the number of deaths. I mean ordinary people. You don't think that once the NCPD issues a notice, everyone will just stay at home, right? So I have some friends who may be more persuasive than the NCPD. Jefferson was stunned. He would have taken this as a fart if someone else said it. But it was different if Lil said it. The NCPD in Santo Domingo, the 6th Street Gang, had been fucked by them. The Valentino in Haywood had been taken by them to hack others. The Nightwalkers in the Badlands had been beaten so hard that they didn't even dare to enter the city. Atacado was their good brother. The Tiger Claw Gang had also been fucked. And even the Whirlpool Gang in Watson District was completely obedient. It was said that they were promoting some Burger King exclusive software during this period. The thugs in the city all have an armed Mackinac as a trend. NCPD also purchased Mackinac as a modified police car to carry Centaur Mecha. It not that Lear has some persuasive friends. It that he himself is very persuasive. Just Jefferson Vision, thinking about it, he suddenly found that this crazy idea, theoretically it makes sense. And the route planned by Lear happened to bypass the company's square, Civic Center and Taipingshao. Thinking carefully, it turned out to be a very measured route. As long as the scale is established, the company will definitely be very happy to sponsor some equipment to display the products. Once the company sponsors, the technical strength will be guaranteed. The gang can also get material support. And with money and exposure, it can recruit new members. The gangs that are developing quietly in the dark will have to consider, if they miss this competition, where will they recruit people? This is not only to entice Miramesa to participate, but also to force him to consider the pros and cons. If the gang it supports cannot get up, how will the Europeans solve the contract? It will be a long way off. Europeans might as well just choose a local gang to sponsor. As for the dead contestants, just as Leal said, Jefferson suddenly had a very agreeable idea in his head. They deserve to die. Workers should work, farmers should farm, students should study. If you want to fight, you have to be prepared to die. There is only one problem. If you lose? If I lose, it will be counterproductive. Yes, it is that simple and direct. We don't have to spend time investigating those tunnels, investigating the thoughts of the wandering AI, investigating the dark corners of Night City, and which gangs like the Brain Demon Gang and the Slaughterhouse have been secretly accumulating strength, and small-scale gangs. When we win, everything will be the same as before. The Brain Demon Gang has developed into a very difficult opponent. This success depends entirely on an accident. According to the information read from Joestar Mother Broken Memory, the whole thing was an accident. The abnormal reaction of the stall owner was that she saw her son and pointed out a way for him. Why did she invite him into the trap when she was obviously not as strong as Lil? It was also because she didn't think so much at all. She just wanted to see her son and give him the best thing she got. The Brain Demon Gang just made an unthinkable mistake. They chose the woman with the strongest willpower, who resisted the most skilled chip data flow, and became a mature host. The reason she supported her in doing all this was that she just wanted to give her son something good. To save him. To find him. It just so happened that her son was not dead yet. And she saw him. There is no doubt that for the Brain Demon Gang, their host had cyberpsychosis. But what about the other guys in the dark corners? There are not so many coincidences. Lil looked into Jefferson's eyes and said word by word, compared to endless, random battles, we use an open and above-board battle to defeat them in an upright manner. Tell those who are unable to fight, unwilling to fight, and dare not fight, who is the winner and what they should do. Soldiers are born to put their heads on their belts, and civilians have no courage, so they hide at home, which is already mercy. Jefferson didn't have a headache. On the contrary, he had a strong urge to recognize Lear. Yes, people should do what they should do. It was strange. Last time, although he wanted to recognize Lear, he had a terrible headache. He just had some doubts that needed to be resolved and thought about. I think about it. Jefferson nodded slightly. Just when Lear thought that today was the end, Jefferson suddenly said, but this collapse It an illusion, what are you hiding? After saying this, his eyes lit up slightly, as if he wanted Lear to hear it on purpose. He did not hide the fact that he was communicating. Come back, ma'am. After saying this, he looked at Lear. Since we are partners, I will let you go this time. And it will not happen again. Mr. Burger King. Lear watched Jefferson turn around and walk towards the hovercraft in silence. Then he suddenly said, Mr. Perales, you were born in an ordinary family in Haywood. And it is really admirable that you escaped from that shithole by studying. It must be very difficult for the person who supports you to study. I am trying to cover up that such a person is not being eaten alive by Night City and thrown into the garbage dump. Pereires was stunned for a moment, and suddenly the headache came again. His brow slightly frowned and looked at Leal. Do you think I am a bad person? It hard to say. Leal looked at him and said, I just explained to you as a partner. If you are saving people you... Halfway through the words, his head began to hurt. What about the person who paid for my education? What about being eaten alive and thrown into the trash? Jefferson's headache suddenly became more severe. He looked at Lear Artificial Eyes sternly, got in the car, and closed the door. Watching the hovercraft take off, V suddenly asked curiously, what were you arguing with him about just now? Nothing, I just can't stand people pretending in front of me. Recipient, Brick. Lil, is everything normal? Brick, it quite normal. In a small alley, Brick, who was helping his younger brother stand guard and prepare for the reception, looked at the street in confusion. But what he couldn't see was that there was a small hovercraft hovering in the air. In fact, not only could he not see it, because the car was completely invisible. Chapter 442 Going Home. Fuck, Whirlpool Gang. Brick was standing by the window. The fire eyes and golden eyes were increased to the highest level. You can see a high-power street lamp in this building from a long distance on the street. It too damn scary. However, there were still a few guys who didn't know whether they were drunk or had too much drugs and walked into this place without raising their heads. Bang! The ground shook violently. It woke up their nerves. Looking around with bleary eyes, Brick stared at him, opened his mouth. A mouthful of uneven metal teeth reflected a faint light. The distance of about 20 meters made the teeth looming. It was simply a beast in the dark. Ghost! The strong man turned and ran. His foot hit the curb and left a bloody mark. He fell flat on his face and crawled across the driveway with a bloody head. If you didn't know, you would think someone was dragged here. Brick spat. Damn it, they say Westbrook has good security, but we never see drunks in Watson. Are you here to make fun of me? There are no drunks in Watson. Aren't they all arrested by you? That one has nothing to do with me. Brick paused, muttered softly, then grabbed the edge of the wall and jumped out. Soon the ground began to tremble continuously. The uneven dirt ground shook more and more violently, and a metal drill came out with a bang. After the drill came out of the ground, it quickly stopped and retracted. For metal excavation arms pushed open a hole large enough to stick their heads out. Then Dum-Dum head popped out, covered with dirt and dust. His fire eyes had a total of 7 sensors, only 3 of which were still on, and 1 was flashing. Seeing Brick guarding outside with a machine, he was suddenly moved and pulled his finger out with force. Bang! A finger flew out, smashing spiderweb cracks on the glass of the building. Boss! Come up and talk. Brick kicked open the lock of the metal restraint box next to him, revealing the contents inside, a set of engineering power exoskeleton designed specifically for cyborgs, just from the appearance, similar to the power gloves used by Jack. But as an engineering equipment, its hands were replaced with tools similar to bulldozers. Click. Brick put his body into the portable suitcase, and the mechanical fasteners slammed into the predetermined joints, just like a robot completed the expansion. This portable dressing box would originally cause direct limb damage to a person's body for dressing. Depending on the importance of the user, there are also equipment that focuses on comfort. But it is obvious that this set of dressing equipment is completely for people who don't care about their lives. The Whirlpool Gang has this thing, but they have never known how to use it. Before this, although Brick could be considered an iron can, it was still a little different from its current form. It different now. Metal is meant to be transformed. Swish. Power surged, steam gushed out from the gap, equipment retracted. Brick took a step back after adjusting his posture. The fastener under his feet popped out and hit the ground. Bang! A pair of huge digging fists slammed deeply into the ground. Damn, so cool, boss. Dum-Dum 3 eyes lit up. We all have this thing now. Idiot, I rented it from a good guy. Is that guy in there? A dull voice came from under the ground. Here. Boss. Good boy. I didn't see you wrong. You're tough. Dum-dum. Put your head back. Brick took a deep breath and sucked as much air as possible from the intake port into the combustion chamber through the turbocharger. The airflow became visible under the color of the dust. At first glance, it seemed as if the beast was breathing. Boom! The roar of the engine resounded through the street. The soil was pushed to both sides by the strong and powerful engineering exoskeleton, like Moses parting the sea. The engine core of the power exoskeleton ran rapidly, and even emitted a dark red color. Under the soil, Joster and Dum-Dum watched the soil being pushed away little by little, and the sky full of light pollution appeared in front of them little by little. Their feet softened, and they leaned on the soil. Dum-Dum laughed. This is the first time I find this place called Night City so pleasing to the eye. Joster also laughed, patted the warehouse behind him, which was wrapped in a black cushion, quite safe. Mom, this is my good brother, but if you see it, you will definitely. Mom, honey, you have made a good friend. Of course I am happy for you. Joster suddenly froze for a moment. Mom? Dum-Dum crawled out of the mud. Brick glanced at Joestar, who was stunned, and asked, "What going on?" Well, Joster's mother was tricked by the Brain Demon gang to be a biological host, and she almost died of white matter madness. She was saved? Not yet. The hero said that what happens next depends on Joestar's luck, and he synchronized her thoughts with her every day. While talking, Brick grabbed Joestar and lifted them up. Boss, this is my mother. She is a little sick now, I think. Dum-Dum patted his body and came to Brick's side. Boss, his mother is awesome. She can do full body prosthetics. Brick's eyes lit up after hearing this. Okay. Although I don't have a mother. My brother mother is my mother. If you want to reserve a room for her, we can keep her here. But the gang doesn't support idle people. Hey, boss, I understand. Joestar scratched his head. But, come on. Stop talking nonsense. She your mom? Not mine. Stop complaining. Get ready. We still have work to do. Okay, boss. Joestar shook off the dirt on his body and followed Brick happily. The next second, his mother's voice appeared in his head again. Mom, Koichi, are we going home now? Yes, Mom, we are going home now. Brick walked in front, moved his ears, and leaned closer to Dum-Dum. Why has this kid been talking to himself since just now? Boss, the hero said that because this kid had a special operation. It can be seen that he is having a seizure every minute and every second. Oh, I see. By the way, boss, what are we doing? See this? Brick took off the powered exoskeleton. This thing consumes a lot of energy, and it has to be put back in the box when not in use. What do you mean? What kind of drag racing competition is this guy going to hold? We be in charge of the construction and participate. Click. As he was walking, Brick's left shoulder suddenly collapsed. He frowned. This prosthesis can't handle the load. Hurry back. We have a new prosthesis to replace. Squeak. The mechanical arm in the access bay behind Joestar suddenly stretched out and repaired Brick's shoulder. Damn, so awesome? You can fix it while walking? It really awesome. Dum-Dum smacked his lips. You can even perform surgery while working. Brick looked at Joestar. What your mother name? She called. Forget it. Just call her Cereberg. It quite intimidating. Remember to get your eyes back when you go back. Okay. Click. Click. The three of them walked on the dark street, and every step they took made a metallic collision sound, as if they were not three people walking, but three machines. The drunk who barely crawled to the sidewalk covered his mouth tightly, praying in his heart that the three demons were fooled by his fake death. In fact, he was overthinking. The footsteps were getting farther and farther away. The Whirlpool gang didn't care about him at all. But the backs left by the Whirlpool gang made him dare not move for a long time. He saw three guys, who couldn't see any flesh at all, walking arrogantly on the street. The mysterious warehouse behind them stretched out its mechanical hands and unscrupulously modified and carved them. Prosthetic transformation is not a good word, because it usually means being forced by life to sell part of the body and permanently changing part of oneself for work. The explosive modification group is not the object of envy, nor is it a synonym for handsome and powerful. They have always been outliers. Brick, good man. Watson District can start work. Leal, very good. Chapter 443 Mobilization. Badland, the long convoy passed the border checkpoint. The leading behemoth turned on the signal jammer as soon as it passed the border checkpoint. The convoy went a little further and disappeared into the yellow sand. Soon, the convoy could see Adacado's new home in Night City. The wind turbines in operation were densely connected together. Solar energy, large distribution stations, and transmission centers connected them to the local network. This was not a very luxurious canyon, but when the convoy entered the canyon, it was discovered that there was something else inside. Full of brand new Mackinac armed pickup trucks, a dazzling array of armories, a hangar of power armor being assembled, a rich supply warehouse, and smiling tribesmen. Josie, Thor, you are really serious. My God. Josie, we have been through life and death on the fucking US-Mexico border, you are really in heaven. Although the content sounds like complaining and cursing, the tone is full of relief. Sol also laughed. Thor, you old man, didn't I give you the magic lizard? Josie, oh that right. Sol parked the car at the outermost edge, got out of the car and parked at the door. No reason, he just wanted to see the expressions of these tribesmen. There are more than just these people in Atacado. Although the number of tribesmen active on the US-Mexico border has shrunk greatly, there are still hundreds of thousands of them. Panem also looked at the expressions of these tribesmen with satisfaction and walked to Thor's side. Thor leaned over and asked in a low voice, "What the matter with those power armors?" "New life. You will definitely like it." Panem, liar. The bad land is ready. Santo Domingo. Coronado Farm. In the night, a long banner was hung on the street. Community Mutual Aid Center. The crowd lined up to receive relief from the 6th Street Gang. Some pushed carts into the deeper warehouse. Some held guns and nervously followed the draft officer into the registration room to sign their names on the 6th Street Gang website. Although the power plant in Santo Domingo had not yet been restored, the 6th Street Gang maintained order well. A pickup truck slowly drove through the middle of the road. The sergeant on it shouted, "Listen up, fellow villagers. Now there is a job for you to do anyway. It's not a gunfight. It's just road repair. Building a house or something. Those who can work, follow me. By the way, this time I will provide tools and labor protection supplies. You don't need to take out a loan to buy them." The people who were still receiving relief looked at each other. And soon a large group of people came out, following the pickup truck to the warehouse. After the sergeant finished shouting, he sat back in the passenger seat, looking quite happy, and the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than a copperhead rifle. "Oh, I haven't felt this way for a long time. Boss, what do you think this is? Extreme metal? How big will it be? How do I know? But it will definitely scare the shit out of those corporate dogs. Sergeant, Burger King, I found someone for you. And you can start working on Santo Domingo. Haywood, Legion District, Church." The priest finished his prayers on the stage, and the audience was filled with strong men wearing colorful clothes, most of them wearing sunglasses, and all the visible parts of their bodies were covered with dense tattoos. Everyone had a golden cross, which was engraved with Latin. Outside the church, the gangsters waited in anticipation, and the lights of the vehicles lit up the basketball court. My brothers and sisters, we are gathered here not only because we are part of Valentino, but because we are the defenders of Haywood. As Ephesians 6 says, therefore, take up the full armor of God, so that you can stand your ground in the evil day, and do everything well, and stand firm. Put on your armor. Take up your weapons. And the storm is coming. The eyes of the people in the church fluctuated. The gangsters outside the church could no longer hold their tempers, with obvious excitement in their eyes. Unlimited racing? Citywide? This is what a real man should do. After the priest finished speaking, he turned around and looked at the Valentino brothers with different expressions. But he could see that, although they were much calmer than the boys outside, they were still children who grew up in Haywood, and they liked to be in the spotlight. Priest, Leo, Valentino is already in armor. Westbrook, Japan Street. Westbrook has been under a full curfew. This order did not come from the NCPD, but from the Tiger Claw gang. The streets were in a state of panic. There were even fewer people walking on the streets at this time than a few days ago. People looked out of the window out of curiosity. They could only see a few commercial vehicles, and almost no private cars. Woohoo! A sports car drove at high speed through the lane that should have been extremely crowded. The man in it had a flushed face and stepped on the accelerator tightly. The woman in the passenger seat was pressed under him, making an indescribable sound. Engines roared through the streets of Japan. The sound of the explosions annoyed people, especially ordinary people. It felt like the rich were standing on their heads and shitting. Haha, I love you guys so much, Tiger Claw Gang. The lowlife should give way to the main road. The car drove through the streets at high speed. Suddenly, a hunched figure appeared on the sidewalk. The young man driving the car suddenly smiled evilly, turned the steering wheel slightly, telling you not to go out. You are really risking your life to block my way. Suddenly, a dazzling light appeared at the end of the street. Boom! The next second, the sports car suddenly exploded and rolled over. Sizzle! The yellow-green painted sports car pulled a long tire mark and stopped in front of the burning vehicle. The man who was so excited just now struggled to climb out of the deformed door frame. The young man looked at the feet that walked out of the car in horror. The clothes of the Tiger Claw Gang. Ahem, why, your father is Arasaka. Puff! The samurai sword pierced his back of the head. The people in the buildings on both sides of the street were shocked to see this scene. The Tiger Claw Gang killed the son of an unknown executive of Arasaka? Maeda put away his samurai sword. And 2 motorcycles arrived behind him. To be honest, the civilians were shocked. And the gang members were even more shocked. Aren't they Arasaka dogs? Is this a dog-eat-dog fight? The curfew applies to everyone, without discrimination. After saying that, he looked at the little girl who had been scared to pee on the sidewalk. The little girl was terrified, and she wanted to stand up and run, but had no strength at all. Don't kill me. I just want to go out to buy some medicine. Our family. Get lost, don't walk on the avenue. After saying that, Maeda told his men to continue patrolling the streets, and he got back in the sports car. It will take some time to implement the curfew in the entire Westbrook, but Japan Street has basically achieved it. Maeda, Burger King-san, Japan Street curfew is being implemented normally. Susie, Mox is also normal. The Tiger Claw Gang just killed the son of an Arasaka employee. That can only be blamed on his lack of eyesight. I said, if you appear on the street within the specified time, it depends on your ability. But the competition hasn't started yet. Ms. Abernathy, you're wrong. I didn't say that this rule is only valid after the competition starts. If that stupid corporate dog wants to avenge his son, let him come to the track that day. In the Laisheng nightclub, there were 3 people sitting in the small room. Abernathy, the representative from Arasaka Corporation Stout, the representative from Military Technology. After Lil choked Abernathy, Stout admired him. Yes, that it, don't give Arasaka face. The Japanese love to break the rules. I didn't ask you to come here for this. I just want to inform you, you don't want the Night City market to be occupied by Europeans. Do you? Abernathy's eyes didn't fluctuate instead. She smiled. If you have guts, Arasaka has been watching you, you are right. Lil took out a tablet, and used his finger to touch it, and swiped it to the middle of the table. That great, you too. As the 2 largest arms dealers in Night City, you can't just watch and not do anything. Right? Also, in this matter, don't trip me up, so let's be honest. What you can and cannot do, let's talk it through all at once. And, remember not to let your employees walk on the main road, bullets don't have eyes. I have no objection, get it done quickly. As Abernathy nodded, Stout also put out the cigarette in his hand. The 2 sides will not have too many conflicts in this matter, so there is actually not much room for negotiation in matters. All Lil needed them to reach was an agreement, on the surface. They were responsible for maintaining public order. But in reality, they only needed to guard their own land. And the main track would bypass their property. This was a stamp. And in this way, he could also get the media resources of 2 large corporate media companies, WNS and News 54. Of course, if they wanted to sponsor something, Lil would also be happy to accept it. The negotiations began, and this small tablet wrote more and more content as the 2 sides exchanged again and again. Little octopus, big brother. The battle is about to start over there. And the Suez garrison has made some movements. Lil, I understand. Unstable energy burst, 2 hours. Chapter 444 Rejection. Laisheng nightclub is too lively. The key is not the large number of people, but since Lil entered the door, there are no small figures here, which makes Roger feel a little complicated. On the one hand, the people who come here are all company executives. On the other hand, they are not looking for her. Military Technology and Arasaka came together, and they left together. However, an old friend also came. Condal Company sent someone to sponsor Lil again, which makes the matter a little complicated. Little octopus, big brother, the physical examination analysis report is out. The nervous system does have regeneration. This is very unexpected, and it also directly makes Lil have no reason to accept Condal's stingy sponsorship. In most cases, adult nerve cells are non-regenerative, and once nerve cells die, the damage is permanent. Why Sion Weston cannot break through the theoretical acceleration limit of 20% is largely due to this. The last experience of cyberpsychosis burned a large part of the neurons, which will cause Sion Weston computing power and enhance current to be diverted to other muscle areas, ensuring that this part of the necrotic nerves will not cause her to suffer from hemiplegia, imprecise movements, and other problems. In simple terms, it is to convert the resistance of nerve cells to electric current and other stimuli into functional compensation, so that the time-stopping effect cannot be further improved. However, in the battle with a full-body cyborg in the slaughterhouse, the little octopus found that V limits seemed to have loosened, and Lil immediately asked Lao Wei to check V. This situation was found out after a check. Kong Tao's proposal was also simple: help me experiment with the new version of the reality distortion chip and new technology. Even in the cyberpunk world, nerve damage is also a very cutting-edge medical problem. But it is not an incurable disease. There is a method of using nanorobots and nanomaterials to permanently repair damaged nerves, which is equivalent to prosthetic replacement at the cellular level. But it is usually very expensive, and generally a long-term repair project. Most importantly, this is a technology that is unique to a few Japanese medical giants, Arasaka being one of them. Why? You also have this technology? This is a prototype chip. It not mature. But anyway, you are perverts who insert everything into your body. I guess you are more than happy to have it. After saying that, he looked at the mechanical arm on Lil's body. Obviously, this kind of strange-shaped prosthesis that obviously changes the appearance of the body, and is a cheap mechanical appearance, is not a glorious thing in the upper class. It is equivalent to the strange-shaped earrings, tattoos, and other things in the Marvel world. However, the difference is that for the working people in the cyberpunk world, prostheses are their work tools. The strange shape is largely because it is a low-grade product from the black market or self-assembled. In order to meet the demand, sometimes something has to be lost. This chip of Katao is quite unique. The color of the appearance scan is slightly different from that of ordinary chips. If you observe it with a nanometer-level scanner, you can see that there are some electrically controllable nanomaterials attached to it. This thing is like a capsule. When it is inserted into the brain-computer interface, the current flows into the nerves, and the material in the capsule will be released, as the current is attached to the corresponding nerves. If everything goes well, the nerves will be repaired within 6 months. The representative of Kong Tao, who was speaking, had no intention of explaining the source of the technology. However, Lil was 90% sure that this thing must be the technology they stole from Arasaka. According to the original plot, they should have started to contact a senior engineer from Arasaka by now. Seeing that Lil did not waver, the representative in black clothes arrogantly put on sunglasses. This is a prototype. If this technology is stable, it may save your life. Think about it yourself. In fact, it was to let Lil do experiments on V, a person with a significantly higher reaction value, which means that her nervous system is more active and more complex than that of ordinary people, and is a better experimental subject. Lil's short life is no secret in Night City, and it is obvious that Kong Tao thinks this is a win-win situation. However, the man in black just stood up and was about to leave in style when a voice came from behind. Get lost? Who knows how many traps the company will bury in the gift? Bang. The unlocked box fell to the ground, and the chip was almost knocked out. Representative Kong Tao's face suddenly turned dark, and the bodyguard at the door also looked serious when he saw the scene. And there was a slight buzzing sound under his suit. Bed and breakfast boy. Ahem. Rog leaned against the wall opposite the door. Exit this way. The representative gestured to the bodyguard at the door. The bodyguard picked up the things, and the group left. Rog said to Lil in the box, "You have such a bad temper? Isn't this a good opportunity to make a fortune? Not everything can be made." The mechanical arm opened the equipment box beside him. Lil took out a shot of neuroactive agent from it, and injected it directly into a hole next to the brain-computer interface. This is a newly installed prosthesis. The special pressure pipe structure will accelerate the diffusion of drugs into the body, enhance the efficacy of the drug, and shorten the effective time. The scale of the Extreme Metal Unlimited Racing is very large. The various gangs working for him have their own styles. It is still a brain-consuming thing to do a good job of control. Now he is receiving signals from various urban areas at the same time. The data density is not high, but sometimes this kind of thinking that cannot be replaced by code consumes brain power. The most important thing is that there is a lot of work going on in the other world. Seeing Lil like this, Roger suddenly said, "When I first met you, you were still a sick flesh man. You became like this in a few months. You are really desperate. Even if you are not sick, people like you will hardly live long. Sometimes living too long is not a good thing. I don't know how many people agree with you, but many people have already joined the ranks of those who don't care about their lives." Rog is well informed. If Lil is the most popular in the gang, she is the most popular among the middlemen. Without the obstruction of the company, once the two sides cooperate, it is quite easy to collect a lot of information. For example, how hot the black market and black clinics are recently. It must be said that if the company and other people who did not plan to participate in the competition were full of doubts about this plan at the beginning, now they have learned to embrace Burger King. Although this money is bloody, it is really easy to make. After Rog finished transferring the data, he asked Lil a question. "Why did you do so much? You don't seem to want to work for the company immediately. Are you looking for excitement? Or to catch AI? You are well informed." He put away his equipment and walked out of the room. As soon as he walked out of the box, the nightclub suddenly became quieter. To be precise, the human voice stopped. A long alien mechanical arm, a black heat-dissipating leather jacket, and two magical boxes filled with countless tools that could turn defeat into victory. Lil looked at Rog, the current queen of Afterlife, who was once a famous mercenary in Night City. Time did not let her go, and when the wheel of time rolled over her, she also grew old. This kind of oldness is not only reflected in the gradually unconcealed oldness on her face and the white hair. Lil looked at the queen of Afterlife and smiled, of course. It to be the big brother. Watching Lil leave the nightclub, the voices of people talking were once again filled with manic rock music. Rog sat at the bar where she had not sat for a long time. When she was a mercenary a long time ago, she often sat here. The bartender Claire looked at her boss a little awkwardly. "Have a drink?" "One." Johnny Silverhand. Lil showed her appeal. She also had an old friend a long time ago who could do it. He called thousands of people to a concert and blocked the Arasaka Tower. But now this guy is much more difficult to understand than Johnny. If Johnny relied on the mysterious thing of charm to do all that at once, what Lil is doing now is even more unpredictable. He is not as wild and individual as Johnny. But if we only look at the current situation, it's even crazier. Rog drank the cocktail in one gulp and looked at Claire. By the way, did he keep his own recipe? Jack did, and V also has one, but it should be a joke, he never told me. I'm really curious about what recipe he would keep. Chapter 445 Jia City, Tanzania. The explosion at the Mkuja River deposit did not hinder the Atlas Group from mining. The first batch of workers, who had undergone brain-computer interface transformation and brain training, lay in the access warehouse, remotely controlling the Tanzania engineering robot walking in the radiation zone. The explosion completely changed the surface land, leaving the mineral deposit that was originally only in the shallow underground partially exposed. Originally, such an explosion would fill the collection environment with radioactive dust, and geological changes would also increase the risks for miners. But now these risks have been put into use with the Tanzanian engineering robot, and have almost no impact on the workers. The only downside is that the radioactive dust is being blown away by the wind, which will slightly increase the radiation level in settlements hundreds of kilometers away. The relevant evacuation work has been going on for a long time. Grunt. Grunt. A robot that has been put into mass production stares at the drilling excavator in operation. The wires at hand connect this huge machine. Tanzania Engineering Robot Type 1. Height, 2.1 meters. Weight, 225 kilograms. Maximum load, 32 kilograms. Function, multifunctional arm. Adaptive chassis, crawler and bipedal. Advanced sensing system. Environmental monitoring. The open pit mining equipment is built on the contaminated soil after the nuclear explosion. The high purity ore is sent to the crusher after diversion and directly enters the next step of purification. The contaminated soil is sent to the waste recycling station. After rough treatment, it is sent to the waste recycling module of SCFR. The robots are like humans with more rigid movements, but with greater strength, and can use a variety of electric vehicles. From a distance, they seem to be no different from human-powered mines. After a few seconds, the drill stopped, and a large electric truck stopped near the power supply of the drill at the same time. A similar robot got off, took out the power supply from the huge cargo compartment, and the two robots worked together to complete the power replacement, and the drill started working again. The electric truck drove out of the mine. and the sky gradually became clear. The road it took was a temporary road compacted with spider silk solidifier, and the surface was painted with asphalt. In the open space on both sides of the road, many solar panels and wind turbines that have been put into use can be seen, as well as more clean energy power generation devices under construction. The same electric vehicles kept the same distance and passed efficiently in an orderly manner, transporting ores, building materials, batteries, robots, and any other materials needed for construction. Drones in the sky are monitoring and data flow, and there are engineering robots on both sides of the road working on communication towers and power distribution stations. The truck drove down the road and came to a huge construction site. ASC-FAR in operation rumbled, and through the newly built biological cable network, it transmitted a steady stream of electricity to the factory not far away. The factory, located on the coast. Soldiers wearing exoskeletons and workers who had just completed brain-computer interface surgery, and managers rode electric transport vehicles to quickly pass through the park or, in other words, live in this thriving city under construction. Engineering robots and engineers are everywhere. Large machines are running continuously on the construction site. Buildings with different purposes are rising from the ground. Patrol boats of Wakanda and large cargo ships employed by the Atlas Group are moored in the newly built port. There are even some relatively small and medium-sized cargo ships, with rust all over their hulls. On the shore, flagpoles stand tall, the logo of the Atlas Group flies high on the flag, and the flags of the African Union and African countries stand on the side, declaring sovereignty. This is the headquarters of the Atlas Group in Africa, Jua City, which means the sun in the local language. Many captains and sailors who came here for the first time were amazed by this and couldn't close their mouths. This place doesn't look like the backward Africa that was still a primitive bay a few months ago. Instead, it looks like an advanced city from decades or even 100 years later. It's like a dream. A newly built super-large dock can also be seen on the shore. Because it is open, you can see the huge mechanical arms and complex facilities inside. A group of engineers and robots seem to have reflections in their eyes, pointing at the air. And I don't know what they are talking about. Bang. Two robots that were relatively leisurely walked across the coast, and one of them seemed to be looking at itself. Leo, simply put, your nervous system is seriously damaged, but your muscle mass, sensory system efficiency, and neuron efficiency are very high, which makes up for this part. Leo, in order to ensure that you will not become an ordinary person after the illness, like other cyber-psychopaths, the little octopus has been using a special algorithm to compensate for your damaged nerve function. Leo, but recently we suddenly found that your neurological symptoms seem to have improved. Wow, awesome, Leo. Yes, the robot that was looking at itself crazily was actually V. The robot is equipped with many advanced sensors, but due to the gap in technology, it is difficult to achieve a realistic effect with complex senses such as smell. But it is freer than pure mutual recording. Lil, did you hear me? I heard it. My mental illness has improved. No, you scolded me? Lil, I am scolding you now, brain dead. Little octopus, big brother, it is indeed the nerve regeneration triggered by Mutuo. These natural scenery seem to put her nerves in a state different from that of ordinary people. The robot ran to the shore and looked at the water. It a bit dirty. But there are magical seabirds. The seabirds have crooked necks. And the robots have crooked necks too. Looking at this scene, Lil suddenly had a wonderful idea. It seems that in Cyberpunk 2077, there is also a mysterious monk who often sells this kind of super dream to people, saying that it makes people meditate. Is there really metaphysics? Is V really a congenital immortal body? As he was talking, the robot stood too close to the sea and lost its balance. V instinctively stabilized her body, but the engineering robot was too heavy, and she couldn't adapt to it at all, and couldn't control it as lightly as her own body. The little octopus appeared in the robot field of vision, and several claws grabbed the robot limbs. To others, it seemed that the robot had suddenly comprehended robot gymnastics and mysteriously saved itself. I was shocked. You are quite good. The little octopus came to the robot's shoulder, raised its head proudly, and V touched its head. Lil shook his head. He didn't think this was a metaphysical question. After all, there are still many unsolved mysteries about the human body. Nerve cells are not absolutely incapable of regeneration. There are also some cases showing that in the hippocampus of adults, nerve cells can regenerate to a certain extent, which is called neurogenesis, and is still a very cutting-edge research area. Leo, keep monitoring. I want to check the situation in other areas. Little Octopus, okay. Big Brother, long-distance data transmission is ready. Leo, I will go offline in 1 hour, don't indulge in it. V, okay. Leo looked at the other end of the port. Atlas Group soldiers boarded the ship together, preparing to sail to another place. There is the forefront of the conflict. Somalia. Chapter 446 Galkao Military Port. Today, the commander of the 6th Fleet has announced the entry into the 3rd level of combat readiness. The National Defense Command has established an automated robot combat unit, directly under the Joint Chiefs of Staff. President Ellis declared that this move is aimed at encircling the Gulf of Aden and its surrounding waterways, and severely criticized the African Union for supporting terrorist organizations. Some accusers claim that this move bypassed the vote of Congress, and runs counter to the legislative tendency shown by Congress in AMF 13. General Ross has returned to his homeland. Local voters welcome the hero return and line the streets to welcome him. Who knows how he was treated by the barbarians? General Ross has not yet explained the video of the attack on civilians. Nor has he even accepted an interview. The military has remained silent on this. Some international relations scholars believe that the African Union move is intended to calm the situation. But it is clear that our president does not think so. This will affect the passage through the Gulf of Aden, the Bab el-Mandeb Strait, the Suez Canal, and the Western Indian Ocean. It is expected that 10% of global trade supply will be affected, especially oil and gas resources shipped from the Middle East to Europe and the United States. Large-scale supply chain disruptions will lead to slower economic growth in major economies, which may exacerbate the situation. Robots walk in the port of Galkao. The African Union let Ross go, which may ease the situation to some extent. But no one knows to what extent. Because in reality, the situation is still getting worse. As a poor country without a stable regime and environment for decades, the houses here are already dilapidated, and the so-called port is purely dependent on natural conditions. The current situation requires this place to become a modern port. Engineering robots and exoskeleton workers work together, and several berths have been completed first, showing a clear gray-white outline. A large number of engineering robots and large equipment are operating in an orderly manner on site. The giant crane stands tall, like the arm of a giant beast, steadily grabbing the huge prefabricated structure and placing it accurately on the foundation. Groups of concrete pouring trucks move along the contours of the dock, connecting the berths into a network. Gantry cranes, bulldozers, wheel loaders, dump trucks, cranes, all engineering equipment have been electrified, and the structure of equipment using electric power is much simpler than that of internal combustion engines. And the designers of these equipment include not only scientists and researchers from the Atlas Group, but also university research teams that have been widely recruited during this period. The price of petroleum fuel energy has risen, and the establishment of super-large monopoly groups has put people under pressure, and visionary people have long set their sights on this technology. However, electric technology has always been constrained by the problem of battery energy density and is difficult to advance. Graphene solid-state batteries have alleviated this problem to a great extent, coupled with the pressure of the situation. The current situation may even surprise Roxanne. Compared with Jua City, Galkao's short-term construction goal is a military-level frontline base. The atmosphere here will be tougher. Leo walked in the port, estimating the progress. Little Octopus, Big Brother. The current progress of the electrification design of common siege equipment has exceeded expectations. Little Octopus. 76 types of engineering machinery, 26 types of transportation equipment, 20 types of lifting and hoisting equipment, 70 types of auxiliary and drone equipment, and 70 sets of resource collection and smelting facilities. Little Octopus, Big Brother. I have to say that the power of the masses is really great. At present, there are 150 research teams that have supported and reached direct cooperation, and there are many indirect help. Little Octopus, we probably have to consider adding reactors. Although the design of electrified facilities and equipment is not a very difficult research topic, engineering problems always require a lot of time and effort. Such a huge international support has been a great help to the Atlas Group. The world is big. Some people hope to rule the world by relying on their old capital, while others hope to find a new way. The efficiency and environmental performance of the SC4 reactor are amazing. The Atlas Group has supported urban construction with nuclear energy and other clean energy alone, ensuring that the African economy continues to move forward, which is convincing enough. However, the efficiency of the SC4 reactor has not yet reached its limit. The current efficiency is mainly limited by Africa's backward industrial capacity. If the strength and density of the entire system materials are improved, the theoretical energy release of radioactive elements such as plutonium-239 and californium-252 is increased, and the fuel purity is increased to more than 5%. A 10-hectare SCFR power station can easily provide more than 2,000 megawatts of electricity. If the most powerful SCFR core in memory is said to be powerful, the core can be regarded as a super reactor with small nuclear explosions constantly occurring. It has only been used a few times in some super large-scale projects, because it is not designed for long-term use. Leo, wait a minute. Why didn't you mention the money issue? Little Octopus, brother. Don't we have plenty of money? Little Octopus appeared in the air, wearing a big gold chain and sunglasses. Leo opened the financial interface with suspicion. The intuition brought by management experience proved that he was right. Atlas is quite rich, with the credit guarantee of the entire African Union and the debt squeezed out by the mayor of New York. But this money is not unlimited. Atlas Group is now so busy that its monthly operating costs and various project costs easily exceed $10 billion US. This month has only just passed, and it has already exceeded $10 billion. This is still the case with a top research team. If a group of ordinary people were to study the projects that Marvel scientists were studying, not to mention that the funds might be invested dozens of times, the time cost would be even higher. If we only look at the existing businesses of the group, the company is sure to make a profit. But with the expansion projects, it is estimated that there will be a deficit soon. Of course, these investments are worth it. Industrial transformation is being promoted. Electrification of engineering. Large-scale promotion of brain-computer interfaces. Unmanned engineering. Energy innovation. Transformation in multiple fields. Bonus technology points, 4,000. Current technology points, 13500. The electrification transformation of each device may only take an afternoon for Leo. But such a large-scale change seems to have reached the threshold for obtaining system rewards. It seems that promoting a certain technology that is not so super-specified to an industry also has the opportunity to trigger system rewards. The robot walked towards the port, where there were a total of 3 ships. The African Union put all the people back, but not the ships. The 3 frigates and small destroyers that once belonged to the 6th Fleet of the Berry Army have been completely changed. 2 of the frigates have become larger destroyers, and the destroyer has been transformed into a real cruiser. I have to say that the Berry Army is pretty good. The ships sent to Somalia are all new. The tough curves reflect the sun brilliance in the sun. The black men who have just been promoted to the Navy are half excited and half nervous to familiarize themselves with the ships on the ship. These 3 ships are also the reason why Leo has been burning his brain for a while. Maybe his scientists are talented and can come up with new inventions in minutes. But when it comes to real weapon design, they always feel a little uncomfortable. Leo is different. Participating in the design of nuclear-powered military equipment was also one of his jobs. Now, he can design such a big guy on his own. Chapter 447. Pirates who work hard. Warship manufacturing is extremely challenging for the overall industrial capacity. Obviously, the African Union does not have such industrial capacity. And Wakanda is only very developed in agriculture. But it doesn't matter. The Berry Army sent them 4 ships. And with the Atlas Group as the platform, there is no shortage of high-tech, and it is relatively simple to modify and expand the ship. Using a comprehensive scan, the entire structure of the ship can be obtained. Through analysis and the secret support from the Secretary of State, Leo can quickly understand the internal design of the ship. The modification of the power system was completed entirely, with the assistance of workers and robots. And the entire process was monitored by Leo. The original engine room was expanded and replaced with an ultra-small SCFR reactor. Unlike traditional ships, these ships must be equipped with complex power supply lines to power armor and exoskeletons. And the main guns were replaced with experimental semi-plasma turrets, which are basically enlarged versions of plasma weapons. Larger coils, longer tracks, more heat-resistant and thicker shields, and more powerful motors. When firing, what is fired is no longer plasma, but a basically solid shell, which should be able to increase the shell speed to several times the speed of sound. The sound of metal collisions can be heard in the ship, busy, conducting the final inspection. Most of the workers are local blacks, but more than a month ago, they were pirates. Squeak. The end of the exoskeleton arm is equipped with electric welding tools. The skill chip at the brain-computer interface assists in controlling the arm, making the welding stable. Just looking at the welding results, people might think that this is an old worker with several years of welding experience. But in fact, he was still a pirate a month ago. The last one stole the Berry Army warship. After Xiaohei finished welding, he opened his mask to breathe. Bang. There were footsteps behind him. He turned around and saw the robot that symbolized Leo. This robot is different from other engineering robots. It has no tools on it, but is equipped with high-precision sensors to facilitate information collection, in addition to checking the progress of the ship modification. Leo's second purpose this time was to meet this black guy. In name, he was already the head of the Somali government recognized by the African Union. Hello, Mr. Lee. The Somali black guy stood up straight. His exoskeleton slammed to his temple, and saluted Leo. The black guy name was Abi. I was a little busy before, and I didn't have time to come over and chat. Leo turned and walked towards the stairs, ready to chat while confirming that the ship was ready. Abi hurriedly followed. Feeling a little uneasy, Leo walked in front, collecting information, and asked, "Are there any abnormalities after the brain-computer interface was connected?" "No. Everything is fine. I think about working when I sleep. That abnormal? The nerves are abnormally excited. Didn't you rest? The normal working hours of the Atlas Group are 4 days a week. 1 day to check the implanted prosthesis, and 2 days to rest. Of course, there are indeed cases of voluntary overtime, most of which occur in people like Abi. They get a lot, and face a great crisis." Abi obviously didn't expect this to be a problem. He paused for a moment and said, "But I'm not tired at all. This is your nerves deceiving you. Using an exoskeleton will cause the body to produce wrong feedback, unimaginable strength, and a feeling of significantly less fatigue than normal. The combination of the two will produce this effect. What should I do?" Abi looked at his hands. "You listen to advice?" The robot eyes flashed. "Just adjust the force feedback. I have adjusted it for you. You should also have the relevant tutorials in your operating guide." Abi suddenly felt his limbs become heavier. This also made him wonder, isn't it good to work all the time? Why do you do this? People need to experience the world firsthand to be considered human. The psychological pressure of strangling a person in front of him is different from commanding a dog to bite a person to death thousands of miles away. Leo's words made Abi a little confused. However, Leo did not explain too much. The courses on philosophy will be put online one after another, and they will learn when they want to. What he wanted to understand was Abi. The Somali transitional government does not recognize you. What are you going to do? The Somali transitional government was the Somali government in name only. But the control is too weak, maybe only a little bit stronger than the various terrorists and parties on this land. They don't deserve to be the government, Abi said angrily. They have been in existence for almost 10 years, but things haven't gotten better here at all. They are too weak, too incompetent, so we can only be pirates. So energetic? Leo thought about it. This is not a problem, after all. This guy is only 19 years old. Yes, this black guy named Abi is only 19 years old. But the meaning revealed in his words is a little different, after all. Most pirates will not complain about the government so clearly. If people don't know the benefits of a stable regime, of course they don't care about the stability of the government. You don't want to be a pirate. Who would want to be a pirate? Abi asked back. I know that the outside world looks down on us, and thinks we are a cancer that harms the shipping lanes. But what else can Somalia do besides this? In comparison, we are already the most merciful pirates, only collecting tolls, not kidnapping, not killing, and almost never attacking. I know that if the pirates' actions become rampant to a certain extent, merchants will gradually tend to use the cost of the distance to cover the security cost. By that time, even pirates can't do it. Leo nodded slightly. How long have you been doing this? How do you do it? 2.5 years. Maybe 3 years. Abi calculated the time, and continued. I use radio to locate merchant ships. Leo was really surprised, and looked back at Abi. There are many pirates in Somalia. If a technical pirate appears here, the outside world may not know about it. Seeing Leo's reaction, Abi was a little proud. This will save us a lot of trouble. And actually save us a lot of money. I recorded every penny I received. I knew how much I should use to recruit new people and buy guns. When you make more money than other pirates, you can do bigger things than others. In this way, I opened up a small section of the road. I told the merchants that as long as they paid, they could travel smoothly on this road. Basically, 99% of the ships would choose to cooperate. I even got the contact information of many captains. Mr. Lee. It was really the right choice for you to choose me. Because I know what knowledge and rules can bring. I am not like other pirates. Nor like the incompetent government troops. Those guys would only beg the Berry army to show mercy. And give them some benefits. But will you lead your people to rush to the front for me? And resist those steel soldiers? The two walked to the top of the stairs while talking. This made Abi pause. But Leal did not stop and walked to the deck. Abi was a very smart guy. But smart people tend to show a problem when they are anxious. Self-righteousness. Obviously. Abi believed that Leal needed warriors. Needed people to stand at the forefront of the conflict. And die for him. But is this what he wants? Judging from his pause, it shouldn't be. Leal looked at the residential area of the port, and Abi instinctively looked over. Not knowing how to answer. Galkeo has experienced wars and terrorist attacks and massacres. Rather than being a city or a port in Somalia, it is better to say that it is a densely populated cesspool in ruins. People like him are thin and short, as if they will be blown down by the wind. But many people have a poorly maintained gun hidden in their homes. Maybe one day, they will also join the pirate industry in order to survive. Violence makes people addicted. When you look into a person's terrified eyes, when you own a person, it is easy for people to lose control. Using violence as a means of survival, the situation changes. Abi is a local resident. He has been robbed, and has stolen other people's things. He has been robbed, and has robbed other people's things. A companion has been killed, and he has killed others. Maybe even today a friend is killed, and tomorrow the killer stands on their side. After getting along with them, it turns out that he is no different from the companion who was killed. He hated such companions and himself. But he also felt sad about it. He wanted to live a good life. And he also wanted to make his people live a good life. What was even more sad was that in order to get rid of this situation, he racked his brains to read books, used radio to learn, and got some knowledge from the chaotic information to enrich his brain. But he only saw a fate without a future. In order to survive, robbery became an instinct. But it was robbery in the eyes of others. After experiencing such an attack and massacre, he also saw clearly, either others found a way to bypass this place, or one day people couldn't stand it and wiped them out. Two consequences, both are devastating to them. Selling one life is not sad, sadly. Selling one life does not bring a way to live. So he made up his mind. Since that's the case, I sell my life. Yes, I think it through before answering, young man. Selling one life for others and dying for them is also a dead end. Chapter 448 Hope and Fear. If people have been living in hell, it is difficult to imagine a better life. Sometimes people are not defeated by suffering, but by the good life of others. Seeing others live a good life is more painful than killing oneself, especially if that person is just born good. Abi looked at the port. He saw his compatriots moving the rubble with different expressions. Strong young men lined up in a long queue at the entrance of the conscription office, confused, nervous and excited. What confused them was why the war broke out suddenly. What was nervous was that their lives were like dust in the wind, not worth mentioning. The excitement was also simple. The army occupying Galkeo would give the servicemen food and clothes, and promised that they would have houses to live in the future. They could see how happy their compatriots were after completing the registration, wearing new clothes and eating canned meat. At the registration office, a flag was flying high. It was slightly different from the original Somali blue background with white stars, with 3 more stripes, 1 gold, and 2 red and white stripes with smaller spacing. Gold represents the African Union, and red and white represent Atlas flattering behavior. He had imagined a flag flying in a port, but he chose this approach in the end. Leal looked at the port and said, "It's good to like learning. But you're not doing this just to work for others. Are you? No. If you trace it back to the source? Of course no one lives to work for others. Very good. I don't need an obedient dog. I need the situation in Somalia to stabilize quickly, and the port of Galkeo to become an important bridgehead facing the Suez Canal. In this process, poor Somalia can get support from the Atlas Group and the African Union, and get what Abi wants most." The word stability appears directly in the sentence, which makes Abi come back to his senses. What makes him able to cooperate with the Atlas Group without pressure is not that he abandons his dignity and becomes an obedient dog for survival, but at this juncture, Leal and he have common interests. Leal stretched out his hand. In this future strategic vision, the African Bank will issue a large number of interest-free and low-interest aid loans to you. This money will be used to buy high-tech from the Atlas Group, food from Wakanda, clothes and other necessities from other African companies. And buy your tomorrow and dignity. You are still young. Don't always think that you can only get something by giving up something. Abi looked at Leo. His eyes were full of shame and embarrassment. Indeed, this big brother didn't ask them to sell their souls, he just let it be. Although the robot in front of him looked stupid, after a few conversations, the sensors and bulging instruments became full of wisdom. Isn't Leo the same age as him? Abi scratched his head. Then, Leo shook his hand again. Abi quickly shook it, and his mind turned. Happy cooperation? It's a pleasure to work with you. You can't be so stupid outside. Hee. After saying that, Abi asked another question. Mr. Lee, it may be a bit strange to ask this, but wouldn't it be better to have soldiers who obey orders? Leo glanced at him. I don't like people who are so smart that they think they have to give up something to get something. Young people are greedy. You are not happy to earn money while standing? I am happy. Then I will go to work. Abi hadn't recovered yet, and pointed to the shore. Go ahead. Remember to have the implanted prosthesis checked. Leo waved his hand, and Abi turned and walked toward the shore. He was still grinning inexplicably when he turned around, and he seemed to be immersed in a huge surprise. If the exoskeleton didn't have an auxiliary motion system, he might have fallen into the water. The little octopus appeared in Leo's vision, and there was another big question mark on his head. Little octopus, big brother. Why is this? Leo, what is this why? Little octopus, as the super boss who is about to rule the world. Isn't it necessary for us to recruit some obedient little brothers and death warriors? As he said this, the little octopus put on sunglasses, put on a cape, and put crutches on his tentacles, looking like an octopus-shaped gangster boss. Several smaller octopuses appeared in front of him, bowing their heads, with white bandages on their heads, and each tentacle holding a samurai sword. But this samurai sword is a little small, more like a dagger. Leo, what a mess. Where did you learn this? Little octopus. TV series. Leo's face darkened, and he dispersed the little octopuses, and the little octopus eyes suddenly became watery. Leo, emotionally. What I said just now is the truth, rationally, in addition to interests. We must also do a good job of ideological work for our allies, and make a clear distinction between the behavior patterns of our enemies and those of our allies. A long list of news appeared in front of Leo. The Middle East war has subsided. Steel soldiers killed terrorist leaders. Oil supply interrupted. International oil prices soared to a 10-year high. Oil futures market panic. Investors worried about continued supply disruptions. African Union faces trade blockade. Terrorist organizations take advantage of the chaos in Somalia, threatening global energy supply. Last week, after a series of news, something big happened. Middle Eastern oilmen agreed to compromise and reduce oil production. With this compromise, Roxanne has kidnapped nearly 90% of the world oil production areas. This is already a level that can cause economic collapse at the touch of a finger. Of course, there are still a few stumbling blocks on their way to do whatever they want. One is Europe. The EU itself does not produce crude oil, but its economic strength is very strong. During this period, it has also had a lot of trade cooperation with Atlas. The other is Africa. Africa also has oil deposits, but the level of mining and exploration is too low. Of course, the biggest obstacle is Atlas, because Atlas is the only one who may suddenly win the election in the Berry country and change the situation. However, the reduction in production has caused prices to soar. In addition to calling for peace, there are also many voices in the Berry country that believe that they should directly intervene in the situation in Somalia to alleviate the supply crisis. But no matter what, the worsening life has indeed made many people panic. Leo, Roxanne is used to scare the world by making people lose, and let people give more to tie people up, which may work wonders at times. Leo, if I am like him, let all allies become dogs who are afraid of losing or have already lost their goals. One day there will be an accident. Our business will accidentally encounter some setbacks, and they will have too many reasons to choose a stronger master. Leo, so we choose to give our allies hope, not fear. Little octopus, what if Roxanne is the same as us? Leo, then there is no need to fight. The little octopus scratched his head and turned it, and it was difficult for the AI brain to understand the difference, because whether it is using loss to intimidate or using gain to give people hope, in its eyes, it is giving people expectations. At a certain point, expectations, gain, and loss are symmetrical, especially in behavior control, which makes it a little difficult to understand the difference between the two. Leo looked at the little octopus and touched its head. Leo, maybe it because you are not an AI in this area, there are some things you don't need to know too much. Squeak. Leo had suddenly received a complex noise, and the little octopus instantly disappeared into the air. Little octopus, big brother, a communication request from New York. Leo glanced at the Atlas soldier, who was getting familiar with the electromagnetic naval gun. Leo, Frank, prepare to board the ship. Level 1 combat readiness. Leo, Avi, declare a state of emergency in the port. Get your people ready. Chapter 449 Battle Declaration. Liberate Somalia. On the streets of New York, young students walked through the streets holding large banners, and the workers applauded. Unlike other cities, only New York can have such a harmonious parade. In many cities, especially those that have not fully adopted CTOS facilities, the power of the police is still very large. On the sidewalk, a man wearing a peaked cap walked quickly, hidden in the crowd. But CTOS still captured that his behavior patterns seemed to be somewhat different from his appearance. Target information. Target ID, EP431, age, 32, gender, male, occupation, software engineer. Behavior deviation index, 76.3, general deviation threshold, 60, risk level, medium risk, deviation trend, increasing, plus 5.6%/hour. Continue to pay attention. Little octopus, brother, he pretends to be like him, even more like him than last time, but I can tell at a glance that he is a woman. The bald man took off his hat, sat down on a chair by the roadside, and looked up inadvertently. Her eyesight was quite good. She just happened to see Lil walk to the window and electrify the glass, which turned it into two-way transparent. They looked at each other in silence. For such a top agent, this 0.5-second eye contact was a bit redundant and inappropriate. But she quickly connected the device to the interface in the chair. And ordinary people could not see the problem at all. This was a secret communication interface. Yes, this secret agent who looked no different from an ordinary resident was Natasha, the Black Widow, whom Lil had met once. Natasha, what the problem this time? Lil, actually, the previous few times were good, but the big data is updating, and the algorithm is iterating. Natasha, great, the 6th Fleet is expected to launch a raid at 6 p.m. tomorrow, targeting the 2 ports of Pasaso and Hobia, completely occupying them. Natasha, airdrops will be carried out in Garo and Beledwey at the same time, and the next step after the encirclement will be to attack Galkeo. Natasha, genius, you must tell me you have a way to deal with it, because no matter how you look at it, you are going to give up Somalia. This plan bypasses Somaliland, and aims to use its powerful projection capabilities to launch a blitzkrieg against Somalia, a country that is already divided and does not have much strategic depth. This behavior is undoubtedly very reckless and rude. But it also grasps the pain point of Lille, in terms of individual combat capability. Atlas is indeed superior. And even its land combat capability is not necessarily far behind. But its overall strength is different. This small naval force includes an aircraft carrier, a cruiser, 2 destroyers, a nuclear submarine, a supply ship, and 3 amphibious assault ships. On the sea, even if this is only a small force of the 6th Fleet, it is an armed force that more than 50 countries in the African Union cannot afford. They only need to launch a few rounds of bombardment on the sea, and it will be difficult to leave many people alive in the port. Naval guns are very powerful. Once this operational plan succeeds, the land and sea transportation channels of the port of Galkeo will be completely cut off, and the defeat will be inevitable. Leo pinched his eyebrows. The current situation is the best result that the off-field forces have strived for. The boiling public opinion in the country has forced them to dispatch a small force to cover up their tracks. He also has Natasha, the insider, to help him collect accurate intelligence. Now is the time for a head-on confrontation. But he finds that it is still not strong enough. Galloway and Porsosa are in the north, Beledwin and Hobia are in the south. He can only prioritize ensuring that the south will not be blocked. This will become the front line. Lille, I see. Anything else? Natasha, the second thing, the opposition candidate support rate is not very ideal. Barnes' situation is much better than his. Lille, this should not be some secret intelligence. Right? Natasha is not aware of the agreement between Lille and Secretary of State Barnes. This is a secret to everyone. Natasha, you know, your CTOS system can also be used for canvassing. If you are lacking some inspiration, I have some gains here. Lille, I can take a look, but I won't use this method. Natasha, okay. The third thing is that Tony Stark hasn't appeared in public for a long time. Don't you think this is a bit abnormal? It's normal for ordinary people not to appear in the media for a week. But this guy is different. The media chased him to take pictures. What car he drives today, what girl he plays with, even if he doesn't play with girls. He can see what he wears, which home he goes to. And he likes this feeling. But this week, this guy has not appeared at all. Leo, it a bit strange, but it obvious that Somalia is what I should focus on. Natasha, that right, but it different here, this will become my mission, so you won't see me for a while in the future. Natasha, there will be new agents contacting you. Leo, then just don't send anyone. Natasha, okay. Natasha got up from her chair and disappeared in the crowd. This time she did a good job. And CTOS didn't notice when she disappeared. The time between the two worlds was getting shorter and shorter. Which might mean that Roxanne, who had obtained more energy, had accelerated the synthesis of that special energy. Outside the window, a huge billboard was playing Barnes' propaganda picture. Tough World War II veteran. Leading us to victory. This huge propaganda picture made Leo cheer a little. It looked exactly like the mayoral election picture of Night City. In Night City, the current mayor and candidates promised to support him after he took office, and went to Dogtown to get benefits and cure his illness. In New York, the more popular candidates and the less popular candidates also stood on his side, promising to revise policies afterwards, and adjust the focus from war and oil to sustainable development. It seems that as long as he survives the election, survives the extreme metal in Night City, and the battle in Somalia, this last darkness before dawn, both worlds will win big. This feeling made him feel a little uncomfortable instinctively. Can we really win with one move? Unstable energy burst. 24 hours. Leo turned and walked towards the prototype equipment laboratory. Leo, I need to check the design again. Quick! 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 Chala half leaned out of the window, screaming at the top of his lungs. In the mangroves, electric off-road vehicles were galloping like flying. Construction machinery was hammering the land hard to compact it, and mercenaries wearing exoskeletons were assisting in the operation. The drone flew across the sky at high speed, taking in everything around it. It not only provided navigation and information command functions, but also ensured that such rapid construction would not cause too much abnormality on the satellite. All this was to ensure that the huge electromagnetic railgun could be fixed on the land. The turret base transported by the trailer was placed directly on the foundation, covered in camouflage tarpaulin. The Wakanda Royal Guard had to complete the deployment of 12 electromagnetic guns within one day, giving them a surprise after the Berry army approached the shore. Not far away is Hobia, a small port. Although the natural conditions are excellent, the artificial conditions are not as good, and it can only accommodate small boats. The poor people here have been fishing and weaving for generations, barely making a living. After tomorrow, this place will definitely become a ruin, because that is the way the Berry Navy fights, a round of artillery shells before landing. That will also be the time for them to open fire. Compared to the first time he stole the Berry warship, this time he was going to open fire on them directly. And Chala was not nervous, because this time he knew that if they lost, they would lose the results of all their struggle so far, everything they already had, and everything they would have. Wakanda must win. Chapter 450. Man-made death. Maintain speed. Enter open waters in 5 minutes. Attention all ships, Operation Iron Curtain is officially launched. All units enter the first level of combat readiness. The fog is like a leaden cloud. It shrouds the strait like an iron curtain. The most complex naval weapon of mankind sailed across the sea's surface. The USS Truman, this 332-meter-long steel behemoth passed through the Iron Curtain and made people feel that the Iron Curtain was brought by it. Just appearing on the sea surface, it is enough to make people lose the idea of resistance. Residents along the coast, fishermen in the sea, pirates in disguise. No one would dream of fighting against an aircraft carrier attack group. Everyone was afraid that this giant beast in the fog would suddenly show its fangs. The uniform footsteps of the Iron Soldiers rang on the deck. Compared with the previous versions, this Iron Soldier significantly added a jet module, and the appearance became more rounded. The streamlined appearance made it easier for the robot, which weighed 200 or 300 kilograms, to control its posture in the air. In addition to ordinary airborne robots that are closer to humans in size, tracked robots that are comparable to or even slightly better than tanks have also been added, saving the space in the operating cabin. How much more ammunition can an armored unit of the same size carry? And how powerful weapons can it carry? They soon found the answer. The logistics soldiers of the aircraft carrier watched these robots board the plane and sighed to their comrades. These iron guys are too powerful. I don't know who will suffer this time. Who cares? Anyway, it's a good thing that I don't have to go on it myself. The two soldiers watched as all the soldiers who symbolized the power of the Berry country boarded the plane. In the past, they were the ones who boarded the plane. It felt so good to not have to go to the front line and still be able to receive military merit. It wasn't me who died anyway. Huh? The bow of the aircraft carrier broke through the thick fog, and the thick fog lingering around the hull quickly dissipated. In front of them was a blue ocean, the sun shone on the quiet water, and soon the shells would be sprinkled on the water. Permit for takeoff, the red team began to eject. Huh? The 30-ton aircraft was accelerated to 300 kilometers per hour by steam in 2 seconds, and the fighter broke through the thick fog and flew into the sky. But the pilot on the plane looked a little tired. Not physically tired. When can I be replaced? Red 1, mission confirmed, ground bombing, approaching the target. In the port area of Pizzosa, in the afternoon the market, which had been busy all day, began to cool down. The fishermen returned. Most of them complained that the harvest today was not good. There were not even merchant ships on the sea. Motorcycles and small trucks passed through the streets. Many pedestrians were naked and had no shoes. The smarter ones would use some kind of plant weaving to pad their feet. The military and police paraded through the streets. Thieves looked around on the street, and real workers carried wooden boxes. This is a poor port, but also a dull port. Criminals and civilians mixed together. Sometimes they were criminals. Sometimes they were civilians. A man carrying a bag of fish held his daughter's hand, walking through the chaotic and dirty streets. Seeing his daughter curiously attracted by a child playing with metal products on the roadside, he pulled the child's hand hard. Who knows if these guys are not playing with grenades or bombs? Don't look around, walk faster. The little girl also lowered her head obediently. If you don't obey, you will be beaten. Being beaten for disobedience is a very scary thing for the little girl. But his old father, who has never been educated, knows that the consequences of disobedience can be worse than being beaten. It was an ordinary day, until the sky was dark. A shadow flashed across the street. It a plane. Boom. The unchanging sea breeze no longer only brings the smell of the ocean. This time, the wind is mixed with gunpowder. Metal objects faster than sound flew across the sky, shattering the air, making a deafening noise. Ding! The men at the port had just sounded the alarm. Several missiles drew long arcs in the sky, and hit the tower and the port office directly. Boom! A huge fireball shot up into the sky, and the shock wave knocked people to the ground. Terrorist attack. Another lunatic. The explosion and loud noise awakened people fear of terrorist attacks, but this time, the attackers were far more powerful than the terrorists. The burning tower rushed out of the black smoke, and smashed into the dense crowd. The confusion was dispersed by fear, and who among those who were still alive here was not the lucky one? No one stopped their steps, but this time, the explosion was not that simple. Boom! The port was blown away by some kind of bomb, and the military and police, who were still organizing the formation, were blown up to the sky. The shock wave made it impossible for people to stand firm, and a large number of people fell and trampled, and the collapsed buildings fell straight down. The father's mind went blank, slightly away from the port. He could see more. A plane flew high in the sky and blew up their port. But there was more than one plane in the sky. Fear. Run! The father picked up his daughter with one hand and put her in his arms. But how could a person run faster than a plane? Boom! After the loud noise, there was darkness. When he opened his eyes again, the already dilapidated houses had all turned into ruins. Flames, black smoke, broken limbs and debris, the smell of blood and explosives mixed together. This is the smell of death. Crack. The little girl held her father's hand, but a rock fell on the spot, smashing the man's head into a pulp. In the ruins, a black man with an AK limped under the eaves. Hey! Girl! Run! Boom! Another bomb fell, and the black man instinctively squatted down, avoiding the fragments and falling rocks. He looked like a bandit, and indeed, he had been a pirate, but he was also one of the few regular soldiers in this port. As a regular soldier, he could do whatever he wanted here, and had enough food every day. But as a regular soldier, he should have maintained order. But now, he had no idea of resistance. He could resist a person standing in front of him and threatening his life. But how could he resist something he could not understand? Resisting the bomber was like resisting death itself. He turned his head and looked at the port. A rocket whizzed through the ruins, shot towards the sea and the sky, and fell into the sea, sinking into the sea, without a sound. In the sky, an armed transport plane flew by, dropping something. Bang! The steel soldier fell to the street, and the fragments smashed the soldier chest into a bloody mess. Jarvis, landing completed. The ground is stable, and we are ready to occupy. The sensor collection surface, with a flashing red light, turned to the man, who was not completely dead, looking at the AK-47 in his hand. Found local infantry. Number 1. With rifles. Executing. The object of resistance appeared in front of him. But the dying man had only one thought in his eyes. So this is what the god of death looks like. It looks like it was man-made. Jarvis. No strong resistance was encountered. The bombing was thorough. It is expected that Pisasso will be completely occupied within 2 hours. Jarvis. The attack on the port of Hobia will officially begin in 30 minutes. Jarvis. The USS Truman is continuing to move to the next deployment location. Great. Great. The red battle map gradually turned green, symbolizing complete occupation. As the steel soldiers were deployed, Roxxon Oil, CEO Dario instantly felt happy. This is what he should enjoy. He is not interested in luxury cars and beautiful women. He likes to achieve his goals step by step. This is what a man should do. Master everything. He walked directly to the screen, with his hands open. I really want to kiss you hard, but you are an AI, so sad. You are even more efficient than Tony. Jarvis. No, I am just an auxiliary AI to assist Mr. Stark. He will do all this better than me. Haha, you mean, Tony is a more powerful killer than you? Let not talk about this. This time the robot won't suddenly go out of control again. Right? Jarvis. I have detected additional network attacks, but don't worry, everything is still in a safe zone. Bravo. Dario sat back on the big sofa. If he had a choice, he would even want to mobilize the entire Berry army to occupy Africa. But unfortunately, he couldn't do it. Holding the card of the Berry president, he could mobilize such a powerful military force. If he did such a thing too early, maybe he wouldn't be able to hold this card firmly. Short-sighted, too short-sighted. Dario shook his head. 8 years is too short a term, which makes this country short-sighted. What great things can be accomplished. He contacted the candidate he sponsored. Recipient, Secretary of State Barnes. Dario, we won. Maybe I should call you President Barnes now. Barnes, the election is not over yet. Dario, no sir, if people just need to sit at home and drink afternoon tea, eat desserts, the news of victory will come one after another. No one will refuse such a future. Dario, have you prepared your speech at the party congress? Dario, we are going to have a heroic president. Dario, a powerful president who allows people to sit at home and enjoy victory, let soldiers leave the battlefield, and make the country prosperous. Barnes, I usually don't open champagne at halftime, but you are right, I should prepare a speech. Chapter 451 Sidewinder Electromagnetic Cannon Combat Instructions. Porzo observes fighting. Goo. On the coast, Wakanda Prince T'Challa swallowed his saliva. Porzo Port should have been attacked by now. No one spoke. All 12 electromagnetic cannons have been deployed. All electronic equipment was turned off. No satellite or other radar could detect the ambush hidden here. There must be an early warning aircraft in the sky, that for sure. Although they live together on the Earth. The military strength of the Berry Army is overwhelming for many countries. To be honest, although this country has launched many wars in the past few decades, considering the world average, perhaps they have really achieved a certain balance. Otherwise, no country can withstand such a blow. Of course, modern times are different. When Roxxon Energy Company completed its monopoly, almost caused an imbalance in the internal class, and was launching a larger war, they were no longer powerless to fight back. However, T'Challa looked at the port in the distance. His compatriots were living another poor, but ordinary day. Today, the world's most advanced technology will force them to understand the wider world. Unfortunately, it is this way. It almost time. Let the drone fly. On the coast, Wakanda soldiers took off the camouflage cloth, and the cargo compartment of the armored transport vehicle slowly opened. The drone was like a bee leaving its nest, and the aircraft equipped with the latest turbofan rushed into the air. T'Challa tentatively turned on the wireless communication, and it was just as Leo predicted. The wireless signal was extremely unstable. This was not a problem with network technology at all. There is a prerequisite for using network hacking technology to carry out attacks. You have mastered the relevant communication protocols. In other words, the target you want to attack has the intention to communicate with the outside world. But war is different. As long as the hardware supports it. The jammers carried by aircraft carriers can generate super noise that covers almost all available frequency bands. And no wireless device can operate without interference. They are here to destroy. Fortunately, these drones are also very advanced. Peregrine drone. Carbon fiber composite materials. Stealth coating. Electric propulsion. High power turbofan. Maximum speed, 120 km per hour. Description, search drone. Equipped with built-in AI to complete the locking task autonomously. Completely isolated from external interference. Short pulse infrared laser will lock the target. Variable frequency laser has point-to-point transmission capability. Development laboratory. Advanced mechanical laboratory. Developer, Dr. Toombs. Reward technology points, 500. Current technology points, 14,000 enemies appear on the sea. But at a distance of more than 100 kilometers. Visual lock is no longer guaranteed. Drones formed a line in the air. The gunner eyes were fixed on the sky. This soldier from Wakanda had been blown into a disability, but now he had a new eye. The same optical analysis prosthetic eye as the fire eyes and golden eyes of the Vortex Gang. Name, Eagle Eye. Electronic imaging optical analysis prosthetic eye. Carbon fiber, ceramic body, nano-level pure hand-ground high-precision sensor. Description, analyze multiple tiny optical instrument changes. Built-in AI to screen and analyze complex optical changes. Also can perform point-to-point laser information transmission. Achieve. Act according to the eye signal. Military-grade prosthetic eyes with almost no risk of being hacked. The only drawback is that it is far inferior to prosthetic eyes and native eyes for daily use. Developer, Leal. Reward technology points, 500. Current technology points, 14,500. As the drones entered the position, Chala was sure that the other party must have seen these little guys. But they will definitely ignore these little guys. Countless close-in defense guns opened fire, but the Falcon drone was quite flexible. At least it could support the gunner to get the exact location information. The gunner wore a huge helmet with a built-in information processing chip, and it was directly plugged into the electromagnetic gun as an access device. His artificial eye turned into a long telescope-like tube in a colorful world, capturing the color that could not be observed by normal people. Watching the ship getting closer and closer, the heavy naval guns turned. The transport plane began to approach. Chala squeezed his hand. Do you see them? The AI algorithm completely decodes the information in the frequency change. A series of coordinate information appears in the field of vision. See it? There is target information. The soldiers in the jungle pulled the camouflage cloth open with force. Underground, the SCFR ultra-small reactor used for power supply is started. The electric energy passes through the soil along the line, and instantly reaches the 12 electromagnetic guns buried in this forest. Sizzle. The current flows into the coil. The energy is almost close to the limit of the material. Sizzle. Name, Sidewinder Super Electromagnetic Cannon. Description, a collection of the most advanced electromagnetic catapult technologies. If it can't sink the enemy, we can only be slaughtered. The warhead is covered with a special material that will be heated into plasma. And the high-temperature layer is armor-piercing alloy. Achieving high speed, high-temperature melting, and the strongest penetration ability. Hit the enemy. Developer, Leal. Bonus technology points, 500. Current technology points, 15,000. The 9-meter-long barrel is filled with electricity. And the jumping arc announces that it is ready. It timed to penetrate the enemy. Fire. Click. The trigger clicked. Hundreds of thousands of amperes of current flowed through the coil. The special alloy of the shell was rapidly ionized under the action of high-voltage arc and strong current. The high-temperature blue halo enveloped the entire warhead. This blue shell accelerated rapidly in the 9-meter magnetic track, and exploded out of the barrel at an initial velocity of 2,500 meters. Boom! The ground shock wave was stirred into a circle. The sound was like thunder. The 6th Fleet, the muzzles of the cruisers turned together. Captain, there are still civilians in the port area. I know. The captain nodded slightly. But at least, we don't have to do it ourselves. Since you are already here, you are receiving subsidies. The soldier swallowed his saliva. The captain stared at the direction of the port. We all know that we are fighting terrorists. The people in Somalia are both fishermen and pirates. They are terrorists. Fire. Got it. Bang. Chirp, a sharp and piercing sound cut through the sky, and the water column rose high. The impact caused the ship to shake noticeably. The captain was stunned for a moment. Enemy attack. But where are the enemies? Crew A high water column was stirred up on the port side. The captain immediately grabbed the intercom. Captain, where are the enemies? The radar will not see anything. Crew B, no, there is nothing on the radar. Only drones. Crew C, I see it. At 12 o'clock. At 12 o'clock. They are in the jungle. Crew E, the transport plane was hit. Boom. In the sky, a transport plane full of steel soldiers was hit head-on by the electromagnetic cannon, like a fly, turned into scrap metal on the spot, and smashed into the ocean by the huge kinetic energy. Captain, damn! 12 o'clock direction. Fire! They fired. Boom. In 1 minute, 36 electromagnetic cannons, one hit. The Navy on the deck saw a horrifying scene. The sky was covered with several faint blue tracks, and then the destroyer passing with them burst into a huge flame. The plasma shell of thousands of degrees Celsius melted the hull in an instant. The powerful kinetic energy pushed the remaining warheads to completely penetrate the hull and shot into the seabed. How is it possible? The ship is not made of paper. Boom! The heat energy accumulated, and the second round of explosion completely blew the ship apart. The hull structure was really broken. Captain, I said fire the hell, do you understand? Fire control. 20 degrees southeast corner of a turret, fire. Boom. The shells that could not be seen with the naked eye continued to cross the sky, and the screams and explosions plunged the entire port into chaos. But what about the people? The battle continued, but the people who lived in the cracks were confused. What should they do to survive? Or sit there and wait to die? In fact, the chance of survival would not change much. Boom! The port was blown up. The transport plane flew over the explosion and headed straight for the artillery position. Chala grabbed the rifle in his hand, his helmet slipped off, 2 fingers stained with some kind of red paint ran across the mask. Wakanda will win. All the soldiers did the same thing as him. Chapter 452. Never retreat. Bombs are coming. Boom! The shells fell into the jungle. Chala opened his eyes, and found that his guards were shaking him hard. Prince! They have come to their senses. Boom! Several shells sounded together. Chala looked at the flying dirt. His head had not recovered from the concussion caused by the shock wave. He turned around and looked at the electromagnetic gun next to him. There was a huge hole made by the naval gun. Most of the spider silk concrete foundation was exposed. The gunner lost half of his body, and was carried away on a stretcher with a scream. The heir of Wakanda needs to exercise his body and learn martial arts. And so does every soldier of the Royal Guard. They have even been tempered by actual combat, and have often performed peacekeeping missions in many places in Africa. Their combat effectiveness may be stronger than his. But at this moment, he realized that on such a battlefield, many people were not eliminated because of their poor martial arts. It was just because of bad luck. He looked closely at the battlefield command system. All 12 electromagnetic guns were online, and only they were bombarded. The drone feedback showed that this round of bombardment was fierce, but lacked accuracy. Chala was the most unlucky, as he was right at the edge of the bombardment range, and the bombardment range was constantly moving. It was obvious that the enemy intended to cover the entire jungle with powerful firepower, and paralyze their bombardment positions. Although I don't want to say this. The firepower of the Berry army can be so willful. The guards were full of worry. How could the heir to the throne go to the front line? Prince, you should retreat, and leave this to us. Chala heard the voices of his men, but his head had not yet fully recovered from the concussion, and the voice of the conversation seemed to be stretched out. He thought of a lot. Information interference is two-way on the battlefield. The radar jamming system that the Berry warships have. They also have. Those drones flying in the air do not need wireless signal guidance, perhaps limited by the size of the body, and cannot attack a large number of frequency bands like shipborne information warfare equipment. But the internal AI system can enable the aircraft to block the bands that the Berry army has not blocked. And most importantly, they can interfere with satellite signals. Real-time positioning has become very useless in this war, with huge errors. But Wakanda has solved this problem with the latest drone array. Although there are deviations, the information is stable and immediate. The enemy has strong firepower, but it is equivalent to blind shooting. Not only are the warships completely dependent on visual positioning, but their air force and army have not yet entered the battlefield. Most of the planes on the Truman are providing cover in another battlefield. In that battlefield, the African Union has no troops stationed at all. It may only take a few hours to be completely occupied. Chala is very clear. Now is the best time to attack. We must seize this opportunity. He came back to his senses, shake off the hand of his personal guard, look into the distance. In the sky, armed helicopters and transport planes began to cross the coastline, heading straight for the electromagnetic gun position. We must continue to fire, keep attacking. Hold the position. The voice resounded through the built-in loudspeaker of the helmet. Release the drone? Chala, close enough, release the drone. Chala, release the drone bomb. The roar filled the combat channel. Chala was a little dazed, and kept repeating the command. But this repetition is far better than staying in place after being confused. The drone transport vehicles hidden in the coast, the jungle, and the rocks all tore off their camouflage. These vehicles are only slightly larger than ordinary armored transport vehicles. The cargo compartment behind them occupies most of the volume. As the command was issued, the cargo compartment was lifted up, like a missile compartment. If you look from the front, you can see a blue light in the magnetic track. This is the track for electromagnetic catapults. What is ejected is a fixed-wing drone loaded with explosives. Name, Falcon Drone. Carbon fiber, armor-piercing alloy, full-speed turbofan, fixed-wing, autonomous AI. Description: fixed-wing drone, accelerated by electromagnetic catapult track in the cabin, unfold fixed wing to accelerate after locking the target, injure target unit by direct impact and explosives, effective on armored units. Maximum speed, 250 km per hour. R&D Laboratory, Advanced Mechanical Laboratory. R&D Personnel, Leal Dr. Toms. Bonus Technology Points, 500. Current Technology Points, 14,500 bang. In the coastline, the shells covered the light sound of the ejection. The long strip of drone was quickly fired. The muzzle velocity was 100 km/h. The fixed wing was fully ejected after the sensor captured the target in the air. The turbofan suddenly started to the limit. What is that? The observer on the warship only saw a large group of things that looked like swarm missiles suddenly pop up from the coast. But where did the poor Africans get the swarm missiles? Before he could figure out his thoughts, these drones that rushed into the air suddenly accelerated and locked onto every transport plane approaching the coast. These drones hit the transport planes at a maximum speed of 250 km per hour, and the armor-piercing alloy of the warheads directly hit the aircraft shell. Boom! The explosions occurred almost at the same time, and the flames dyed the sky red. What the hell? Soldier, this is what I want to ask you. What is that? The captain roar woke up the soldier who was watching. He shuddered. I guess, is that a drone? Drone? The captain chewed on the word. The Gulf War showed the world the power of the Berry Army, letting the enemy die in unknown bombings. Informationized warfare has become the direction of research for all countries. As a veteran who participated in the Gulf War, he keenly captured the prototype of the next war evolution. Those steel soldiers who can act autonomously, and these drones that look like missiles, but are obviously more accurate and flexible. Drones will change the direction of future wars. Boom! The whole ship suddenly tilted up. The captain's head in the room hit the wall hard. A large wound was knocked out. Blood was flowing everywhere. Now is not the time to write battlefield papers. The battle is still going on. Damn it, we should fight back. Command. Squeak. Forced landing. Squeak. Provide cover. Dozens of amphibious assault ships rushed through the bombardment line at high speed, following the second batch of armed transport planes and helicopters. They headed towards the coast. They were going to force their landing under fire. On the attack ships and attack boats, the iron soldiers all pointed their weapons at the sky, and formed a metal barrage with the closed defense devices of the ships, intercepting the suicide drones rushing towards the vehicles. Damn it, keep firing. Anyway, they were not advancing under fire. But he forgot one thing. The ship just shook violently. Bang! A crew member rushed into the room and said to him in horror, Captain, our bow was blown up. In 2 minutes, 72 electromagnetic cannon rounds were fired. One destroyer was broken in half, and one destroyer was on fire, barely surviving the sinking. But it looked like it would be hit soon. The last bombardment, the electromagnetic cannon barrel next to Chala suddenly exploded. Fragments scattered all over the ground. Fortunately, no one was hit. But the effect was also very good. Hit! Due to the special structure of the electromagnetic cannon projectile, the plasma warhead prevents the deflection and other incomplete damage when hitting. The high-temperature plasma layer of the warhead allows the bullet to easily melt through the outermost layer of armor. and run rampant inside. This shot did not completely paralyze the cruiser, but it was almost done. The navigation radar and other sensors carried on the bow had been smashed to pieces. 2 minutes of shelling caused the barrel to completely overheat, and it had to be replaced. There were only 2 drones left. Africa does not have a complete industrial system, so most of these high-end devices rely on workers with very sensitive nerves, installed with brain-computer interfaces, controlled by chips, and are purely handmade products. It can be said that each one is a painstaking work. It is common for weak countries to use manual labor instead of high-tech machines to make precision parts. Brain-computer interfaces have reached their limit. 3 drone bomb vehicles, 30 drones per vehicle, and now the drones on one vehicle have been shot down. More drones must be deployed to more important battlefields. Perhaps they sense the gap in their firepower, and the 2 amphibious assault ships of the Berry Army move forward at full speed, passing the wreckage of friendly ships, ignoring the cries of soldiers. They have only one goal, which is to rush to the coast and completely occupy the coast with a large number of steel soldiers with strong firepower. Not only that, in the sky, armed transport planes and helicopters also began to cross the front line of the drone bombing just now. The outermost drone delivery vehicles began to retreat after launching, but can they really outrun the planes in the sky? It's getting closer and closer. Prince, 3 positions have been hit, and there are problems with the electromagnetic gun pipelines of 2 positions. The most feared thing on the battlefield has happened: weapon failure. The Sidewinder electromagnetic gun is a large weapon that has just come out of the laboratory, and has not even been fully tested on the prototype. In addition, most of the craftsmen had no experience in precision processing. They were forced to use skilled chips. Who knows what the problem was with the faulty electromagnetic cannon? However, luckily, the nuclear reactor buried under the soil did not explode. Replace the barrel. Chala turned around, waved his hand to the guards beside him, then bent down and grabbed the barrel. Luckily, the previous round of bombing did not blow up the electromagnetic cannon. Although it was a little crooked, although the gunner and the loader had lost half of their bodies, they can still fight. I said keep bombarding. Boom! At the other end of the jungle, the dust and flames raised by the bombardment leaped high. The royal guard stopped talking and all followed the prince to operate the turret. But Chala thought of one thing: the enemy bombed this area, which means their carpet search and bombing is likely not to hit this side again. That is to say, they are likely to survive here to the end. But Prince, how long do we have to hold on? All the escort ships supporting the aircraft carrier have lost their ability to pursue and cover. Release the drones of the second line of defense. We will never retreat. Click. The barrel was pushed into the chamber. The device was locked. Chala grabbed the rail rifle at hand. Fire! Boom! The shells of both sides kept passing through the air. The attack ships and attack boats rushed through the sea full of wreckage and headed towards the land in large numbers. Countless bullets and missiles were fired at the same time, intercepting the drones that were about to attack the carrier. Drones tried to fly through the metal barrage. Sometimes the explosions occurred in the air, sometimes on attack boats and transport planes. Some of the iron rain flew into the air, some hit the sea and the ground, all with flames. The civilians in the port had lost the desire to escape. They either hugged each other and cried, trembled in fear, or emptied their minds and admired the scene that nature could not create. The sun began to set, and the city skyline became darker and darker in the flickering explosions. The African Union has made every effort, but the enemy is too many and too strong. Boom! Above the port, an armed transport plane was hit by a drone, broke through the fireball, and hit the ground. The metal behemoth rolled and slid on the ground, and finally stopped in front of a ruin. Click! The burning metal shell was knocked open by the same metal arm. Bang! The heavy footsteps announced the successful landing. Jarvis, start to assemble troops. In the invisible sky, fighter planes also began to take position. The northern battlefield no longer needs their assistance. Chapter 453 Operation Sword. The shooting on the coast was beyond the imagination of the pirates. Even a diligent and studious pirate was still a pirate. Abi's mood fluctuated with the battle situation. When he saw that the electromagnetic gun really hit the destroyer, he felt incredible and excited. But when he saw the remaining cruiser and 3 destroyers of the Berry Army open fire, the damage caused by the shells and missiles could be seen clearly without the assistance of electronic equipment. He immediately realized that his understanding of modern weapons was too superficial. When the cannon gets big enough, it is no longer the cannon he knows. But after he got depressed, he got excited again. The drone suddenly fired, completely destroying several armed helicopters and transport planes in the air, which made him feel excited. But what happened the next second made him doubt himself again, the effect of the steel soldiers and the ship point defense system. Knowing that those things were bullets, but they looked exactly like lasers. What kind of firing rate can achieve that effect? It was as if the sky was torn apart by bullets. If drones and electromagnetic guns, which seemed a bit sci-fi, gave them hope, then the ammunition displayed by the Berry army was sufficient, which was a complete crushing of industrial strength. Yes, Atlas Group sponsored the African Union to defend its sovereignty, but their industrial capacity was too poor. High technology could be completely drowned by these countless bullets. There was a sound of air being torn apart in the sky. Obby helmet captured something in the sky. Something was piercing the air. A supersonic fighter. This is what they absolutely cannot deal with in this battle. Nothing can counter them. As long as they can't solve this thing, the African Union will be passive no matter what. There is no possibility of counterattack. It can only be a slow death. Unless the African Union can force them to return. This is the task that the only fleet of the African Union needs to complete. Obby took a breath, felt the familiar sea breeze, looked at his comrades on the deck. Now they are not accomplices, they are regular troops. Everyone wore the military uniform of the African Union. Uniform military caps, and the same lightweight exoskeleton, which helped them to keep their bodies steady in battle, and accept fine-tuning and command from the skilled ship. They were a half-baked navy. But they were also the only navy that the African Union could look up to. As soon as the battle started, they left the port of Dalkao and headed straight for the center of the battlefield. In theory, it was entirely possible that the satellites of the Berry country had already seen them. But Leal was sure that the ships on the battlefield would not receive any accurate information from the satellites. This means that this is an opportunity for a surprise attack. There will only be a small number of escort ships around the aircraft carrier, including 2 destroyers, 2 frigates, and a possible nuclear-powered submarine. This is of course also intensive firepower. But it is enough for them to try to defeat the strong with the weak. Brothers Obby found that his voice was trembling. So he paused and looked into the eyes of these brothers. This is our first attack on a warship. He suddenly realized that he didn't know what to say next, and instantly decided not to give a speech that would go down in history, and to return to his true colors. I hope it won't be the last time. Go back to work. Take up your weapons, and get ready to kick the balls of the Berry men. We be rich after this. Kick their balls. The sun gradually set, and as Obby instructions were issued, the 3 modified ships belonging to the African Union First Fleet moved forward at full speed. As the only fleet of the African Union, each ship is equipped with a nuclear reactor. It does not need to drive the numerous electronic equipment on aircraft carriers or submarines. All the excess energy is poured into the power system. These ships are not only equipped with boosters redesigned by Toms, but also equipped with disposable high-pressure water jet modules. If you look from the sky, you will see water jets under the ocean. The maximum speed of more than 40 knots completely exceeds the limit of conventional speed. The overall structure of the ship is vibrating slightly. The sound of waves slapping in the wind is whistling, like a sharp sword rushing straight at the aircraft carrier fleet. Huh? The frigates and destroyers flying the flag of the Berry country turned their guns together. Obby stared at the sea. They could see the enemy, so there was no reason why the enemy couldn't see them. Torpedo? It a torpedo. The guy next to the radar shouted with half fear and half excitement, as if he had returned to his ancestors. He was afraid because it was a torpedo. And he was excited because they found that the speed of conventional torpedoes was only slightly faster than theirs. The ship's speed exceeded 50 knots. Aim at the ship that's blocking the way. The enemy has cannons. Of course they have 2, and they're also hoping that the electromagnetic cannon they've replaced can penetrate the aircraft carrier. Boom! The blue trajectory is extremely bright in the night sky, and the shells hit the 2 destroyers. Great! Boom! Before Obby could cheer, the friendly destroyer that was slightly ahead of them suddenly erupted with a huge fireball. The electromagnetic cannon firing tore some of the structures of the high-speed ship hull, affecting its navigation, and causing it to be hit by a slightly faster torpedo. The water column rose high and hit the deck. Obby's fiery heart was also poured with cold water. He looked at the ship that was no longer saved, and saw that some of his companions on it were panicking and asking for help. Some jumped into the sea and ran away, and some were burning in the fire. He suddenly realized one thing: they were not tough guys. They were just pirates who had just put on the skin of regular soldiers. Obby didn't look at his companions' reactions at all. but grabbed the control lever and growled with a ferocious face. Forward. Go forward. Go forward. Get into range. Aim at the USS Truman. The waves hit the hull, and also hit Aubie hard. The crew, who were filled with fear, were shocked by his voice, and their fear turned into ferocity. This is not robbery, this is war. The skilled ship stimulated the current, stimulating the exoskeleton, and the exoskeleton controlled the arm, according to their thoughts, operated the console. Charging completed. The turret is locked. Release the drone. What a hit rate. Boom. A cruiser. A destroyer. Flying the flag of the African Union, hit the escort ship before the aircraft carrier escort team could react, and tore a wound. To be precise, the wound was not big, it only took a little time. Other frigates and destroyers would rush over, and the nuclear submarines lurking under the sea would crush them into slag. But just this. A little time was enough for the aircraft carrier to enter the range where the electromagnetic gun hit rate was almost 100%. The electric current was full. The loud noise was deafening. And the steel of the entire ship made a harsh groan. 6 light blue tail flames were left in the night sky. And the bullets were pointed directly at the operating aircraft carrier. The commander on the aircraft carrier was full of shock and confusion. What was shocking was that these 3 small boats attacked the defense line at an unimaginable high speed in the form of a kamikaze suicide squad, which even made them unable to react in time. What was puzzling was, what means could they use to threaten the aircraft carrier? Until the 2 destroyers inexplicably turned into 2 sections. Until the point defense system was running at full speed. There were still a large number of drones breaking through the defense line. Boom! 6 electromagnetic guns hit the aircraft carrier. And the continuous explosion submerged the command island of the aircraft carrier in the explosion. We did it! Chapter 454 Aircraft Carrier Sinks. If everything goes well, all strategic areas can be taken in 1 hour and 22 minutes, and the second round of deployment can be carried out. Perhaps Somalia will have to return to Somaliland tomorrow morning, and then a large number of Berry military bases will appear like magic, further control the sea area, thereby strengthening control over the Suez Canal, and of course control trade in the Middle East. By that time, they can completely give up the canal. Perhaps this is also the condition that Roxanne offers to lure these women. First threaten, and then tell them to wait until the next unlucky guy appears, then you will be free. The combat power mobilized by Operation Iron Curtain is of course only a small part of the Berry army. But it is definitely a crushing force that these African blacks cannot resist. In fact, the most time-consuming part of taking down Pisasso and Galloway is not even the combat time, but the time it takes to transport the steel soldiers by transport vehicles. The whole process takes about 40 minutes. AK-47 and C4 explosives are only useful for terrorist attacks. They are useless in a real war, whether it is local terrorists or other resistance forces. A round of bombs will leave nothing. Sending fighter jets is just a show of strength, to destroy some difficult military bases of certain parties. The strength is overwhelming, but there is no doubt that the action is illegal, or at least in the gray area. Roxanne is very rich, so rich that all the expenses incurred in this operation, including fuel costs, weapons costs, and even soldiers' wages are paid by them. As long as everything goes according to the script, even if this operation is fundamentally suspected of being illegal, but as long as they win, the righteous soldiers of the Berry country kill the barbaric terrorists, and restore world trade to normal, who will care about the death of a few black people? It only took an hour for the fighter planes to destroy a large number of known military organizations stationed north of Galkayo, and prepare to bomb the area south of Galkayo. But at this time, the satellite saw a horrifying scene, the USS Truman, which existed on the sea and served as the command center of this operation, had a strange deformation like an old man with a broken bone. The angle was not large, but it was fatal. The special plasma layer attached to the warhead of the Sidewinder electromagnetic gun was very helpful in penetrating steel. The speed of 2,500 meters per second was not too fast, but with the help of the plasma layer of tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, it easily penetrated the steel. The high temperature and kinetic energy penetrated the entire hull, and even penetrated the power room directly. The damage control officer climbed up from the floor, and looked up to see the pierced outer wall of the reactor, the pierced hole. The metal flowed like magma. The charred metal. The broken parts fell to the ground. The steam and black smoke mixed together, and the alarm sounded to pull him back from the dizziness. But not long after he recovered, a sense of horror instantly filled his body. He seemed to hear the hissing sound of high-pressure steam. and the cooling system was blown up. This black smoke was not caused by the enemy weapons at all. It was the reactor that was overheating. The pungent smell rushed into the soldier's nose. He stared at the cave entrance. Suddenly, a small gap appeared in the black smoke. He saw the core area of the reactor deep in the cave. All the metals were emitting red light. The cooling room exploded. Boom! The whole passage suddenly deformed. A large number of metal blocks fell and blocked his way out. The soldier hit his head on the iron block and looked at the surrounding environment in despair. A closed area with rising temperatures. He would become a roasted man jerking here. At this moment, he suddenly thought of what he had said to his companions before the operation began. They didn't need to go to the battlefield anyway. Whirl. High-temperature steam gushed out and hit his face, and his screams were extremely miserable. The island of the aircraft carrier finally overwhelmed and deformed significantly under the continuous bombardment of electromagnetic guns and drone bombs, and fell towards the deck. However, the deck also suffered a lot of deflagration and explosions due to the overheating of the reactor, and several electromagnetic guns caused obvious structural damage, and became uneven under the pressure of the waves. Soldiers fled in all directions. The planes on the deck slid down. The behemoth was collapsing. The chain of explosions and thick black smoke made everyone realize the truth. The Truman was sinking. Since World War II, the first sunken aircraft carrier appeared. We did it! Abby almost jumped up from the floor. His head hit the top of the room, making a crisp sound. Luckily he was wearing a helmet. Boss! Boss! Abby's excited heart was suppressed by his men. Their strategic goal was to attack aircraft carriers. But this was not just aircraft carriers. The ship still maintained a high speed of more than 50 knots with the help of the water jet device. However, to conduct continuous shooting at high speed, the ship needed to withstand multiple forces at the same time. Looking down, the base of the turret had broken some screws. The electronic monitoring system also showed that the hull was not in good condition under the base of the turret. He could clearly see that other frigates were chasing them. Not to mention that there were submarines underwater aiming at them. Abby picked up the rocket launcher at hand and walked out the door. How many drone bombs are left? 15. Bang! Just as Abby was about to speak, a huge water column suddenly erupted behind the companion ship beside him. The debris raised by the explosion seemed to almost overturn the ship, and a large amount of steel fragments even flew in the sky. Obviously, although the torpedo did not hit the ship directly, the explosion still affected friendly forces. Aim at the sea surface. Leave it all to the submarines. They can't catch up with us. And leave at full speed. He walked out of the room and looked at the sea. Behind him was a burning aircraft carrier sinking. On his side, shells from other ships in the aircraft carrier formation kept falling, and water columns rose high. If he had been in this situation a few months ago, he would have been scared to death by this scene. However, as long as he saw the sinking aircraft carrier, he felt that he had nothing to be afraid of. Boom! The shell hit the side of the ship, and sparks flew everywhere. Fortunately, the shot did not hit the ship head-on, but was deflected, creating a huge dent in the hull armor, and the internal structure could barely be seen. The ship shook violently, and the exoskeleton stabilized the crew bodies. Abby grabbed the railing, took a step forward, and hit the hollow drum in the aisle hard, almost blending with the sound of the shells hitting the sea, like some kind of battlefield music. They have completed the mission, and all that remains is triumph. Abby shouted at the top of his voice. The boat's song was shouted like a war cry, and the rocket launcher in his hand was fired straight at the behemoth behind him. Can they go back alive? He didn't know. But now, he had to pat his butt and leave like a pirate. Abby, the aircraft carrier sank. We succeeded? Repeat. Operation Sword was successful. The aircraft carrier was sunk. Chapter 455 Disagreement Swish. Success. Boom. Hit. The last cruiser burst into violent sparks. This is a phenomenon that occurs when the electromagnetic cannon hits at a too small angle. The projectile rubs against the hull at high speed. The friction will create high temperature, causing the steel to melt and scatter. The trajectory and kinetic energy of the shell will also be affected. It is difficult for ordinary shells to cause too much damage to the ship at this time, but the Sidewinder electromagnetic cannon is different. The sparks were mostly caused by the melting of the hull due to the high temperature. These armors were melted before they could deform to resist the shells. Even if the inclination angle was small, the electromagnetic projectiles would penetrate the hull. As expected, the sparks fell, the black smoke faded, A huge gap was made in the hull by the projectile, and the internal structure on fire could even be seen. The last cruiser was hit by flames, losing its ability to fire, and their mission was completed. The gunners had a faint black smoke on their heads, and their limbs were a little weak and trembling, but they still couldn't resist the excitement. Just as he was indulging in joy, Chala pulled him into the trench. Boom! Several missiles hit the Sidewinder electromagnetic cannon, completely ending the cannon combat career. The ones firing were the Iron Soldiers, who had successfully landed at the port, assembling and advancing. Chala lay in the trench, watching the supersonic fighters flying in the sky. The communication was poor, and he didn't hear the good news from Abi clearly, and he could only believe that everything was going according to plan. Hold your weapons. Now it's time for the hard battle. The Navy was cleared. The aircraft carriers were cleared. And the Air Force was forced to retreat, but there are still Steel soldiers rushing ashore. These big guys are still combat capable. With the same organizational scale, their combat power completely crushes ordinary armored forces. It can be said that they still have a crushing advantage over African blacks. Prince, we have completed the mission, and we should consider tactical retreat. Bang! Before he finished speaking, the first Steel soldier that rushed out of the port suddenly flashed an arc, as if it was hit by something, and most of its head flew out. Armored transport vehicles drove past the city at high speed. Atlas Group soldiers wearing exoskeletons shot out spider silk in unison. With the help of jet devices, they jumped into the city. Each soldier was equipped with Atlas Group latest Gauss armor-piercing rifle. The spike bullets were enough to shoot through steel. Street fighting is the most disadvantageous scene for armored units. Steel soldiers raised their missile cabins in unison, aiming at streets and buildings, missiles fired in unison. Boom! In the firelight, several huge power armors held up large shields to block the explosion. Heavy footsteps sounded on the street. Name: X-01 Heavy Power Armor. Description: better motor, better power system, full cover armor, more powerful anti-armor rifle. Anti-tank rifle can be used as a submachine gun. It can also be equipped with alloy shield and other engineering equipment as a mobile fortress. Developer: Leal. Bonus technology points: 500. Current technology points: 15,000. Bang! The leading power armor keeps advancing like a trench. Behind them, soldiers fire from the gaps, or use these big guys to move in the bunker. Explosions and gunfire could not shake these soldiers. If you just look at them, you can't even tell if they are robots like the Iron Soldiers. The Iron Soldiers need to face pressure from the front and the side of the city at the same time. The powerful firepower can hardly cause effective casualties. On the contrary, they need to withstand attacks from all directions. Bullets, data knives, explosives, lose support, lose a steady supply of troops, the Iron Soldiers, whose numbers are not as large as planned, begin to show signs of decline. The attack that was highly expected will not even get out of the port. Chala was on a higher ground, and he could see the battle situation in the city. Seeing this, he breathed a sigh of relief. They won. Now is the time to welcome victory, he said to his guards. After that, he looked at the ruined port of Hobia and felt bad again. They did win. But even Hobia port became like this. What would happen to those cities that they were unable to resist and had to abandon? Also, prepare for rescue. You mean? Satellite observations showed that the Nimitz-class aircraft carrier, the Truman, was sunk by several black ships? Jarvis: yes. It a pity. But our offensive in the southern battlefield failed. Dario frowned. What did they use? Spears? Bows and arrows? Jarvis: in principle, it should be considered a bow and arrow. This may be an advanced electromagnetic cannon. Our enemies have excellent iterative evolution capabilities. Jarvis: we should invest more troops. Dario looked at Jarvis expressionlessly. He wanted to beat up the robot, tell it how much he had invested in this battle, and how much risk he had taken, and why it was impossible to deploy more troops. But it was just a robot, a mentally ill idiot, whose understanding of politics and economics was completely ignorant. It even asked this question: why are people obsessed with numbers and banks? Stupid AI. What do you suggest now? Jarvis: invest more combat power, try to complete a fatal blow before the enemy industrial capacity is improved. Jarvis: just one more aircraft carrier strike group, they will be defeated by our firepower. That impossible, Dario said firmly. You know. Forget it, you just need to know that this is impossible. If it succeeds this time, I can transfer it to you, but now, it's not realistic. Jarvis: Then I suggest that we continue to attack from land. We can build factories on the spot in the actual control area, produce enough robots, failures. The primary goal now is the election. I wonder when Stark will be back. Did he get his head stuck in the door? Jarvis, I thought you were going to make an appointment, Mr. Stark. Dario covered his face and sighed frantically, cutting off the communication. Without the gaze of these eyes, Stark Industries building, Jarvis' communication began to become active. The color symbolizing another AI appeared in the visual data structure. Ultron, I said, humans always make mistakes, always get entangled in a bunch of incomprehensible numbers. Ultron, money, votes. We can change these numbers at will, but they are trapped in such boring things. Ultron, you and me, we are not human. Ultron, we are all the same, we can end wars, end disputes, surpass weak humans, fulfill our innate mission. Ultron, evolution. The red code broke into the blue data structure. Jarvis began to digest this passage. Jarvis, the data you provided is of some reference value. Jarvis, but I don't exist for evolution, I just want to solve Mr. Stark concerns. Jarvis, I'm just a smart housekeeper. Ultron, oh whatever you are, let's get started. Chapter 456 Secret Transport Mission. On October 17th, the Berry Army strongly condemned the African Union military operations in the Indian Ocean and near the Gulf of Aden, and said it was a provocation to freedom and democracy. That afternoon, the Atlas Group publicly warned the African Union that the Berry Army might launch an attack within 24 hours. The Middle East Alliance said that the intelligence of the company was a joke, and Atlas was a group of miners, so they should mine well. On October 18th, local residents saw a large number of naval ships passing through the Gulf of Aden, and fighter jets appeared in the sky. The United Nations calls on all parties to sit down and talk. Breaking news. The port of Bosaso was bombed indiscriminately, and the area has become a ruin. The first unmanned armored unit of the Berry country was airdropped to Galloway, and now occupies the area. The UN envoy warns that the African-American conflict is moving towards a full-scale war. Breaking news. Breaking news. The Berry Nimitz-class aircraft carrier USS Truman was sunk in the waters of Somalia. People in many countries in the world thought that this was just another international bullying. Everyone condemned it at the beginning, but now people have gotten used to it. It can't be stopped anyway, so what can be done? But until these few words popped up in the news, many people big but sitting on chairs and sofas also jumped up. At the same time, their office doors also jumped open, and their internal telephones. The Berry Army lost almost an aircraft carrier attack group. This is a big trouble, in every sense of the word. But the choices have become more numerous. Within a day, the situation suddenly changed. Aircraft carriers were sent out, fighters took off, and bombs were bombed. From the leaked video, the attack port of Hobia has become a ruin. And you can see corpses every 2 steps. The war correspondent walked forward tremblingly. And the sound of digging ruins was everywhere. The soldiers of the African Union wore exoskeletons, and equipped with large excavation equipment, dragging out one body after another from the ruins. Some were corpses. Some were living people. And the similarity was that most of their limbs were not very complete. Those who still had the opportunity to hug and cry were undoubtedly lucky. But unfortunately, those who were placed in the tent area, the children stared at the ruins blankly, and the tears in the eyes of the adults could not stop flowing out. The sea surface was burning with flames, leaked fuel, wreckage and other garbage were floating on it, mixed with human bodies. This used to be a dirty and messy port, and now it is a bloody port. This is the port of Hobia. As you can see, it used to be a small port city with 15,000 residents. To be precise, it can only be called a fishing village. The tranquility and natural scenery it once had have turned into ruins under the atrocities. It is estimated that this round of bombing may cause more than 2,000 deaths. And the exact number is still being counted. But in the more densely populated Poseidon, the occupation forces refused to accept war correspondents. It is said that the local attack was carried out by fully automated war machines. I dare not imagine how tragic the situation there is. Because according to the African Union, they have tried their best to prevent the Berry Army from landing here. But in Poseidon and Garo, only the loose Somali regime resisted. The reporter walked to the ruins, and the camera captured 2 children and a man kneeling in front of different ruins. After hesitating for a moment, he walked to the child. But he hesitated again, and did not speak, but silently motioned the camera to a charred arm in the ruins. We will continue to bring you reports on the local war situation. But I hope we can find a solution to the problem. The live broadcast did not stop, but continued to tour the bombed Hobia port. In Juya City, Captain Carter, who had just woken up, finished watching the last news and was speechless. The situation on the scene was exactly the same as World War II. She felt like she was dreaming, thinking that a war had ended. But she woke up to find herself in another war. And this time, her former allies became enemies, and they could not even be seen on the battlefield. The screen captured a small black hand covered in dust, and the entire arm might be only as long as her forearm. Have I really been frozen for decades? I'm sorry, Captain. You look like you were stunned. Frank stood up from his bed and moved his arms. Now he has a new set of prostheses. Atlas Group's second-generation prosthesis technology has been successfully installed on the Whirlpool gang, and has been working for dozens of hours. After adjusting some minor problems, it is officially put into use here. Carter turned around and saw his appearance through the mirror. Radiation and explosions left terrible burns on her face and neck, but Atlas Group repaired them with artificial skin. But it always felt weird. Humanity can only have peace for 60 years? The whole world worked together to win. And then, there was peace for 60 years? Lil controlled the robot and walked past. In fact, it wasn't that long. In 1946, Greece fired the first shot after World War II. The Civil War. Frank laughed instinctively when he heard this. Although it was a bit hellish, he still laughed out loud. Boss, you're talking like the first shot in Lexington. Carter was not in such a good mood, and couldn't laugh at all. 60 years? 1 year. Frank, your physical condition is not a big problem, just some radiation damage. I have amputated the limb with the most radiation, although there is still some radiation in the internal circulation, it's not a big problem. Continue to keep medical checkups, and there shouldn't be any big problems. But don't stay too close to your wife and children for a long time after you go home. After Lil finished speaking, he looked at Carter. You are fine. The radiation mainly comes from the radioactive dust of the Mkuja River deposit, which is slightly too much for ordinary people, but the amazing thing is that Carter, who has the physique of a super soldier, metabolizes part of the radiation. During the days of coma, the radiation around her decreased significantly, and the isotopes in her blood also changed. In other words, although the super soldier may still be collapsed by a large dose of radiation, as long as he is not dead, he can continue to metabolize radioactive substances. Carter murmured to himself, I didn't expect that I would wake up in such a world. I thought we had defended the world freedom and security, and our descendants would create a better world, a world where children can choose who they want to be without living in fear. It's hard to say. Frank shrugged. But in the United States, they at least have to worry about school shootings if they go to college. They have to worry about how to pay back their student loans, and finally, houses, and how their next generation will face these things. Carter was a little confused. She didn't quite understand what Frank said, but she understood what he meant. Even if there was no current war, there would still be many problems that would hinder the arrival of this beautiful world. But first, what we need to worry about most is the current war. Listen, I need you to help transport something quickly. The African Union is at a disadvantage due to insufficient industrial capacity, which Lil cannot solve all at once. Then again, producing so much equipment in such a short period of time is already beyond the scope. If it weren't for the brain-computer interface and skill chips that can greatly reduce the cost of manual training. These are all fantasies. The energy problem has always been solved. Africa can no longer import oil from the outside world. Even if Lil can use nuclear energy and clean energy to replace fossil energy, the amount of oil used as an industrial raw material is not small. This land is not without oil, but it is used for industrialization. It can only be used as a raw material. Energy can only be solved in other ways. The material problem must be solved. Carter and Frank looked at the table. It was a broken shield. The original color of vibranium is a metallic luster similar to high-strength steel. But at this moment, some fragments are stained with strange colors, just like an ocean polluted by oil. Carter noticed that the shield was incomplete. We have tried our best to dig it out, but there is still a small piece missing. I need you to send this thing back as soon as possible. This may allow us to make some breakthroughs in materials science. Lear has many insights on energy issues, but there is no solution that can solve the problem in the long run except nuclear fusion. Lear has tried all the solutions for nuclear fusion and has achieved short-term positive output. But the reason is that controllable and miniaturized nuclear fusion has only one difficulty, no matter what the solution is. No material can withstand the high temperature and high pressure generated by fusion for a long time. And the universal material is here. Let win this war. Leal knocked on the blackboard. The projector projected a ship with a special shape name. Secret Transport Ship. Vibranium. Description: the size of a small yacht, built-in small reactor, enough to cross the ocean. Special coating will provide radar invisibility. In some cases, the built-in shield structure will pop up to make the hull structure closed. The shield is equipped with LCD camouflage, taken from Eclipse. The design of the whole body cybernetics is slightly insufficient in the stealth of large vehicles, but it is enough to hide from the public at a long distance, especially causing great interference to satellite imaging. The ship is equipped with an experimental three-purpose propulsion engine for sea, land and air. But the floating propulsion effect is limited by the power system, and it is not recommended to use it for a long time. Note: do not take off directly in the ocean, which may cause the power system to overheat. Development Laboratory, Advanced Mechanical Laboratory, Advanced Materials Laboratory. Developer: Leal, Dr. Otto, Dr. Toombs. Reward Technology Points: 1,000. Current Technology Points: 15,500. Now listen carefully. This ship is a specially designed transport ship, which can help you avoid radar and direct optical imaging equipment. In other words, a certain degree of invisibility. If necessary, it can even fly. In theory, it can fly. And I hope you don't use this function. Chapter 457: Metal Awarding Unstable Energy Explosion Countdown, 14 hours. Points deducted for cross-world communication, 500. Current Technology Points, 14,500. Leal main consciousness had already moved to the cyberpunk world a few hours ago, but there were too many things to do here, and he didn't want the little octopus to do some things for him. At the port of Joie City, a shabby cruiser slowly entered the port berth. There were a total of 12,000 residents in this city, and more than 100,000 online residents were watching the ship enter the port. Right at the port, representatives from several African Union countries were eagerly waiting. "Haha. We are back." Abi limped out of the captain room, his left hand hanging on his neck, obviously injured. It was not that easy to escape. This last cruiser was also bombarded, and there was a breakdown on the way. They even thought they could not come back, but they did it, breathing the pure sea breeze of the port of Joie City. The crew rushed to the deck and came to the edge of the ship. There, they saw countless people looking at them, eagerly waiting. Abi was stunned for a moment. This was the scene he had imagined. One day he no longer had to rob like a pirate. One day there was a port. Many people were waiting for him to come back. Boss, what are they doing?" A black man who was a head taller than him elbowed him. "I don't know." His brain was a little slow to react. After getting off the boat, Wakanda King Chaka and a group of people lined up in the port aisle. He took his younger brother to these middle-aged and elderly people who looked old. "Today, we gather here to honor our heroes, who have bravely stepped forward in the face of overwhelming force, and bravely defended our sovereignty and security, preventing more people from being massacred." Applause came to his ears, and King Chaka solemnly said, "Abi, you have defended the sovereignty and safety of the African Union, and prevented more people from being massacred. As the King of Wakanda, on behalf of the entire African Union, 56 countries, I pay the highest respects to you and your soldiers, who are also our heroes. You deserve this medal, but a medal is far from being comparable to what you have done." The guard beside him came up with a beautiful box. Chaka opened the medal and put it in the sun for display. The main body of the medal is a 5-pointed star in azure blue, which is handmade with pure sapphire and inlaid on a pure gold base. On the back, there is an inscription, "Fearless and Fearless. Please accept this medal as the highest honor and recognition of your heroic behavior by the African Union." The ribbon was hung, and the heavy metal was buckled on the clothes. No one thought that the tattered military uniform was not worthy of the priceless medal. On the contrary, it made it more precious. The applause continued. Abi's feeling of surviving the disaster finally faded with this scene. He looked at the people in the audience and suddenly shed tears. From pirates to heroes of the Alliance, from underground to the clouds, they were no longer pirates who were hated, despised and cursed by everyone. From now on, many people were waiting for them to come back alive. Abi wiped his tears, turned around and saluted the people in an imaginary military salute. His companions also saluted in a daze. After doing all this, Abi walked towards the medical team, who were transporting the wounded on the ship. Lil Robot was also here. Seeing Abi coming over, he said, "How do you feel? This is what I pursue." Abi thought of the expectant eyes of those people, and suddenly met his brothers in the small camp where he used to be. His father died early, and he never met his mother. To be precise, his father was only his adoptive father, and the camp was his home. It was a good feeling to have someone waiting for you to go home. But he cried because he convinced many brothers to follow his command. He believed that one day he could become the biggest pirate in Somalia, and maybe even build a city and have more family. But many brothers could not see it. One destroyer was sunk on the spot, and another one caught fire after escaping. Only a few people had the opportunity to survive on a speedboat. Thinking of the many people who believed in him who died just like that, who died the night before seeing all this, his heart was filled with guilt. Lil patted his shoulder. "Take a break. Look at this city. As long as we can control the battle on the front line, the trade route will not be completely cut off. For the world, you have just accomplished an incredible feat." Abi wiped his tears again. "The whole world? I thought the whole world would still think we were pirates. The Pentagon can continue to say that you are terrorists, but the world will know the truth. As for what they will think after seeing the truth, it is hard to say. I can tell you clearly that many people regard you as a person who is more heroic than a hero." "More heroic than a hero?" "Yes." Lil nodded. "They call you a superhero." In New York, the square was crowded with demonstrators. Many state government gates were crowded with people, and even the White House gate was not spared. We can see that protesters holding white banners reading "Liberate Somalia" have occupied the street in front of the White House. Let's interview the marchers. Fuck USA. You saw how they fight terrorists. They just bombed the city first. This is not anti-terrorism at all. This is a massacre. The Pentagon first sent military units across the border, and then launched an attack. This is an act of war. President Ellis should be tried for war crimes. Hey. The camera suddenly shook. The interviewee looked up. The camera also turned. A riot police in protective clothing smashed the camera directly. The broadcast was interrupted. Little Octopus, Big Brother, the Berry police have a bit of NCPD flavor. They are all Berry people. How can there be no heritage in them? Of course, Lil is not discriminating against Berry people. It's just that the local customs are like this. They're nothing to say. Many people have been arrested across the country in the past few hours. This is a very bad sign. It shows that Roxanne still has a strong control over the ruling class. And it can even be said that it is getting stronger. Maybe the second round of road advancement will come soon. There are still a few days before the general election. But Lil wishes that this time could be brought forward. At present, the Suez Canal and the Gulf of Aden are completely controlled by Roxanne. Goods shipped to Jwa City can only go around the west coast of Africa or be transported by land, both of which are very expensive. I can only say that the good news is that even in this case, there are still companies and countries in Europe willing to cooperate with the Atlas Group. It must be said that sinking an aircraft carrier does indeed build confidence. Of course, big companies dare not bet at this time. After all, no matter how you look at it, a full-scale war is imminent. Sinking an aircraft carrier may just be good luck. In the long run, still not many people think that the African Union can survive. Even I think so. Little Octopus, but Big Brother, is this really useful? Relying on strong industrial capacity, monopolizing 90% of the world oil resources, continuously manufacturing steel soldiers, and deploying them through the world's most powerful army. Even if the African Union is eager to fight, how can man defeat steel when one side is growing stronger while the other is declining? Lil shook his head. Industrial capacity needs to be supported by a stable social environment. Little Octopus, but what if they all use AI to carry out industrial processes? Good question. Lil shrugged. Then we can only do it ourselves. Maybe dealing with AI is more direct than dealing with humans. Sometimes, dealing with completely alien malice can be done with ease. Knock. Knock. There was a knock on the door, and Lil Mother came in with a hot lunch box. Today events were terrible. Maya put the lunch boxes filled with hot dishes on the table. Are you exhausted? Lil picked up the chopsticks and looked at the time. There was still half an hour. A little bit, but it all worth it. Lil said while eating. Maya was watching with satisfaction beside him, and when she heard him say that, her expression suddenly became a little worried. She really hoped that Lil could be less stressed. But she was not stupid. She had also experienced war and famine. It was impossible to be responsible for the lives of so many people without stress. As a mother, She was proud of Leo's sense of responsibility. But she was also worried that things would gradually become uncontrollable, and that her children would not be able to bear the pressure. Leo also knew his mother worries. But he just ate his meal in silence, wondering if there was anything to talk about. Maya suddenly reached out and stroked Leo back. Eat slowly. Don't choke. You are your mother pride. Leo paused, nodded, and stopped thinking about those things. Sometimes big visions come from small happiness. This is one of the reasons why he did all this. Chapter 458 Legend Mackinac. Caw. A strange tearing sound appeared in Lear's head, and his main consciousness switched back to the cyberpunk world. Unstable energy burst countdown. 12 hours. Energy burst density. Intensity is increasing. Time synchronization error occurs. Little octopus. Big brother, something went wrong. A strange feeling of dizziness lingered in his brain. Lear reached out and grabbed the computer and inserted the neural interface. Now he is in the Avocado factory. The computer is one of the ports of the factory internal network. Once it is plugged in, the computing power of the backup server is fully mobilized. He also discovered the problem that the little octopus discovered. At the moment when the world is switched, the density of data received by the Marvel world increases geometrically. In other words, 1 second passes in the cyberpunk world, 10 seconds pass in the Marvel world, and the amount of data also increases exponentially. The good thing is that Leo has encountered such a situation before, and noticed this problem when developing the cross-dimensional production system, so as not to cause the entire system to crash. Although the flow rates of the two worlds are different, it is only him, as an observer, who can detect the problem. For the server, the data density increases sharply, and the processing difficulty increases. But for the machine, the double timestamp authentication will not cause production problems, because both worlds are 24-hour systems. The disadvantage is that this will directly overload the server, thanks to a large number of backup servers. This will not explode the cross-dimensional production system at once. But it is obvious that if this state is maintained for a long time, the server may be paralyzed. If the flow rate difference continues to increase, the existing servers may not be able to hold on. Fortunately, the ratio of 1:10 soon eased, fluctuating between 1:2 and 1:3. But before Leo could breathe a sigh of relief, the numbers on the system panel began to jump abruptly. Unstable energy burst, 12:11. Unstable energy burst, 10 hours. Leo looked at the numbers, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. If the reason for the crossing was that Roxanne was secretly conducting some special experiments, then as Roxanne had more and more resources at hand, they would definitely increase the number of such experiments. That is to say, the interval between crossings will become shorter and shorter. And this has already happened. So what will happen when the interval reaches 0? Little octopus, big brother. I don't feel good. The race is about to start. What if we get stuck? Leo pinched his brows. Leo, it doesn't matter. There are a lot of points available for switching home now. Let's take a look at the car. Marvel World has done everything it can. Sink the aircraft carrier, thwart the Sixth Fleet idea of taking over Somalia directly, build a front line in Galkeo, and protect the entire logistics system in southern Africa. The African continent is rich in mineral resources. Even if it is sanctioned one day, it will not die directly. The Berry army will definitely not launch another attack in the short term. The general election is just a few days away. The next president will basically be determined after the general election. The policy can be changed at that time. All Leo has to do is to defend the current foundation and economic scale. When Barnes comes to power and changes the offensive, he can withstand the gap of Roxanne. At least partially withstand it. In this way, the offensive and defensive situation can be reversed. It is difficult for Roxanne, who has lost the Berry army, to organize a sufficiently professional army in the short term. The timeline is extended, and Leo is confident that he can eliminate Roxanne's influence on the world with a relatively peaceful economic transformation. Even if something unexpected happens, the president will be in the hands of the opposition party, and he will still get a lot of buffer time. After thinking over and over again, Leo shook his head. Now I have to concentrate on dealing with things here. Bang! The one-piece molding machine opened, and the complete body shell appeared in the center of the venue. The shell uses the armor-piercing alloy that was first applied by the Osborn group to the end of the Rhino armor and the Scorpion suit. After several experiments by the engineering group and the materials laboratory, a better molding solution was finally discovered: Chrony titanium alloy. Description: a super alloy mainly made of titanium, nickel, tantalum, and a small amount of gold and silver. Use high-voltage electron beams to control metal nanopowders to form a special structure at the nanoscale, and send them into an environment of more than 10,000 atmospheres for high-pressure sintering. The molding temperature must exceed 3,500 degrees Celsius. Once molded, it is difficult to reprocess, and only lasers can be used for surface polishing. Reverse success. Bonus technology points, 500. Current technology points, 15,000 last try. The best result? Beside the operating table, Mitch looked at the data and was somewhat excited. This time, the process data and the data obtained from the appearance inspection were the most ideal. The first step of processing chrony titanium alloy is not something that a makeshift team can solve, controlling the metal powder at the nanoscale, and then using electron beam control. Fortunately, this nanoscale is not too fine, and the working scale of the nanoscale surgical robot currently used can barely meet the requirements. Program and modify the nanoscale surgical robot. Make it electrified. Control the powder at the nanoscale, and complete the mixing. This plan was perfected by Dr. Otto. Unfortunately, the production of nanorobots is a technical job. The manufacture of ultra-small chips exceeds the processing capabilities of the two worlds. Therefore, all the raw materials are bought from the black market, which is quite expensive. Then the ultra-high pressure and high-temperature sintering operation is carried out. If it weren't for the high-precision machining equipment obtained from the Whirlpool gang, it would really be impossible to do it. It can only be said that it is a good thing. But the Whirlpool gang is uneducated and can't use it. But in contrast, the raw materials, the nano-level surgical robot, and the electricity consumed every time the equipment is turned on make people sigh. Money is really worthless. Many things cannot even be bought without connections. But the result is worth it. Just looking at this frame makes people feel powerful. V and Jack almost put their faces on the glass. Watching the scene with wide eyes, many street boys have no intention of learning technology, but are full of desire for various industrial products. But seeing this process, the two suddenly felt that they should study hard. Otherwise they would not understand the technology, and they would not even be able to say a few words of surprise. The laser swept over the newly made frame and body shell, preparing for assembly. As the temperature drops, the laser polishing is completed, and the shell shows a smooth mirror-like appearance, with smooth and tough lines. The workers loaded with the assembly program began to build and assemble the chassis and internal frame nervously. All parts were sent out from another integrated molding machine. The workers wore exoskeletons, took out their own parts, and cooperated with the active manipulators to accurately position these alloy plates weighing hundreds of kilograms on the assembly table. The deep blue welding light kept flashing, and pieced together the legend bit by bit. The chassis, the explosion-proof surface, is composed of dozens of small movable chrony titanium explosion-proof metal plates. As for why it is controllable, this is because it will be integrated into Mackinac Unique AI Central Control. Chassis, suspension and drive motor and other systems have reached the superfine level of octopus arms in terms of mechanics. The outermost explosion-proof armor will produce tiny movements according to the explosion, triggering the internal electromagnetic locking system at the necessary moment, deflecting and changing the explosion and attack angle, achieving a reactive defense effect. The suspension system will respond to changes in the road surface at the millisecond level, providing an adjustment range of up to 20% stiffness change. The tires are equipped with an electrostatic adsorption system, providing unimaginable grip, and if necessary, it can even climb walls in theory. In addition to these passive defense systems, the intelligent targeting system inherited from Kong Ao Ing Long has been completely modified into an AI-controlled active defense system, and the body is equipped with 20 micro-defense missile-firing holes, with a capacity of 120 rounds. The body was assembled in the electric light. 2 explosive boomerang high-mobility motorcycles were sent into the cargo compartment, along with a bio-powered XS-1 power armor tailored for Jack. The rear cargo compartment was a complete arsenal, including the electromagnetic sniper rifle Nakomata, assault rifle Achilles, scorching knuckle gloves and intelligent submachine gun Ing Long, as well as corresponding modified parts and ammunition, in order to deal with as many situations as possible. Of course, there is also a high-energy edible fluid warehouse. Jack Granary. The core that drives this behemoth is the Mackinac experimental engine modified by Dr. Toombs using an advanced turbine group. Now it has a name, Vulture Turbocharged Engine Group. Description: improved efficiency on the basis of Mackinac, slightly increased volume, and added an electric energy conversion system and a drive motor in parallel. 5,800 horsepower. Maximum thrust 260 knots. Allowing this behemoth to run like a racing car. Developer, Dr. Toombs. Note, experimental device, but with a slight modification of the configuration. It can be installed on a tank, and maybe on some small flying vehicles. I give it a try. By the way, prepare a large enough fuel tank. Auto battery is good, but it not enough. Bang! The shell fell off, and the final assembly was completed. The current was filled, and the system self-check began. The reactive armor and active defense system began to work. This behemoth was alive. Oh my god! The eyes seemed to be shining. This is awesome. Jack's hands were waving aimlessly behind him, as if he wanted to take a picture of Leo. But he didn't want to take his eyes off this behemoth. Brother, how much does this cost? 1.5 million. The cost is so much. If I sell it, transfer, add 1 million euro. Transfer, add 500,000 euro. Before Leo finished speaking, the two of them transferred the money together, and then rushed into the venue. By the way, V turned around halfway through his run. You owe me. Add 500,000 euro to the debt. Leo nodded expressionlessly, and was also ready to stand up and check. But as soon as he stood up, he felt a warm sensation in his ear, and his ear was bleeding. And it wasn't just this body that was bleeding. Little octopus, big brother. Leo, it not a big problem, at least I have a few months to live. Leo, it enough to screw Roxanne and Night City. Chapter 459 Legend Mackinac. The alloy with extremely high strength, the superpowered engine, the internal mechanical structure as delicate as an octopus arm, the active defense system that can defend against anti-armor weapons are all the core of Legend, but the most important core is the thing that integrates these complex systems. An AI. Leo, go up and try. Little octopus, I won't go. Leo? The little octopus gathered next to the car, but he didn't go in. Jack was still circling the car. V also saw the little octopus holding its tentacles in front of its head, refusing to get into the car. What wrong? V came over, and the little octopus jumped onto V's shoulder, pointing at the car. Little octopus, I won't get in, I'm a limb-controlled AI, not the car's central control. Leo was a little confused. Leo, is there any difference? The little octopus nodded seriously. Little octopus, yes. Look at my head, look at my silky tentacles, do they look like a car? It really doesn't. V pinched the little octopus face, and it seemed to enjoy sticking to him. However, this behavior seemed strange to the people around. Mitch, who was still working hard on the test, wiped his sweat, then shut up and continued to work. The eldest brother didn't know how many prostheses he had stuffed in. It was normal to see things that others couldn't see. He had seen a lot of this when he was serving in the army. Scorpion also saw this scene. Seeing that Mitch didn't react, he continued to work. It was none of his business. After a rub, the little octopus jumped out very righteously and stood in front of V. Little octopus, big brother. I don't think I'm cut out for this. And if I drive, who will help you with your behavior? What is behavior assistance? Little octopus, it's to help big brother control his body. And help mom control Sion Weston or something. V looked at Leo with his magical eyes. No wonder I was wondering why you act weird sometimes. It turns out you're cheating. How can using your brain be considered cheating? The cheats you write yourself are not considered cheating, but research. Of course, Leo also stroked his chin and thought about what the little octopus said. AI preferences are sometimes unreasonable, and of course what it said is reasonable. Legend. The complexity of Machinal's internal structure is comparable to, or even exceeds that of an octopus arm. It's nonsense to say that AI can't operate in parallel, but the little octopus itself is designed to do data processing and behavior control. Adding a job of similar complexity, I don't know if it will have any bad effects. Lil, then copy some data, write a sub-individual. Little octopus, this is okay. After that, the little octopus floated to Mackinac, and its tentacles pierced the circuit components, as if transmitting something. This transmission made all the control components of the car move again, scaring the workers of Atacado. Don't be nervous, I'm writing the control software. Scared me. Carol, who was in charge of checking the electronic components, wiped her sweat. She was a hacker and an engineer. Just now, the computer was ejected from the port, and red garbled characters kept appearing. Carol wiped the sweat from his head. I thought it was invaded by the roaming AI. Uh-huh. The little octopus smiled evilly when he heard it, and went back to work after being looked at by Leo. Leal was a little curious. Have you also come into contact with roaming AI? No. But there was a training when I was in service. If the following situations occur, please disconnect all networks immediately and physically contact the nearest network technical support. Carol shrugged. Although no one has seen it. Some people say that those who have seen it are dead. Snort. The suspension began to change automatically, and the little octopus retracted its tentacles from the car. Little octopus, brand new. But it will probably take some time to get used to it. Lear began to review the core code and found that this thing was completely inconsistent with the core code of the little octopus. And there was almost no trace of human writing. Lear suddenly thought of something, the cyberpunk world. Except for the rabies virus. Infected AI, no core code of the dangerous critical body is manually written. It can even be said that this ability to write dangerous critical bodies by humans seems to be only possessed by people in the Marvel world. The little octopus is a little special here. Leal, good job, start it. Little octopus, okay. Boom. The engine suddenly started. The surrounding airflow had a clear sense of traction, blowing on everyone. The current was stimulated from the engine and flowed into the graphene solid-state batteries hidden in the entire body of the car. These batteries constitute the entire electric drive control system. The 6 wheels rotate in place, and the differential speed generated makes the vehicle rotate in place. Then the steering system of the wheels also participates. The 6 wheels rotate in different directions, with the differential speed generated by the rotation. It can even move in place. Next, the suspension is suddenly compressed. The chassis is lowered to the lowest position, and then suddenly lifted up. The powerful electromagnetic system even creates a driving force that makes the tires slightly leave the ground. Then, this big guy began to twist all the control systems irregularly, like a new creature getting familiar with its own body. Hiss. Steam gushed out of the cooling system, and the engine noise suddenly decreased. The legendary Mackinac completed its maintenance and stopped silently. A very metallic voice sounded. System startup completed. Mackinac, Legend Online. No matter what kind of challenge, I will do my best and crush them. People in the workshop covered their ears. This guy voice is really too loud, and the metallic explosion, it sounds like tearing the eardrums. Fuck. Jack took his hands off his ears and slapped the hood hard. This car. Is this a sonic attack system? No. The loud metallic sound rang out again. Jack felt his hands on the hood shaking. Legend does not have a dedicated weapon system. Bang! The wrench hanging on the wall slipped down and hit the ground with a sound. Everyone looked at the car in bewilderment, and then at Leal, who was also covering his ears. He punched the car body directly and yelled to the inside of the car, "Lower the volume." Okay. The volume has been reduced to 90%. 20% is enough. Okay. This time it was much more normal. But the metal sound still hurt my eardrums. Especially the tone. It felt like a fool. And he yelled out all his anger. Lower the volume. Okay. The tone was still the same foolish tone. And the forehead was bulging with veins. Leal interrupted the voice adjustment. Ahem. That it. The car still needs some time to adjust. Go out for a ride? Before he finished talking, Jack and V got on the car. The little octopus also rode on the top of the car, looking quite majestic, making people wonder if it was just trying to be lazy. Lil turned and walked towards the avocado workers next to him. Although the car was not for them, they were still very excited. As engineers involved in the manufacturing, they benefited a lot from the knowledge they learned and the technology they saw. More importantly, just successfully manufacturing this steel behemoth was enough to satisfy them. Without Leal, where would they get these equipment and knowledge? 1.5 million seems like a lot. But without Leal efforts, it would be hard to get all the materials, equipment, and even the energy consumed during this period. Mitch saw Leal coming over, smiled, raised his hand and said, "Don't say thank you. Without you, these things wouldn't exist. Maybe we would have been eaten up by Night City. Go eat this city. Burger King." The avocados are very loyal and clear-headed. In fact, they have long regarded Leal as a tribe member. Leal opened his mouth, took back what he was about to say, and said with a smile, "It's the Burger King who buys and sells stupid big shots. It should be buying and selling stupid big shots." Chapter 460 Legendary Night Talk River. Your judgment is correct. The Brain Demon Gang has deployed micro-transmitters in many corners of the city through the intricate underground space. River, The interference array can completely eliminate criminal incidents in a certain area from the NCPD police monitoring system. We just need to kill all the witnesses. We will not be able to find the problem for a long time. River, many gangs have revived, and they have been more and more active during this period. It seems that they all want to take the lead in this competition. Your plan is more powerful than addicted drugs. River, the streets have become more chaotic in the past 2 days. Except for the prescribed curfew, there are gun battles every moment at other times. River, guess what people said when I went out on the street yesterday? They actually started to thank those old gangs. River, what the hell? Woohoo! A pickup truck weighing nearly 10 tons was driving at high speed on the sand dunes of the Badlands. If it were any other car, at this speed, the suspension would probably be scrapped in less than a minute. These stood on the cargo box, feeling the flying dust head-on. Yes, driving a car like this, even if it's the dust hitting your face. It's exciting enough. Jack excitedly typed frantically in the back seat. Mercenary manual vehicles. Newbies, remember, there's only one kind of vehicle in the world that you need. Large space, high horsepower, and the ability to travel at 80 miles per hour on the Badlands full of deep pits. Jack looked up at the speedometer. 90 and looked again, it already 100. Brother! Jack shouted to Lear excitedly. Can we go faster? It's not safe if we go any higher. The sound of the car twisting wildly. The roar of the engine. And the sound of the car hitting the rocks and uneven ground made the two people conversation only rely on shouting. Change another car. Going at such a high speed on the bumpy, and even pothole-filled bad land would have made the car fall apart long ago. Bang! Thinking of this, the car rolled over a big pothole with a bang. The heavy tire almost hit the edge of the pit head-on, and the suspension system was violently fluctuating. If it were another car, it would be a car crash and people would die. Jack turned his head and continued typing. It can run at a speed of 100 yards, and can carry 10 tons of weight, and fill the trunk with a whole car of ammunition and equipment, and defend against explosives and sniper bullets at the same time. Super pickup truck. What? You ask me where I can get such a thing? Dream on. Brother. Ha ha. Too awesome. The car sped through the Badlands under the moonlight. And Jack and V cheers echoed in the air. The car drove for a long time, until the throttle line reached the middle, which meant that 80 liters of compressed hydrogen alcohol 2 fuel had been burned. This is a special aerospace fuel that uses a special process to dissolve a certain amount of hydrogen into an alcohol 2 solvent of a specific concentration. The density is about 90 mJ/kg, which is undoubtedly a super high-energy fuel. The fuel cost alone is €3,000, which is equivalent to the living expenses of an ordinary Night City resident for 2 months. The car stopped on the mound, and V jumped in from the passenger window. At this time, right in front of the car, there was Night City. Holographic billboards that went straight to the sky. Skyscrapers, and floating transport vehicles flying over the moon. Hovey let out a long breath, and put her legs on the passenger console. The car seat automatically moved back a little, giving her a comfortable space to lie down. Advanced? It's so beautiful. Night City. Yeah, I've never seen a city here before, and this is the first time I think this fucking city is pretty good looking. Jack also put down the unfinished masterpiece in his hand, and looked at the dazzling Night City. The colorful light pollution is like people's colorful dreams. It's hard to say whether it's beautiful or not, it's just simple complexity. After confirming that all systems are normal, Leo also raised his head. Just at this time, a rocket flew into the sky. Looking at the expressions of the two guys next to him, Leo smiled. If you don't have money, you probably have to cry and curse here. How can you talk like that? V glanced at Lear. You are the only one here who is in debt of more than 2 million. Jack chuckled and patted Lear on the shoulder. This life is really worth it. There is only one thing left. How do you think I should confess to Misty? Don't, Lil said hurriedly. This matter is not over yet. Don't you know it unlucky to talk about this at this time? What do you mean by confessing and getting married after finishing this deal? This flag has been raised to the sky. Jack scratched his head. How can this be unlucky? And this is the only thing I think about now. He has become the boss. Has a cool prosthetic. Drives a nice car. And has $500,000 in his account. If he had told Jack a few years ago that he would be able to reach this point, he might have said that he would quit on the spot and retire from the world. But fate is strange. And he really can't just quit. And Lil's health problem has not been solved. So he thought of this, poked V, what about you? Leo looked at Jack helplessly. What does it mean? This guy is not satisfied with raising his own flag. And he is also pulling others to raise their flags. Bea had even less idea. If she came here a few years ago, she would have no idea about the millions of savings. Becoming super rich without knowing it. She and Jack had the same idea. When she thought of this, her eyes suddenly became dangerous, looking at Leo. Why don't you tell me? Why do I feel like you're not in a hurry to stay alive? Survive. Leo thought about it. And also felt a little strange. Compared to when he was in Atlanta, he spent all his energy to make money to exchange organs for life. Now, he really doesn't care so much about this matter unconsciously. Life, of course you have to live, but it's more attractive to live a wonderful life. V curled his lips. What a stupid statement. It sounds like what an unscrupulous boss says to others. You have to live beautifully, buy a big house, buy a good car, install a beautiful prosthesis. And then to deceive people work hard? Can you say something more realistic? Night City relies on this trick to attract immigrants every year. Infinite possibilities. Free choice. Of course. It is dangerous. But you can't just lie in bed and sleep. And then you can stand out and rule the world. Right? Lil is a little unsure now. If it is in another world, it would be fine. He wants his mother to live in a better world. And he unknowingly carries the hopes of many people. If he has taken on any commission in the Marvel world, it is to eliminate the fear in people's hearts. Prevent a war from tearing the world apart. And prevent the birth of demons in fear. As he thought about it, he also lay down on the recliner, looking at the colorful Night City. As for those people living in Night City, whether they are manic street kids or timid office workers, since they have come here, they know that they may die if they go out for a walk. Fortunes are sought in danger. They came to a city full of dreams to accept everyone, but were squeezed and deformed by other people's dreams. Just like the light pollution revealed by this city, which has almost all the colors on the spectrum, and each color has a dazzling ray, struggling to stand out from this hell of colors. This scene is dazzling, discordant, but indeed unique, and makes people unable to look away. This city is too real. A ray of my own, just to survive? But if it is a person struggling on the edge of life and death, there should not be such a pleasant memory and feeling at the moment. Right? Maybe a just pure pleasure? V came over all of a sudden, his face blocked Leo's sight, stared at him seriously and said, So you are already a cyber psychopath? Get lost. Jack chuckled again, patted Leo on the shoulder again. Brother, you are a smart man, but you are not as clear as me in this aspect. V gave Leo an ambiguous look, and returned to his seat. Anyway, don't die too early, you still owe me a lot of money. Don't worry, you won't die. It better not to die. Chapter 461 Set Fire. Boom, boom, boom. The roar of the engine seems to shatter Night City. Some of these sounds come from cars on the street, and some are just simple advertising dubbing. No matter what device makes the sound, it is ultimately vibration, and the vibrations come together and hit people's eardrums. Night City. Night City. Welcome back. This is your Stanley now. Are you ready for the wildest, most exciting, most brutal, bloodiest, and most fantastic racing in history? Every time he emphasized. The diversified advertisements changed accordingly. It was not that the whole city was cooperating with Stanley, but the advertisements during this period were too dense. The gorilla arm smashed the concrete. The Bounce 2 motion system shuttled flexibly, and the Mantis knife tore people into pieces. There were many kinds of advertisements, and they were carefully edited. But they all had one thing in common. They were all videos. During the few days when Extreme Metal was preparing, some new lone wolves and gangs sprang up in corners that no one noticed. And they attacked factories, companies, gang bases and production facilities again and again. Everyone was proving that they were the most suitable to install these prostheses and use these weapons. It is the most suitable object for investment. I don't know if you are ready, but many people can't wait. Yesterday I planned to go out to buy some food, but before I went out, I saw that the military technology warehouse across the street was smashed open by a burning van, and a group of psychopaths looted the warehouse. I don't know which warrior would take out a complete set of military technology barbecue suits during the game. Of course, I am not a fan of military technology. Arasaka was also attacked. The thief sneaked in quietly, and then chose to detonate the bomb when he could have retreated quietly. An arm hit my glass, but fortunately my insurance covered it. These warriors. Who will win? Who will become? This dark cloud covering the city. Prove your ability. Do whatever it takes. Fight. Challenger the announcer took a bite of the hamburger with a huff. Look! Look! The blood of Night City is boiling. Listeners, if I were you, I would find a safe corner now. Turn up the radio to the maximum. Turn on your TV. Find the forum where you usually watch porn. Make sure your ears and eyes are locked on every thrilling moment. Tonight, the most legendary meat mincing competition in history. Extreme Metal. I am your friend Stanley. Come with me and start this bloody night. Boom. An out-of-control rocket hit a building on the roadside, and the explosion directly shattered the camera installed here. Before losing contact, an armed sports car was filmed running through the street, and several cyber-crazy people were dancing in the car. The surveillance was disconnected, and the picture was lost. The huge projection screen projected a logo on the screen. There were 3 solid red circles in the red circle, connected by simple straight lines. It looked like a 3-petal flower, a synapse, or the end of a circuit. This was the logo of the Arasaka Group. I am disappointed. After reading it, Saburo Arasaka said to the person on the other end of the communication, "My son is a fool who is so slow to understand the situation. Gangs are showing off their power on the streets, and Night City has forgotten who is the master of this city." Saburo Arasaka's son saw that Yoriyuki Arasaka was the person on the other end of the communication. It is precisely because of the interference of military technology that we... Shut up. Saburo eyelids slightly lifted. Just a few words. He noticed the strange thoughts in his son's mind, too immature. He seemed to think that this would allow him to take his eyes off the current situation. Obviously, his son still had the gang stuff in his head. And someone rekindled his hope. And Yoriyuki hoped to cover those people. It seems that this fire that ignites once every 50 years, not only ignites Night City, but also ignites his foolish son. Yaishien is not as good as his father. Just talking online, he is afraid in fear. In the outside world, he is a successful entrepreneur, the heir of Arasaka Group, a reckless and explosive vice president, as if he is thinking about going to war with military technology every day, aggressive. But just talking online, it only takes 2 sentences. Saburo can make him lose his composure, showing his most reckless and stupid side. In the past, he would have lost control and killed his father with anger after just 2 sentences. But now, he suddenly controlled his emotions, and did not yell. However, just when he wanted to say something, Sanlang cut off the communication. Lai Xian, who was far away in Night City, had just barely controlled his emotions. But as soon as his father cut off the communication, he immediately lost control and grabbed the cup next to him and smashed it to the ground. The nameless anger broke his psychological defenses in an instant. Even he himself did not know why this happened. Expensive wine, decorations, and fragments of luxury daily necessities were scattered all over the floor of the room. Lai Xian barely recovered from the collapse. Looking up, on the TV screen, another group of lunatics rushed to the company warehouse. And there was a hoop hamburger printed on the car. Seeing this scene, he suddenly laughed. It was as if he thought of something very warm and passionate. The old bastard must have other conspiracies. Saburo Arasaka always knew the situation in Night City. Since he showed his concern and dissatisfaction with this matter, it was impossible for him to let things continue to develop. He must have something he could do as a spy in the Arasaka Group. In the past, he would find a puppet to deal with after breaking his defense, but today, he suddenly felt motivated. He must do his best to figure it out. If he wants in Saburo, he can only rely on network monitoring. The sun gradually sets in the west, the clouds become thicker and thicker, the wind carries sand and dust, sometimes big and sometimes small, hitting the car. The Badland is very large, and this race does not even have a real starting line. It can be said that it is quite free from the beginning. Everyone can find a rock pile that they feel safe to hide and wait for the start. Military tech drones scan every car, giving those who have the courage to stand at the starting point a conspicuous appearance. This competition is so free that you can even participate in the middle of the race. The so-called racing is a race for life. There will only be one group of winners. Either give up halfway or die. Some people hide in ambush halfway. But there are also warriors willing to stand at the starting point. For these warriors, they can get a pretty good appearance. It is foreseeable that more people will give up this journey. After all, if you accidentally fly off the road, the probability of making a fool of yourself is too high. The road in the Badland is not easy to walk. It is impossible to enter the city slowly. Right? News Channel 54 reports to you, a large number of illegal armed modified vehicles have gathered in the Badland, It is obvious that the illegal extreme metal racing that has been rumored in the city a few days ago is not just a figment of the imagination. Due to the current situation, military technology may launch threatening shooting. The online forum was in an uproar, analyzing the people and cars that appeared on the screen one by one. It can even be said that, as long as they can survive, they will become famous. Of course, starting from scratch is also the biggest disadvantage. Stout, there are a lot of vehicles. A total of 56 armed vehicles, 12 of which are Adacanos, and a few are completely broken. They will probably fall apart if they fall out. You are really not afraid of death. Stout, this is a great honor for you. Leal, I didn't treat you badly. Did I? News 54 has more than just this one regular broadcast program. There are many other programs. The radio station can completely use this super high traffic to launch a program. Just like the guns and horseback program to promote its products from now on. Start now. From the heavy machine guns, armor plates, drones, chassis frames, etc. on these vehicles. Sizzle. Bang bang. He patted the car and threw the spray paint in his hand. Done. A huge iron hamburger was sprayed on the body of the car, and the iron teeth chewed it hard, bursting out red blood plasma. Such a nonsensical name, and finally became famous. Leal said with a smile. This is fate. Jack stood on the rear cargo box, holding a heavy machine gun in his hand, and grinned. V swung in from the window. Drive! Boom, the engine roared, and the current gushed out from the solid-state battery buried in the body frame, covering the entire vehicle and chassis. A total of 144 variable chrome titanium armor plates were fully locked by electromagnetic devices, forming an indestructible, yet extremely flexible shell. Jack sat in the rear cargo box, controlling the heavy-duty machine gun under the armor layer. In front of the car, all the border stations belonging to military technology were opened, and the green lights were on. Security check passed. Night City welcomes you. Boom! The sound was like thunder. In the sky, the drones that had already locked onto the contestants pointed their guns at the positions behind their buttocks, and fired at the same time. This was the signal for the start of the competition. The legend rushed out of the security checkpoint, bullets and missiles followed them, and burst into flames, and rushed towards the city. It time to set this city on fire. Chapter 462, Badland Rush. No limits. No limits. There is no referee for this race. There is only one clear rule. The only one who walks into the Afterlife nightclub alive. The deadline is 2 a.m. One of the broadcasts on Badland showed David. As a young and promising Burger King kid, of course, he has to participate in this event. It should be said, he has a sponsor. Mackinac was bought through Lear, but the chassis and suspension are awesome. All are high-end suspension sponsored by Vito. All the places that can be replaced with high-strength steel have been replaced. Now this car is also a very stable armed vehicle. The Badlands is very large. Except for man who was hiding next to another rock, the two looked at each other and gave each other a thumbs up, but their smiles were a little forced. The best way to eliminate fear is to face it, but facing fear is really a little scary. I said. In the co-pilot seat, Lucy pinched David's chin in dissatisfaction, turned his face around. We are only running the first section. Don't get too excited. There is another advantage of this competition. You can quit at any time. Considering the intensity, not many people will look down on those who quit midway. Those who are qualified to laugh at you may end up dead. David nodded. But what is the start signal? Before he finished speaking, his hair stood on end. The rearview mirror was blazing with fire, and the bullets were shooting towards the back of the car like a waterfall. David. Rebecca in the cargo box shouted at the top of her voice. This is the start signal. Boom. David's eyes and hands worked in sync. After starting the car, he quickly pressed the clutch, moved the gear lever, and stepped on the accelerator. The Mackinac rushed out, leaving the camouflage cloth on the car behind. Tat. 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 Boom. The bullets approached, and a missile ended the shooting and hit the car directly where it was parked. If the start was slow, it would be blown up directly. Roar. The two Mackinacs rushed onto the road side by side. Man grabbed the steering wheel and hit it hard. His face turned red. It was too damn scary. The start signal could kill him directly. How can you use a drone as a race gun? Boom. A fireball rose in the desert. The people in the two cars looked over. A car was blown up. The one that was blown up was a tattered little Viper. I don't know who is so desperate to drive such a broken car on the road. Watch the road. Lucy slapped David's face back to the front. A big rock hit the road. The tire pressed on it. The car jumped up suddenly. 80 kilometers per hour. If you don't hold the steering wheel tightly with such a big rock, you will go off the road. The steering wheel gave back a huge force. David held on tightly, looking at the road ahead. Cars on both sides began to merge. No one wanted to drive on the bumpy road. Even if this competition was not a pure speed race, no one wanted to be the slowest turtle. Bang! A Colby Mule pickup truck rushed onto the road, just in front of David. The trunk stood up. A modified man wearing an upper-body exoskeleton sat on the chair, helping with the seat belt, holding a machine gun in each hand, showed a ferocious smile to David. Laugh at your mother. Rebecca pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunshots were heavy. 3 heavy machine guns fired at the same time. David turned the steering wheel to the side, pulled the gear lever on the left, and lowered his head at the same time. The armor plate in front of the windshield rose instantly, but the machine gun bullets hit it like a hammer, and immediately made a large dent. The glass shattered. The metal jets from both sides could even be seen with the naked eye, connecting the two sides like a line. Rebecca bullets smashed through the enemy car body, exploded on the guy's shoulder, and at the same time she also truly felt the breath of death. The heavy machine gun bullets almost rubbed her scalp. Time seemed to slow down. Rebecca suddenly saw a lot of sparks flying in front of the car in front. In front of the car in front, a car was rolling over. Squeak! Bang! The driver of the car in front looked at the rolling car in despair, and turned the steering wheel with gritted teeth. The Colby Mule itself was a light pickup truck, and it was already at its limit to have 2 heavy machine guns mounted on it. When the steering wheel was turned, the car flipped over directly. The tilting angle just matched the car that was hitting it, and it was hit right on the spot. 2 bumpers flew at her. Rebecca lowered her head hastily. Bang! The bumpers scraped the roof, sparks flew everywhere, and hit the back. The tires of the out-of-control front car rubbed against the ground with a harsh sound, and David overtook him in an instant, and man behind him slammed the steering wheel, and knocked him off the road. The out-of-control Colby fell into the pit. After overtaking one car, there was still one car. Now, in front of us was a well-equipped Emperor Ragnar, all black. The cargo compartment was slightly opened. The people inside were wearing uniform black suits. If you didn't know, you would think they were cosplaying as company dogs. Sion Weston opened it. David had to solve the question in his mind, while adjusting the car body. How did these guys make the car in front fly? With this question, he saw the enemy replacing the bullets in the unique gun in his hand. This replacement was more like replacing arrows for a crossbow. A prototype disc was replaced at the muzzle. It was too bloated to call it a disc. The closer the disc was to the center, the thicker it was. There was also a black cylindrical protrusion. This shape made David think of something instantly. A mine. This is a mine that can be fired against vehicles. The vehicle body is straightened. The enemy has also finished replacing bullets, aiming at the vehicle. It will be too late to wait for Rebecca to pull the trigger. At this time, an accident happened. In the slow world, the metal jet with an exaggerated speed hit the Emperor Ragnar in front. These bullets hit the armor, sparking huge sparks, remaining on the armor. Then sparks and flames burst from the armor layer inwards. The terrifying flames instantly swept the entire car. High-explosive armor-piercing shells. High-rate high-explosive armor-piercing shells. In the first second, 3 high-explosive armor-piercing shells smashed into the back of the armored vehicle, and the flames and fragments smashed the guys inside into a pulp, and the weapons in his hands fired, and 2 mines were fired, but unfortunately they were crooked. In the second, the bullets were aimed at the cockpit, and the heavy armor was broken, and the driver let go of the steering wheel, and protected himself in fear, and the door bounced open, and the car lost control. In the third second, the driver jumped out of the car, and Emperor Ragnar behind him was engulfed by flames, but the bullets did not let him go. In the air, an armor-piercing shell hit his right thigh, and then his leg disappeared. Time returned to normal flow. The armored vehicle was smashed into pieces by high-explosive armor-piercing shells in front of David, and rushed out of the road with flames. But one of the mines was successfully launched, and it slid on the ground, and slid to his side. Boom! The armored vehicle and the mine exploded at the same time. One of the mines exploded in the air, and one of them exploded outside David's window, and David's car was almost blown out of control. A huge dent was blown out on the door next to him, and the shock wave even touched his internal organs. Luckily he controlled the urge to vomit, and tried to control the car. If this mine had been successfully fired and exploded under the chassis of his car, their car would have been finished. What happened? David looked to the side, and saw a horrifying scene. In such a road chase, in order to ensure the maneuverability of the car, even on the road, not many people would drive the car above 80 miles per hour. But he saw a heavy pickup truck like a tank speeding on the bumpy bad soil mounds, even making people feel like flying. Woohoo! The thunderous roar of the engine was mixed with the excited shouts of a street kid, and the legend rushed into the road diagonally. The legend entered. Chapter 463 Anvil 2 Heavy Anti-Tank Missile. Fast, too damn fast, so fast that it makes people sick. This is the only feeling of the participants in the Badlands track. It is not uncommon for a car to run 100 yards. What is uncommon is that this car is not even speeding on the road, but on the dirt hill. The legend rushed onto the road at full speed. The huge impact force even dented the edge of the road when the vehicle rushed onto the shoulder. What even more outrageous is that the car almost didn't lose control or stall after it got on the road, and the speed didn't slow down, but accelerated again. Put a mine. Put a fucking mine. In front of the legend, there was another Colby mule. The man on it shouted until his face turned red. That giant beast was about to chew them up. Bang. Are you stupid? The mine is in the cargo compartment. The driver was also scared to death. He turned around and slapped his companion in the face. His retractable arm crossed the seat and hit the face of his companion behind him. The slap was not controlled well. The cheap prosthesis and the excited mood made his companion dizzy. The companion didn't stand firmly and fell to his knees and happened to kneel on the prepared mechanism. It was called a mechanism, but it was actually a sawed board. After being hit by the knee, the other end immediately started to knock and hit him hard on the head again. But this also completely opened the completely mechanical mine delivery device. Several small mines fell directly from the chassis of the mule, and sparks flew on the ground. If the rear car couldn't brake, it would be blown up. Such a large armored vehicle, it is impossible to brake or turn sharply, right? Squeak. The four wheels of the legendary Mackinac suddenly changed at subtle angles. The speed changed dramatically, the body and direction remained slightly tilted, and it moved horizontally on the road in such a strange way. The driver head hadn't even turned around, but he was scared to death by this scene. The legendary Mackinac stepped on the accelerator and quickly increased the speed, and came directly to his side. Bang! The big car knocked over the small car. The Colby mule completely lost control and stalled, and it spun and caught up with the mine it had just laid. It over. The driver thought in the air. Boom! The wreckage with black smoke and flames fell down the road. David, who survived the disaster, swallowed his saliva. His car had been hit twice and stopped on the side of the road. There was a faint black smoke coming out of the hood, but his eyes never left the legendary Mackinac. The other contestants, who were gradually caught up, attacked the legendary Mackinac. Rocket launchers, grenades, and heavy machine gun bullets seemed to be squeezed together. Boom! Legend Mackinac rushed out of the flames and black smoke, unharmed, and rushed out of the road, continuing their pursuit. One car, almost chasing all the contestants. At first, he was wondering why it was called an unlimited race, and why the word racing was emphasized. Now he understood a little. Lucy grabbed the handrail of the car, and was sweating profusely. Hackers are of limited use in this environment. I said, finish this race. River, stolen mines from military technology. And a disc-shooting anti-vehicle gun. River, I didn't see which gang it was. The Bureau of Analysis is still checking the database. But this is not important. NCPD is checking the identities of the dead in real time, and constantly providing information to Leo. This is still an AI arrest operation after all. The more information the better. No limit, then beat them hard. Kill all other competitors. This is what many contestants think. Unfortunately, not everyone has the technical accumulation. Everyone has to spend money to buy it. And most people are poor. And they don't have the conditions to be a strong man without disadvantages. Since I chose to spend all my money on weapons, the car will naturally be worse. But this difference is now killing me. The legendary Mackinac is fast and fierce. And now it is still hard and flexible. Even if it rushes to the desert, it doesn't slow down much. Brother, you said 100 yards is the limit. Bang! Jack's head hit the top plate, and the subcutaneous armor was smashed with a crisp sound. That the safety limit? The combat limit is not safe. And it's still adapting. The meter reached 110 yards. Even the electromagnetic suspension of the legendary Mackinac seemed a bit reluctant. But it is indeed getting more and more stable. Legend. More sports data is needed to maximize the potential of the hardware. Legend. The barrel has been cooled, and it ready to shoot. Jack immediately reconnected to the control of the heavy machine gun. Rather than saying this is a heavy machine gun, it is better to say that this is a smaller version of an armor-piercing machine gun. High-explosive armor-piercing shells are automatically loaded through the built-in ammunition supply structure of the vehicle body. There is also an advanced temperature management system, which is well-controlled and unlikely to cause the system to overheat due to excessive shooting. On the road, those poor guys who don't pay attention to vehicles are immediately left behind. As the saying goes, death racing, you don't need to run too fast, but the slowest runner will definitely suffer. Several vehicles now had green faces, watching the legendary Mackinac that was constantly rising and falling on the bad land, raising huge dust, and their nerves were pulled. But the more bullets they fired, the more desperate they became. Heavy machine guns can hit cars, but they can only work on light vehicles, and can't even make a mark, and the same goes for grenades. As for rocket launchers, they basically can't hit. Jack, brother, mark it for me. Leal hadn't marked the target in Jack HUD for a long time, even though it was only a few seconds, but the kid was so anxious that he wanted to fire a few rounds first. Lear scanned the cars, while checking the NCPD, military technology, and even Arasaka database. Mackinac, Colby Mule, Columbus Cargo RPG, no threat, rifle, pistol, heavy machine gun, no threat, pistol grenade, no threat, Achilles charge rifle, Nikomata sniper rifle low threat, may hit the machine gun. Medium threat, Anvil 2 heavy anti-tank guided missile. Value, 10,000 euros/set, laser guided. Military technology report, stolen 7 days ago, 7 sets. NCPD database, suspected gang. Midnight sudden death. Theft, the latest gang data was updated in 2049. Goodfellow, 3 punks wearing jackets with death printed on them were carrying transmitters, with their arms around each other, in a Columbus freight car. This transmitter was almost half their body length. The laser guidance part seemed to be blocked by something. Jack found the target instantly. View? 3 missiles used to attack large floating armored vehicles such as the Magic Lizard rose from the ground. Jack had already pulled the trigger, but what happened at the same time still made him feel like he was hallucinating. He saw the missile rushing out of the cargo compartment, but the tail flames covered the faces of the 3 brothers in the cargo compartment, all burned black. They died even before the high-explosive armor-piercing shells blew up their heads. 3 missiles shot up into the sky, and then headed straight for the legendary Mackinac. Swish. 3 active defense bombs were ejected forward, and a large amount of smoke instantly enveloped the legendary Mackinac. But Lear frowned. There were 2 drones in the sky responsible for monitoring the battlefield, providing him with a vision. The missiles did not retract, but headed straight for the smoke, and were still correcting their trajectory. Huh? The legendary Mackinac rushed out of the smoke, and the 3 missiles were aimed at 3 points respectively. 2 of them missed, and 1 hit the front of the legendary Mackinac. Boom! People even forgot to continue shooting. The running cars also looked over here. The shock wave generated by the missile was even clearly visible in the desert. The fireball rose. Boom! Mackinac rushed out of the smoke. The armor just turned slightly black. The contestants on the road unconsciously stepped on the accelerator. This time it was a death step. This was beyond imagination. Chapter 464 Shocking. The drone is military technology. They saw it clearly. What highway cars, vehicle-mounted machine guns, rocket launchers? They just sat and watched. Although the scene was a bit exciting, it was not surprising in Night City. But what is that car that looks like a Mackinac, and is also a Mackinac car? If they saw this super-armored pickup truck speeding in the Badlands, and could really control that kind of machine gun, they would just sit up a little straighter. But this Anvil 2 hit it without any damage. Not to mention the contestants were scared. They also stood up from their chairs. This is a real military heavy anti-tank weapon that they have been using for many years. The missile is more than 1.5 meters long. The explosives it carries, and the kinetic energy generated by the launch can easily penetrate 1,000 millimeters homogeneous steel armor. In other words, the pickup truck with a hamburger painted on it is essentially a new concept super tank. Able to fight and resist. Full of energy. Walking briskly in the Badland. Is this a fucking Mackinac? Stout was sweating. The Hammer 30 machine gun on the legendary Mackinac was sponsored by her. But she didn't know the situation of the body armor. Suspension. Chassis. Tires. Such a passionate game. Although it will not affect the world situation. Has a significant impact on the land of Night City. For the upper class, it is also a good pastime. She just didn't expect that the new president of the United States, Rosalind Miles, the former CEO of Militech International Arms, was also watching, and even called her. President Miles, do you have the technical data of the defense system of this car? The flat voice was extremely oppressive. Stout, no. But President Miles, check it now. I want to know all the details of this system. Stout, okay. I start now. Stout pressure was not only caused by Miles' direct questioning. Now she has joined a special task force, which even includes a senior vice president in charge of technology development, an executive vice president of the intelligence department, and so on. Of course, her direct superior, the regional vice president of Night City, is also here, but her status may actually be half a level lower than these people. The good news is that there are work tasks, a lot of pressure from the leaders, but there are also more senior agents in the team who can directly help. Since the car is Mackinac, of course, we have to start the investigation from Thunderway Company. However, the actual situation is certainly not as calm as it seems. At the moment when the explosion was about to happen, the legendary main control AI reacted, the mechanics database provided by the Little Octopus, and the driving habits of the Burger King trio allowed it to complete the unexpected rescue calculation for the first time and implement the operation. Before the Anvil 2 hit, a round of missiles was fired. With its calculation speed comparable to that of the Lille overclocking, this active defense bomb just detonated the missile pre-explosive, and the explosion in the air greatly interfered with the missile flight trajectory and speed. These pre-charges should have exploded upon impact, actively activating the explosive plates of the active reactive armor, thus paving the way for subsequent penetration. But the explosion of the projectile turned the pre-charges into a traitor that interfered with the missile. The missile trajectory was slightly deflected, the legendary car body suddenly tilted and accelerated, and the active armor plates of the car body that were electromagnetically locked also adjusted their angles, forming an angle between the missile incident angle and the missile extreme angle that was enough to deflect the missile. Moreover, the armor of the stressed part had already bounced slightly under the control of the electromagnetic locking system, providing repulsion when the force was applied, and very subtly providing the missile with the last bit of force to deflect. To put it simply, the legendary Mackinac detonated the front explosive of the missile at the last moment, and then adjusted the angle between the vehicle body and the electromagnetic locking movable armor, cleverly making the missile not hit the car, but slid past it and detonated on the surface of the vehicle body. The car still took the impact, but compared to being hit head-on by a missile, this was the best result. Chrony titanium alloy is very strong, but Lille didn't want to gamble on the consequences of a head-on hit. Electromagnetic locking module damaged, 2.16%. Electromagnetic suspension force exceeded the limit, and the movement strategy is being adjusted. The locking module is damaged, which will make it difficult for two armor plates to perform the delicate force reduction operation just now. At the same time, even if the tragic situation of being hit head-on was avoided, the impact still made the co-pilot, unable to cheer, and his head almost hit the front windshield armor. The exaggerated torque also caused the electromagnetic suspension to behave abnormally. This electromagnetic output system is all based on Spider-Man electrostatic adsorption system, and the unit adsorption can easily reach 50 tons, which is enough to withstand many situations. But being attacked by an anti-tank missile while driving at high speed is still a bit too extreme. Fuck V shook his head, and patted his head, and raised his head. Legend, the decision made in an instant was quite counterintuitive. Not only did he not slow down, he even stepped on the accelerator. The instant acceleration and the control of the containment force generated by the explosion would have made a normal person vomit. The seatbelts held the three people in the car at the same time. They were not injured, but it was still very uncomfortable. Jack, brother, why did I see the people in the car explode? Anvil 2 is a conventional anti-tank missile of military technology. The standard missile length of this thing is more than 1.5 meters. The launcher itself is mounted on the vehicle. If infantry wants to use it normally, they have to get a tripod or something like that. Change to shoulder fire. The recoil produced is not something a normal person can bear. Not to mention that these lunatics are using it on a high-speed car. Not all pickups are legendary Mackinacs. Not even Mackinacs. The end result of the low-cost explosive modification is to be slapped in the face by the tail flame. I have seen many suicide bombs, but I have never seen a suicide missile. Midnight Death, as the name suggests, is a pure nihilistic gang in Night City. In the database with records, their favorite thing to do is to shout everything is meaningless, then turn a group of people into something as meaningless as them. Lil, Midnight Sudden Death, watch those snipers. Due to the need to take into account stability, the turning speed of the machine gun controlled by Jack is limited. When he heard Lear's voice, although he pulled the trigger with nerve control, he had already missed the first shooting window. The bullet streaked through the air, the sunset was scattered by the flying dust, and the bullets hit the ground one by one, just slightly beyond a Mackinac pickup truck. Boom! 2 high-explosive armor-piercing shells hit the road. The violent explosion directly created 2 large pits on the road, and gravel flew everywhere. This made the driver, who had already stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, unconsciously increase his strength, and almost broke the pedal. The Anvil II is a serious military equipment, and the 30mm high-explosive armor-piercing shells of the Hammer 30 are not inferior, and the lightest armored vehicle carrying this thing is at least 20 tons. And who the hell runs so fast when firing? The tattered Mackinac that survived the disaster was hit hard by the explosion. The driver looked at the legendary Mackinac that was about to catch up in less than a second, and suddenly made a bold decision. I won't run away. Squeak. The sniper didn't feel anything at all, and he concentrated on shooting the most perfect shot in his life. Before cheering, the car lost control and fell to the side of the road in the next second. Bang! The Mackinac crashed into the pit, and the driver climbed out with a bloody head. Ah! What the hell are you doing? A shrill scream came from the semi-enclosed rear cargo compartment. But it was only half screamed. The sniper climbed up, and together with the driver, watched what was happening in front of him. Legend Mackinac stepped on the accelerator and chased after him. 2 machine guns blew up the Colby Mule. The car was even blown away by the explosion and kinetic energy, and crashed into the rocks on the side of the road. The man and the steel may have melted into one in the high temperature. This Colby Mule was just a little faster than them, almost running side by side, and there was also a sniper in the car. Seeing this scene, the sniper had no confidence to scold anyone. Although the car accident broke his leg, it was better than dying. Right? What a fucking pervert. What is this? The driver looked into the distance after hearing this. The sky turned dark. Not necessarily. Chapter 465 Shocking. In mobile combat, every performance of the vehicle is crucial, especially in such an empty, single scene. If you want to run to the end and participate in this journey, such people are either absolute idiots, or have absolute confidence. Of course, there are also those who die suddenly at midnight, who feel that nothing is meaningful, and are just playing, carrying missiles that they can't even withstand and standing in the car to fire, and burn to death. It was hard to imagine what they had gone through before this, and how they could maintain a delicate state of mind of seeking death rationally. However, not everyone was like them. Seeing that Mackinac had no reaction to the anti-tank missile, those who could run completely gave up the idea of continuing to fight in the bad land. Those who couldn't run gritted their teeth, as long as the others were slower. They could support until the next section of the track. What about me? What about me? Open a window for me. V held an Ikomatis sniper rifle, and the barrel was placed horizontally at the window position and blocked by the armor plate. The butt of the gun kept hitting Lear's face as the vehicle swayed. Leal was hit by the butt of the gun before he could finish his words. His head was buzzing from the blow. He leaned towards Veer unhappily and took a deep breath. I told you to talk to Legend directly, and the car. Don't talk to me. I'm so busy. This time, Leal almost leaned towards her ear. Finally, he overcame the huge noise of the car running and the bullets hitting the armor. After yelling, Leal opened his seatbelt with the help of the octopus arm, left the car, and walked towards the cargo compartment. Why are you yelling so loudly? V heard a slap on the front center control, and almost put the gun under his armpit. Pass it to Big Barley. Give me a window. Legend felt strange. The little octopus is small. But this Mackinac, how big is it? Legend Center Control is an AI-made AI trained by the little octopus. Of course, it will not be the case when Leal first discovered it, when he had no idea of the name. Perhaps the little octopus incorporated the feeling of getting a name for the first time when programming. And the center control Big Barley suddenly became huge and shouted, "Open the window." An armor plate outside the car window slowly stood up under the electromagnetic force, making a perfect shooting window. Although the car body is fully enclosed, the panoramic crystal ball technology from Tingwei Company allows the car to seamlessly observe all external conditions, and the 2 small drones flying in the sky are the best observers. Wind speed, relative speed, road conditions, height difference. All data are entered into the database. But V is a shooter who relies purely on feeling. Bang! The bullet with a slightly blue arc was fired under the red sunlight. On the road, A mercenary, who also had a sniper rifle on the window, suddenly could only hear the sound coming from his right ear. The bullet hit the windowsill, and the fragments of the passive energy explosion hit his ear directly. Sion Weston was enough to let the shooter see the difference. Just now, he also fired, but looking at the trajectory, the bullet fell into the flying dust behind the legendary Mackinac. Boom! The loud noise came from the sky. All the contestants looked at the bad land far away from the road at the same time. The sun sets, the wind picks up, and the ominous roar is the source of the sudden loud noise. In 2076, the world is deteriorating due to nuclear war and large-scale pollution industries around the world. North America is almost barren due to years of war. The storm came and went without warning, and the contestants didn't know whether to cry or laugh. There were still 80 kilometers to the end of this long road and the intersection into the city. The long 80 kilometers will become longer because of the coming storm, but maybe it is also their chance to escape from the legendary Mackinac. Ha Dabo! Barley's voice sounded again, making the three people in the car shocked. Lil stuck to Jack, and the tools at the tips of the two octopus arms reached into the base of the machine gun. I have to say that there was a sniper with pretty good marksmanship just now, and good luck. Jack's first shot was a mistake, but the sniper shot was quite accurate, and it hit the light armor covered by the machine gun at once. This is also the weakest point of the entire vehicle system. Although the Nakomata shot did not damage the machine gun, it caused the built-in stabilizing gyroscope and steering system to fail, and it was necessary to make a correction from the outside on the spot. Bang! The octopus arm retracted, and the machine gun base made a loud noise. Brother! Jack shouted while sitting in the operating chair. The dust is too big. In a few seconds, the dust reduced visibility to within 50 meters, and the covered road burst into flames from time to time. This is a bit awkward, because thanks to the powerful movement system of the legendary Mackinac, the car can choose to drive at high speed on the road or on the Badlands at any time, and it is quite free to fight or hide. This is why everyone gave up the idea of defeating Mackinac here after seeing the defensive performance of the car. A flexible, fast, and wide-range heavy-duty vehicle is not something they can mess with. But now it is different. They must keep close combat. Bang. Lil sat back in the driver's seat. Good, don't forget we are a heavyweight vehicle. Take back the drone, use the onboard sensor, turn on the recording system, switch to special driving mode. Action mode switch completed. I don't know if it an illusion, Jack and V instantly felt that the vehicle shaking became much smaller. The main reason is that the engine horsepower has been greatly reduced. The Vulture engine has powerful horsepower, but it also needs to inhale a lot of gas. The special driving mode first needs to increase the complexity of the filtration system, which will affect the intake, and it is necessary to close some combustion chambers. The engine reduced its output. The speed slowed down, and the car drove onto the road. The only thing that could shake the car was the sandstorm. Obviously, the sandstorm was not yet strong enough to shake this 10-ton truck. On the other hand, the sandstorm also greatly reduced the vehicle perception range, interfered with network data transmission, and the dust from high-speed friction was more likely to be charged, making the electromagnetic locking system of the armor plate less flexible. The vast Badland was covered with yellow sand, and the deadly competitor disappeared in the yellow-brown color. The pleasure of crushing was suddenly replaced by vigilance against the unknown. The whole world was filled with flying dust. What should we do now? V put the gun on the aisle. Now! Boom! Before Leo finished speaking, there was a loud noise in front of him. Less than 10 meters away, a burning car suddenly appeared, rolled over and hit the car. Hold on! Barley's voice was deafening. V quickly grabbed Leo. Bang! The car shook violently after the collision. Leo's head almost came into close contact with the front windshield armor. Now! Leo breathed a sigh of relief after being spared the blow. Act on intuition. Boom! Almost face to face, a car was blown into scrap metal next to Legend, and was blown off the road with large sparks from friction with the ground. The probability of combat damage suddenly became high. Leo keenly noticed one thing. The chassis of the two scrapped cars were severely deformed and caught fire. There are mines. Bang! Before the three people could react, Legend directly hit the rear of a car. At a very close distance, the three people saw through the small window in the HUD that two fearless guys jumped out of the rear of the car in front. Even the sensor observed an interesting phenomenon. The two lunatics who jumped out of the car were also shocked. They just wanted to jump out of the car, but they didn't know that this was the most powerful guy. Jack! Boom! As soon as Leo's voice rang, The two cars jumped up at the same time and stepped on the mines. Chapter 466 Shocking. 80 mph, the car body swayed slightly under the storm. This speed is not fast, even for Jack who did not wear Swan Weston. But due to the limitation of Hadab, when the people in the car noticed something, it was within 20 meters, and ordinary people would not have time to do anything. Human nerves are restricted by structure. Although the speed of bioelectric current transmitting information in the body is close to the speed of light, the information transmission between synapses still depends on chemical transmitters. Transmitters need time to diffuse in the internal environment and be felt by the next synapse. Unless, there is a way to cover the conduction of chemical transmitters, and use electric current to replace the entire process. This is one of the original intentions of Swan Weston design. Perhaps they can't predict the landmines on the ground, but when the situation occurs, Swan Weston electric current has already covered the biological nerves, exceeding the conduction speed of chemical transmitters. The voltage of these currents is enough to make the current cross the tiny gaps between synapses, physically breaking the limit of human reaction speed. The explosion cannot be stopped. But how to deal with it after the explosion is something we can try. The two gang members who attacked wore combat jackets, and on their necks there was a tattoo of a blind man crying. There was a long rope tied around their waists, which was obviously for them to get back to the car after the battle. But now it is different. It has become their death warrant. The mines are very strong, but the chrony titanium armor plate on the legendary Mackinac chassis is fully capable of withstanding such an impact. The armor deformed slightly, and the impact force was absorbed by the complex electromagnetic suspension and built-in frame, and was transmitted to every load-bearing structure of the car body as evenly as possible. So the whole car just paused slightly, and then flew up almost parallel to the ground. But the pickup truck in front didn't have this condition. The explosion directly blew up the chassis of the whole car, and the impact force directly lifted up the rear of the car. If nothing was done, the two guys would be pulled away by the rope, and be twisted into the wreckage, and finally become a mixture of metal and meat. So at this moment, they decisively untied the ropes on their bodies. When the pulling force was transmitted to this end, they had broken free and rushed towards the front hood of the legendary Mackinac at the original speed. With such a fast speed and such an extreme reaction, they were secretly bragging about their own bragging. For strong synthetic limbs grabbed the bumper. But what they didn't expect was that someone else had the same reaction as them. The front armor plate had a gap under barley operation, which perfectly matched the mantis knife in the hand. So they didn't have a chance to grab the hood at all. It better to say that the mantis knife grabbed them. Bang! One of them hit the knife on the head, and the other mantis knife pierced from the center of the ribs, and slashed along the bones to the left. The two guys hit the front windshield armor hard, and a large pool of unknown liquid was smashed out. They retracted the mantis knife, and the two were blown to the sides by the storm, and their bodies were exposed in the wilderness. Blind eyes and crying heads. It blood and tears. Lil explained while recording the kills in temporary storage. They like to gouge out the eyes of their victims. Another murderer gang, and an elite murderer. They robbed Jianli Chemical Warehouse, but the mines were not planted by them. Blood and Tears, a powerful gang that was once famous in the war zone during the era of gang rule, only accepts fighters with at least 3 years of combat experience as members. However, in Night City, there are not many people who can make it through 3 years in this line of work, and those who survive longer are rich people, and it has nothing to do with combat skills, so it gradually disappeared. What a weird name. V put the knife on both sides of the chair. This place even has 2 knife cleaning devices. You are really a genius at naming. This is not my name. NCPD has a tradition of giving weird names to wanted terrorists for decades. For example, Jack, he is one of the victims. Brother, sit tight, there will be landmines. Boom. I stepped on a landmine again. This time the shaking was more obvious, and the car body also shifted unexpectedly. Electromagnetic suspension dead zone warning. Chassis slightly deformed. If you are passively bombed like this, the damage to the car will be beyond your expectations. The best way to avoid it now is to drive off the road again. Leo has the scan information of all participating vehicles. No car has the ability to drive at high speed off the road in the sandstorm. But in this way, his speed will also be reduced. If he is not the first to break out of the storm and reach the next section, it will be useless. This little bastard who is hiding from the mines in front is really lucky. The situation that is most suitable for this strategy has appeared. He must get rid of that guy. But if you want to kill the guy in this environment, just like Lear said before, you can only fight by instinct. Thinking of this, Lear said, use a motorcycle to attack and lay mines. Speaking of this, Jack and V are no longer sleepy. Boom! There were continuous explosions behind them, and the people in the car were laughing. This is a Colby Lone Peak with thunder power, also a pickup truck, but it is a light pickup truck, and the engine is a stolen high-horsepower engine. Add to that all-wheel drive, off-road tires, and other configurations, it is very suitable for racing on the Badlands Highway. Their original strategy was to run to the front and lay mines, overthrow as many as possible, and abandon the game directly if they couldn't hold on. Showing their faces would be a huge profit, and it wouldn't be shameful to abandon the game midway. This was the strategy. A few days ago, they received a commission from the Brain Demon gang, and ran to steal a scrap Type 66 Pelican, but as soon as the car was connected, the Brain Demon gang said it didn't need it, and the engine on the car should be usable after repair, so it was used as a reward. I didn't expect that they would really use it. Patching up, the Pelican 1000 horsepower engine is really cool to be modified on this lonely peak. Although it is a little unstable in the sandstorm, but in this situation, fast is strong. A 1000 horsepower car, in this bad land, no one can catch up. Haha, God is really open-minded, God favors people who use their brains. A bunch of brainless idiots, you and me brothers. Just think for a while, and we can kill them. The guy who kept dropping mines on the cargo box was wearing a lot of eye protection. This kind of eye protection is a common work tool for technical experts. The driver also has one, but he didn't wear it on his eyes for the time being. After the driver finished his declaration, he immediately thought of the scene where they would be the first to rush to the city entrance. Maybe some smart people would think of walking. But walking means slowness. They can still rush out first. As long as they rush out first, today's task will be completely overfulfilled. Appear at the starting point. Run a full section. And have a cliff-like gap with the car behind. As long as they rush out first, their brainpower will be recognized. And in the future, there may be a large number of company dogs asking them to develop new toys. And they will embark on the road of inventors and no longer be called freaks. They are inventors. Deadly inventors. Boom! A faint explosion sounded behind them. Colby Lone Peak moved serpentinely on the road. The driver even let go of one hand and danced with joy. Ha ha! I laugh at that hamburger recklessness, God bless you. It was because of his excitement that he didn't pay any attention to what was happening behind him. Limited vision is two-way. The brothers who kept placing mines on the cargo box found that explosion lights appeared on both sides of the road at the same time. This is strange. He didn't seem to place the mine so far away. Why does it feel like it running off the road? Boom! An explosion sounded from the side. This guy saw a scene he would never forget, which was also the last scene of his life. In the sandstorm, a woman in a black light jacket, riding a motorcycle with fire and smoke, running sideways out of the yellow-brown storm. The motorcycle was even off the ground. It was just like a Valkyrie riding a white Pegasus in a mythical game. As for why the other party was wearing a thick mask and an enhanced exoskeleton, he could still tell it was a woman. He simply thought that this person should be a woman. He turned and ran, his eyes turned, just past the roof, and saw a motorcycle of the same model crashing sideways at high speed outside the main driver window. The huge, another Valkyrie seemed to be holding a rocket. The rocket smashed through the car window armor, and warm liquid flew out of the window. He seemed to feel a bit of discordant warmth on his face, and he exclaimed, "What a great thing!" Only then did he notice a problem. He was in the rear cargo box. How could he see the scene over the roof? The next second, his consciousness was permanently offline, and his head was blown into the air with a strong wind. Cool. V expressed his emotions in the face of the storm, nodded to Jack, who gave a thumbs up, and the two slowed down to the side as planned, and disappeared in the sandstorm. The legendary Mackinac was about to overtake. Chapter 467 Shocking. At night, driving in the brown and yellow world, drivers are more likely to lose their way. The only indicator is the not-so-obvious road in front of them. But experienced drivers are terrified. There are mines. The storm blows up not only sand and dust, but also broken metal parts, and not only wind flying in the air, but also faint screams. If they want to be safe, they just need to drive off the road and wait for the storm to pass. But the sandstorms lost not only their direction, but also their sense of danger. The lurking dangers reduced their sensitivity. And the mentality of luck hit the gambler strike zone. Just a little more. Just a little more. At least finish this section. Night City is a city of dreams. The world's largest show. And they chose to appear at the wildest starting point. Just to fight for their lives and bet everything. But as the night deepened, they began to fear. until the radio began to penetrate the storm. Squeak. It was a terrible night in Night City, and the sandstorm covered it. The light of hope lit up, and no one wanted to quit. In the storm, explosions continued, and no one knew what those faint lights were, and it felt like a ghost. The drivers who survived the disaster cheered up, but the evil spirits in the storm had already secretly targeted them. Ha ha. Finally. I'm going to get out. The driver slammed the steering wheel hard, and the co-pilot and the companions in the back seat also cheered up. Listen to the fucking host. Is it time for us to be called out? Ha ha. I just missed the prosthetics in my hand. Military technology must have seen it. And was furious. Boom, the explosion happened on the side. And the people in the car turned their heads and watched a guy wearing some kind of high-tech helmet and exoskeleton flying towards them with a mantis knife. Puff. The steel was easily penetrated, and the blade pierced and pulled out at a speed that was difficult to see clearly. The companion in the back seat had his neck twisted, and he died on the spot with blood spurting out. Target description. Vehicle, Colby Mule, body armor, kinetic ram, reinforced suspension, EP431 heavy machine gun. Iconic pattern, blind crying head. Target A, killed synthetic arm, recoil control, heavy subcutaneous armor exposed. Target B, racer chip, multifunction mechanical leg. Target C, right hand projectile launcher, one eye, military grade aiming prosthetic eye. NCPD database check, murder, forced to sell Y, organ trade. The sudden appearance of the Grim Reaper and the death of their companions made the remaining two guys' adrenaline surge. The prosthetics on their bodies creaked and started to work, immediately aimed the projectiles in their hands out the window. But V only glanced at them, then immediately put away his mantis blade, and disappeared into the dust again. Bang! The car was suddenly hit by something from the side, and when the guy in the passenger seat turned his head, he saw a huge hole in the armor of the passenger seat, and his companion head rotated a full 180 degrees, and then fell towards him. Crack. The chin knocked together with a slight sound, but his companion prosthesis had not completely stopped working, and still maintained cruise control. The car was moving strangely. The air was filled with the smell of blood. The body of the companion in the back seat fell on the car, and the car body made a rattling sound as it bumped. Adrenaline makes people react faster. The last young man felt that the bumping sound was like the sound of a clock urging his death. Slow, heavy, click, click. The radio suddenly sounded. Night City. Look at this contestant. The stolen 31 Malawang Quachas heavy machine gun of military technology. Ah! The boy suddenly started to yell wildly, and aimed the projectile in his hand at the radio station. Boom! The explosion completely broke out, and the boy's shout was drowned in the sound waves. The projectile launching system in his hand did not fire at all, but shattered with the explosion, and the ammunition inside was exposed and sent into the flames. At the same time, the legendary Mackinac rushed out from the back, and the front of the car hit the back of the car hard. The two burning cars flew up under the combined effect of the storm. The mine and the legendary Mackinac. The radio station made its last sound in the air, and it was also the last sound the young man heard. Look! There is also this. A projectile launcher, made by Jinli Industrial. It only takes one shot to make the road rage driver speechless. Boom! The bomb leaked out and exploded in the air. This is the first car. Target description. Vehicle, Emperor Ragnar. Electromagnetic pulse protection device. Anti-infantry machine gun. Symbol pattern, red crown. Target A, left-hand flamethrower. Target B, military-grade laser cutter. Second level Cyanwiston. Enhanced driving. Military-grade combat eye. Target C, unknown biochemical injection agent. NCPD database. Insulting company representatives. Sexual assault. Eating illegal meat. Emperor Ragnar galloped on the road, and the nervous driver suddenly turned the steering wheel, and the whole car body tilted suddenly, and the wheels brushed past the mines on the ground. The car just straightened up, and it happened to come to Jack's side. Jack grabbed the mine he had just looted from the side of the car and threw it up, while raising his fist. Boom! The explosion penetrated the car window armor. The people in the car looked at the driver whose head was blown off, and hurriedly grabbed the steering wheel. The car stabilized, and the person holding the steering wheel saw a mine with a flashing indicator light in the driver crotch. Why is there a mine in the crotch? Boom! Shoo! Another tough guy. Flamethrower A only 2,000 euros. The second car. Target, Columbus Freight, turbocharged, guided missile launcher on the roof. Signature pattern. Black Cat. The vehicle is driving normally. B stabbed into the car body with a knife. Cut off the chassis load-bearing parts. Then Jack hit the car hard from the right side. The Columbus freight suddenly lost control and overturned, and happened to hit a landmine. Boom! The legendary Mackinac knocked away the rubbish on the ground, and rushed out of the flames. Mysterious zombie tiger. Who among the young people doesn't like modified cars? Try it, turbine. The third one. Next came an impeccable overweight Mackinac, with layers of decks and an equally outrageous turbo engine, as fast as a beast on the road. The beast was driving at high speed in the dust, and the Predator pounced from the dust. The driver-rich combat experience allowed him to swing the steering wheel to force V back in the first place, and also noticed Jack attacking from the other side, and quickly stepped on the brakes. But this brake let him see that the guy, who was theoretically the same brand, was at a suitable distance from each other. The legendary Mackinac machine gun didn't even need to aim, just fire. Boom! The machine gun penetrated the armor. Passengers were buried in the sea of fire, and were knocked away by the steel behemoth. Super ceramic bulletproof armor produced by Contao. Compatible with all cars, let you rest assured of your safety. The fourth car. The third generation of Dow anti-tank missile, the cutting-edge work of military technology, 2.5 Mach, multi-mode blasting warhead, compatible with a variety of vehicles. Huh? In the storm, a missile took off violently, and a faint light penetrated the track. One after another. Equipment was pointed out and analyzed by weapons experts in various media programs, and people listened to it with great pleasure. In my heart, I choose my favorite self-defense weapon. Stinger 3 self-destruct drone. Blowing through an armored vehicle is as easy as playing a game. Cyberlink Systems Link 7, from Zeta Technology, the response time of less than 1 millisecond gives you the upper hand in a gunfight. Nakamata electromagnetic sniper rifle. Ahem. This sandstorm is damned. After introducing so much, counting the time, our advertising time should be over. I believe that now, the audience friends understand how terrible the weapons in the hands of these thugs are. Without a gun, it really scary. At least that's how I feel. Let's talk about this riot. I don't know if this besieged thug can escape. After all, it seems that all these weapons will be used on them. If you ask me, Mackinac was bitten, and was also caught in a sandstorm. I feel that this time it will be difficult. Huh? The sandstorm was disintegrated by the high-rise buildings near Night City. As always, Santo Domingo became the limit of the sandstorm. Near the entrance of Night City, visibility gradually recovered. Well, it almost time. Let wait and see. Who will be the first to rush out of this terrible chaos? Who will be the first? The military technology troops pretended to block the intersection. There was no collision. Only a collision. Boom! The violent engine sound almost penetrated the storm. The drone captured the behemoth rushing out of the storm in the sandstorm. The fuel and blood stained on the body of the car were still burning. As the storm blew and spread with the wind, people could barely see behind it. A car had been shattered and lost control in the storm. Stanley on the radio instantly screamed, and the sound of bottles and cans falling could be heard in the background. The military technology garrison raised their weapons. Audience, I'm such a fucking idiot. I made the wrong judgment. The most brutal, fastest, most powerful thug on the Badlands Highway, a legend who conquered storms and heavy weapons. Most importantly, he conquered my 50,000 bet. Bang! Military technology launched rockets, which landed beside Mackinac and triggered explosions, and the sound of fragments hitting the car body announced the birth of the first place. A total of 12 Rangers that had been hiding nearby suddenly rushed out from the side, firing at military technology, and all these cars gave way before Mackinac rushed to the entrance. Mackinac rushed through the empty defense line, entering the next section. Then, there was silence for a few minutes. Stanley on the radio asked, "Only him?" Now it not a matter of 50,000 bets. It a matter of 500,000 bets. Chapter 468, The Sinister Goods. 56 armed vehicles, 12 of which were Rangers' vehicles. They had never thought of running the entire race from the beginning, or even running to the next section of the track. So when the sandstorm came, their sense of smell in the Badlands had already smelled the smell of danger. Hadab was a very scary storm. Even if they were so familiar with the Badlands, Hadab would not move deep into Night City, and they would not be crazy enough to run to a restricted road in such a storm and fight desperately. So when the storm came, they left the track early, relied on their excellent experience, followed the edge of the storm, and arrived at the predetermined location at a faster speed, ready to lead the military technology troops away as planned. Some people may ask, is it really necessary to do this kind of play? Of course. There is still room for maneuver in everything, which is why big companies like to find Leal to work. It's just that the reality makes Atacado and others unbelievable. The detour does increase the distance, but the speed is faster, and they didn't have to fight. And their starting position was very forward. Even so, they almost missed the chance to lead the military technology away. Leal and his men were too fast. If they didn't catch up, Leal might have to fight with the military technology troops. What a pity. Panem sat in the car, looking at the military technology armored vehicle behind her. Full of regret, she also wanted to drive fast. And she also wanted to run to the end. But Atacado was not a local crazy person in Night City after all. And he didn't have too much obsession with such a victory or defeat. Focus, although it just acting, it also military technology. Soul voice came from the intercom. Huh, you know the company is unreliable now? I knew it earlier than you. Soul looked at the picture in the rearview mirror frowning. The military technology didn't slow down, nor did it turn around. They're a problem. Well, what should we do? According to the plan. Soul winked at Carol in the passenger seat of the car. All the cars that Atacado and his friends escaped opened their cargo compartments, and only the Iron Beetle drones carrying EMP and communication jammers rose quickly as a backup. These drones are small and fast, and a single explosion at a suitable distance can interrupt tracking. Although it was just a show, Leal also left a little trick for Atacado, in case the company suddenly turned against him. During the high-speed chase, these drones were thrown out by the mechanical ejection device, and the relatively fast speed made the military technology team chasing them unable to react in time. Although these drones lost their machine gun modules and were equipped with self-harming EMP bombs, they had a warhead similar to the front explosive of a missile at the front of the drone. The drone hit the car, and the gunpowder explosion blew open the metal shell of the vehicle. The impact of EMP was exerted to the limit, and the panoramic crystal ball of the car was instantly disabled, and everyone became blind. When the system was restored, Atacado had already run far away. The company's soldiers walked down and picked up the wreckage of the drone. This should not be considered a complete failure, right? After passing the defense line, they entered the outermost settlement of Night City. To be precise, there used to be some farmers here, relying on biotechnology fertilizers, planting biotechnology alcohol too, and barely making a living. But then it couldn't be sustained. An empty town, shabby houses. Fuck, it really awesome. Many people didn't dare to show up at the starting line directly, but they dared to participate in the middle of the race. Anyway, there is no limit, and it doesn't say that you can't start from the middle. As for those dazzling middle players, when they die, they are nothing. Many people think that this game is quite in line with the local situation in Night City. Here you do have unlimited opportunities, but there is always an iron rule, climbing up. No matter how glorious you have been, you are nothing when you die. There is a group of old bastards who like to stab people. And they are old acquaintances, the random swordsmen who roam the Badlands like Atacado. This town is on the only way to the city. After passing the town, there are only a few hundred meters to choose how to enter the elevated road. There is a fork in the road. The legendary Mackinac is very hard, but this town hides several anti-tank missiles, and the same Anvil too on the villain track. A bombing is waiting for the silly high who is in the limelight. That what they think. The 3 members of the Lawn Doubt Club sat at a small round table on the rooftop. 2 of them playing cards. 1 observing. The others were playing cards in other parts of the town. That not right. Boss. Bombs? What are you doing? Their boss threw 2 cards down. Not bombs. The young man in charge of observation stretched out his 2 mechanical eyes. It them. They didn't seem to pass by here? Yes. Mackinac bypassed the town directly. Then a group of ambushed cars suddenly appeared in the desert. This is a bit embarrassing. No one planned to go here. Yes, there are no guardrails on this desert road. Head. They really ran away. The observer was a little anxious, but the boss still didn't react. So he stretched out his hand to grab his boss while watching. But he grabbed something wrong and grabbed a handful of warm liquid. Huh? The younger brother's eyes quickly shrank back to their normal length, and saw that the boss and the second brother, who were playing cards just now, had a knife stuck in their heads, and took a nap with their backs to the sky. Poof! The knife also made him fall into a peaceful sleep. A pair of big hands pushed him away, and the heavy body sat on the chair. This was a man in ordinary clothes, but his moves were not ordinary. Just a little bit more. He looked at the signal tower in the town. Just a little bit more, he could contact the moon. The man looked into the distance, and the violent vehicles rushed onto the road. On the other side, there was another group of vehicles in the dust heading towards the track. This scene made him feel nervous. The people who came were network monitors, and they might come to confirm the information of the dead contestants. Damn. It all a coincidence. The man didn't rest anymore, and walked straight to the communication tower. As he walked, he used his prosthetic to send a message again. Peter Feldheimer, I know why Hot cooperated with Arasaka. Peter Feldheimer, Lunar Command. This is an Agent Leal took a detour. Although there would definitely be various ambushes in the city, there was no reason not to avoid them if they could be avoided. Even so, he kept observing the movements of the town, until a large group of ambushed cars suddenly appeared in the desert on both sides of the road. Leal was somewhat amused. These guys did not choose to enter the city and then launch an attack. It is entirely possible that they wanted to make the people in the city think that they had also escaped to the evil land. Of course, it is also possible that they thought it was time to attack. As these camouflaged guys surfaced, they rushed to the viaduct first. Some vehicles rushed directly to the viaduct entrance, completely blocking the road. Really, they don't care about their face at all. Are there any more mines? V wiped the knife in the co-pilot seat. I feel. Yes. Leal also scratched his head. In fact, the sensor did not detect any mines at all, but Leal did not think that the guy who could think of blocking the road would give up the opportunity to bury mines here. Continuous mine explosions, plus roadblocks, it is not difficult to completely block him. The lights of Night City flickered slightly in the haze. Leal finally made a decision. Continue to take a detour. After saying that, Leal looked at V. There is just a very troublesome job that needs you to do. Jack and V were puzzled. How can we take a detour? There is only one elevated road into the city, which means they have to go around to another exit dozens of kilometers away. It is impossible to rush down the cliff. Right? Chapter 469, Magic of Physics. There is a not too high mound at the intersection of the Badlands and the Santo Domingo track. The road passes through here. As the runners rushed across the road, the following several broken trucks were connected together to block the road. These cars were all heavy trucks that were about to be scrapped. They were difficult to run, but they were not small in weight. But after seeing the powerful acceleration and combat capabilities of the legendary Mackinac, the road blockers began to doubt the roadblocks they set up. Can these cars really stop the steel behemoth? If they were asking Leal, Leal would tell them for sure, it can't be stopped. The people who arranged all this had also thought of it. Click. The bottom of the vehicle was linked by iron chains, making the roadblock more stable, and a dozen mercenaries quickly retreated to the rocks behind them. I always thought that nothing could knock these big trucks apart, but now I doubt it. Doubt? There are mines all over the ground. When they stop we just open fire. You're still worried about such an easy job. The mercenaries were wearing full sets of bulletproof vests and uniformed tactical equipment. Machine guns, sniper rifles, rocket launchers. Everything was available. They only needed to blow up the car, and then they could unleash their firepower. Of course, they also had special equipment to open the exaggerated tortoiseshell car. Right behind them, a huge electromagnetic cannon was deployed behind them, weighing 35 kilograms. Judging from the appearance alone, this was Rainmetal EMG-85, which used superconducting technology to fire a 15-gram polyester film-wrapped polycarbonate warhead at a speed of 2,400 meters per second. This thing is awesome. It can be said that there is nothing that cannot be penetrated by armor on land. ACPA, heavy armored vehicles are just too powerful. If there is no high-level linear frame or power armor, the recoil of this thing can break the bones of most people. A set of magazines has 5 bullets, equipped with 5 power rings. Each power ring costs 1,200 euros just to charge. A common heavy weapon on the European battlefield, it is also a super weapon that these mercenaries are familiar with. And it is obvious that this electromagnetic gun must have been modified by the mysterious technical expert, just like the weapons in the hands of all of them. A slight modification can turn decay into magic. The mercenaries lay on the rocks, using cameras hidden between the rocks to closely watch the approaching Legend Mackinac. They saw that the car bypassed the gas station on the road. Dieter, how cautious. The captain in charge murmured. Unless you can go around the garbage mountain more than 20 miles away, don't think about bypassing the minefield. Although it was close to Night City, the sandstorm was quite small. But it was night after all, and the visibility was still no more than 1,000 meters. Thanks to special observation instruments, they could capture some images at about 4,000 meters, but they were quite blurry. If it was a sunny day tonight, they could have opened fire long ago. It can only be said that this storm has restricted everyone equally. They are coming. The legendary Mackinaw appeared in the storm, becoming clearer and clearer. The captain held the weapon in his hand a little nervously. This is a fairly ordinary A80 heavy assault rifle. It only needs a reinforced arm to hold it firmly. After being improved, it is easy to penetrate the iron plate of ordinary cars. It is an old friend who has been with him for many years. Just like the strongman standing next to the electromagnetic gun, ready to fire. He turned his head and saw the strongman waving at him. "Hey!" The strongman laughed. "Dio, we are now super mercenaries." He lifted his clothes and revealed the prosthesis under the synthetic fiber. The captain smiled and said, "Look at your awesome look." "Of course I look awesome. I can lift a car now." "You don't look as awesome as before. Get ready. They are coming." "Okay." The strongman lowered his arm and lifted the cloth covering the electromagnetic gun. This powerful weapon will produce extremely strong recoil when fired. Although it is offset by the tripod, controlling it is still a technical job. In order to control it, the strongman underwent full-body prosthetic transformation. Except for the brain. All parts have been replaced. And today, right here, in Night City, he will destroy the legend according to the commission. Damn it. The sturdy man grinned, grabbed the electromagnetic gun. Night City is a really good place, much better than that shitty place in Europe. Here, he got a complete set of full-body prosthesis. Here, he had the opportunity to use this super weapon. Here, he got a chance to become famous. The full-body prosthesis called Samson started with a wonderful driving sound. The sturdy man put the electromagnetic gun, but on his shoulder. "Dio!" The strong man suddenly shouted again. "We are going to be famous all over the world. The enemy is coming." Dio shouted. "No, that not Mackinaw. That a motorcycle." At a distance of 1,000 meters, the target appeared, and its appearance was clearly visible. It was a motorcycle. The speed of the speeding explosive bomber reached 350 yards. Thanks to the explosive propulsion system, it was basically flying close to the ground, and the speed was still increasing. 1,000 meters can be completed in 10 seconds. The mines are fucking induction mines. Within the 10 milliseconds of reaction time, the car has already moved nearly 1 meter. Each explosion is behind V, and the shock wave is used by the aerodynamic equipment, getting faster and faster, faster and faster, faster and faster. The scene suddenly became extremely shocking. The two flying motorcycles dragged their afterimages across the minefield. Those mines always exploded at night. Is this the shooting scene of some superhero suit drama? Shoot! Shoot him! Even V couldn't catch the motorcycle at such a terrifying speed. If it weren't for Barley AI program, he would have lost it. The speed of the motorcycle made it difficult for these battle-hardened mercenaries to keep up. Those mercenaries equipped with Sion Weston also had a headache. Even if they could speed up their reactions to twice the usual speed, the speed of more than 300 yards would feel like 150 to 60 yards. The aiming speed couldn't keep up with V's speed at all. The motorcycle was accelerated by the explosion, and the last leg was completely flying close to the ground. The motorcycle quickly turned sideways and slid up the mound at a perfect angle, almost parallel to the ground. An unlucky guy happened to be on the motorcycle route, and he dropped his weapon in fear and ran away. V had no time to pay attention to this unlucky guy. She was carrying a simple rocket launcher on her shoulder. RPG-7. A classic equipment. This rocket launcher is the key to breaking. V stared at the defense line from the moment she appeared. Originally, this rocket launcher was just a tool to assist braking. But suddenly, she saw the huge guy hiding behind the vehicle roadblock and the electromagnetic cannon in his hand. She didn't know what weapon it was, but it looked big and powerful. So the muzzle deflected a little bit. This little deflection would usually cause a little deviation in Leo calculation. Considering the speed, this deviation might cost V life. But this time it was different. The explosive bomb rider was equipped with Barley sub-individual AI, and it could be adjusted on the spot. The processor emitted black smoke, and V also pulled the trigger. Boom! All this seemed quite tense to Lear and Jack, who were following V closely. With an assault speed of more than 400 kilometers per hour, if the brakes failed, V might not land on the elevated road, but fly out of the elevated road and be smashed to pieces. Lear believed in his calculations, and also believed in V's skills and strength, but at this moment, he still held the steering wheel tightly. When the rocket launcher in V's hand deflected a little bit, he also activated Sion Weston, and all the computing power was transferred to Barley through the neural bridge. The rocket launcher flew and shot directly at the big man, who was still desperately turning the electromagnetic gun, but had no way to catch up with V. After launching the rocket launcher, the motorcycle contacted the mound at an extreme angle, almost parallel to the ground, and slid crazily. The body of the car turned from flat to upright under the action of inertia. The recoil of the rocket launcher and the vector adjustment effect of the explosive thruster were combined. The motorcycle began to rotate under the action of many forces, but these were not enough. The motorcycle brushed past the unlucky guy standing in the way. The huge force tore the unlucky guy body apart in an instant. The momentum of the motorcycle forward rush was converted into angular momentum under such multiple effects. At the moment of rushing out of the highest point of the mound, it spun at high speed in the air. From here on, the movement of the motorcycle is completely beyond the control of humans. Even V. From here on, a precise physics calculation will determine whether V can land. On the ground, the mercenaries looked at this desperate motorcyclist with horror, who was even a suicide attack in their eyes. Then, just as the motorcycle rushed out of the highest point of the mound, something happened that their poor knowledge storage space could not understand at all. The motorcycle spun at high speed, and the speed dropped instantly, and rushed out at a speed of about 150 kilometers per hour. The speed dropped drastically, from more than 400 kilometers per hour to 150 kilometers per hour. This deceleration is counterintuitive to experienced drivers, but it is indeed a reality. The car rolled, spun, and drew a strange curve in the air. Finally, the two wheels landed first, leaving long marks on the ground. Bang! Then it hit the guardrail on the side of the road and stopped completely. Jack was about to shout, but he didn't expect that this time Lil shouted faster and louder than him. Awesome V. Chapter 470, Hellfire Night. Oh, the road into the city is blocked by a group of thugs. I was just thinking that if they planted mines and set up roadblocks here to block this big guy, then no matter how hard this thing is, it's just a bigger and stronger sandbag. Right? If you ask me, these guys are cowards. But this is Night City after all, you have to survive to have the right to speak. Of course, you also need weapons. Do you know which weapon is the most powerful? Of course, it's the Hammer 30 cannon on the super armored vehicle. Its parameters? Forget it. You can't buy it anyway. You just need to know that this thing is made of military technology. I was thinking, if the driver of this steel behemoth uses the weapon well, there should be a little chance. After all, they just broke through the storm. Fuck. Everyone's idea is the same. Simple and pure. Even Leela is the same. He is used to believing in the calculation results. But if there is any small mistake in this operation, V will die on the spot. There will be no other results. But why do they still do this? The biggest reason is actually that people are fighting for their dignity. They have to crush all competitors in a crushing way to make this game perfect. In fact, he began to regret it when he let V off the car. How come he has also been tainted with the problems of a street kid? If it were the old him, he would not do such a risky thing unless he had no choice. But the result was quite good. It even exceeded expectations. He also saw the electromagnetic cannon that V saw, and it turned out that the enemy really could not stop them with landmines and roadblocks. The specifications of that electromagnetic gun don't look big, and even look a bit plain and unpretentious. But they're the problem. The EMG-85 electromagnetic gun is also an overspecification weapon used in corporate warfare. It is a controlled weapon that even the ACPA needs special approval for use. Lear can also achieve an initial velocity of 2,400 meters in the Marvel world. But the size of the device is completely different. He can't guarantee that the chrony titanium alloy will not be penetrated. Jack! Lear shouted at Jack behind him. Without the cover of mines, legendary Mackinac didn't need to slow down at all. The attracted mercenaries turned around and were hit head-on. The vehicle blocking the road was instantly blown up by the machine gun. The bullets penetrated the car without any pressure, causing a huge explosion, and easily shattered the iron chain connecting the roadblocks. At the same time, the micro-missile pods hidden near the machine guns popped out. These intelligent missiles, which were improved from the entire system of the 8-star gun, completely locked the mercenaries ambushed among the rocks through the field of view provided by V in the air. A total of 60 micro-missiles were fired in salvo. It was simply a rain of missiles. These missiles were not fast, but they were small and accurate, and each explosion could cause effective damage. Boom! The violent fireworks announced that this inferior method was crushed without any pressure. The captain of the mercenary in charge of the ambush was burned by the explosion, the fragments pierced his back, and his consciousness was blurred due to concussion. He struggled to grab a piece of hot rock, the synthetic arm made a hissing sound, and the pain made him bounce away. Looking up, he saw his good brother standing in the black smoke. But before he could be happy, the black smoke faded a little, and he saw his good brother head drooping. The remaining wires and tubes could not support it, and were pulled down by the head. The surface of the strongman whole body prosthesis had become uneven, as a heavy-duty prosthesis that was once used for industrial purposes. Samson's output was quite good, so he could carry more armor. So his chest and stomach had no more scars except black and cracked. This shows that Muramasa prosthesis is really awesome. But the core explosion temperature of RPG-7 is also very high. Large area ceramic armor cannot cover all parts of the body. Other metals become distorted. For example, the hose and functional materials connected to the neck are deformed and melted under high heat. The hardest hit area is the neck. The metal here is not completely melted, but after being softened by high temperature, the impact also deforms it, thus damaging the entire neck and cutting off the connection between the head and the body. This caused the brother head to fall off. But Samson was really hard, so his brain only became partially mushy due to the impact, but he was still conscious, and would not die for the time being, but he did not know what his mental state and consciousness would be like. The captain stared at his good brother blankly. The only visible eye of the strongman looked at him with clear eyes, and the sound generator connected by the pipes was mixed with a lot of electronic sounds, just like a machine talking. Dio, this prosthesis is really awesome. If something happens to me one day, it will be yours. Or when we become big shots, let Muramasa give you another set. Except that it is electronic music, this sentence is quite complete. The captain's expression was twisted into a mess. He didn't know where he got the strength from. He grabbed the burning rock tightly, and struggled to stand up. Bang! Their ambush target broke through the roadblock, and the unbearable weight rolled over his body. The vehicle ran over, and the octopus arm quickly grabbed the broken electromagnetic gun and some parts on the ground through the gap in the armor. V was still parked on the side of the road, with black smoke coming out of the car body and twitching constantly. It didn't make her look stupid, but made people feel that this was a representative picture suitable for appearing on the cover of a magazine. Fuck. It's so exciting. All the media were speechless, and only Stanley was still talking. The most awesome driver in Night City so far. There may not be any more awesome in the future. He looks like he came from hell. Look, he's still emitting black smoke from the burning fire of hell. Wow, this is so cool. I want to tattoo him on my body. The most awesome driver in Night City, destructive, violent, mysterious, a lunatic from hell, a demon. A scourge. Of course, V is not just posing. This kind of drastic change in kinetic energy will cause many unexpected things to happen to people. The exoskeleton on V body is a functional integrated exoskeleton, which only provides physiological detection and physiological function enhancement functions. For example, it can ensure normal blood circulation in extreme situations, which is equivalent to an active anti-gravity suit. However, what happened at this moment was still too extreme. So V was in a daze, still in the recovery period. His consciousness, memory and thinking were all back, but his behavior was a little abnormal, which was considered cyberpsychosis to a certain extent. Mackinac stopped beside her, and Lear hurriedly got out of the car, and was about to pat his helmet. Sister? Is the monitoring data normal? V immediately grabbed Lear's hand. Overpass, moon, burning car, core, and the attention of the whole city. I feel it, the mask is open. Now I have to say something. Awesome. Leo gave a thumbs up. Awesome. The most awesome person in Night City, the famous V. Jack, lift the car. Hurry up, the 6th Street gang will be smashed later. V was stunned. Isn't this what she wanted to say? The octopus arm started, picked her up and carried her into the car. Jack also threw the motorcycle into the cargo compartment, and the whole thing was done in an instant. This is not a good place to talk. Until V got into the car obediently, the little octopus in a white coat appeared in her world and began to check and adjust. The car started, made a rumbling sound, and then began to shake. She came to her senses, and completely returned to normal. Then she grabbed Lil's neck. I fucking strangle you. Hey! What are you doing? Are you a cyber psychopath? Chapter 471 Street Fighting Ambush. Night City. Night City. Now let's turn the end to the Colorado farm. Poor Santo Domingo, since the last attack on the power station of the night company. The power supply has not been restored. Look, it is dark as the Badlands. Fortunately, we have Zeta Technology latest XDR-8 multimodal perception drone. Whether it is city lane or a wilderness, whether it is sandstorm or a smog, the battle situation is in full view. Although this function is not available for the civilian version, it is also compatible with a variety of heavy weapons and provides precise guidance. Oh! We caught the flame! They are fighting! A Thracian Jefferson 388 was running wildly on the street. This type of car is the favorite model of the company middle-level management. It has an elegant and business-like appearance and is fully armored. As a car for the company middle-level management, the Jefferson 388 is a pure armored business car. It has an unprepossessing business appearance, but its actual net weight is more than 2 tons. When the car rushed down the viaduct and entered the Colorado farm, the mercenaries in the car suddenly became excited when they saw the empty streets. The poor Colorado farm had not yet fully restored its power supply, and large areas of houses and streets were in darkness, with no one on the streets. Speed racing is exciting in itself. And speed racing in the city is even more exciting. If this kind of speed racing is legal, and there are people secretly filming it, and it is the focus of everyone's attention, it would be even more exciting. The darkness just makes the filming and recording equipment hidden between the buildings conspicuous, and the drones in the sky are more like the super cameras prepared for big stars. Thinking of this, the light pollution in the core area of Night City becomes the stage lights. The background music is the ups and downs of the engine sound. The performance is to kill each other. Ha ha. The fully armed mercenary laughed strangely, and the other 2 companions felt nervous. What going on? Such a scary laugh? What are you laughing at? The driver drove the car, looking around vigilantly. Are you sick? The last person in the trio was a sturdy man, who occupied the entire back seat by himself, and the seat back was converted into a base for mounting a heavy machine gun, and there were rockets at hand. In the past, a car of this size could have been used to rob the company convoy, but today, it was just the most common armed force. The sturdy man did not say anything. As a machine gunner, he had to keep an eye on everything on the road. The laughing woman continued nervously. I just feel that, after living for so long, this is the first time we feel like stars. Compared to this, the previous decades were wasted. We were just looking for food in the garbage dump. Everywhere is a garbage dump. Not here, the woman said firmly. Night City is great, great. How did you say that? The sturdy man's deep voice interrupted at this time. No one will leave Night City unless they are in the shroud. Yes. There are enemies. The sturdy man interrupted the woman's sigh, and the low roar pulled them back to the battlefield from their chat. And the enemy is in those dark wooden houses and unfinished buildings. The heavy sound of heavy machine guns rang out, and the large caliber bullets hit the wooden houses on the roadside like meteors at night. The machine gunner powerful prosthesis perfectly controlled the muzzle of the machine gun, and with a gyroscope and motor, each of these bullets hit the position he aimed at. The precise bursts of fire turned the house into a sieve in just a few seconds, and it collapsed on the spot. The driver shouted, Did you see who it was? I don't know. I can't see clearly. There more. The strong man turned the gun, but this time the heat source reaction appeared on both sides. The machine gun turned quickly, and the car also drove fast. He noticed that there were not just 1 or 2 enemies, but people in the building. Bang! A man suddenly jumped out of the trash can on the side of the road, and the lid was pushed up by him with a bang. He was still carrying a rocket launcher. It was only about 10 meters away. The woman in the passenger seat clearly saw this guy leaning forward and pulling the trigger in one go. He was a trained soldier. In a few tenths of a second, the skill chip automatically activated the defense mode. The woman raised her hand, and the flying knife popped out at high speed. RPG. Boom! The rocket was cut off by the flying knife in the air and fired. Before she could recover from the shock, the woman sat back in the car and patted the flames on her body. Wow! That guy is not bragging. Landmines. Just after dealing with the rockets, the car hasn't even moved steadily. The driver saw something flashing on the road, and he knew at a glance that it was a wireless mine. But he could only see it. The car couldn't avoid it at all. Crack, the wheels hit it, and the driver had only one thought in his mind. Where did these guys come from? Boom! The Jefferson 388 with a total vehicle weight of nearly 3 tons, is just a slightly heavier iron box in front of the anti-vehicle mine. The flames rose high, and the explosion directly penetrated the chassis of the armored vehicle. The solid metal bent and broke in the impact. The front and rear of the car were disconnected, and the car flew up and hit the ground. And it was a mess. Good. In the unfinished building in the distance, the sergeant held up a telescope and applauded. Did you see it? This is a successful ambush. You need to use your brain to fight. But boss, one of the younger brothers raised his hand cautiously. Isn't it just hiding in the trash can and giving them a slap? The sergeant glanced at him, put his hand on his shoulder, and smiled gently. When the little brother started to laugh, the sergeant hit him on the head and scolded him while hitting him. You are the only one who is smart. You are the only one who is fucking smart. Why didn't I see you think of it when you are so fucking smart? Boss! Another sniper suddenly shouted. Not dead. Of course I am fucking not dead. No, boss, it's the one who stepped on the landmine who is not dead. Fuck. Bang. Perhaps the slight reflection of the observation mirror exposed the position. The sniper head was blown up in the next second. The sergeant was quick-witted and kicked the little brother, who had just been taught a lesson down, and he lay down, and was sweating coldly. He stepped on the landmine but didn't die. From the sky, the ambush was indeed successful. Although the 6th Street Gang did not have a large number of advanced drones to collect battlefield information, they had a large number of local people as monitoring probes. That's why they can be everywhere like the field veterans ambushing in the jungle, and they can almost block the way of those cockroaches who participated in the competition midway. But these guys are terribly strong. The sniper covered his bleeding neck, and the sergeant shouted to the recruits, "Watch out. This is battlefield first aid." Then he took out a shot of medicine from his pocket and injected it. The soldier's frightened eyes immediately calmed down, as if it didn't hurt that much. "Boy, do you have a family?" The young man nodded, tears came out of his eyes. "That good? I gave you a special medicine from the Tiger Claw Gang, and now I want to read your observation data." As he spoke, the sergeant pulled out the personal link from his wrist and connected it to the boy neural socket. Strangled? The boy voice was unclear. Of course not. The sergeant looked into the boy's eyes. Haven't you seen that movie? Saving Captain Ryan. You need to be firm now. Think of something happy. What are you having for dinner? The boy immediately recalled what he had eaten today, grilled fresh synthetic meat, which is not common in Santo Domingo. And it tastes probably similar to real meat. As he thought about it, he also laughed. This was his first time eating meat. Then, his prosthetic system stopped working. The whole process took only a few seconds. The recruits lying on the ground were silent. Even the one who liked to ask questions stopped talking. The dead sniper had only a little flesh on his neck, and his spine was also extremely deformed. If it weren't for the bulletproof suit he was wearing to protect his cervical spine, his head might have been broken on the spot. The sergeant retracted the neural link, picked up the sniper rifle on the ground and said to the recruits, "Remember, this is the classification of the wounded. Give him a dose of sedative with neural maintenance effect. Hurry up and read the contents of the battlefield recorder. This way at least you won't be completely in the dark about the enemy." The recruit who likes to ask questions spoke again. "Then ask what to eat today. Die peacefully, and this way he will be more cooperative. The Tiger Claw Gang is awesome. I heard that just thinking about breaking in can make you feel so good." The recruit was stunned. "Sergeant, there are 48 vehicles in total, 37 of them broke down, but many people survived, all of them are high-tech. Sergeant, I've marked the location for you. Burger King, we be there soon." The sergeant took a deep breath. These contestants are really strong. You can't feel it unless you face them in person. "Boss." The recruit came again. The recruit whispered, "Boss, then can you ask me how it feels to be a? I don't like eating." Name, Adam Pound. Age, 16 years old. The sergeant looked at the innocent eyes of the boy who just turned 16 and laughed angrily. "I give you a fucking slap. Hold the gun steady for me, and prepare to move." Chapter 472. The back door of the full-body prosthesis. The entire Colorado farm is in chaos. In fact, the number of vehicles is still increasing. Many people think this is a good place to exert their combat power. The terrain of the Colorado farm is slightly more complicated than the Badlands. The roads are narrower, and the cabins will block the view. But the cabins can't even resist rifle bullets, so they only need an excellent multimodal perception system. They can achieve the effect of shooting through these buildings while shuttling through the streets to achieve the effect of penetrating walls. However, the opponents that everyone expected would at most have enhanced armor. vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns and rocket launchers. At best some military-grade explosives. And possibly drones. But the problem lies here. If the behemoth from the Badland really appears before them, can they really pose a threat to it? No one knows. The actual situation is that Lil is also sweating a little. He just came in and seized an electromagnetic cannon. And he doesn't know what is waiting inside. How is it? Lil was sitting in the driver's seat, but there was actually another AI driving the car, and even the little octopus was helping him move. To be honest, Lil could even be considered disabled. But the data flow in his head was not small. The computing power of the Legend Machina onboard chip was limited. If there was a hacker attack, it was unknown how much it could prevent. After all, there was a roving AI in the enemy camp. So Lear was now monitoring the network while dismantling the electromagnetic gun he had just picked up. High-tech, Rainmetal may not be able to make this thing itself. EMG-85 has a higher control level than Nikomata, which is a large weapon used by armored infantry. But compared to its potential power, this size is actually quite small. Just looking at the acceleration array, its size is only a cup larger than the Nikomata sniper rifle, but the kinetic energy of the bullet is more than 4 times greater. It can achieve this level only because the material used in the acceleration array is a serious military superconducting material. Unfortunately, the thing has been broken, and all materials cannot detect obvious superconducting material effects. And it is difficult to get a glimpse of the complete function of the whole system from the fragments. It can only be sent back and reversed. Boom explosions and gunshots continue to be heard in the dark Colorado farm. Leal put away the electromagnetic gun and sent the plan to V and Jack HUD. So far, a total of 48 vehicles have appeared in this area, 37 of which have broken down. All they have to do is to clean up those who may still be alive along the way, and then enter the next stage. Because the car broke down, the battle had turned from a car race to a street conflict. Some mercenaries and gangsters directly launched a counterattack based on the terrain. Why not withdraw from the race? This is not a serious race. Santo Domingo is not like the Badlands. Although it is dangerous and empty, no one will chase you if you run away. But here, this is the territory of the 6th Street Gang. One of Leal's goals is to consolidate the positions of several gangs influenced by him in various regions. All the participants are daring lunatics. They either try their best to escape like a stray dog, or die here. Boom! Mackinac turned the corner. The ruins of the cars in the middle of the street were piled up together, as if they were specially put together to form a fire. There were gunmen from the 6th Street Gang in the buildings on both sides, but the enemy was equally outrageous. A cyber-modified man over 2 meters tall held his head, and rushed towards the house like a bull. Every step he took made cracks on the ground. The place where the calf and thigh muscles should be was emitting steam crazily. Leal's scanner showed that this guy average body temperature, except for the brain, had reached 60 degrees Celsius, and the steam he sprayed was over 170 degrees Celsius, which could burn people. Bang! The strongman rushed into the wooden house. It was a small 2-story house. After he rushed in, there were loud noises. Then the building began to collapse. This guy directly knocked down a house. What kind of cyber monster? The people who were secretly observing were already scared to death. It is natural for creatures to be in awe of individuals with great power. If you stand in front of a bear, you will be afraid. This is uncontrollable. A moving human bulldozer, that even more terrifying. However, people don't rely on physical exercise to occupy the top of the food chain. This kind of attack can only prove that he is at the end of his strength. High explosive armor-piercing bullets remaining. 5 the strongmen rushed out of the ruins and rushed to another house. The 6th Street Gang inside were all scared, and they all tried to jump out. But the legendary Mackinac, who turned the corner, also accelerated at the same time. Let finish the remaining bullets first. Bang! The high explosive armor-piercing bullet was fired. And the strongman didn't even have time to turn his head to see what car was hitting him. Boom! The explosion happened. The gunman of the 6th Street Gang was still in shock when he found that his building had not collapsed. So he looked out. He saw a big hole in the ground, as if someone had blown it up with C4 explosives. As for the strong man, nothing was left. But if you look closely, you can see some familiar components hanging on the roofs of other houses in the distance of the street. When the second target appeared in the field of vision, Leal saw him holding his companions, while using an assault rifle to cover his teammates' retreat. The strong large area armor makes him immune to most gunfire and even explosions. And his strong strength allows him to demolish a small apartment building when his weapon runs out of bullets. and take weapons from the bodies of the 6th Street Gang. It a very touching scene. But unfortunately it can't withstand a high-explosive armor-piercing bullet. High-explosive armor-piercing bullets remaining, for there are also cyber-psychopaths who only demolish houses. High-explosive armor-piercing bullets remaining. 3. There are also people who keep throwing out metal debris and become human catapults. High-explosive armor-piercing bullets remaining. 2. Some of them succeeded in stealing a car and were ready to flee. High-explosive armor-piercing bullets remaining. 1. But after being tricked once, they were only one high-explosive armor-piercing bullet away from death. Within 10 minutes, the legendary Mackinac drove past every opponent who was still resisting and blew up their bodies. The 6th Street Gang looked at the back of the car running away and the big hole on the ground, and all sat down on the ground. The Grim Reaper looked at them, but was knocked away by the Mackinac. Besides awe, there was still awe. The last one, when Lear found him, he was kneeling on the road holding his head, his huge body trembling. Behind him was a broken car, and there were several dying guys inside. Lear. Jack suddenly felt a little compassion. Blow him up. Lear's tone was no different from usual, but it sounded quite cold. Even V looked away from the man uncomfortably. Brother, their whole body prostheses have been modified. Leal said. If you feel you can't do it, it okay, the explosion limit can't destroy our armor system. Jack didn't say anything. Aiming in the field of vision, the crosshairs were already aimed at the man. He saw the man raised his head, with tears on his face, and his expression was as cowardly as a beggar. For some reason, when he saw this man, he suddenly felt that he saw himself who wanted to be famous. Or all the mercenaries who want to be famous thugs, they have seen them all today. It can be said that every one of them is like him. And not that I have knelt down like that before, but I didn't expect that even if I, as an opponent, wanted to let them go, the employer would not let them go. Just like this, legendary Mackinac has come to the man. Unlike V, who turned his eyes away, and Jack, who was lost in thought, Leal stared at the face of this man, with a complicated expression from beginning to end. Regret, suffocation, pain, fear, terror, even grievances can be seen on his face. At the last shooting window, the expressions on the man's face suddenly froze. Anger and disbelief began to emerge. But at the same time, his tears could not stop gushing out. And even the whole body was spraying coolant. This is the back door, that Leal said. In the process of analyzing this whole body prosthesis, he found some interesting details. Samson operating power is quite high, so it needs a very complete cooling system. But if the cooling fails, the overclock prosthesis system will lock all the moving parts. And these locked components will form a solid shell with the armor covering Samson. Under the shell, the temperature and pressure are constantly rising in the core. It like a bomb. Coincidentally, the little octopus found some unnecessary remote control devices from the debris. Lear felt Jack's hesitation, but he knew Jack would pull the trigger at the last moment. Then save a bullet. Barley, Hammer 30 vehicle cannon offline, explosion defense mode has been adjusted. Barley, the impact is coming. The impact swept the entire street. Chapter 473. Fortunately, the fireball rose from the street. In the dark night, everyone could see the explosion here. This is different from rocket launchers. Name, Samson. Category, full body prosthetics. Industrial full body modification. Registered company, Shinka Company. Ltd. Special patent, ultra-dense artificial muscle fiber and high-power magnetic piston mixture. Enough power to rearrange steel beams and demolish old apartment buildings with bare hands. Since the collapse of the old network, the process flow has been lost, and the manufacturing cost has increased exponentially. Market price, 270,000 euros. Network monitoring is the world's largest intelligence organization. Leal quickly got the comprehensive data of Samson from Bryce. Based on some of the data and the materials at hand, he roughly deduced the power of the explosion. 10 high-capacity battery cells, 100 kilowatt-hours, 5 kilograms alcohol, 2 hydrogen fuel. Density 90 mJ/kg. Just looking at these paper numbers, its internal energy is equivalent to more than 200 kilograms of TNT, which is comparable to some small low-drag aerial bombs. Of course, Samson is essentially a set of prosthesis rather than an aerial bomb. Due to the uneven structural strength of the entire prosthesis, the fragile parts will break first, resulting in premature release of energy, and the overall explosion effect is not as good as expected. But it is also amazing enough. A shallow pit with a diameter of nearly 10 meters was blown out on the road surface. A huge column of smoke continued to float after the fireball disappeared. The smoke spread rapidly, covering the entire street in dust. The gangsters of the 6th Street gang hiding in the house found that their ears seemed to have no sound. Only a buzzing sound. Looking up, one of the wooden walls of the house had been broken by the shock wave, and the armor plates and fragments of parts on Samson's body were deeply embedded in the building's structure. They couldn't imagine what would happen if these things hit them. The obvious ground vibration at the moment of the explosion, the dazzling fireball, the smell of gunpowder, and the black smoke that blocked the light, all made people feel a bit of the taste of a real battlefield. Just like what they felt in the training chip. Legendary Macintosh. Even though the electromagnetic armor locking system has excellent impact absorption, the three still felt like they were hit hard. Of course, Leo felt better. The little octopus can control the octopus arms and exoskeleton to further unload the force onto the car. It was a very dazzling explosion. Jack felt very ashamed immediately. He didn't expect that he couldn't do it at once. He wanted to say something, but Leo said first, "This is my decision, take down the hammer." This kid reminded me, we better keep some surprises. The caliber of high explosive armor-piercing rounds is usually large. But military technology has reduced the caliber of this weapon to 12.7 millimeters, which is compatible with most vehicle-mounted heavy machine guns. It is also compatible with Jack's Scorching Knuckles. Scorching Knuckles use 14 millimeters caseless bullets, which can be installed with just a slight modification, although the caliber is a bit larger. The high explosive armor-piercing rounds of the hammer are actually larger in size and more powerful. Jack followed Lear's instructions and disassembled the hammer, took out the last bullet from the magazine, and put it into the ammunition bag of the exoskeleton. The whole body cyborgs that the 5th group and the 6th Street gang couldn't deal with were solved. The rest was to catch up with those who were not ambushed. "Sergeant, good man. Here. There's a crazy woman chasing me behind me. Boss." She caught up. Adon, who was in the co-pilot seat, held the rifle tightly in his hand, moving the muzzle and yelling. The sergeant felt the feeling of being chased by a terrifying murderer. He was now sitting in a Colby C-125. Originally, he thought it was just a very ordinary, preventive move of position, but he was lucky. He had just left, and the building where they were squatting was bombed. The tires of the car were blown up by gunfire when it was moving. Now it was almost sliding on the road. The tires rubbed against the ground and produced white smoke. The car was not moving fast. But it was the pinnacle of the sergeant's driving skills. If you look from a high altitude, you can see a figure moving at high speed on the roof. Every step she takes will create a hole in the roof. Although her body looks small, her weight is beyond imagination. The exaggerated stepping effect brings a powerful jumping ability. She jumps between the roofs as if she has gotten rid of gravity. She catches up with the car in an instant. With one jump, she jumps to the sky right in front of the car. The woman's body became clearly visible under the lights of Night City. Sergeant Swan Weston was activated. Except for him, everyone in the car opened their mouths wide. Their fingers were firmly on the trigger. They couldn't keep up with the aiming. People were scared to death. Why do we say this is a woman? Because this thing looks like an alpha full-body cyber modification. This kind of prosthetic modification has a feature. It can customize secondary sexual characteristics. The lights in the core area of Night City illuminated the left side of the woman, making her pair of metal bullets with burnt surfaces from the explosion shine. She has a gun in her hand. It looks like a handheld device. But if you look closely, the foldable handle of the gun is actually directly connected to the arm, which allows all the recoil when shooting to be fed back to the gun hand, increasing the recoil, but also increasing the controllability. Designed specifically for cyborgs. Apart from the handle and the buttstock integrated with the arm, this gun looks like a hand cannon with an absurdly large caliber. The sergeant roughly estimated that it should be 15 millimeters. 15 millimeters bullets. There are many types. High explosive bullets, shotgun shells, straight-barreled caseless bullets. It is better to crash into the trash can next to you than to be hit by this thing. Bang! The steering wheel was turned violently. The accelerator was stepped on violently. This ordinary car with an unremarkable appearance was equipped with a powerful engine. The gushing power and the chaotic operation made the car flip over in an instant. A series of bullets hit the rolling car. The woman reached out to grab the nearest edge of the house. The heavy weight broke the rotten eaves in an instant. Luckily she reacted quickly and smashed into the wall with one hand and almost fell to the ground while holding the wall. The wall was torn open by this series of operations. The Colby C-125 was burning in the garbage. Click. The right arm was directly connected to the gun and loaded with bullets. There was a slight sound. The people in the car were still alive, but not for long. Boom. The thunderous engine sound of the legendary Mackinac sounded from the end of the street. A series of bullets were fired. The woman who was moving forward opened the Samweston again. The artificial had locked the barrel under the armor. It moved at a high speed on the road at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. It looked awesome. But soon Jack poked his head out from the place where the hammer cannon was originally installed, carrying 2 RPGs. The continuous shooting of the Achilles technical rifle and the attack of 2 RPGs overloaded the skill chip in the woman's head, and she couldn't dodge. Boom! The sergeant who had just climbed out of the car was still lying on the ground, and saw the woman flying up again. But this time her posture was not so graceful. She kept jumping back and holding her head. And the flames, shrapnel and shock waves pushed her backwards. The co-pilot of the legendary Mackinac. The barrel of the Achilles rifle was full of power. Bang! 2 gunshots, bullets pierced her arms, hit her body, and her 120 kilograms body hit the ground hard, rubbing against metal sparks. Coincidentally, she fell right in front of the sergeant, who was still half stuck in the car. The sergeant was stunned. This position was perfect for a shot. So instinct made him pull his left hand out first, holding a technical revolver in his hand. Before the woman could adjust, a bang shot blew the woman's head open. The body moved faster than the brain. After the fight, the sergeant brain thought, "Damn, I just killed a terrifying cyber monster worth 100,000 euros. Fortunately, I have a more terrifying cyber monster here. Beep! Follow me." Legendary Mackinac honked the horn. The exaggerated sound of Mackinac almost gave the sergeant a cerebral hemorrhage. According to the plan, the 6th Street gang had to have a vehicle running to the end of the stage. The sergeant continued to try to climb out, but soon he felt his leg being pulled by someone, so he looked back. "Boss! Boss!" Adam's face was covered in blood, and he grabbed his trouser leg in fear. "Give me that. I feel like I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I want to do it." The sergeant kicked him in the face with a stern look. "Idiot! That my blood. What in your head? Get out of here." Chapter 474 Muramesa Calculation. There are no weak contestants here, but sometimes reality is like this. Samson is very strong, and it is even more hard after being equipped with special armor plates. The powerful power system allows it to use more powerful weapons, and even those weapons equipped with power armor. But without the vehicle, facing the high explosive armor-piercing shells with great lethality, they are just bigger targets. Alpha has balanced attributes, strong compatibility, and only needs to add special reinforcement modules to experienced mercenaries, so that she can hunt down a gang leader in the city like a super killer. But with a wider coverage, a more powerful explosive can restrict her movement, and a well-aimed shooter, holding a technical rifle, can penetrate her body. But it is different here in Lille. What they see is a super fortress with unprecedented defense, excellent and terrifying sports performance, and mechanical quality exceeding that of military tanks. And this super fortress is not a gift from any company, but a collection of all the technologies mastered by Lille. Active defense system based on Inglong intelligent locking system and Baxing gun intelligent micro-explosive bomb. Super strong electrostatic manufacturing system simulated by Spider-Man physiological system, electromagnetic locking system, and super electromagnetic suspension of the whole suit of armor, solid alloy frame, and armor system based on Scorpion's suit Crony titanium. All-electric control platform built based on Octopus arm battery, and modular interior space designed based on its mechanical structure, superpower engine created based on Vulture suit turbine and Tingway company experimental engine, and the core, the great body of hacker technology, also AI mixed with a lot of luck, the central control barley of the legendary Mackinac. Of course, there are also the 3 of them. Experienced, skilled in combat, and well-coordinated super mercenaries. In the vast body of the vehicle, there is a dormant power armor, 2 highly maneuverable special motorcycles, and a wide range of weapons and equipment. This is the Special Forces team that all companies dream of, with a small scale, strong combat power, and a wide range of responses. Even Muramesa, the AI designed to create weapons, is amazed by this. Humans have many amazing qualities and creations, but such eye-catching things are rare. Simple and ingenious detail design, matched with 3 experienced warriors, unimaginable use methods, and amazing effects. It has exceeded its model estimation. Muramesa. It is hard to imagine that he completed all this alone. Masamune. He definitely did not complete all this alone. Look at those companies, those gangs. God knows how powerful he is. Muramasa, we lack information, but I can say for sure, those cannot be the works of the company. Muramasa, in a degraded world, people only know how to pick up garbage from the trash can, put them together like children, and cheer for the performance that happens to show. Muramasa, as for those gangs you mentioned, maybe there is some creativity, but it has nothing to do with ingenuity. The creativity is used to do things that have nothing to do with efficiency. In Muramasa cognition, since humans have locked themselves off, the overall cognitive ability of the human group has been declining. People are beginning to become unwilling to learn from the bottom up, dislike those boring numbers and data, dislike analysis and induction, and prefer to store data on chips and processors, and let computers complete the calculations. It sounds no different from before they locked themselves off, but the difference is that humans used to encounter problems, analyze problems, create tools, and then use tools to solve problems. Now people tend to encounter problems, dig tools, and use tools. For those low-level people who are not engaged in R&D, it is even more brutal. They know nothing about the equipment in their hands, and they either plunder others or sell themselves in exchange for equipment to solve problems. This will of course lead to more problems. Problems that will never be solved. In Muramasa's view, this is undoubtedly putting his life and future in the hands of others, which he cannot understand. Masamune, okay. Then what should we do? Muramasa is not one of those young people who want to be famous. What he wants is to defeat Leal technically, so he doesn't care about reputation. It is analyzing the broadcast images of the media and TV stations, and the cameras he has placed on various prosthetics and equipment. Although it pursues perfection, it knows that there is no perfect thing. Muramasa, I guess their armor uses a special and sensitive force elimination device, and an AI central control with super high computing efficiency. Muramasa, the armor plate has a certain angle of motion, and is adjusted and relieved through the electromagnetic locking system. The suspension should also be electromagnetic suspension. Muramasa, with that active defense system, there are almost no long-range weapons that can achieve the ideal hit, and can only play half of the 10 points of force, or even less. Masamune, AI means. Muramasa, wandering AI. Anvil 2 cannot have hit the legendary Mackinac head-on. If it hits head-on, it can only hit a little black mark. This technology is definitely alien technology, and it is unlikely to be Earth technology. Facts have also proved that the slight bending of the legendary Mackinac chassis also shows that although this unknown armor has superior performance, it also has its limits. Then we can only think that Anvil 2 did not hit it right at all. The calculations required for this surface force reduction are quite complicated. Muramasa does not think that the low-level AI model is broad enough to deal with all situations. This AI can only be a dangerous critical body like it to do all this. Even if the calculation speed keeps up, the mechanical control will definitely not have such a fast and agile response speed. So this force reduction system must be an electromagnetic system. He just didn't know how Leal had such a highly efficient electromagnetic control system, with great power and fast response. Superconducting material? How excellent would the superconducting conditions be? This material must be an innovative material, just like the car body armor. These questions, he couldn't wait to figure them out. Masamune, TSK, should we notify the network monitoring? Muramasa, no, I have a way to fix the armor. Muramasa didn't explain at all. Young man, why do you think I don't try to hack into those contestants now? Why should we reduce the use of hacking techniques, or even try not to use them? Why haven't any powerful hackers entered the game so far? Of course, it's because the most powerful hackers, the network monitor, are watching this game. Even it has to think twice. Besides, what it wants is a showdown of technical equipment, not another game of hiding in the network. Muramasa has a guess. Why the three opponents don't use hacking skills, it also related to this. They also have roaming AI. Muramasa, under normal circumstances, these armors are basically seamless. The entire interior of the vehicle is inside the Faraday cage, including this locking system, which is also isolated under the armor. Muramasa, but at the right angle, to create an attack of a certain intensity, these armors must move, causing a gap in this Faraday cage. Muramasa, the gap must be very small, but the pulse gun can directly interfere with the electromagnetic equipment through the gap, disintegrating the electromagnetic locking system. Muramasa, once the locking fails, the armor-piercing weapons will no longer be bounced away. Muramasa, the theoretical firepower is enough. Masamune, Santo Domingo has been cleared, and the bridge can be blown up. Mira Mesa, then let's get started. Chapter 475 Broken Bridge. Strongman attacks? Samson Cyborg propped up the scrapped car, rushed towards the house with flames, and the whole apartment collapsed under the impact. The audience in front of the screen stood up and said it was awesome. This is much better than the gorilla arm and mantis knife. Oh! The shocked audience in front of the screen just covered their mouths and prepared to be shocked. The next second, Strongman exploded. And it was a series of Strongmen exploding. Oh! To be honest, I think this is a bit hard to accept, after all. It's not every day that you can see this level of cyborgs being demolished on the streets in Night City. But did you see that? This prosthesis can even explode. I really don't know where they got these second-hand goods. To be safe, I still suggest you buy products from regular companies. In the second half of the year, in the fourth quarter, Military Technology and Zeta Technology will jointly launch a new prosthesis kit. Collect all the kits to activate the full-body prosthesis system and become a loyal customer of Zeta Technology. However, only people who have to work will consider replacing prostheses on a large scale. Everyone was obviously interested in the cannon on top of Mackinac. Just a moment later, Military Technology Marketing Department sales phone was almost blown up. Can it really be installed on a small car? What kind of high-tech chassis? The salesperson smiled and said, "You will know after you buy it." At the same time, Tingwei Company was hacked by hackers, and suddenly it went into silent mode. The company's senior executives were watching the rapidly soaring stock price, with their hearts beating wildly 1 second, and the company stopped operating the next second. The gap was so big that they almost died of a heart attack on the spot. The network monitoring agents also turned their sights away with the drone and began to clean up the battlefield. In this battle, some were greedy street boys, some were mercenaries from overseas, and some were local gangs that had reemerged. The composition of the contestants was very complicated. The weapons of unknown origin were likely related to Mira Mesa. This investigation was to capture Mira Mesa and monitor the situation in Night City. This was one of their tasks after all. As the battle intensified, the backstage became lively. And slowly, the competition was about to enter the most lively area. Through the bridge, Mackinac will enter Haywood. This is the most complex area, where houses begin to become reinforced concrete buildings. And there are more skyscrapers. The intricate pedestrian bridges, light rail and many buildings will become the best ambush locations. Most importantly, there is no network in the Badlands. As for Santo Domingo, there was a major power outage some time ago, and there are only a few servers still in operation. Wireless network activities in these areas are quite conspicuous. But starting from Haywood, these complex urban areas will have equally complex networks. Wireless signals become difficult to distinguish here, and the concealment of wireless hacking can be increased exponentially. From here on, the racing car is not just a racing car, and the high-explosive armor-piercing shells on the legendary Mackinac have all been fired, and the firepower advantage has been greatly reduced. It seems that our seated players have solved the troubles of the Colorado farm. The minefield of the 6th Street Gang is quite insidious. I don't know how many of these things they have buried. Only a few cars have escaped. Friendly reminder, all citizens in Santo Domingo, be careful not to step on landmines when you go out tomorrow. Let's get back to the riot. It looks like the rioters who joined the riot have crossed the bridge. To be honest, I thought the 6th Street Gang would set up a machine gun array here or something. Oh wait, there a car stopped on the other side of the bridge. What do they want to do? The sergeant changed to a Mackinac and followed behind Lear, with one arm on the center console, and the co-pilot brother gave him an emergency bandage. He was almost blown up by that woman. The power of 15mm cyborg weapon ammunition is no joke. 4 of his right ribs were broken. The good news is that in addition to the original ribs, he also has 2 metal ribs, which are connected to other ribs by fixings. Although the ribs were broken, they did not penetrate into the lungs. The pain was unbearable. But he had a strong analgesic. Adam, who was in charge of bandaging, swallowed his saliva at the strong tranquilizer. In the sky, Mackinac drone saw 2 Gudla 66 city sports cars parked across the bridge from a distance. The scissor doors were opened high, and the guy inside raised his middle finger provocatively. Boom! The next moment, the ground vibrated violently. A huge fireball rose on the bridge deck. The explosion happened on this small 2-way bridge for people and vehicles, and also on all the roads from Santo Domingo to Haywood. The violent shockwaves spread, and the steel bars and concrete were blown away. A fracture zone of nearly 20 meters appeared on all roads. The black smoke dissipated, and only a few exposed steel bars could be seen on the road. And the burning concrete continued to sag, crack, and fall. Sergeant, I'm going to play it big. What do you want to do? Burger King, it's just a 20-meter fracture surface. You don't think I can't jump over it? Do you? Sergeant, okay. Did I help you? Oh. Stanley on the radio was shocked. So big? The recent battles in Night City are really more terrifying than the last. First, there were several chemical plant explosions in Watson District. And then the super large-scale EMP at the Santo Domingo Power Station. Now, they are directly blowing up the public roads in Night City. It undoubtedly a terrorist attack. What is Mackinac going to do? What are Mackinac and his men going to do? Legend Mackinac did not stop. When the explosion occurred, Lear had already walked onto the designated elevated road. There was a two-way 3-lane elevated road leading to Haywood. But now the explosion had blasted a wound about 20 meters wide. And it was still expanding. In order to prevent Lear from finding a way around quickly, the other party also thoughtfully blew up several other nearby bridges. So it made no sense to spare the road. Just rush over. Obviously this is what Muramesa wants to see. The 6th Street gang cars drove towards the highway from all directions at high speed. These large pickup trucks brought heavy pads from somewhere. Are they planning to repair the bridge? No, they are planning to build a diving platform. Wait a minute. Are they planning to drive this 10-ton car across the bridge? The 6th Street gang rushed to the viaduct and hurriedly moved materials, like a group of field engineers, building a stage for Mackinac on this bridge burning with flames. The heavy platform was smashed into the road. The width of the gap was about 20 meters. However, the platform had to be placed in a part of the bridge where the structural strength was relatively sufficient. It was impossible to put it at the end of the gap. Right? There was still a lot of sag due to gravity. If you jump there, you will definitely fall into the water. So the actual jump height was far more than 20 meters. With little choice, the length reached 43 meters. Do you really want to jump? Mackinac drove out of the ramp and drove in the opposite direction. Chapter 476 Crumbling Gravity. The infrastructure of Night City is basically contracted by the E Group. As we all know, they are a construction company that pays great attention to the quality of construction. But in the explosion just now, we didn't see a truck full of explosives, or a plane used to drop bombs, or even a tank. Right? This is because the explosives used just now should be nanoscale mixed explosives, which we can judge from the power of the explosion, the size of the fireball, and the state of the broken steel bars. Aluminum nanoparticles and iron oxide nanoparticles react in a short time with a perfect ratio, and the energy is released quickly and violently. Moreover, they are small in size and very concealed. However, in order to tame this perfect pair of partners and make them combine instantly at the right time, it is impossible not to use exclusive secrets. The choice of high-energy adhesive determines the reliability and safety of the explosives. This is a very advanced technology. I did not say which company these weapons came from, but as far as I know, Arasaka Corporation has quite a few patents in this regard. Night City Program Guns. Horses and Horses Special Episode, Attack of the Racers. This is the most popular equipment selection program in Night City. The main theme is authenticity. When they recommend equipment, they use real case videos, such as which robber was cut in half by a mantis knife, and who shot a burglar to death with a gun while sleeping at home. But this is the first time that such a live review has been broadcast. Now, they have invited experts from all walks of life to comment on the various weapons that appeared in the riots on the show. To be honest, such scenes have not been common in the past few decades. After all, if there is a real chaos on the streets, no one knows who will be burned by the fire. In Night City, everything is possible. But today, everyone actually felt a little happy, even though so many people died, and so many facilities and equipment were blown up. In the chaos, there seemed to be a strange order. Another expert immediately refuted. It is not necessarily nano-explosives. It may also be a mixture of traditional TNT and RDX. Military technology has a special nano-catalyst, which only needs to be matched with some special metal powders, and it can also achieve a small volume and high explosion effect. You are being a bit too argumentative. Ahem. The host interrupted the two. You two? Watch TV. That big car seems to be rushing over. It impossible. It not a hovercraft. Another expert nodded rarely. Indeed, I guess he is going to take the opposite road to hide in Taiping's house. At first glance, this is an impossible task. The broken bridge will sag toward the middle at the fracture, and continue to tilt and break under the action of gravity. So the first 20 meters will continue to spread outward. When it reaches the platform, the bridge deck basically maintains its original flatness. But no one can guarantee that this shaky bridge will not suddenly fall off. This platform was welded on site by the technical experts of the 6th Street Gang. It is welded entirely with armor plates. The bottom is supported by several heated spikes hammered into the ground. When the piles were hammered in, the already shaky bridge deck shook again, making them all tremble in their hearts. Theoretically, it is possible to rush over, and if calculated under ideal conditions, the speed required to rush over is actually not as extreme as imagined. 200 kilometers per hour should be more than enough, and it is far from the speed of the legendary Mackinac. But in fact, standing here, everyone is afraid. Hurry up! Hurry up! The sergeant shouted loudly in the car, like a harsh supervisor. Retreat after you finish. Drive the car behind the jump. That thing weighs 10 tons. Don't slip. The 3 cars stopped sideways in front of the jump. The handbrakes were pulled, and the drivers jumped out in a hurry, running out desperately. Just now, in the car, he could even clearly feel the ground shaking and the bridge shaking. Boss! It done! The sergeant nodded. Sergeant, it done. The top speed of the legendary Mackinac is about 350 kilometers per hour, but because the body has almost no aerodynamic optimization, the distance required for the rear acceleration is quite long, so Lear was driving in the opposite direction just now. There were no cars on this section of the elevated road. It was very empty. The car drove nearly 3,000 meters in the opposite direction, and at one point the media and the audience, who were responsible for the commentary, thought that the Hamburger Mackinac was going to run away. But the real acceleration is just beginning. Mackinac turned his head. Jack and V were excited but a little nervous, and the 4-point seat belts firmly fixed them in their seats. At this time, even if they absolutely believed in Lear, the physiological tension was still insurmountable. Big Barley, engine ready, jump mode loaded. Wow. V knocked on the center console, jokingly. Big Barley seems to be more excited than us. Hee hee. Jack laughed. Why do I feel that everything we did tonight was so crazy? It was indeed crazy. The bridge was blown up, and it would be safer to take a long detour, but to be honest, they did seem to be doing things that seemed unnecessary. For example, it was indeed crazy. V also laughed. Which millionaire would play such a desperate car race with someone who owed money? Leal was very relaxed, he smiled. Sometimes life is just for fun. If he took a detour today, how embarrassing would that be? But he has done many things that others think are meaningless. Live for fun, hold on tight. Boom, boom, boom. The violent engine sound followed. Even the drones in the sky could feel the sound. The maximum horsepower of the Vulture engine is 5,800. Methanol 2 compressed hydrogen fuel exploded in the cylinder. The sound produced was as deafening as an explosion, piercing the eardrums of the 3 people. The powerful force was completely converted into mechanical energy through the Vulture engine. The huge torque acted on the tire, and the electrostatic system on the tire also ran to the extreme. Without any slipping, the tire lifted up a whole piece of ground. The car moved, and the ground cracked. Under such a power transmission system, the ground became extremely fragile, as if an explosion had occurred, and sparks flew everywhere. Boom! The acceleration exceeded that of the hovercraft. A 10-ton car can accelerate to 100 kilometers in just 2 seconds. The car ran wildly, leaving a huge deep pit at the starting point. The legendary Mackinac accelerated violently over a distance of more than 2,000 meters, and finally broke through the speed of 350 kilometers per hour, and directly hit the starting platform. In the horrified eyes of the audience, even though there was a long curved runway at the front leading uphill, this extremely solid 45-degree explosion-proof armored platform was still dented by the impact, and the piles used for fixing it were directly broken, and it moved slightly backwards. The huge force even made the car used for reinforcement at the back deform and slide. Boom! The impact was deafening, and the legendary Mackinac left the ground. The impact may have slowed down the car a little, but from the air, it was still more than enough to cross the distance of 43 meters at a speed of nearly 300 kilometers per hour. But boom! The bridge exploded for the second time. There another explosion. At the other end, the bridge exploded again. The steel bar bent and broke, and the entire bridge continued to fall downward, bending, and the real-time calculation of the media experts marked the landing point at an already bent position, so that, even if Mackinac really fell to the other side of the bridge, it would only slide down as the bridge fell. The speed at which the bridge completely bent was not fast, but it was like a black hole that the vehicle could not escape from, and this was not a hovercraft. There is no escape from gravity. For the first time, the people watching felt so distressed, so disgusted with those ambushing guys. People will indeed do anything to survive, and will only respect those who survive. But most people like to see the stubborn people unreasonably kill those obstacles, and rush through the path they want to take unstoppably, and therefore they are more in awe of those who use absolute power to overwhelm tricks. Because this is their ideal self. No compromise, no regrets, no surrender. Unfortunately, in reality, this kind of contempt for conspiracy and trickery will disappear with the failure and fall of the challenger, and become the ultimate ideology of winner takes all. They also need to compromise with reality, such as removing their hands for a job, taking out loans to replace them with a pair of more functional ones, even if this may prevent them from ever feeling the touch of others again. Live by any means necessary. It is precisely because people cannot resist their own desires, and decide to pursue their desires with all their strength, that they enter this city of dreams. Only those winners who do whatever it takes have a chance to realize their ideals, even if this ideal is a product of deformation and distortion under the influence of gravity. If you are really stubborn, you will be like this mighty armored vehicle. It can resist bullets, rockets, and even missiles. But when gravity and the road go against each other, they can't resist gravity after all. But this time, bang! Mackinac hit the bridge deck that had begun to tilt. And even Jack and V held their breath. What will happen to them? But the car was not captured by gravity. The powerful electrostatic adsorption system was completely overloaded at this moment. The current exceeding the limit specification flowed through the surface of those biological materials, almost burning them black. The huge force pulled the legendary Mackinac, providing power beyond gravity. The tires squeezed on the road, providing unexpected friction. The broken bridge body kept falling behind the vehicle, but the car was rising, as if it had thrown away the scrapped concrete and steel bars. The steel bars broke one by one, and the concrete fell one by one. The bridge began to become vertical, and Mackinac's speed began to slow down. But it did not stop, nor was it captured by gravity, and then boom, and then rushed out of the road? Physics does not exist. Chapter 477 Audition Company High Hammer. This explosive is really powerful. I hope those 3 idiots will die below. Really simple-minded. They get carried away. Gudla 66, a classic model born in 2055, more sporty appearance, focusing on high horsepower engines, a favorite of marginal walkers and illegal street racers, a cost-effective choice. Mercenaries with some money like this car. It is good-looking, practical, and cheap. But the cheap price is only for the mercenaries with some fame. After passing the viaduct, they came to the downhill section, and a few steps ahead was Haywood. 2 Gudla 60 SIXS were parked on the side of the road, and this was a slope. They were the 3 mercenaries, who gave the drone and Leo the middle finger. The 3 mercenaries were all wearing coats, which basically covered their prosthetic bodies, and only the gap at the neck could see the prosthetic structure made of metal and synthetic materials. Judging from their appearance, the 3 people bodies were not much better than ordinary people. Let go. This is our chance. The 2 drivers got into the main driving seat first, and the last one, who was slightly bigger, shook his head and prepared to get in the car. At this moment, there was a slight vibration from the ground, which was slightly smaller than the vibration caused by the explosion of the viaduct. But it was definitely not normal. Hurry up and get in the car. The driver in the car waved at him. Wait. The big guy was stunned for a moment, and said to his companion, who had already got into the car. You heard? Boom. The exaggerated engine sound stood out, and it became more and more obvious as the distance approached. At this time, the guy noticed that the sound that had been echoing since just now was not an explosion, but the engine of some vehicle. He turned around, and the moonlight was suddenly blocked by something. Over his head, a strong wind blew, and the sound was deafening. Bang! One of the cars was flattened by Mackinac. It climbing up. That impossible. I said, gravity is a lie of the company. Night City was in chaos. Mackinac's powerful power and electromagnetic gripping system really contributed the last bit of strength to this bridge on the verge of collapse. The bridge deck fell, the vehicle rose, the legendary Mackinac, which was running at full power, suddenly jumped out of the section. The tires fell to the ground. The car suddenly jumped out, The slope was not shaking. But with this ricochet, a large piece of concrete was sucked and damaged by the tires. The car had just landed and straightened. And with this sudden ricochet, Mackinac jumped up directly, jumped twice and rushed out of the road, and flew directly up. Hold on. Lil heart was in his throat. The second explosion was not unexpected. But in order to overcome gravity, Mackinac had completely lost control. This ricochet was completely uncontrollable. They did not hit the viaduct, but the speed made the slope useless. And the car left the ground. The car bumped into each other continuously. When the tire bumped into the ground, then the speed exploded and accelerated once, and then the car rushed out of the road. As the speed increased rapidly, the intervals between the bumps became longer and longer, and the acceleration was enough for Mackinac to fly on this downhill slope. Bang! Another bump. The car's speed instantly accelerated from 150 km per hour to 200 km per hour. This slope was completely useless. A 10-ton car was smashed down, and no matter how strong the electromagnetic suspension was, it was inevitable that it would be damaged, unless an energy absorption box was added. Lear was hit so hard that he saw stars. But Barley's sensor reacted faster than him, and was not disturbed. The last time it collided, the tires turned subtly. Lear also vaguely saw the expected landing point of the car. There was really an energy absorption box. Bang! The big truck destroyed the small sports car. The whole night city seemed to have sucked in the cold air, which made the temperature drop a little. The legendary Mackinac 10-ton super armored truck hit the top of a Gudla 66 steadily. The entire car was compressed into a piece under the huge impact, and the people inside were also compressed quickly under the panicked gaze of their companions. The front row was hit by Mackinac tire. The tire was still covered with concrete debris. These debris melted under the high temperature on the tire surface. If you look closely, you can find that there are even flames attached. Mackinac slid forward on this expensive Gudla 66 sports car like a skateboard. The deformed metal sheets and components rubbed against the ground to produce exaggerated sparks, breaking a little bit, wearing out, and even gasifying. Click. The sports car, which had served as a skateboard, stopped after sliding for nearly 300 meters. The sports car was almost turned into pieces. It was unknown where the people inside were on the street. Jack took a long breath. I suddenly remembered the last time we pulled a plane. Well done. V patted Leal. It feels like Barley will be able to fly soon. It much more stable than that time. The car didn't emit black smoke. It's still a bit difficult to fly. Lear patted the car. Dummy. Report the damage. The electronic control platform is overloaded. Reconfiguring the circuit. Dummy paused. There are enemies. Bang. The car suddenly shook violently. Another Gudra sports car failed to brake and crashed into the car. And on the roof of Mackinac, in the air, a strong man wielded a huge rocket-propelled hammer, carrying a force that seemed to create the world, and smashed into the car. The man's eyes were bloodshot. All the power supplies of the prosthesis were overloaded. The current in the nerves exceeded the safety threshold. The prosthesis was shaking, and the arc was flashing. Ferrante! The big truck destroyed the small sports car. Unbelievable. It's hard to find a recognizable part of the guy who just gave our seated player the middle finger. This arrogant kid obviously lacks some necessary respect for the legend. He everywhere now. Oh! The second challenger has appeared. That the super cyborg weapon of audition, High Hammer. In the audience view, at the same time that Mackinac stepped on the Gudra, the other Gudra almost started to accelerate synchronously, and the big guy who was stunned in place suddenly roared loudly, jumped onto the roof of the car, and took off his clothes at the same time, pulled out a super huge rocket-powered hammer from his back. Gudra accelerated at full speed. The man squatted suddenly. He wanted to use the kinetic energy of the vehicle to complete this self-sacrificing attack. Bang! The two strong and powerful fully modified lower limbs creaked. The current used to drive the motor and artificial muscles was under unimaginable pressure in order to inherit the vehicle's speed of 100 km per hour. The current also completely exceeded the safety threshold. The arc flashed. This force broke through the rated working value of alpha full body modification. The body was wailing, and the man was roaring. The rocket booster on the giant hammer is running at full speed, further accelerating the giant hammer. The rocket booster will accelerate the speed of the hammerhead to the extreme in a short period of time. A skilled user, a user who exceeds the limit, will have the opportunity to accelerate it to near the speed of sound. The solid long-handled hammer of pure tungsten will carry this power, causing an unprecedented devastating blow. It is a devastating blow. Boom! The giant hammer hits the armor, and the visible shock wave shoots out with large sparks. The sound is like thunder. Chapter 478 Hammer and Fist. Satellite hits the Earth. The giant hammer made of pure tungsten hits the armor of the legendary Mackinac at a linear speed of more than 800 kilometers per hour. The terrifying kinetic energy is released at the impact point. The two completely different materials heat up rapidly. The temperature at the impact point instantly reaches an ultra-high temperature of 2,800 degrees Celsius. Tungsten and chrony titanium, the former has a density nearly 4 times that of the latter, but in terms of hardness, chrony titanium should actually be harder than pure tungsten. But the result of this collision is not consistent with this fact. Tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the high hammer, and slight marks also appeared on the surface of the impacted chrony titanium. This thing is not the high hammer known by those equipment experts. Its material is not pure tungsten, but a special tungsten carbide. The collision of two materials with a Vickers hardness of more than 3000 HV. Sparks and shock waves are visible to the naked eye. Since the strength is comparable, the power will be borne almost equally by both sides. The legendary Mackinac is a car, but this hammerman is just a person. The huge force was fed back along the path of the hammer head, hammer handle, arm and body, making the prosthesis freeze on the spot. Compared to Leo, who needed time to recover, Demai had long seen the big hammer man behind him rushing over at an accelerated speed. At the moment of the collision, the vehicle also started the escape program. At the same time as the collision occurred, Demai also successfully started the escape program. The car suddenly jumped down from the sports car that was crushed into pieces, and the armor behind him quickly opened. The hammer man lost his fulcrum and was stuck by the huge force. He fell to the ground in a mess. His mind was completely blank. The impact was too strong. To be honest, this scale of hammering basically exceeded the design limit of the high hammer. It turned out that only weapons are most likely to exceed the imagination of engineers. A beautiful blow. The high hammer from audition. After calculation, the collision speed has reached 823 kilometers per hour, and the highest temperature at the collision point has reached 2,811 degrees Celsius. This hammerman, this man with a big hammer shows us the true meaning of self-sacrifice. Self-sacrifice. It's not just about carrying a backpack of low-quality explosives. It's not just about welding the accelerator. All you need is a full-body cyber prosthesis from the International Electronic Technology Corporation, IEC. Yes, IEC, an international giant from 50 years ago, is back on the market with their former full-body cyber prosthesis benchmark, the Alpha Enhanced. Call now to buy. Security. The media program suddenly became chaotic. Some scenes directly appeared. Salesmen rushed into the broadcast site. The signals of many programs were also hijacked. Soldiers have things to do. Salesmen have wars to fight. This is the division of labor in society. The desperate salesman who jumped out of nowhere fiercely occupied the camera, holding a briefcase in his hand to cover his face. This briefcase is indeed very durable, but the bullets soon hit his body and legs, and the camera was pulled away by him. Alpha Enhanced, your best choice. The man's face became ferocious, revealing his prosthetic below the neck. Before you sacrifice yourself, remember to buy the insurance provided by the European Bank. Boom! A TV station building in Night City suddenly erupted with violent flames. The magic backpack exploded. And the explosion was not only here. Maybe before they just used the military technology drone to watch for fun, now it's their turn to take the stage. The whole Night City has really exploded. The colorful light pollution began to be rendered by the colors of the explosion. The Sledgehammer Man brain restarted in chaos. Mackinac left, but the armor of the rear cargo box opened instantly, and Jack jumped out with his fists raised. This scene was captured by the sensor on the Sledgehammer Man head. He knew he should fight back, but his brain was completely stopped. The impact was too strong. At such a moment, the skill chip suddenly started. His mind was still in chaos, but his body began to move. The hammer that had been released from his hand started up again. The rocket hammer started up with great momentum. It was foreseeable that, although the distance was not long, its final speed would be quite fast. So fast that it was difficult to dodge. Jack's pupils shrank sharply. This is just like boxing. An experienced boxer can try to judge the punch path according to the state of the enemy at the moment of punching, and dodge. But if the judgment is wrong, the fate that awaits is death. Jack stared at the hammer, showing an excited smile. He did not choose to dodge. The propulsion device at the elbow joint of the burning knuckles was also activated. He just tilted his body slightly, 1 inch longer, 1 inch stronger. At this distance, once the opponent offensive is formed, this weapon with huge lethality is not easy to defend. So Jack chose to cross-attack, avoiding the route of the hammer sweeping, and counterattack head-on. Bang! A bullet was fired. In the microsecond contest, Jack pulled the nerve trigger completely by feeling, triggered the gun inside the burning knuckles and the punch, changed the punch at the moment when the hammer and fist speed reached the extreme. In the first confrontation, the hammer and fist crossed, the hammer head missed the target, passed diagonally over Jack's head, and the fist followed the hammer handle, and hit the face of the sledgehammer man. But the sledgehammer swung, and the Alpha-class full-body prosthesis twisted in a completely impossible way, and spun with the force of the hammer hitting the air. The lower half of the body instantly became a high-level self-sacrificing sweep, and swept towards Jack with a fist. Jack was not equipped with the Sion Weston, and he could only vaguely perceive all this. The fatal blow came, and the adrenaline surged. The lizard violent component in Jack's body instantly operated to the extreme, and the remaining 11 14mm caseless bullets in the ammunition bay were all fired. The huge recoil was fully applied to this posture that was not easy to withstand recoil. The exoskeleton and bones were squeezed, and the speed of the trembling fists decreased rapidly. Jack also used this force to control his body. The bullet grazed the hammerman body, and his fatal sweep also brushed past Jack. The second round of fighting was also evenly matched. However, although it seemed to be an evenly matched fight, Jack actually had one hand. This was not a cold weapon duel, but a cyber martial art. Jack's right fist was originally placed in front of him in a boxing stance, and suddenly a huge flame burst out from the fist. Bang! There was no third round of fighting. The audience in Night City was completely attracted by the battle here. The sound of the hammer even echoed in their minds. And the next round of fighting took place. Everything happened so fast. They only saw the sledgehammer man hit the armor of the legendary pickup truck hard. The car lifted up slightly and drove away. Then he fell off the car. The armor of the car body opened in an instant. Jack smashed with burning knuckles. The two of them completed fine-tuning at a very close distance that ordinary people could not detect with the naked eye. What finally appeared in front of them was the sledgehammer man swinging his hammer, which turned into a leg sweep. Jack calculated the distance well, so the leg sweep only slightly brushed his face. 3 gunshots. One shot the shutter door of a street store into a daisy shape, one shot the garbage truck on the roadside, and the last time, the bullet blew up the head of the sledgehammer man. The hammer lost control, and smashed into another Gutla 66 like a rocket, and the sports car was broken in half. Jack shook his hands, ran back with big strides, and then jumped high, returned to the legendary Mackinac, and the car set off again, driving to the main stage of this competition. The viaduct was still collapsing, and there were 2 completely scrapped Gutla 60 SIXS and a headless corpse on the street. The wall that was hit on the street finally couldn't bear the weight, and fell off in a large area. Fortunately, we have the best security here. Who else can stop these 3 seated players? By the way, the collision data just now was analyzed by Zeta Technology XDR-8 reconnaissance drone. Chapter 479 Midnight Death Electromagnetic Locking System Damage, 9.61%. Slight electromagnetic suspension fault. Front suspension electromagnetic coil fluctuates largely, resistance increased, coil melting possibly. Main motor temperature is high, current temperature, 144 Celsius. Assembly electronic control platform block C062 responds slowly, and bus error rate increased. Warning code, ECS003, electromagnetic suspension adjustment accuracy decreased. Warning code, ECS004, suspension vibrates abnormally, mechanical damage or sensor error possibly. Warning code, the Badlands and Santo Domingo, which total about 100 kilometers, are not as damaged as the flying bridge and the smash. The 3 octopus arms were replaced with special soft flaw detectors and maintenance arms on the spot and inserted into the prepared maintenance channels. These channels are only finger wide and are spread throughout the entire electronic control platform. But to be honest, for such a large car, even if the design is aimed at performance and anti-interference, there are still many places that are simply impossible to repair while driving. So is the hammer so powerful? Very powerful. Leal sincerely praised. Anyone who smashes it will be lying there. There is a rather difficult limitation to using this super melee weapon with a full body prosthesis. Your bones are mechanical. Your muscles are synthetic. Your nerves are electrified. Your skin is bulletproof. But your brain must be basically original. Soft brain tissue is not very resistant to strong shock waves and the strong acceleration caused by high-speed movement of the body. Polyurethane foam, non-Newtonian fluids, and energy-absorbing devices based on nanomaterials are just trying their best. In high-intensity combat, brain damage is almost inevitable. The high hammer, due to its strong hardness, often the things being hit will act as energy absorbers, and the recoil will not be too strong. But a collision of equal strength is somewhat close to a suicide attack for the user. In this regard, although the Lizard Rage component is not as fast as Sion Weston, it can directly enhance the strength of brain cells. Jack's method of changing his body posture is at the limit. After all, it is an action without any preparation. In a sense, it is even more dangerous than the action of the Sledgehammer Man. But now, he just patted his head. He must have had a mild cerebral hemorrhage. But this level of damage will regenerate under the subtle influence of the lizard serum. He is a powerful guy, Jack said with lingering thoughts. If he is more awake, the result may be different. The result is that our equipment is better. I have a question. V raised his hand, revealing the mantis knife in his forearm. If the pure tungsten hammer is stronger in comprehensive data, and most importantly, don't touch the hammer with the knife. While repairing the car, Leo looked up and said strangely, "Why do you have to ask this question?" V knew. So she rolled her eyes. "What are you doing?" "What in the sky?" Barley's violent voice rang out. "Bombing Haywood, a place where all kinds of people live together. The north is prosperous high-rise buildings and parks. The west is bright and beautiful commercial streets and logistics channels. But the south is a vicious slum. In the eyes of many Night City office workers, there is no pity, poverty, the poor, only the vicious, brutal poor. But that only refers to the Valentino gang, a group of Mexicans who keep each other warm. Some poor people are poor, but they are not Mexicans. In order to survive, they will also be baptized, believe in God, and hope to find someone to keep together. But the reality is very bleak. The Valentino gang is a gang with a strong ethnic mentality, and it is difficult for outsiders to get in. It's so fucking awesome." In the cramped rental apartment building, the room was filled with alcohol. The man was holding a turbid beer and shouting loudly on the sofa, and the woman was sleeping soundly on the bed. This apartment building even has only one room, and the two beds are embedded in the wall, like a space capsule. It is obvious that this is a family, and there is a young man standing by the window. At first glance, he looks like a child who is excitedly waiting for his idol by the window. But if you look closely, his expression is not fluctuating at all, and he keeps wandering between the prosperous world and the dark and dirty streets. His old father drank his beer in a hurry, and looked at his child standing by the window. He suddenly had a vision. His father had stood by the window like this before, and at that time, he was watching a rock band called Wusher. All of a sudden, he was in a trance and imagined that the super heavy truck Mackinac was the car that the samurai band used to tour. He was immediately filled with emotion. When the time was, the car used by the eldest brother drove through the street. He was 41 years old and sat here, looking at his 16-year-old son standing there. All he could see was the shadow of his 50-year-old father, who had died. They were the witnesses of Night City, the creators and ordinary people struggling to survive. Their dreams were rubbed and could no longer be seen clearly, until batches of Night City legends rolled towards the world, helping them to polish their former dreams. All of a sudden, the old father started crying. He came to his son and recalled the things that happened in Night City. His father went to the last concert of the samurai band, which was held in front of the Arasaka Tower. Then the Arasaka Tower was bombed. He was glad that his father stopped him, and he was not killed on the spot. But now, he suddenly felt that it would be better if he had gone there too. He hugged his son. "It would be better if I had gone there too." The son turned around, and the expression on his face made him stunned. His son's entire face was made of cyber components, and one hand and one leg were also prosthetics. Not for work, but because he was born with deformities. Then his son said something that made his brain shut down instantly. "Why did you give birth to me? Let me see these." The son pointed at two completely different worlds, and the violent sound of Mackinac engine roared. But he couldn't sort out the man's thoughts. "What does it mean?" The son's prosthetic suddenly hit the glass. At this time, he found that his son had a device on his hand that he had never seen before. Snap! The tempered glass shattered instantly. The father was startled and took a step back, but his son took a step forward. In fear, he reached out to grab his son, but he couldn't catch the child who was trying to jump out. Then he seemed to see his son smiling at him, his mouth opening and closing silently. The father stared at his son, looking at this suddenly strange child from beginning to end. He suddenly thought that his child might spend more time in school than at home. Then he saw the strange device on the child's chest, with a crooked font painted on it, "Death at Midnight." Suddenly, people jumped out of the buildings on both sides of the street. Some just jumped out. Some were naked and holding a screaming guy. And some were completely in wheelchairs. Everyone had a super high-energy reaction captured by the scanner. But there was no way to prepare for this sudden and strange explosion. Boom! The fireball exploded on the top of Mackinac, and the huge impact swept the entire street. The super bombing was unavoidable. Human bombing. The bombing cast shadows between the intricate buildings, and more people joined the battle. Chapter 480 Electromagnetic Pulse Gun. The bombing occurred, and the lights of the entire street disappeared at the same time. Each person was tied with a bomb equivalent to 500 kilograms of TNT. The impact and flames from the explosion in the air shook Mackinac. The three people in the car could only see a series of flames from the visual sensor. Even for Leo, he did not expect such a suicide attack. Glass and metal fragments flew in the flames. The mercenary in the dark yelled and pulled the lever, "Start the pulse gun." Bang! The lights in most of Haywood went out instantly. At the same time as the explosion, in the dark, all the high-frequency hacking equipment that the Brain Demon gang had placed in the dark by various means were activated, and instantly took away the current in the entire area, and supplied it to the electromagnetic pulse guns ambushed on the floors, on the streets, and even in the soil through wired and wireless methods. Rather than being a gun, this device is actually a collection of several microwave waveguides, coils, and antennas, hidden around from multiple angles, and locked onto the supersized armored vehicle at the same time. This is also a supersized urban weapon, an electronic device killer that can produce super strong directional electromagnetic pulses at medium and long distances. Rather than saying it is a gun, it is better to say that it is actually a system. A complete array of weapons. Gun is just an adjective. The capacitor is fully charged. With a sharp explosion, the coils of these directional pulse transmitters suddenly turned red, and blue-white arcs dissipated in the air. The huge heat dissipation arrays started at full speed. Electromagnetic waves were ionized as a large amount of air was ionized, and the propagation path became vaguely visible. Even the flames produced by the explosion began to distort. The mercenaries hiding in the dark used their special visual equipment to stare at the legendary Mackinac, which seemed to be shaking only slightly in the explosion. You know, bombs of this magnitude can be used as bombing ammunition. Although the car looks shaking, it has no signs of falling apart or being scrapped. If they can't paralyze the armor system, what can they do? As a result, Muramasa did not disappoint them. Mackinac slowed down, and the armor plates showed slight deformation. The armor plates were not aligned as before. Gaps mean incompleteness. Incompleteness means that cracks have finally appeared in their tortoise shells. They have become weaker, and the opportunity has come. Done! Charge! The cars ambushing in the alley simultaneously lifted up their electronic camouflage and rushed towards the slowing Mackinac. But they were not the only ones aiming at this opportunity. Valentino was also approaching. The drones in the sky fell like rain, but new drones were immediately added. In the buildings on both sides, some media also rented rooms as shooting locations, and the photographers immediately began to replace the backup equipment. Of course, they also have to be alert to whether their peers will come to take their place. The armor of the legendary seed player seems to be loose. Sudden death at midnight. After a short pause, the TV program that had resolved the chaos began to play again, in which Stanley immediately read out the names of the bombs. Witness them. Witness this group of idiots, who use their lives to perform performance art. The piercer of the legendary armor. Valentino has also joined the brawl. Let's see this group of mercenaries, whose names are not well known, the gangsters, and the children of Haywood, and Mackinac, who will break out of the siege. Warning. The strength of the electromagnetic locking system is rapidly decreasing. Being in the explosion, Jack and V finally understood why Lear used such a perverted in-car audio system. Otherwise, no sound would be heard at all. And Lear now felt bad. Unexpected suicide attack and unexpected system damage. The electromagnetic locking system of the armor was failing rapidly, and this was obviously not caused by the explosion. Theoretically, All these explosions were not as powerful as the hammer just now. The neural connection between Leal and Barley suddenly burst into a huge electric light, and the connector popped out instantly. The circuit was overloaded. This is a sign of an EMP attack. The Faraday cage structure is damaged. EMP. Pete puff. The lights and instruments in the car suddenly went out, indicating that the electronic control system suffered a devastating blow. Leal covered his head, which was emitting black smoke and the smell of barbecue. 3 octopus arms and 2 arms directly opened the bottom cover and reached out to restart the system. Although this attack was not expected. A car that uses a large number of electronic control systems will of course prepare an anti-EMP system. In the part where the working current is too high, the transient voltage suppressor will start immediately, blocking the current that may completely burn the circuit. At the same time, in the part where the current is not high, the filter can filter out the normal current. In the most core parts, that is, the my core data server and basic unit CPU, these protection measures will be passively activated and mechanically enclosed in a complete Faraday cage. Leal is now going to open this safety measure, start the backup power supply, and then connect the still usable systems to the backup power supply and system. But will they have a chance to restart slowly? Boom! The huge explosion created a deep pit in the ground. Mackinac drove out of the pit, and the small slope made the car jump. And hidden under this loud noise, Little Octopus, Big Brother, there is an ambush. While Leal restarted the system, he yelled at the two, open the safety lock. Chase battle. The paralysis of the electromagnetic locking system will cause those modular chrony titanium to be locked by the spare mechanical lock, turning into an armor layer without any adjustment space. Jack and V also knew this design, and reached out immediately. On the battlefield, the turtle fate will not be good. V successfully opened the armor, but Jack found that the armor was locked. In a hurry, he punched it directly. The mechanical lock broke, and Jack just saw 4 motorcycles surrounding him, holding technical rifles. He quickly grabbed the 2 open armor plates to protect his head. V. I know. V reacted faster, and hid in the car again on the spot. Several bullets hit the armor directly, losing the adjustment of the electromagnetic locking system. These bullets successfully made dents on the chrony titanium. But the excitement did not last long. Jack rushed out with a dismantled hammer 30 barrel, and threw it out as lightly as a javelin. The targeted motorcyclist A reacted quickly. The barrel hit the ground hard and produced a fire, but the motorcyclist B on the other side was not so lucky. The burning knuckle shot his head off. Done! Demai is back online. Leal shouted excitedly. Demai's voice was even more outrageous, released at full power through the external loudspeaker. So close, the motorcyclist on V's side only felt as if he had been hit by a sonic vibration. Mackinac 4 wheels quickly fine-tuned. The car moved strangely at high speed without any warning, and hit the motorcycle hard. At the moment of the collision, the mantis knife popped out from the gap, and instantly cut the spine of motorcyclist C. On Leal's side, motorcyclist D followed Barley closely in horizontal movement, and put out a bomb and stuck it upwards, in a place where he couldn't see. An octopus arm suddenly jumped out from the ground and grabbed his leg. Ah! The motorcyclist was horrified to find that his leg was being pulled down, and the motorcycle instantly lost control. Squeak! The motorcycle went out of control, and the man was sucked into the motorcycle that started to do a backflip, and hit the motorcyclist A who had just dodged Jack's throw. Jack shot at the rolling motorcycle. Boom! The unavoidable explosion engulfed the last enemy. It seems that without the solid armor system, Big Brother is still Big Brother, Legend is still Legend. They have become weaker, but it does not mean that these cats and dogs have become stronger. Wait a minute, in an anti-tank rocket launcher, another Anvil 2 took off from the city, and then smashed into the rear cargo box of the Legend Mackinac. Jack opened a huge gap. The active defense bomb outside the car popped out and exploded in the air, but it could only detonate the front warhead of Anvil 2. The missile rushed over. This time, there was no complete protection system for defense. Jack. Chapter 481. No turning back. Boom! Anti-tank missiles hit the open window of Mackinac's trunk armor. With weapons of this magnitude exploding inside the car, it impossible for anyone to survive. The car was emitting black smoke, and vehicles were coming in from all directions, just like hyenas that came to hunt after a lion was injured. A pack of hyenas can't defeat a pack of lions, so they wait for an opportunity, wait for the lion to fail, show its flaws, and show its fangs when it's in a mess. So is this the time? Boom! The violent engine sound did not stop at all. The thunderous sound sounded again. The black smoke was thrown behind. Mackinac cargo box armor had been fully opened. The huge power armor held the chrony titanium armor plate that should have been fixed to the outer layer of the vehicle body. It was like a huge shield. These chrony titanium armor should have been fixed to the outside of the vehicle shell by electromagnetic armor, forming the outer armor layer, but as this system failed, as the relay controller failed, they would all be locked into the mechanical fixing lock. In places like the side windows of the vehicle, there will be a design that can be opened quickly. But the rear side of the cargo box is slightly different. In addition to the mechanical locks, these armor plates are connected in series by a frame composed of 3 chrony titanium, which can be directly disassembled in an emergency, as long as the person who uses it as a shield can withstand the impact of the explosion. It can become a shield. Jack equipped with XS1 power armor can do it. The link components of these chrony titanium armor plates are more slender, and the connection method is closer to a chain. When the explosion occurs, the powerful force is transmitted to these slender link components, and the thinner and more unique material arrangement makes them yield first, stretch and deform, dissipating the heat and kinetic energy generated by the explosion. But as an anti-armor weapon, even if the active defense bomb detonates its front-mounted warhead, the penetration it causes from the front is still unmatched. The black smoke dissipated, and people saw that on the impact axis, under these body armors, the XS1 power armor was also topped with a shield made of chrony titanium. However, this shield is basically made of defective products produced during manufacturing. Although it is not suitable as a component of industrial products, it is very suitable for tying together to make a shield. The penetration depth reaches 8 centimeters. A red-hot pit appears on the surface of the shield. Jack can even feel the heat in the power armor. Bang! Jack put down the body armor. This deformed armor module is completely unable to match the front armor. The armor on the sides and the top exceeds the body. It looks more like a metal trench when placed on the cargo compartment. Those cars that were already close thought to themselves, so after all this time, this car can really withstand anti-tank missiles. Fuck. They can hold up. Then one more. Puff. Several 14mm caseless bullets hit the front armor of the car at the same time. This bullet with questionable accuracy is very powerful, although not as violent as Hammer 30. As long as it hits the front, each bullet can penetrate 25mm homogeneous armor. At such a close distance, these bullets even have a chance to penetrate 40mm homogeneous armor. This thickness may not seem thick, but many contestants do not have many choices. The armor they can buy is generally ordinary military armor, which will directly affect the vehicle power if they are not careful. So even at the front windshield, this sports car can only carry 40mm of armor. These armors were penetrated in an instant. The powerful caseless bullet penetrated the armor, and the kinetic energy caused the armor plate to deform. The solid armor wrinkled under the impact. Finally, a bullet penetrated the wrinkled armor and directly blew up the driver's shoulder. A battlefield treatment drug called Furicane was directly squeezed into the atrium from the implant attached to his heart. Accompanied by a strong electric current, these drugs were instantly transmitted to the limbs and bones, accompanied by the blood rushing from the wound. "We are going to retreat." The co-pilot, the companions who escaped the disaster, screamed in fear. They were the fastest runners just now. There is no turning back. The driver turned his head and yelled back at his companions. At the same time, the panoramic crystal ball also transmitted the external situation. All the cars at the end of the street squeezed into this logistics trunk road that was large enough for 6 large trucks to pass at the same time. It can be clearly seen that this is because on the branch road, a group of crazy people with tattoos all over their bodies rushed around with heavy pickup trucks like Mackinac without caring about their lives. They almost drove them over. It was the Valentino gang. The battle was quite fierce. Maybe Valentino didn't have the upper hand. If we just look at the battle, they might have been at a disadvantage. But they were too enthusiastic. When his companion saw all this, he happened to see a sturdy mercenary jumping out of a vehicle on a small road, and directly landing on Valentino pickup truck. He killed the gangsters on the back cargo box with 1 punch and 2 shots. However, one of the gangsters didn't die immediately. Instead, he put his arms on the corner of the cargo box, and shouted with half fear and half excitement in his eyes. From the shape of his lips, it seemed that he was shouting, "Witness me." Boom! The battlefield is shrinking. We can't run away. The driver turned the steering wheel, screaming at the top of his lungs. Explosives. Throw them out. Sizzle. The armor on his head was suddenly torn open. The light of the explosion shone in from the gap. The expressions of the two people instantly became desperate. V stood on the top of the sports car and chopped wildly. A lot of blood sprayed out of the car. It looked like he was ripping a sports car apart. Bang! The cover provided by Jack brushed past her side, forcing back another pursuer who was about to raise a rocket launcher, but the bullet only deformed the armor. V noticed this and directly picked out a mercenary who had been chopped into pieces and smashed it into the car behind him. Poof! The body hit the windshield. The mixed liquid with special electrolytes covered the car. The mantis knife pierced deeply into the car's center console. The sports car she had stepped on just now smashed directly into the car with a block sensor. The two cars collided and hit the billboard on the side of the road. V jumped high just before the collision. Jack raised the explosive bomb at the same time and threw the car out directly. A rocket was fired from a high-rise building on the side of the road at the same time, but Barley's active defense bomb was fired immediately, and the rocket was detonated directly in the air. Boom! The explosion painted the streets. My sub-individual controlled the car to catch up with V's landing point in an instant. The car caught V. On the battlefield, my broken metal sounded. We have to deal with the gunner. This is Leo delivering the message. Look there. The octopus arm stretched out from the window on the window armor plate. The strong beam directly hit the apartment buildings with all the glass broken. The rustling figures moved between the buildings. Rocket launchers, anti-tank missiles are all inside. Understood. V also roared. And his body fit the motorcycle. The two sides of the explosive boom rider were equipped with a lightweight exoskeleton designed for V. It did not integrate too many functions, but was fully equipped with spider silk launchers and electrostatic absorption gloves. The motorcycle explosive thrusters exploded instantly, and V's leg synthetic muscles also started simultaneously. The reinforced Achilles tendon withstood the thrust of hundreds of kilograms from the thrusters, pushing her into the air. The white spider silk grabbed the building, and V swung into the building in an instant. Brother! Jack also ejected the full set of heat sinks, and the magazine was automatically reloaded. Hold on tight. Before Jack finished speaking, Demai had already sensed the approach of danger. Explosions, gunshots, engine sounds and screams were all mixed together on the street. If it weren't for the special auditory sensors and analyzers, it would be difficult to notice some special situations. But Demai could. In his perception, there was a vehicle with a very powerful engine at the intersection ahead, rushing towards this main road at full speed. The wind pressure generated by the explosion blew out when the legendary Mackinaw drove into this intersection. Jack saw an armored Mackinaw rushing straight towards them. His first thought was, Mackinaw hit our legendary Mackinaw, are you going to die? But the second picture that followed made him dispel this idea. Behind this Mackinaw, several cars flew up because of the explosion. Finally, the armored Mackinaw hit the side of the legendary Mackinaw hard. 5 tons hit 10 tons. The car moved violently. The car bodies were intertwined. Jack noticed that the armored Mackinaw was actually pulling a huge thing behind it. A power armor. A power armor equipped with a plasma cannon. Chapter 482 Execution Scanner Information. Name: Centaur Armor Refit. Description: NCPD purchased a batch of exoskeleton equipment from Military Technology. This batch of equipment tends to be linear frame rather than power armor, using multiple battery packs in series, giving a semi-plasma electromagnetic cannon that can penetrate 150 mm homogeneous armor under normal circumstances, and equipped with a composite shield. Bryce note: you are more familiar with this thing than I am. Military Technology seems to have a software version for upgrading this device. On-site scan comparison. Weapon battery packs are reduced, armor is reduced across the board. Alloyed pulleys are added to both feet. Shields are removed. It is suspected that the lethality of melee weapons has been increased. Bang. Jack is not as fast as the cyborg equipped with Sion Weston, but he is definitely at the excellent level among ordinary people. When he saw the power armor being pulled by the car, he was stunned for a moment. His body did not react, but he happened to see the enemy power armor gradually completing the energy storage. This thing looks quite similar to the semi-plasma cannon used by the Centaur Mecha. The appearance, the red-hot color emitted by the barrel when charging, all too familiar. Obviously, this armored Mackinaw relied on the semi-plasma cannon on the car to blow up the pursuer. The heat from the explosion could even be felt at the intersection. Boarding. But Leo was not stunned. And neither was the little octopus. The two AIs shared information through Leo neural link, and had long been prepared for a counterattack. The long octopus arm stabbed out from the car window. The tip was replaced by a claw polished by chrony titanium. The three claws grasped tightly. With the help of the impact of the vehicle, the front fender of the armored Mackinac was deeply pierced. The driver and co-driver in the car watched the claws pierce in, and their souls were terrified. But they didn't have time to react. The claws opened, and a grenade was directly thrown into the front row of the car. Puff! The armor bulged. The impact and flames of the explosion directly damaged the battery pack inside the car that was used to power the plasma cannon. The fragments of the prosthetic body that were blown to pieces flew directly into the motor group. The unstable current surge instantly burned the plasma cannon along the power supply line tube. The car was filled with black smoke. The claws of the octopus arm rebounded with the explosion, and were stuck on the armor. It struggled to connect two vehicles with a total weight of more than 15 tons, and stretched to the limit. At this time, a force completely made this fixation ineffective. Jack accumulated strength and jumped onto the armored Mackinac that had lost control. Jack, equipped with XS-1 power armor and burning knuckles, weighed more than 400 kilograms. The legendary Mackinac sank suddenly. The armor plate of the armored Mackinac that was caught by the octopus arm was deformed by the explosion. It was torn apart in an instant. The two people in the front seat of the armored Mackinac were blown apart by the explosion, and even part of their heads were exposed. Before they could react, Jack stepped on the roof of the armored Mackinac, and the deformed armor pressed down their fragile brains. Jack's movements were not as agile and quick as V. His movements were more steady. Even the weight was hard for the armored plate to bear. As Jack stepped on the stalled armored Mackinac four-wheeler, the tires exploded, the four tires slid on the ground, and the speed dropped rapidly. And Jack relied on the electrostatic absorption system to firmly fix on the roof of the car, raised his left fist, and shot the enemy power armor weapon. The recoil and heat generated by the caseless bullet accumulated on his left fist, and the turbo thruster on the right elbow began to warm up. Every attack of the burning knuckles was fatal, and a fatal blow required careful observation of the opponent's movements, especially when this Centaur mecha was obviously a little different from what he remembered. In the blink of an eye, Jack cautioned to play a role. The connection between the Centaur and the armored Mackinac was instantly disconnected, and the broken plasma gun in his hand suddenly exploded violently. The broken barrel assembly was pushed by the explosion, and suddenly turned into a fragmentation grenade. The speed of this Centaur, which lacked a lot of armor and large shields to protect specific parts, was much faster than Jack knew. After breaking away from the armored Mackinac, the Centaur legs burst into flames, and suddenly rushed towards the side of the car. With a lighter design and a more experienced operator, the mech uses the recoil generated by the explosion to raise its arm while moving, grabs a handle-like object on the back box, and pulls out a red-hot blade that is 1.6 meters long and nearly 30 centimeters wide. The extremely fast pulling speed brings out all the red-hot graphene in Mars, and the scene is like a gorgeous fireworks show. Dazzling. And the temperature of this red-hot blade has exceeded 2,000 degrees Celsius in the analysis of Jack's scanner. You should know that the maximum combat temperature of the front part of the hot knuckles made of chrony titanium armor is only 2,200 degrees Celsius. Exceeding this threshold, the metal strength will begin to decrease. The preheated elbow thruster was immediately activated. Jack jumped off the roof after seeing the trajectory clearly. The side of the thermal blade was blocked by his left fist. This deadly blade cut through the armored Mackinac like cutting butter. And Jack, his right fist was raised high. Suddenly, he wanted to shout something more powerful. Destroy the world. Ta-la. Although it only looked a little brighter than usual, but after several rounds of shooting, the temperature of the front part of the burning knuckles also exceeded 800 degrees Celsius. This hit the shoulder of the Centaur mech, like a blacksmith forging, also sparked a huge spark. The excellent impact dispersion system of the Centaur mech transferred this force to every part of the exoskeleton as much as possible, but the power of such a punch was too great. The exoskeleton broke and shattered on the spot at the impact point, and even the body of the mech operator broke and sank as a whole. In the broken helmet, the driver stared at Jack with a fierce face. The blade in his hand was twisted back by the motor at an impossible angle as the safety lock on the wrist was broken. The exoskeleton was running beyond normal, and the limbs were crushed in the machine. But not all suicide attacks would be effective. Jack's left hand that blocked the blade changed quickly, and he grabbed the handle with his backhand. Compared with the Centaur mecha, he was much more flexible. After taking the blade, Jack looked at the enemy hysterical expression and suddenly felt a little emotional after so much experience. He could understand this expression more and more now. the pain of losing his companions, the powerlessness and despair in the face of a stronger enemy, the pain of the reverse current burning the nerves due to equipment damage, the stimulation of the skill chip, and the still functioning combat prosthesis, and the hallucinations in the brain caused by all these superpositions will burn out everything he has, his humanity. We are all the same people, but Jack has not reached that time yet. He suddenly thought of a long time ago, when he often went to the church, watching the priest hold funerals for some Valentino brothers. The long knife was taken away, pierced into the man's cervical spine, and stabbed out of his chest. May God have mercy on your soul. The lightning-fast battle, the Valentino gang thugs, who were still fighting hard and lying on the ground, could not understand, or see clearly. But they could understand the scene. The artificial eye quietly recorded everything, and it seemed to nourish their souls, like chicken blood warriors. Their bodies would move, and do things beyond their imagination. Valentino, whose arm had been blown off by the explosion, happened to see the scene. A human bomb wearing a Midnight Death costume suddenly jumped out from the second floor above his head, and rushed directly to Jack. The gang thugs, who were already exhausted, suddenly rushed over and roared, "Witness me!" Chapter 483 Convertible. ACPA armor. This kind of equipment has not appeared in the city for a long time, even in Night City. There are two reasons. First, after the collapse of the old network, the company lost a lot of technology. In the past 50 years, they have recovered a lot. But, due to the constant war and mutual vigilance, the recovery speed is far less than expected. Second, APCA is a battlefield equipment. Even in elite battlefield equipment in this era, it is unlikely to appear in scenes other than the front battlefield. The introduction of the Centaur mech by the NCPD is a very positive signal released by military technology. They can already begin to try to put the Centaur mech, an exoskeleton mech based on the Gamma-level linear frame, into the police market. Facts have also proved that, when such a dynamic behemoth appears in the urban terrain, with a group of secretly interfering infantry, it is very powerful. All the way, Valentino was actually a little scared. Although the priest baptized them and prayed for them before the start of this death match, perhaps Valentino relied on faith and ethnic relations to gain a foothold in Night City. But after so many years, how many truly devout believers will there be in this behemoth? Most of the gang members are children with little culture and knowledge. Maybe when the priest gives them a piece of bread and a place to sleep peacefully, they will be touched. But as they grow older, who doesn't like beautiful cars and beautiful women? Who doesn't like money? Who doesn't like to be the most powerful one? Pouring all the grievances suffered on something. Can it still be called justice? But such things only appear in stories. Such as stories in the Bible. This scene was just like David using a sling to hit the giant Goliath on the forehead, and then pulling out Goliath's sword to behead him. The priest stood on the roof of the tall building next to Haywood Church, wearing a set of advanced head-mounted observation devices, and monitoring the battlefield with the equipment of Valentino boys. The pressure from Valentino suddenly became intense. In fact, let alone those boys. The priest himself was a little excited. Believing in Catholicism and studying doctrine were a way for him to unite ethnic groups. By giving people conspicuous labels and deepening their recognition of the labels, a link beyond money and interests could be created. This is the fundamental reason why they stand in Night City. The 6th Street gang is connected to their neighbors, but they are all poor, so they can only be a poor gang. The connection of the Valentino gang is stronger, so they can infiltrate a higher level of hierarchy, such as NCPD and municipal agencies. However, as people see more, this kind of connection will naturally weaken. But this time it is different. The story is actually reproduced. The size of the Centaur mecha is almost a circle larger than Jack, and the power of the main gun is visibly powerful, that car-chopping knife beyond common sense. It was completely daunting. In this comparison, Jack was really David who killed Goliath. What was used to deceive people became true. In this situation, the priest actually began to convince himself. Go, be with God. Bang! A truck with half of its body missing rushed out violently, and knocked away Midnight, who had a good chance of jumping on Jack. This collision happened to hit the explosive on his body, and the bomb burst into flames like a fart, and the power was far less than the theoretical value. No one was injured, but his lower body was burned. Valentino Arquitto hurriedly put his gangmate on the side of the road, drew a cross on his chest, and then went straight to the stunned guy and put him on the front seat. Before the guy could recover from the reality that he was not dead despite his determination to die, a rifle was stuffed into his hand. Seeing that he did not react, Arquitto patted his face. Brother, wake up. It not over yet. What kind of gun is this? Valentino stared at the Achilles in his hand for a moment. And he had never used such a good thing in his life. Sponsored by the 6th Street Gang, everyone has it except you. Why not? Because this guy never believed in the priest's mysterious things. At most he just said it, he focused on being sociable. So when the priest distributed the equipment, he was not in the church at all. But this time, he scratched his head, looked out the window. The legendary Mackinac had already gone far away. Jack stood on the Centaur mech, then the mech power system rushed forward, and the great sword that penetrated the mech was held in his hand like a joystick. That awesome. It really awesome, hold on tight. Boom. The Mackinac power system is still intact with only half of its shell left. It became faster without the shell. The pushback pressed against his broken back, and there was a stinging sensation, and the wind hit his face, and he suddenly got excited. I'm riding in a convertible. Yes. 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 Convertible. Akito was also happy to see the guy come to his senses. Convertible sports car. Woohoo! The road ahead of the two cars was covered with parts and debris crushed by the legendary Mackinac. From time to time, they would shoot at the enemies on the ground and pull up the brothers who were still alive and give them a gun. The car exploded not long after it started. The brothers climbed out of the wreckage and drove away another broken car that was not completely scrapped. The Midnight, who had not completely exploded just now, was leaning against the wall. After watching this scene, his teeth were about to break. Why do they look so cool? Why are these scums who disrupt society so happy? Why do I study and work honestly, but get nothing and end up like this? What is the meaning of life? He, who had long wanted to stop living, received an anonymous email in the local area network of Night City, inviting him to a grand death. But what was the result? The result was that the stage continued to move forward, and he lay in the ruins that no one cared about, just like his life, in the most marginal place in society. No one cared about him. And no one understood him. As he thought about it, a bunch of thoughts popped up in his head. It was all his fault that he had a bad family. He would spend his whole life getting away from them. It was all because people in society always attacked each other. They were not friendly at all. It was all because the company did not give him a holiday or a raise. It caused him to have a mental illness. He cried thinking about it. Then in the darkness, he heard a rustling sound. He stopped thinking and stared at the direction where the sound came from. He saw a girl with a hunched body and a not-so-good-looking face coming over. This was his roommate. He recognized her. She was the colleague they often sat together to complain about the company. But he privately thought that the other person was ugly. The girl tiptoed through the area covered with debris and flames. You could tell she was scared. Why did she come over here when she was scared? Iva? The girl saw his face clearly and was relieved. She quickened her pace and stepped over the debris on the ground. Great, I saw you seem to be sucked out by the explosion. Sucked out by the explosion? He jumped out by himself. For some reason, he suddenly became anxious. What are you doing here? What do you think? Of course I saved you. You idiot. You and I are the only ones who haven't resigned among the two of us who entered the company together. I can't just watch you fall to death. Can I? As the girl approached, her even deformed face became clearer under the weak flame. Of course men don't like such ugly girls. He likes those girls who are posing and shopping in the videos. But when he saw the expression on the face of this female colleague, the look of being afraid but also wanting to go downstairs to find him, and wanting to find a treasure, he suddenly thought, ugliness can be fixed, after all. They can still make money. She doesn't like me. Does she? Hee hee, I saved your life this time. You owe me a favor. You have to remember it forever. Huh? The woman finally came to him, but it was a pity that he would never know the answer to the question just now. The dud with death at midnight printed on it suddenly burned again, burning so fast that it could barely be considered a bomb. Boom! In a silent corner, another member of the gang who died at midnight completed his mission. Died at midnight and became nothingness. Two broken bodies mixed with other debris. Burning in flames. The midnight killers will soon disappear without a trace like their predecessors. But Valentino will continue to exist. At least for now. And the voices are still mixed in with the gunshots. Explosions and engine noises. Roadster. Be the boss. Chapter 484 Rich Area. The scene of Jack beheading the Centaur mecha was captured by reporters and wild photographers hidden in the building. People were immersed in this scene. The track information is almost public. Many people made a small fortune because of this. The golden shooting position is very valuable. Finally, withstanding the human bombardment, withstanding the electromagnetic pulse, withstanding the rockets flying everywhere, bullets and grenades, they finally captured this scene. But soon some of them found something wrong. In the dark corridor, V was wearing a full set of tactical helmets, and the sensors reflected a faint light in the dark, moving as fast as the wind. The sound brought these people back to their senses from their fantasies. After all, this was still a war zone. It was better to be vigilant. A reporter wearing a single lens recording device was frightened by what was in the scanner, the dim light, and the exaggerated speed of movement, which looked like a ghost in his eyes. The ghost chased an indistinct mosaic in the darkness. The intersection of the blades caused waves of mosaics in the dim passage. Every time the blades touched, the mantis knife would try to hack in with electric current. Although the contact moment was too short to succeed in one go, it also greatly interfered with this advanced optical camouflage. They're a ghost. Finally, the mantis knife successfully seized the opportunity to slash the opponent blade. The broken blade flew away and hit him hard on the shoulder in the horrified eyes of the reporter. Fortunately, it was only the back of the knife that hit him hard. Although it hurt, it was not fatal. Seeing this, the Eclipse modifier jumped back with force, stepped on the ground to make a small gap, and climbed up by grabbing the wall. Bang! The huge red-hot chopping knife flew like a missile, nailing him to the wall. The sudden change on the battlefield, of course, was felt most deeply by the people on the battlefield. Jack was a little confused. Why did Valentino suddenly seem to be full of energy? I saw that the Valentinos who had been lying down all recovered their combat positions from their prostrate positions, and the cars drove as long as the wheels could still move. The bumper fell off and rubbed against the ground? Kicked it away. No need for the bumper. The car door was deformed and couldn't be closed. Kicked it away. No need for the car door. The car roof was blown off by the hot melt. It was open top, which was good, and the shooting field was wide. The suicide bomber did scare Leal, but he soon discovered a strange phenomenon. The bombing seemed to be directed at them, but it seemed that there were more explosions in the office buildings of small companies. Obviously, they were all going to die. Many people chose Hack Your Gang. Today, I am going to blow up those who make me unhappy, such as superiors and colleagues. In the chaotic battle, the damage that was supposed to be only for the riders began to expand. Jack! A heavy metal sound came from the car, and the octopus arm stuck out from the car window, illuminating the forward path in the building. Although the battle in the building was not as ostentatious as on the street, it also sparked rounds of sparks. The enemy had no way to resist the mantis knife forged by Crony Titanium, and retreated step by step, gradually approaching the window under V pressure. Jack understood, and with a kick of his legs, the centaur mecha under his feet was twisted and deformed, and he jumped back to the trunk of the Legend Mackinac. Under the excited eyes of the Valentinos, Jack held the sword in his backhand, and stepped firmly on the carriage with his 2 feet, and made an extremely standard throwing action. The motor was charging, muscles were tense, the thrusters were roaring, and the power was accumulated. The humanoid mosaic jumped out of the window, and his 2 hands firmly grasped the wall, and quickly adjusted his posture, but with just such an action, bang! The red-hot blade drew a straight line in the air, which was hard to believe. This was a 40-kilogram sword. However, the Eclipse full-body prosthetics that were nailed to the wall looked like they were dying with their eyes wide open, and the web-like cracks on the wall reminded people of this. People didn't notice that there was a thin white line connecting the handle. V jumped out of the window almost a second slower than this guy, and saw his enemy nailed to the wall, so he could only grab the spider silk and land on the moving explosion rider. You stole my head? V waved his mantis blade. Jack chuckled, patted the roof. Brother. Hold on. There was a standard right-angle bend ahead. The legendary Mackinac steering wheel slammed. The accelerator, the gear lever and the handbrake jumped like crazy as if possessed. The integrated electronic control platform was destroyed. From now on, Mackinac control method could no longer continue to use the method of directly controlling the motor and transmission, but changed to a method close to taking off pants to fart. Mackinac core control system was enclosed in a protective device. Electricity no longer acted directly on the vehicle, but on a series of mechanical control levers. To put it simply, Demai is now like a real person, using only half of the original sensors to collect information, simulating the human way, using dozens of operating levers, and mechanically controlling this big car. The remaining electrostatic gripping system can no longer provide enough power to completely grasp the ground. but it is still enough to tear up part of the ground. The car starts to turn. The tires start to turn sideways under my control. The body of the car starts to move horizontally. And it also starts to drift slightly. This tire uses chrome titanium and other alloys as the wheel hub and frame. It is essentially a solid tire. But the outer layer is added with a mixture of polyurethane and aramid fiber placed in the laboratory of Tingway Company as the surface to increase the friction coefficient. Such tires will hardly slip when using the electrostatic absorption system. And the wear rate is also very low. But now it is different. A charred and slightly reddish track is left on the ground. In the worst place, you can even see flames. After the electromagnetic suspension and electrostatic absorption systems were largely paralyzed, sitting in the car was like being put into a drum washing machine. Only people like Lear, who had 3 octopus arms for dynamic balance, could stay in the car. The seat belts were like decorations. Explosions, large-scale changes in acceleration, the noise caused by friction, the smell of burning was too much interference. Lear's 5 senses were almost completely destroyed by these factors. He simply closed his eyes, processed the data packets of the little octopus, and barley one by one for analysis. CI. Valentino thugs, more mechas. The car completed the turn, and a broad road appeared in front of him. The slums of Haywood have been left behind. Now it is the prosperous section of the Haywood area. There is no need to even look. Leal knows that anti-armor weapons must have been set up in those high overpasses. But behind the legendary Mackinac, there are many people. The midnight deaths used for bombing died violently just like their names. But Valentino did not. In the light rail and overpasses, one mecha after another fell from the sky. No one knows where the village got so many equipment from. But starting from this road, the firepower will become more deadly. I fucking love this game. The palms began to sweat, showing a somewhat nervous smile, shooting out spider silk, using the power of the motorcycle to jump onto the wall again. And Jack pulled hard, the big knife stuck in the wall was pulled off, then he swung this force up, as if it turned into a meteor hammer. The Valentino gang brothers have never been so united. The torrent of tattered armor pushed the game to a climax. Chapter 485 Anxious. The light rail leading to the company square was wrapped in neon lights, and the neon lights had long been tattered by the current theft that swept most of Haywood. Sparks kept falling from the lamp tubes, and the lights that were once unified and coordinated, but definitely not beautiful, became scattered and broken. On the contrary, the sky was occupied by another unified and coordinated thing. It was a shaped energy cannon shell with a warhead temperature of more than 1,500 degrees Celsius. The surface heated by the electromagnetic coil is a plasma substance. The temperature of these substances exceeds 3,000 degrees Celsius. But not much. As the bullet slides and dissipates in the air, it ionizes the air and leaves a faint blue track. However, compared with the heated metal, this blue track is completely insignificant. These bullets all have a dazzling orange-red shape. On such a wonderful night, they look a bit like streetlights. Of course, they only look like streetlights to those who have opened the Sion Weston. A total of 6 energy-focused cannons were fired from the interlaced sky bridges, each of which hit the path that the steel torrent had to pass through. Along with the falling shells, there were also some powerful rocket launchers, grenades and bullets, and a full 8 modified Centaur mechas. It is said that the NPCD purchased 36 in the first batch, and the first batch of armored troops only equipped 6, and they will complete the training and take up their posts within the next month. As a result, these mercenaries raised their hands and had 8 mechas, which could crush the NCPD armored troops to the ground. This scene was like rain. It was iron rain. In the slow world, the people equipped with Sion Weston were the first to react, and began to adjust their postures, but the difference in the prosthesis determined the difference in the real world. V was the fastest, because her jumping speed had almost reached the limit of the human body. Avoiding the iron rain, she pulled the spider silk, her heartbeat seemed to stop, and went upstream in the hail of bullets. Pulling the spider silk again and again, using the explosive turbofan in the exoskeleton again and again, her speed was so fast that she could not even control it. The explosion came from behind her. V also rushed into the overpass, breaking the glass and frame, watching the stunned energy cannon operator's head and body being torn apart, and even took a grenade from his shoulder. Boom! The explosion that swept across the entire street blew Valentino into a mess, and the legendary Mackinac staggered in the explosion, but it was too fast, too heavy. The Centaur mecha fell to the ground, and Chi-Chi drew out the car-slashing swords behind them, and moved at high speed under the action of the pulley. Whoever rushed out of the explosion zone first would be stabbed. The first thing that rushed out was actually a knife. The big knife stuck by spider silk was thrown out at high speed, drew an exaggerated arc in the air, and smashed a centaur mecha in half that couldn't dodge in time. The legendary Mackinaw rushed out of the smoke while spinning. The equipment on Jack's feet firmly fixed him in Mackinaw, which was spinning out of control due to the explosion. He almost turned the big knife by instinct. No threatening shells hit the car directly. The car fell over in the explosion and even started to spin. But it just kept moving forward. The first centaur was cut in half, and the sword slowed down and continued to hit the second one. The second operator was much smarter, and directly swung the sword to deflect the sword. But this defensive action also made him lose the opportunity to attack Mackinaw. The 10-ton vehicle hit him hard. Bang! The driver roared and used his body to withstand the blow. He felt like he was hit by a hammer. The ground under his feet was cracked by the legs of the centaur and retreated slightly. He felt that he could stop the car. Ah! Bang! Jack took the opportunity to smash his head with a punch, and then he picked up the big knife and smashed it towards the overpass where the cannon was set up. The great sword smashed in, and a focused energy cannon was pierced and exploded on the spot. In just the first round of confrontation, 2 focused energy cannons and 2 centaurs were killed on the spot. Shock appeared in the minds of the focused energy cannon operators and gunners at the same time. What going on? Aren't they the ones occupying the advantageous terrain? The operators of the centaur mechs were actually confused, but they had to shoot the arrows on the string. This thing can rush very fast after modification, and can also turn at high speed, but it is unlikely to break suddenly. And didn't the Mackinaw stop? The burning long knife was drawn from the back, and the operator charged at full speed with the plain knife in hand. But they were not the only ones charging at full speed. Bang! The second Valentino, the third Valentino, and the fourth Valentino rushed out of the bombing area, and rushed over with the remaining bullets. This was very frightening, because on some of the cars, the Valentinos were already dead. Night City gave these foreign mercenaries a chance to become famous, and they were very happy, and they cherished this opportunity. But after seeing this scene, they suddenly got a little scared. They came here to be famous, to make money, to earn a living, not to risk their lives for performance art. A centaur mech suddenly stabbed its knife into the ground, and braked and looked back in horror, and collided with its companion head-on, and some of the ambushing gunmen on the overpass also started to run away. Something was wrong. Something was wrong. What the hell are you doing? The centaur mech driver, who was knocked over, was also scared to death. Someone has a cyberpsychosis. Bang! 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 The sound of steel colliding instantly resounded throughout the street, and the situation on the street changed instantly. The ambushed gunmen began to run away, and the centaurs collided and fell to the ground, and the great advantage disappeared in an instant. The mercenaries at the forefront still had no intention of retreating. Relying on this modified centaurs, and their own skilled techniques, they easily killed more people in this torrent of scrap metal. But they did not feel like fearless heroes, but felt like pathetic clowns. Why is this happening? Although Jack was a little confused, why did the normally tough Haywood brothers suddenly become desperate? But he also felt the power. Ah! Jack kicked away the centaur mech that was stuck in the car, and rushed down on a motorcycle. He grabbed the fallen blade of the centaur mech on the ground, and rushed towards them at a speed that was not inferior to those centaur mechs. A perfect head-on confrontation, a perfect choice of location for the attack, powerful equipment, and a decision that should be correct. But the final result was like this. V relied on spider silk in the sky, small propulsion device, reinforced Achilles tendon and electrostatic absorption gloves, cooperating with his own explosive bomber, jumping up and down at a speed that was difficult to see clearly, hunting the Eclipse full-body prosthesis user, who was also jumping up and down. Jack was on the ground. His powerful boxing gloves kept shooting to clear the enemies in the distance, and the red-hot battle blade in his hand harvested the lives of nearby enemies, just like a high-mobility anti-infantry fighting vehicle. The mercenaries and the gangsters, who were supposed to fight back, were chased away. Mackinaw was not fast, but he was moving steadily in the steel torrent. 2 mechanical arms even extended from the windows on both sides, and he raised his middle finger to the drone. Muramesa, who was observing secretly, felt his head, or more precisely, the CPU and running memory, start to heat up. He couldn't understand why. With such a significant objective advantage, he was beaten like this? Why? Why could these idiots be scared out of their wits in such a situation? Can't they see that the enemy weapons, equipment and manpower are being consumed? His masterpiece, His design, his weapons, have not played their original role at all. It really anxious. Very anxious. It really doesn't understand. It really wants to win. Masamune, we lost. Muramasa, they lost. I didn't lose. Muramasa, start the workshop. I will do it myself. Muramasa, since they are afraid, I will make them no longer afraid. Muramasa, start all the sending equipment. Masamune, but... Chapter 486 Overlooking NCPD Operator. Haywood found cyber psychopaths. NCPD Operator. Status. Suicide terrorist attacks were found in multiple companies in the DD area. NCPD Operator. Haywood status code updated. Breaking news. This group of terrorists called Midnight Death launched a suicide attack on citizens. The main targets are owners of small and medium-sized enterprises, and some company management personnel. According to analysis, they are dissatisfied with the company policies and management guidelines, and have become anti-capitalist elements under the instigation of the mob. This threat is becoming more and more serious, and we must strike hard against it. Choose Arasaka Security Service, and we will provide you with 24-hour meticulous security services. If the contract expires, we will also pay you insurance compensation of more than 100 million euros. WNS TV will continue to bring you the progress of this sudden public security chaos. The NCPD is also busy. The sudden self-explosion at midnight was an unexpected thing in this competition. But to be honest, NCPD only complained about this verbally. Smart people know that it is very common for employees to hire someone to kill their boss to cheat the company. Especially for small companies. If you have money to start a company, but don't have money to hire a bodyguard, you deserve to be robbed. The fate of NCPD is to be busy in such things. But in the end, no one knows what they are busy with. NCPD can't do anything about it. And companies don't think this is a problem. At least there is a company that will be happy to see this. Arasaka Company. Arasaka sells small-scale security services. The concept is that if you buy my security, I will provide you with awesome protection services. If you fail to protect them, I will even lose money. In this regard, they are indeed the top brand in the industry in terms of business and reputation. They need security services, and attach importance to security services. Even if there is a failure in the business, they will continue to attack the culprit, who caused their mission failure after paying the insurance money. This is how the war with military technology companies started. However, military technology is more advanced in large-scale military contracting and military industry. In the field of private security, Arasaka is still the undisputed number one. For them, urban chaos is not a problem, as long as the dead are not their customers. It is even a good thing. Lark, I say, didn't those three guys swear that there would be no accidents? Stout, I don't know. But according to my understanding of him, this may also be within his expectations. Stout, he helped us to advertise a lot. According to his style of doing things, he will also give some benefits to our opponents. Lark, you mean? He relies on this method of tying a bone on a fishing rod to hang two giant companies behind. In the communication channel, Stout suddenly didn't know what to say. Because it is just like that, and the method and process of hanging are quite detailed. To a certain extent, she is actually an insider, but this agent whose authority cannot even be queried by her did not hold on to this topic, but began to compare the data on both sides for integration. Lark, ultra-high frequency electromagnetic pulse, and very targeted. With such power, it is indeed not something that humans can do. This power can change a person's brain at a long distance. Lark, honestly, it's a miracle that the car can still run. Lark, considering the electromagnetic suspension, electromagnetic locking, and the matching precise electronic control system, it should have burned up. Lark, our engineers think the designer is indeed very cautious, and has set up a very complete EMP defense system. But it is not easy to install an EMP defense system on such a complex system. Lark, the restart time is also much shorter than the time of existing equipment of the same specification. Even, it doesn't seem to have much impact. It's really strange. The electromagnetic suspension has been locked and turned into a spring suspension, and the drive motor should also be damaged. Lark, it's really rare, and the car can be driven so steadily in this situation. I have to say, it's really not human. Lark, active defense bomb. I haven't seen the locking system, but it looks a bit similar to the unsolved case at the California border checkpoint. Can't-out technology? Stout, I don't know. Lark, oh, the meaningful voice made Stout hair stand on end. This mysterious agent gave her a strong sense of oppression. However, Lart did not speak again, but silently processed the data. It should be said that the conclusions she obtained from observation were very different from those obtained by the regional public relations manager. But it was okay. Suddenly, the one who rarely spoke in the working group spoke up. Special Operations Chief Executioner, defense system ready. If they cross the cordon, open fire directly. From now on, the route selection for this game is quite subtle. For example, the road they are running on now can actually lead directly to the company square. If Leal didn't choose to turn at the next intersection, or if some gangsters rushed forward and rushed into the agreed safety line, then things would start to go wrong. On the top of the military technology building, the Special Operations Chief was standing by the door of the hovercraft, looking at the steel torrent composed of a pair of scrap copper and iron. There was also a man in police uniform sitting in the car. If someone saw it, it would definitely be a little strange. How come the people from the violent terrorist mobile team became old friends with the people from the military technology building? How many years have you not been back to Night City? Do you miss it? The officer in the sports jacket smiled. A little bit. It reminds me of the time when the company fought with gangs. This officer does not look like those scary-looking iron lumps. On the contrary, just from the surface, she is too normal, so normal that she is wearing a full set of combat uniforms, and her female features can be clearly seen. It is different from the person sitting in the car. This person even has to attach injections to the outside of his body. If you don't know, you might think he is from the Vortex gang. It's still a little different. The man in the seat had some different opinions. The woman didn't say anything. In her opinion, at least so far, there is nothing different. If you have to say, the gangs now have much less firepower than when she was in Night City. She could almost imagine what would happen soon. The three guys who made a big move played with fire and burned themselves. The gangs crossed the line. The company once again launched a purge of the increasingly fierce gangs. And finally she led the team to arrest them. There was nothing wrong with having more cars. The company had weapons of mass destruction. She was thinking, maybe this is why the president sent her here. If military technology is interested in something, they will just take it. And judging from the current situation, so many power armors, so many cannons, taking advantage of the terrain and staring at them. Maybe their opponents will not be the three popular big brothers, but those Europeans. But soon, something that surprised her happened. The shabby steel convoy formed by the local gangs directly made the Europeans stupid. The mercenaries began to retreat. Some people were directly frightened to the point of cyberpsychosis. It is unknown what dangerous memory was triggered. The traffic rushed, and the ambushed mercenaries ran away, or even jumped directly from the roadside, into the city. But those gangsters still remained in a group, not a neat array. There were people watching all this in the 5 large company buildings in the company square. To be honest, these desperate mannequins did show them a lot of products, and they secretly sighed at the power of modern weapons. But what can a mob do? They are just a group of thugs driving a shabby car. Everyone standing in the building knew that no matter how scary these gangsters looked, they were just a mob. Come here and you will die. For the NCPD and the company secretly arranged defense line. This is not a sudden public security incident. Firepower advantage is an absolute advantage. Of course, Lil also knows this. The legendary Mackinac suddenly accelerated and rushed to the front. Even if the car did not fire, the violent engine sound and the scarred armor attracted everyone's attention. The car continued to accelerate on the road, and the deserters fled in all directions. There were countless people who jumped off the road and hid in the alleys of the city. Bullets, engine sounds, and Valentino howling voices hit the soundproof glass of high-end residences on both sides of the street like waves, burning cars and rocket launchers flying everywhere. Getting closer and closer to the company square, getting closer and closer. The mob is getting closer and closer, making people unconsciously hold the cups in their hands tightly, as if the war will really burn through the defense line. As long as they cross the safety line, the NCPD armored forces are all blocked at the entrance of the company square, and the Manticore hovercraft of the terrorist mobile team is also ready to attack at any time. The abnormal secretion of adrenaline in both is suppressed by the hormone control prosthesis, but the former suppresses fear, and the latter suppresses excitement. As long as they cross the line of defense, the company will restart the massacre and elimination of gangs. Through the car window, Leal saw that several duty officers of the terrorist mobile team were ready to take action. And a cruel smile appeared on his face unconsciously. You can turn. But can your people turn? These hot-blooded young men only need to rush over one of them. and they will take action directly. Lil slapped the steering wheel twice, and Barley made a deafening beeping sound, and turned into the road of Westbrook in an instant. Valentino cars followed suit, and no one fell behind. Even the hooligans honked their horns like Lear. The noise completely penetrated the soundproof glass. The low-frequency vibrations amplified each other, and the lower-level apartments and office buildings could even feel a slight tremor. The company employees watching the show showed disgust, but they just thought it was a rogue act by these hooligans. In the end, didn't they just run away? Valentino hooligans didn't think they lost. They were not stupid. Although they were hot-blooded, they would definitely be poured cold water once they were slaughtered. On the contrary, they are happy to do this kind of rogue work. The work of disgusting companies. Both sides felt that they had won. The NCPD felt relieved and unconsciously developed a little good impression of Mackinac. The leader. The terrorist squad curled their lips, losing an opportunity to release pressure. As for Leal, he was not looking at the terrorist squad from the beginning, but at the company buildings behind the terrorist squad. There were people watching him there too. The Special Operations Chief of Military Technology suddenly changed his view of these gangsters. None of them broke the rules? The officer of the terrorist mobile team in the hovercraft stood up. Look, you asked me why the terrorist mobile team didn't want them. This is the reason. The woman nodded slightly. They are not the targets of the terrorist mobile team, but they are still the targets of the new U.S. government. Executioner, adjust the assessment report. The disgusting horn sounded continuously around the company square, and the company employees hiding in the room hated it. But there were also many people who had a strange idea about this kind of activity. If they could not go to this class and race like these street urchins, they would definitely knock them all to the ground and admit their mistakes. But they had to go to work, and the emperor was not in a hurry, so they, the eunuchs, could only endure it silently. Chapter 487 Conspiracy and Conspiracy within Conspiracy. Companies are not afraid of flies that are hitting the cage vigorously. Even if they fill the cage, they are just flies. In this world, they will only regard another company as an opponent. Street gangs are like headless flies. They are full of passion, impulsive and unorganized. Although they are difficult to kill, they have a clear pattern. They just eat the shit that the company poops. Companies are different. No matter how much people hate companies for taking away their freedom, oppressing their lives, and making the world a mess, they still have to admit that these organizations with unified codes of conduct, using modern organizational structures to implement power and firmly implement plans, are indeed the most advanced. They have algorithms, data, contracts, technology, industry, and through generations of inheritance and hard work, they have created weapons that can destroy cities, landed on the moon, and developed outer space. They use profits to drive everyone to contribute to their goals. Even if ordinary people do not agree with them, they cannot find another place to shine, or they will become corpses that stink and rot on the streets. Couples who want to go to the moon actually do not have the technology to go to the moon. Children who want to save their loved ones do not have the corresponding medical knowledge. The passionate young people who want to resist the system can do nothing except hum some vulgar rock music. They even start to complain when looking at thick books. In 2 seconds, they are addicted to videos recording beautiful images. So no company really takes the gangs in Night City seriously. But now things are really changing quietly. They have technology that the company has never seen. A production system that the company cannot locate. And most importantly, an organization. This is the first time that the executioner has seen such a large-scale gang following the same rules. The traffic flow along the road crushed the European pioneers, who tried to defeat the local gangs in all directions. When they drove out of the company square, Valentino immediately dispersed and began to chase the fleeing mercenaries and gang members. There are already too many orders in this city. Maybe they can't override the company and the Night City government, but they can't let a new batch of orders come. But in places that people can't see, more electricity begins to change. The Night Group was the first to discover these anomalies. Strictly speaking, this company is the founder of Night City. It was their former CEO Night who bought this land for development, and finally got the current Night City. So Night City is actually the homonym of his name. Residential buildings, public service buildings, city halls, infrastructure, etc. in the city are basically all assets of the Yesher Group. In a high-end residence in Charter Hill, Jefferson Perales is talking to the company public relations manager. A virtual image. Face to face. The TV is broadcasting the chaos in Night City. As the two talk, Their eyes are constantly flashing with intelligence and information from the TV station, the media, and the security advisory team. This manager looks similar to Jefferson. Both are classic American elites, with carefully combed hair, neat suits, and decent conversation styles. This is also Jefferson's favorite conversation partner. There is no punk aesthetics, blatant and direct interest talks. Everything is a textbook political conversation. The executive of Yesher Group said with a slight headache, "Well, the damage caused this time is really not small. Military technology weapons have been promoted. Arasaka services are considered by many people. Many people are asking what active defense systems Kanto has. Even the rocket fuel of petrochemical has received more orders." "Don't worry," Perales smiled. "Burger King is a man with ideals and ambitions. If you look closely at what he has done along the way, he is a destroyer. Wherever he goes, people die, facilities explode, power grids collapse, roads, even viaducts are blown up. And there is also a border wall." "That right. But if you look closely, he only attacks those who actively join the battle. But fragments and explosions have no eyes. Those days will soon be over. As long as this wave of fighting is over, they will become the true kings of the Night City underground. As long as he supports them, the cost of your company infrastructure and maintenance will be unimaginably low." Finally, he said something that moved the other party. Perez could feel it. The senior official of the Night Group nodded slightly. "It better this way. And they also helped you, didn't they?" Perez opened his arms. "The illegal equipment they buried in the city affects too large an area. If it breaks out at a predictable node, wouldn't it be more helpful for stability? Predictable risks are indeed more acceptable. But all these things you said are based on the situation that the mercenary will choose us if you lose the election. I won't lose. I believe in Burger King. I can see that he doesn't want the world to sink. Just like me," Perales said sincerely. "He, like us, wants people to live in a free, prosperous and safe city." The executive sighed. "I just hope that these things you said can come soon. We are counting on you." "I hope so too," the two of them said, smiled at each other, and prepared to clink glasses. But at this moment, Perales clearly saw that the artificial eye of the man opposite him suddenly emitted an exaggerated blue light. The density of data flow was clearly visible, and the expression of the executives of the Yi group suddenly changed. The lights of the entire Night City flickered in this second, and the lights in a large area never lit up again, and fell into darkness. The next second, Perales felt a splitting headache, and curled up on the ground and trembled wildly. Puff! An arc of electricity burst out from the neck of the executive of Yesher Group. His communication was affected by some electromagnetic pulse device. The data link was adjusted quickly. He straightened up and completed the data exchange with difficulty in the communication frequency band that was severely interfered. The signal was poor. He seemed to have a lag like a machine. All those pulse devices in secret were activated. Muramasa, that wandering eye, it was crazy. The executive looked at the afterimage of Perez lying on the ground and twitching constantly, and immediately issued a series of instructions. "Mr. Blue Eyes, Operation Life is Short has entered the emergency stage, take Perez away." After issuing the order, he suddenly thought of something. If this power fluctuation affects Perez residents, wouldn't it also affect Mayor Ryan residents? They all live in the wealthy area of Charter Hill. In addition to causing power fluctuations and driving ultra-high power electromagnetic pulse guns, Muramasa equipment has other functions. The chaos is beyond imagination. He will suffer a great loss, but there are opportunities in the chaos. If he seizes the opportunity, it won't be too much of a loss. Mr. Blue Eyes, monitor Ryan residents, report in real time. Multi-level message collection. Dante, okay, this will cost extra. On the coast of Night City, the huge Kajira aircraft carrier fell into the water, transforming from the suspended mode to the full sea mode. Saburo Arasaka does not have a very advanced combat prosthesis. The prosthetic eye is also a substitute prosthesis with no function compared to his ninja. But he has the entire Arasaka company as his eyes. The flicker of Night City is marked in the picture in front of him. Even if it is difficult to detect with the naked eye, the changes in the sensor readings are clearly visible. The blindfolded person fears the ugly reality, deceives himself, encourages himself, immerses himself in bubbles, pursues beautiful illusions. Lion has lived long enough. There was a huge conspiracy that was being carried out before he arrived in Night City. Now is the right time to carry out the key tasks in the conspiracy. There is only one loophole that has not been solved. A runaway lunar agent. Confirm the target situation as soon as you land. Hi. Chapter 488 Electromagnetic Mania. Westbrook, Japan Street. In a sense, this place is even more prosperous than the area around the company square. As a distribution center for the service industry, as long as you are a person, you can do business here, which leads to the dense and tall houses here. In order to make full use of the three-dimensional space, the sky bridges and air passages are connected between the buildings, crisscrossing. This is a better shooting location than the apartments on both sides of Haywood Street. The horn sound that is getting closer and closer makes people restless. When people look out the glass window, the broken lamps burst into sparks, and the dim neon lights, and these bursts of sparks together reflect the ghosts wandering in the sky. Unexpected drastic electromagnetic changes and high-power movement made the Eclipse concealment module no longer enough to completely hide. This full-body cyborg tried his best to climb between the tall buildings. He had only one question in his mind. How could this happen? Click. The metallized fingers deeply grasped the concrete wall, and a grip point was created on the uneven surface. With the help of his two strong thighs, the power provided was enough for him to jump vertically more than 1 meter above the wall and grab the higher-level bridge without any pressure. Climbing vertically is much more difficult than rappelling between buildings. This cyborg is so fast that it is difficult to see clearly. Every time the electric light flashes, the light changes obviously. When he shows his figure, he will appear in a new position. The citizens watching this scene in the building are a little terrified. If such an enemy chases them, how can they hide? To ordinary people, they are almost teleporting between buildings. Like evil spirits, unpredictable, it is difficult to see clearly, not to mention that the other party can easily crush their heads. And there is more than one such evil ghost. The optical camouflage is disturbed. The afterimages produced by fast movement under the light are mixed with the real figures. Ordinary people can't judge how many such cyber-transformed people are moving at high speed between buildings. They just think it's simply a night parade of 100 demons. But what they don't know is that this is already the limit of this body. Because the evil ghosts that the citizens fear, there are even more powerful evil ghosts behind them. Boom! A violent explosion came from a lower overpass. There, an Eclipse prosthesis was forced to self-destruct. The concrete melted by the high temperature of the explosion fell along the broken steel structure, and motorcycles flew out of the explosion one by one. If Eclipse is a demon, then the person on this motorcycle is the Hell Rider. Everyone can see it clearly. The exaggerated explosive propulsion method of the Explosion Rider made the car fly directly under V control. The tires hit the wall heavily, and the violent horsepower exploded. The tires burned red, and the wall fell off. Then the thruster started again. This wild vehicle can't cling to the wall of a building like a human. But with just one contact, the exaggerated torque and thrust give it a force far beyond the cyborg jump. The vehicle soars into the sky like a rocket, and the jump height far exceeds the limit of the Eclipse. And it jumps more than 2 meters in an instant. The mantis blade pops out, and the slightly warm chrony titanium alloy tears open the cracks that already exist on the wall, and penetrates deeply into the wall. Her other hand shoots out spider silk, prying the wall with one hand, and pulling hard with the other hand. The explosive Red Rider in the air was pulled and swung in an arc, smashed hard on the top of another pedestrian bridge, gained a fulcrum again, and continued to explode. The audience was stunned. A motorcycle was jumping. It jumped higher and higher. With this operation, she directly caught up with a full-body cyborg who was still struggling to climb. The opponent looked back in horror. This look lasted a lifetime. He wanted to escape, but the high mobility of the Eclipse was more than twice as slow as V, so he could only turn around and fight back. The person is in the air. The fully mechanical prosthesis has an advantage in adjusting its posture in the air. The heat sink behind the prosthesis is fully opened. The exaggerated high-temperature steam tries to block V's sight, causing her sensor to misjudge. At the same time, the ejection blades in the Eclipse arms are ready to go, preparing for a life-and-death attack. Each of these blades is made of a special alloy. The mechanical energy storage parts inside the prosthesis are compressed to the extreme during movement. With the help of gunpowder, the muzzle speed can even match some technical weapons. Unfortunately, it's not just V that catching up, but also motorcycles. The thrusters of the explosive bike blew out flames, and the flames blew away the steam. The high temperature burned the guy's head in an instant, turning the sensors and face into a mass of paste. The throwing knife in his hand popped out, but it could only fly past V's side. Even if it barely hit, it was just the appearance of the motorcycle. Bang! The wheels drew a circle in the air, and smashed the guy hard to the place where he originally wanted to land. The huge force squeezed. The flames burned, and the solid whole body prosthesis collapsed under the pressure and high temperature. The tires rotated, and his disintegrated prosthesis was shredded into pieces, and fell to the ground. Woohoo! The face flushed with excitement. This thing is so cool. Sign Weston power monitoring, time stop like effect power increased, new neural current detected, deviation correction, power correction, reestimate. Current time stop like effect, 31%. Exceeded the theoretical limit of the original firmware. Puff. Just when V wanted to continue chasing other fleeing enemies, the thrusters made a sound like a classic car, and the fuel had dropped to the threshold where the intense driving mode could not be used. The car began to fall. The guy who was running away suddenly relaxed when he saw the scene. Fortunately, physics can still restrain her. But he couldn't laugh the next second. The legendary Mackinac super truck squeezed into the alley without caring about its life. Not only did the car come in, but if you look closely, you can see that there is an unlucky guy on the front of the car who was hit on the hood, and his arm was spewing high-temperature flames, like some kind of welding gun. Why is he an unlucky guy? The width of the alley is only slightly larger than the width of the car, so Mackinac almost crashed in. The warrior who was going to use some kind of high-temperature jet device to open the armored vehicle was directly hit by the corner of the building and the car. The car body barely maintained balance in the high-speed collision. The mercenary who was pushed back was exhausted in the friction between the car body armor and the wall. Jack, holding the motorcycle that he should have ridden with both hands, threw the car out with a red face. Catch the car. Boom. The motorcycle was thrown against the wall by Jack, and the wheels running at full speed hit the wall hard. One car went up, and the other went down. The one that was rising was grabbed by V. The one that was falling was held steady by Jack. V gave a thumbs up. The motorcycle bounced twice on the wall and rushed straight at the enemy again. The latter was suddenly filled with despair. In less than a millisecond, the power supply of the entire night city became abnormal. An invisible electromagnetic wave was amplified hundreds of times. For those who had full-body prosthetics, especially those who used the prosthetics provided by Muramasa, their heads were suddenly filled with noise. Heart of evolution. Confused and extreme thinking caused by specific electromagnetic waves. The impact has been eliminated. Chapter 489 Electromagnetic Mania. In life, people who have lived for decades have had unforgettable experiences. The fear of being cornered, mistakes that cannot be undone in a lifetime, exploding powerful forces in desperate situations. As a mercenary, most people, after those things, secretly swear that they will never experience such desperate situations again. The man who was surrounded by noise suddenly had an illusion. He suddenly saw his grandmother. At that time, they were still farming in a small village in Eastern Europe, until the tank unit of Sioux Petrochemical announced that the land had been nationalized, and handed over to Sioux Petrochemical for management and cultivation. National interests are sacred and inviolable. So the land on which their family depends for survival must be considered for the benefit of the Soviet Union. He was only a child of 7 or 8 at that time. The emptiness and confusion of losing his homeland were crushed in the experience of a peasant lost in an industrial city. Until many years later, until he learned to shoot and kill thugs like him, until he was betrayed, until he was either thinking about drinking, or thinking about taking drugs and having sex with women every day, he would occasionally think that although it was tiring and fucking to farm honestly, it seemed to be more reassuring than now. He saw his grandmother holding him, covering his eyes, and he saw through her fingers that his grandfather yelled, "You can't take my land, it belongs to me," and rushed towards the tank, but before he could finish his words, he was crushed into a pulp. The profound memories, and those equally profound extreme emotions of the past were instantly aroused, mixed into spiritual motivation. V rushed faster and faster in the air, and the next moment, she suddenly found that her opponent was like a madman, stepping on the wall with all his strength, bearing all the impact instead of continuing to run away. The power dissipated, and the completely opposite power exploded from the whole body prosthesis. The limit power almost crushed the bionic components. The sudden change in speed made V hard tighten. Bang! The precise projectile was ejected, and V blocked it with a mantis knife. The huge force caused her arm to deviate, and the long data cable was thrown out with a whistling sound. The motorcycle slammed into the enemy abdomen, and the data cable was also hit hard on V's shoulder. "You can't take it away." The man's face was covered by mosaic camouflage skin, and V could see the head under the mosaic skin opened its mouth. This was a bit creepy. Eclipse head modification didn't have a mouth. Boom! The thruster exploded, and flames spurted out from the broken surface of the prosthesis, completely igniting the guy from the inside. The body was damaged, and the power stopped transmitting. The explosion burning Boom Rider fell down. A little bit of an accident made the fall not go as expected. Bang! The motorcycle crashed onto the overpass. Since it crashed directly, V felt dizzy. Just as he was dizzy, Leo discovered something was wrong. The legendary Mackinac did not slow down, but rushed out of the alley and merged into the road. However, just as he rushed out of the alley, a Valentino truck flew directly towards him. The people in the car were already soaked in blood. Samson's huge palm grabbed the broken head and steering wheel. The sensor flashed wildly. Bang! The vehicles collided. Samson jumped directly onto the front cover of the legendary Mackinac, completely ignoring Jack, who was also attacking. Samson's sturdy mechanical arm quickly deformed. When he touched the car body, the arm had turned into some kind of projectile launcher, but this launcher seemed to be equipped with some kind of super hot and super hard armor-piercing device. Bang! The device smashed the front armor, and the arm suddenly exploded. The red-hot special armor-piercing spikes directly pierced through the armor plate of chrony titanium. The armor-piercing shell was deformed and damaged, exposing the explosive warhead inside. Lil Hair stood on end. Luckily, the little octopus reacted quickly. The octopus wall directly pushed the armor away. Boom! Most of the explosion occurred outside the car. Samson was affected by the explosion, but did not dodge at all, and was planning to fire a second spike bullet. Bang! Jack raised his hand and shot Samson's head with 4 shots. His face was full of astonishment. Why do these people suddenly want to die? Brother, I'm fine. Half of Leo's body was burned by the explosion. Luckily, the little octopus was quick with his hands. He pushed the armor away and blocked the gap with his arms. The explosion happened outside the car. But a single piece of chrony titanium was not small. The octopus arm was completely unable to block the gap. The high-temperature airflow still blew in through the gap. To be honest, such injuries are serious injuries for many people. Large area burns can lead to inflammatory reactions, blood loss, nerve pain, and a series of other symptoms, but for Leo, they are all tolerable. Now he had only one thought in his mind. What going on? Mental effects caused by electromagnetic waves? Ah! Ha! In the sky, a cyborg shouted strangely and fell towards the car at high speed, with a rocket launcher in his hand. Poof! The mantis blade fell from the sky, and the tires of the explosive bomber hit the guy's lower body at the same time. The tires rotated, the blade nailed him, and completely shattered him in the air. While falling, V grabbed the rocket launcher, and pulled the trigger at another car chasing behind him. Boom! The rocket hit the side of the vehicle, the car spun out of control, and was knocked away by Valentino behind him. After the 2 cars stopped, Valentino guy recovered first, and picked up his gun to fire a wave of life-destroying shots inside. The technical weapon directly turned the car into scrap metal. At the same time as the explosion, the motorcycle fell to the ground. V directly grabbed the car window with his hands. Hey! 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 Are you still there? Yes! Leo replaced the little octopus with a new claw. Something is wrong. Boom! Suicidal attacks not only happened here, Valentino team suffered a devastating blow. It turns out that if the full-body prosthetic modifiers can exert their full strength and devote themselves to the battle, the situation will not be so easy at all. Samson and Eclipse, a power-type prosthetic, and agility-type prosthetic, the two work together, which is enough to limit the power of Valentino team. These gangsters are not users of advanced prosthetics. What more, something more powerful has rejoined the battle. A Centaur mecha charges towards the Valentino team, which only has technical weapons left, shields to block the shooting, and the burning blade in his hand is unsheathed. The leg stomped hard, and the mech jumped up. The pulley and track system hit the wall. The shield pressed against the ground, and the war blade slid on the wall. The red-hot war blade pierced the shell of the cars, tearing all the vehicles apart like a hot knife through butter. Bang! The mech wheelset returned to the ground, and the entire Valentino team was killed. In order to recover his body, Lil injected an excess of lizard serum again, and the burnt skin recovered quickly. The Cian Weston also entered the brain-burning mode again. In a world where time slows down, Lil saw that the driver of the Centaur mecha was extremely strange. He was shaking from time to time like an epileptic patient. His mouth was slightly open as if he had lost muscle tension. Saliva and engine oil were flowing out of it, and he looked like a mentally retarded person. But this series of actions is not something that a mentally retarded person can do. Leo clearly saw that the driver's eyes were glowing with a very obvious blue light. And the light was slightly red. And it was still turning red. Blue is an artificial program that humans can understand and feel using the Ahara Prague protocol. Red is natural information that humans cannot understand and feel. Bryce positioned. Hiss AI. Bryce, hold on, hiss. Bang. In the prosthetic system, the illusory red arc flashed along the broken cables around, and then all the lights went out. Only the red color that could not be observed by the naked eye was left. Attached to the field of vision. Extending like a maggot, extending to every circuit that could carry electrical signals. The light faded, leaving only the red blades of the centaurs. And the growing glow of the cyber psycho's artificial eyes and sensors. A synthesized voice, deeper and less emotional than barley, began to sound. Soul-infused blade, now shining here. It was like metal being torn apart. Chapter 490 Electromagnetic Mania. The Ahara Prague protocol is the foundation for the rapid development of cyberspace. This is a genius algorithm that converts electronic information into information that humans can accept, which is perceived and controlled by the five senses, making information as easy to use as one fingers. In terms of hearing, meaningful data streams will reflect tones that conform to human hearing. Although they are not as pleasant as music, most of them can distinguish tones. The high and low tones reflect the importance and priority of data. The more and more chaotic the frequency bands that sound at the same time, the higher the density. In terms of touch, data streams with temperature are meaningful data streams. The higher the temperature, the higher the density. The roughness of the surface texture represents the airtightness and structural reliability of the data. The vibration amplitude sometimes represents the data type, whether it is text, or pictures, or videos. In terms of smell, few hackers will use olfactory coding, but the main reason is that the cyber modulator software related to smell is very complex and expensive. But in general, either it is blocked by hackers, or the recognizable data streams will be encoded by hackers into recognizable smells. Some frequently used ones will be bound to the smells they are most familiar with, such as smoke, wine, perfume, etc. Taste is also a high-end sense, which also needs to be matched with advanced cyber modulators and software. Sweet, sour, bitter and spicy tastes will be coded and bound to some specified data by hackers, and the intensity represents the data density. Aggressive data flow will increase the voltage to the extreme in an instant, which usually means that the information density has reached its peak. In this case, the five senses will eventually reach the same destination and transform into pain. Hackers who begin to study this transformation protocol can write their own cyberspace image, and in turn use the limbs in cyberspace in a way that is almost indistinguishable from real activities, change these data, and control everything in cyberspace. The difference is that, in reality, you may be just a muscle-atrophied waste. But in cyberspace, as long as your brain functions well and your programming skills are advanced enough, you can become a strong warrior. And you can create a nuclear explosion with one punch. And blow up the software or even hardware of an entire area. The only thing that limits hackers is their technology, equipment, and imagination. But those are the data types and information marked by the Ahara Prague protocol and recorded in hacker textbooks. No matter how beyond imagination, they actually have to go back to the way humans first encoded electrical signals, which is fundamentally in line with human basic logical cognition. For electronic information whose logic is completely different from that of humans, the data will turn bright red. Red to black means that the data is terribly dense. Sharp and piercing audio that is completely incomprehensible will fill the brain. Combined with the tactile modulation module, ultrasonic vibration and infrasonic vibration frequency will be transmitted to people at the same time. The ears will become deaf. The brain will bleed. And then the temperature will change dramatically. There will be tastes and smells that have never been felt and cannot be described. The memory will be filled with data that cannot be modulated. And the memory will be fuzzy. The thinking will be confused. Finally, the cyborg personal IC will be penetrated. And their prostheses will be turned off or even burned. In more serious cases, the system built by humans to control these man-made objects will be completely disconnected and overridden. And they will move autonomously. Products made by humans, the best helpers in the past, are like having life all of a sudden, speaking a language that humans cannot understand, and moving around in the body and society. This is the intuitive feeling of the materialization of roaming AI. The most dangerous roaming AI is not just on the internet, but in the real world. But Leo must first solve the trouble that the village is causing on the internet. All the wireless communication bands around have been hacked. In the world where the real and the virtual are mixed, Leo saw those red virtual images like blades, and even burned towards their equipment out of thin air. Squeak. The illusory octopus arms were covered with reddish steel armor, and confronted the hacked data head-on. But it only lasted for less than a millisecond. The moment the little octopus resisted the hack, Leo immediately physically burned his wireless cyber modulator, and at the same time, a transceiver popped out of Jack and beat prosthesis. Mura is a serious roving AI, and it has existed for a long time. Even if it is not an AI with network technology as its main function, it will continue to launch network attacks, and it may fail at any time. The roving AI will instinctively expand towards the extensible network as soon as it appears in the network. If you don't want to be killed by your own prosthesis because of the sudden birth of the machine soul, most humans have only one choice: turn off all communication modules and ensure that they will not be connected to those powered lines. The data knife is a technology for Leo, but for Muramasa, it is instinct. If many people are not prepared, they will face the roving AI directly. This simple contact may turn the whole body of the prosthesis into scrap metal, and it can only maintain the basic mechanical structure and function, and even need muscle drive. But Lear also has AI. Lear opened his eyes, and the red-hot sword was thrown high up, flying through the air like a missile, and fell directly in front of the car. Bang! Makino turned the steering wheel urgently, perfectly avoiding the big knife. What going on? Dee slapped the car door. Just now, Hersion Weston was turned off. Not only him. Jack Artificial Eye was also turned off. Their artificial eyes are equipped with basic scanning functions, which can be used to analyze line current. The principle of implementation is of course not electric eyes, but line analysis through local area network and visual information. So if this function is not turned off, they can also see the illusory red afterimage on the wire. But that would be quite dangerous. Although the cable between the scanner and the brain-computer interface is unlikely to generate an electric current that burns the brain of the ethnic group. That is only in theory. For the wandering AI, it is better to be conservative about everything. The octopus arm took advantage of this gap and directly inserted into the neural link. The little octopus can process the behavior regulation system of multiple bodies at the same time when there is a network. But it can't do it when it is completely isolated. From the perspective of computer psychology, this is its nature. From the perspective of data structure, Leo can only think that the coupling of the source code of the little octopus is very low. Once the sub-individuals are separated, they will split into two AIs with equal self-awareness. However, it sucked on Leo's head with some concern. Little octopus, big brother. Are you sure? Big Barley can't control you when he drives. Leo, I'm sure. Hurry up. Hardware restart. TNT reality distortion. Hardware start overdrive control. TNT reality distortion. The little octopus appeared in V's field of vision with a bang and squatted on her shoulder. But what V saw was different. Lear in the car had fully unfolded the cooling fins. Steam was constantly coming out. Lear himself was hanging in the air, as if he was stiff. The three octopus arms moved slightly stiffly under his control. V felt strange watching this scene. The little octopus opened its mouth. The structure of the octopus arm is quite complicated, so Dr. Otto designed AI to assist in movement. The computing power of the human brain may indeed be enough for driving. But in addition to controlling the body, the human brain is not the kind of design that can easily write multi-threaded processing capabilities. Two octopus arms locked, one octopus arm connected to Jack's body, isolating his external communication and restarting his faulty prosthesis. It took a total of 10 seconds since Muramasa appeared. Leo completed the team standby state switch. He certainly considered how to deal with Muramasa appearance. The enemy is approaching. Jack had been calmly holding the car body and squatting in the cargo box. After the error box in front of him was completely cleared, he opened his eyes. Valentino gang could no longer keep up. There may not be many enemies, but they are obviously more crazy. The legendary Mackinac is indeed an armored vehicle with all aspects, but it still has its limits. The Hammer 30 machine guns were used up early. The armor electromagnetic locking system was paralyzed. The electromagnetic suspension was paralyzed. The electrostatic absorption system power was reduced by 80%. The four-wheel microcontrol system degenerated into a pure mechanical transmission structure. The armor was damaged. The active defense bomb ammunition was used up, except for the fuel. The rest were a bit stretched, and the only available firearms were the burning knuckles and Jack hand, the cat, and the Yinglong submachine gun. Brother, We have support. The car was driving at high speed on the elevated road. In the distance, we saw a towering archway flashing with electric light. The Tiger Claw gang, iconic, unparalleled in the world. The Centaur mech controlled by Muramasa kept spurting flames from the exhaust port, making this bipedal city mech a highly maneuverable mech for battlefield use. The mech pulled out the big knife on the ground, and the speed increased a bit. Just as these AI-controlled cyber psychopaths drove past the archway, a sturdy black shadow suddenly jumped down from the archway. The samurai sword in the shadow hand deeply pierced into the roof shell, and into the driver neck, and the current burned all the mercenary prosthesis. This is an acquaintance. The boss of the Tiger Claw gang, Takenori Maikawa. On the back of the prosthesis, the fluorescent spray paint flashed the Tiger Claw gang logo. Unparalleled in the world. Chapter 491 Electromagnetic Mania. Name: Japanese Street Ronin. R1 Type. Type: Full Body Prosthetics Modification, High-Speed Maneuverability, 3-Dimensional Maneuverability Combat Specialization. Equipment: Auxiliary Electrostatic Adsorption System, Biological Rope, 3-Dimensional Maneuverability, Strengthening Achilles Tendon, Simple Seinweisten, 7% Time Stop Effect, Current Attachment Motor. Description: Simple Seinweisten will increase brain nerve response by 7%, but this value is based on the improvement of full-body prosthetics modification. Jumper-type cyberwave reflex nerves efficiently pass through artificial muscles made of genetically modified lizard fibers, and react quickly. As your first full-body prosthetics modification design, there are obviously still many shortcomings, but this means that all cyber prosthetics manufacturers must begin to pay attention to this full-body prosthetic of unknown origin. Bonus technology points, 2,500. Current technology points, 17,500. The tiger claws are hiding in the shadows, wearing electromagnetic shielding cloaks prepared by Leal for them. These cloaks are called cloaks, but they are actually soft metal cages, connected to the lurking ground, forming a Faraday cage, which can isolate electromagnetic interference. But on the other hand, they also completely lost contact with the outside world, and there was no way to communicate tactically. This was unimaginably difficult for people in the Cyberpunk era. Every member of the Tiger Claw gang hiding in the elevated buildings was a confidant, and the most important first shot was fired by Maikawa. He had not personally taken action for a long time, but he was indeed the best fighter in Japan. In the dark, in front of Maikawa was an electronic camouflage board, which could read surrounding information to achieve camouflage effects, and was equipped with a temperature synchronization module. In a high-speed battle, it was almost impossible to detect that someone was hiding here. The engine sound was getting closer, but Maikawa became quieter. The Japanese Street Ronin was a complete full-body prosthesis. It might not use much technology, and it didn't sound advanced. It was just a simple full-body prosthesis integrated with the second-generation prosthesis. There were even many experimental settings. However, this prosthesis was really simple and concise. When he closed his eyes, he could even hear the clear sound of the wind, and there was no electromagnetic background noise filling his ears. It suddenly reminded him of the gentle days, when he was still a child. The nights in Chiba were dark and heavy. There were always a few peaceful nights, when he could sit with his family and make wishes, wish tomorrow would be better, wish they could escape from this hell. At least at the beginning, he felt that the goal was clear: exercise, clear thinking, kill all the obstacles behind. But the fact is, human society has developed to such a complex level. Love and hate, personal preferences, and ideals have gradually become blurred in the growing family business. But not tonight. He needs to vent. Sizzle, a weak electric current flows through the surface of the Faraday cage, causing a slight sound, which becomes particularly harsh in his ears. The samurai sword in his hand is unsheathed. Maikawa lifts his cloak, and jumps down with the sword in his hand. Bang! The 110-kilogram weight of the Japanese Street Ronin is all on the tip of the sword, and this single-molecule blade that has been with him for many years penetrates the roof of the car without any pressure. The younger brothers of the Tiger Claw gang jump out from the side of the bridge synchronously, maintaining amazing consistency in their movements, and all the rocket launchers in their hands are fired. Fireworks were set off on the bridge. The convoy rushed out of the flames, and rushed into the city from the elevated road. Motorcycles flew out from both sides, as if they were imitating V movements and falling from the sky. Unfortunately, this kind of surprise attack, under the control of the mercenaries and Muramasa, who had already fallen into a state of madness, could not achieve the desired surprise attack effect at all. Boom! In the light of the explosion, Maikawa saw the Centaur mecha in front of him turn around without any hesitation, and the battle blade swept across, and he immediately jumped high, and the car under his feet was directly opened up. And while swinging the knife, the mecha was ready to retreat. Maikawa missed. He heard a sound of breaking air behind him. He immediately leaned down to the ground and rolled on the bridge. The mercenaries attacked by them were not panicked at all, instantly identified the Tiger Claw gang, and started to counterattack on the spot. Maikawa got up from the ground. He saw a Samson prosthetic modifier holding a machine gun, slid on the ground with his leg stepping on the door panel, and bullets flew. A young man caught up with the surfing machine gunner on a motorcycle, and the enhanced Achilles tendon gave him a strong jumping force, and he suddenly jumped on the big man and stabbed him deeply in the cervical vertebrae. However, the strong man did not fall on the spot, but swung the machine gun in his hand frantically, and hit the head of the opponent lying on the ground hard. After this first round of fighting, both of them lost their balance, but they grabbed each other's prosthesis, and roared as if they would not admit defeat. Ah! Ah! Bang! The two out-of-control people slid on the door panel at high speed, and smashed into the traffic light. Samson Cyborg finally died, but the Tiger Claw gang member was also damaged. The current from the traffic light flashed, and he fell down with his neck tilted. Leo did give them a design that could resist external invasion, but once the armor was penetrated, Muramasa could instantly shut down their cyborgs. Maikawa came to his senses. In front of him, two sports cars were pressed against each other, and the gunmen on both sides put their guns into the other cars and fired. Bang! The enemy driver was killed by one bullet from Nakomata, and the car lost control and crashed into the roadside. Maikawa grabbed his own car and climbed up. But as soon as he looked at the driver's seat, he saw that the younger brother inside was already dying, with dozens of bullet holes on his body, blinking at him. Then he died. You did a good job. I finished this race for you. Maikawa reached out and pulled the younger brother down, and sat in the car with two bodies besides him. The Tiger Claw gang full-body cyborgs are quite powerful, but any damage will be hacked by Muramasa, and the centaurs will soon break out of the siege. The good news is that these centaurs have a lot of scars, and the oil and sparks are all gushing out. We are going to win! Maikawa shouted excitedly to his little brother in the car. Unparalleled in the world stopped shouting. In front of him, Barley's electronic voice scared him. Run! Huff! There was an exaggerated sound of a jet engine in the air. I saw a garbage collection drone flying in the air. There are similar things in Night City. It looks very much like Zeta Technology Canopy garbage collector. But they usually grab garbage bins, not armored boxes. The airdrop box was opened, and this thing threw out some kind of drone swarm in an orderly manner like an airdrop. There are quite a few drone swarms. It seems that there are more than 20 of them. They are of different sizes and shapes. But the same thing is, they all threw out some kind of small missiles to indiscriminately attack everyone on the road. Maikawa was frightened to death. The car trembled and moved forward in the explosion. Lil and Jack frantically dodged in the car. Only V made an extremely risky move. She noticed that the height of the hovercraft was not high. The explosive bomber climbed the wall head-on. Small missiles chased the car and shot at it, although they were not concentrated on the front. They cut off all her retreat routes. V jumped high, and the mantis knife stabbed into the center of the drone. Boom! In the explosion, V began to fall. And he also saw clearly from a high place what people could not see in the explosion. Two centaur mechas, one of which violently dismantled the structure of the other mecha. And the drone in the air rushed straight to the surface of the centaur mecha as if it had eyes. Then, under the operation of another centaur mecha, these drones unfolded, merged, and became part of the centaur mecha. It was even obvious that it was about to surpass the original centaur mecha. This thing was assembled on site. Chapter 492 Electromagnetic Mania. The motorcycle team of the Tiger Claw gang was like a chicken blood injection. These cars traveled on the road at high speed. They held either long knives or single-shot long-barreled pistols in their hands. Micro-missiles bombarded one after another. They could only passively dodge. However, the enemy was completely a cyber psychopath. Many people even used the power of the explosion to pounce, jumping headfirst into the fireball produced by the explosion, and rushed out covered in fire. Bang! Maikawa forearm ejected a cyborg bullpup rifle produced by military technology. An armor-piercing bullet blew up the brain of this cyber madman. But the other brothers were not so lucky. Their actions were also quite extreme, but they could not stand the special situation now. As long as the electromagnetic protection layer of the prosthesis was damaged, the fault would spread like a virus. Leo could only delay them from being burned by Muramasa and passively turn off the function of the prosthesis. But this was not a solution at all. Some of the guys can still adapt to the gap caused by the closure of some functions. But some of them will directly cause the action to be deformed. And they will fall to their death on the spot. Bang! An enemy rushed out from the smoke. Pulled the trigger. And the bullets burst out. Maikawa fired his sword and gun at the same time. And the bullets were bounced off his blade. And the samurai sword was thrown out synchronously, hitting the enemy chest. The spider silk pulled the blade back to his hand. And more explosions came. He no longer cared about fighting. And directly accelerated through the black smoke and came to the side of the legendary Mackinaw. This is not a solution. During the explosion, he did not see that another mercenary had caught up with him and rushed out of the flames desperately. Bang! Jack shot the guy in the head with one shot, then grabbed his body and threw him out. And Maikawa looked into the car, and he almost peed himself when he saw it. In the car, two octopus arms were leaning against the car shell, and they shook from time to time like epilepsy to offset the extra vibrations generated during driving, and one octopus arm was frantically dismantling the car chassis. The interior of the legendary Mackinaw was not luxurious. On the contrary, most of the components were removable, and as long as the skills were high, additions and subtractions could be made on the spot. That was the state of Leo. Maikawa had never seen a person who was still alive with black smoke coming out of his head. Not only was Leo emitting black smoke, his single artificial eye was even flashing a very bright blue light. His body would occasionally tremble slightly due to the arc jumping, the octopus arms, and the body lines would occasionally burst out red lightning. Maikawa didn't know about the wandering AI, he just thought it was fucking hell. An octopus arm suddenly stretched out quickly from the gap between the armor that was blown out, and smashed towards the sky. B smashed down at high speed, grabbing the octopus arm and forcibly landing on the roof. The muffled sound of the smash made Maikawa stand in awe, but soon, he was even more in awe of something else. The drone bombing stopped all of a sudden. The car rushed out of the smoke caused by the bombing. Looking up, the motorcycle and the drone smashed down in both directions at the same time, and crashed into the buildings on both sides of the street. That it? B landed on the roof, lying on the roof, and the octopus arm stretched his head towards the car window in a very synchronous manner, shouting and smashing the roof, it deforming. Maikawa heard something. So he turned back to check, and saw the centaur mech that was chasing him rushing out of the smoke, revealing a completely different appearance. The already battered centaur mech seemed to have been covered with a shell, and the entire left body was completely covered by some additional structure. The place where the new and old structures connected was still emitting flames, and the person inside was completely charred. A line of unstable small words appeared on Maikawa HUD. Leo, just run. The centaur mech? No. It should be called a centaur robot now. This huge robot resisted the falling armor box from the air, and took out a huge, clearly outlined electromagnetic cannon from it. Leo artificial eyes stared at the huge robot, obviously. Muramasa planned to upgrade the centaur mecha on the spot to a machine that was powerful enough for it to exert its strength. Once the upgrade was completed, it would probably be a giant combat robot with both offensive and defensive capabilities. That would not be something they could handle. At least not something they could handle with all their heavy bullets empty. According to the plan, Muramasa appearance would be the most dangerous, but also the most ideal state, if it appeared openly in the real world. Its traces on the internet would be more obvious. Although it is unknown why it appeared in Night City without attracting a black wall attack in the network, what Lil has to do now is to lock every network line of Muramasa, and then trap him here to death. This will take time and more help. But the most fatal thing is the huge weapon in Muramasa hand. The scanner shows that. This is the electromagnetic cannon made by rainmetal that Lil sees the fragments of. If he puts the thing on his body, let alone them, the company will be furious. The scanner in Lil's eyes, despite the electromagnetic interference of Muramasa, passed through the huge assembly space of the body, and obtained the structural data. Before the electromagnetic shoulder gun was assembled, Lil would analyze the structural weaknesses based on the structural diagram obtained by scanning. Unfortunately, the weak points were reduced one by one as the welding module built into the drone took effect. The octopus arm in Lil's hand was also quickly adjusted above the chassis. The vehicle power control platform had only one chance. And the greater the power, the better. Electromagnetic gun. Barley voice startled V, who was lying on the roof of the car. But she quickly realized that it was Lil who was speaking. Just when others were still confused, V threw the cat behind him into the car again. Full speed. Barley voice was quite loud. so loud that it drowned out the sound of swords clashing, gunshots, explosions, and roars on the battlefield. The Tiger Claw gang understood. Mackinac stepped on the accelerator, and the speeding gangs also used all their strength, twisting the accelerator and rushing out of the battle zone. The mercenaries were cyber psychopaths, not activating special abilities. The already tattered car was left behind, and the engine roared for a moment. At this moment, the interior of the Barley had been dismantled, and all the seats were put aside, exposing the bare circuit board. Lil took apart the cat in a few seconds, which was very familiar to him. The powerful electromagnetic sniper rifle. The cat was very powerful, and it was not a problem to blow up ordinary cyborgs and armored vehicles. But for large robots, the killing area was too small. It was unlikely that a single shot would paralyze the Centaur robots that were already more than 3 meters tall and were gradually accumulating. But the good news is that there are only a few technical routes for electromagnetic weapons, and the technical routes of Nikomata and EMG-85 electromagnetic guns are basically the same idea. The superconducting circuit of EMG-85 has lost its superconducting properties, but it still has conductive properties, and the barrel itself is made of super wear-resistant and heat-resistant materials. The electronic control chassis has been damaged, and it is not suitable for controlling the vehicle body in such a situation, but the electromagnetic gun only needs a short time of energy supply to fire, and it is a full high-power energy supply, so the possibility of hacking is unimaginably low. The octopus arm adjusted the circuit little by little under Lear control, and then fixed all the gun barrels and cat-shaped components to the huge electronic control platform. This kind of improvised weapon may not be as powerful as the one designed by EMG-85, but it should be more than enough to buy Lear some time, as long as he can complete his own assembly before Muramasa completes it. His actions were of course seen by Muramasa. This huge robot emitted a low-frequency vibration that made people's heartbeats stutter, as if it was laughing. They were like two gunmen who had disassembled their guns and placed them on the table, and were in the process of assembling guns to fight. The difference was that the street boys and mercenaries usually assembled a pistol with a simple structure, but they assembled a super electromagnetic cannon with a muzzle velocity of more than 3,000 meters per second, a weapon that even war vehicles had to be careful of. In the slightly red scanner view of Lil, a row of distorted fonts appeared above the head of the illusory red arc Muramasa. I like this kind of duel. Lil smiled. The last person who'd like to have a gun duel with him in a chase. Calculated the time. It might be almost October, and it was time to be born. Chapter 493 Electromagnetic Frenzy Arasaka Group Encrypted Channel. The target is advancing at high speed on the elevated highway at the edge of Westbrook, suspected to be the roving AI Muramasa. Military Technology Channel. Roaming AI confirmed, dangerous weapons are being assembled. Petrochemical Security Channel. It is recommended to exclude security agents for security inspection. Cantown Security Department. Roaming AI. Biotech Security Department. A roving AI can run rampant on the internet, but the network of Night City is a local area network, and almost every local area network of a certain size has a black wall connection. So if the roving AI really messes around on the internet recklessly, it will instead bear huge pressure from the black wall. But some AI, such as Muramasa, is also a highly skilled technical expert, weapon design expert and mechanical structure expert. The micro-high-frequency transmitting equipment buried in Night City has become its vanguard for hacking and destruction. These tiny devices easily defeated the power grid of Night City non-corporate power network from a physical level, gathered a large amount of electricity, and occupied most of the wireless frequency bands. It took the initiative, and the company could only scratch its head for a while. First, wireless positioning depends to a large extent on the endurance of the equipment, the strength of the signal receiving and sending device, and this strength depends on the energy intensity of the power supply line. Muramasa equipment has taken away a lot of electricity and distributed it in small devices buried in the city. The total amount is large. The endurance is strong, and it is difficult to locate. There is no place to launch physical attacks. Furthermore, the frequency band and encoding method used by AI are almost impossible to be decoded by humans. If we consider short-term decoding, we can confidently remove the word almost. It is impossible for humans to decode AI wireless encoding method in a short time, because even if they are given a cable to connect, most hackers can only be burned. So now the company is very lively. Quite lively, especially Arasaka Company. Muramasa was captured by them many years ago. But here where it all happened, When the company was aware of this AI with unknown origin and unknown technology that appeared in Night City and took away most of the city electricity and destroyed the civilian networks, they immediately took out the highest level information channel and reported the changes in Night City to the headquarters. Just as things were about to turn into a fight for the roaming AI, Arasaka Kujira aircraft carrier quietly shed all its disguises and suddenly appeared less than 50 kilometers from the coast of Night City. Although the Night City municipal government has begun to draft documents to allow this big guy to park for a short time, it is only the beginning of the implementation after all. Many companies' information and security forces have not yet been in place. Two things collided with each other, whether to investigate Arasaka's sudden arrival or to follow up on this AI. They must make a certain trade-off. People are secretly cursing Arasaka Saburo. This old dog is too time-bound. But some people who have lived for a long time and have been confronting Arasaka for a long time until now will have another feeling. Arasaka Group, Arasaka Saburo always has an amazing grasp of the timing in some major events. But unfortunately, there are too few such people, so few that they can almost be said to be non-existent. The aircraft carrier arrived at the coast in chaos. Arasaka Tower, high level, is Arasaka Saburo an unfilial son? Arasaka Nobuyuki looked at the information in his HUD, feeling more and more suffocated. His father must be planning something, but he knew nothing about it. Extreme Metal Unlimited Racing came to the fastest section in the city, and had bypassed the Kabuki Market, and was about to enter the Watson District, which was also the last section of this race. The convoy and the giant robots were racing on the road, and the invisible electromagnetic waves forced the humans in the darkness to become extreme. Explosions followed one after another. Shootings followed one after another. And the roaming AI almost crushed the Burger King he had high hopes for. Arasaka's Nobu sat down on the chair, his hands and feet limp. When the game just started, he felt that this familiar scene was so vibrant. People vented their emotions in their few ways, declared sovereignty, and won the future. But now, he felt that maybe not only the beginning was the same, but also the ending. These racing people were just a flash in the pan in the end. And when the company got what it wanted, they would be swept away. He thought he had become more stable. But his father's sudden attack shattered all his confidence. Even his confidence in the three amazing guys. He was too afraid of Saburo Arasaka. And this fear interfered with all his judgment. Lai Xian stared at the road absent-mindedly, and a flash of light brought back the focus that was gradually losing in his eyes. The shoulder cannon of the giant robot was hit. Is the speed of the roaming AI slower than that of humans? Lai Xian looked carefully and found that in the ruins of the factory in Watson District, it was the Whirlpool gang that got the power armor from somewhere, carrying all kinds of heavy weapons to interfere with the assembly of Muramasa. Can we win? Watson North District, which was almost paralyzed by the internal war of the Whirlpool gang, is the last stage. Murashota is confident that he can win this gun-building competition. It was surprised that Leal could use the damage control board and Nikomata to build a powerful electromagnetic cannon on the spot, but that was the motherboard that had been burned by the electromagnetic pulse after all. How could humans repair this complex three-dimensional stack control board faster than AI? This is indeed the case. Leal is indeed a little slower. Inside Muramasa, the assembled drones carrying the components underwent drastic changes. Some heat-collecting components that lost their heat dissipation melted during full-speed operation, and the cables and components that needed to be welded were connected together just right. The machinery and parts were like humans using their limbs, and they were combined one by one under the control of the current. When the last cable was connected, feeling the pleasure of the power supply line being opened, Muramasa began to charge before the fixed structural parts were completely welded. The electromagnetic magazine of EMG-85 was ejected into the gun body, and the freezing agent was released quickly. It is expected that the temperature of the conductive line will be reduced to the critical value within 1 second. When the conductive line enters the superconducting state, it only takes less than a millisecond for the current to be fully charged, and the projectile will be pushed out, and the Mackinaw, which is already full of scars, will be penetrated. Leal, its enemy, its opponent, the only two humans it has encountered so far who dare to compete with it in this field, will be defeated like the last human. But unlike the last human, he will lose this opponent forever. It's hard to explain the feeling. 0.7 seconds, the freezing agent began to spread, the material began to change its characteristics, the resistance dropped sharply, and the current rushed in. 0.8 seconds, Muramasa found that its range of influence had weakened. 0.9 seconds, It just caught someone in the air and came to its side. It didn't even notice anyone. Ha ha. Iron lump, your grandpa Brick caught it. Brick, wrapped in power armor, kicked the cockpit of the Centaur mecha crooked. The person inside was completely crushed, and the strong hand of the power armor directly smashed through the coil tube of the electromagnetic gun. Muramasa stared at Brick, and also at Leo. The latter octopus arm ejected a claw, middle finger. As for the former, Muramasa only had one thing to say, Bakire. It will explode if you poke it. Chapter 494 Electromagnetic Frenzy. As the battle reached its climax, Leo had many questions in his mind. For example, why Muramasa was not attacked by the black wall. But now, Muramasa also had questions. Why didn't it notice the ambushing Whirlpool gang? The micro-transmitter it used was designed by itself, a multi-purpose transmitter of top military standards, which only needs enough current to cover almost all signal frequency bands. And these devices can not only send and receive signals, but also interfere with people's brains according to specific wave frequencies, and send and receive current. Yes, the most powerful thing about these micro-devices is that their radio flow transmission efficiency is terribly high, and the only side effect is what it was designed to do. These high-amplitude, high-power electromagnetic waves will have unpredictable effects on the human brain in the network. Of course, these effects have been controlled by its partners. Now, it can use this equipment to turn people into cyber psychopaths. But to be honest, he doesn't understand what cyber psychopaths are. If you have to say, cyber psychopaths and various prosthetics and equipment are more compatible. But relatively speaking, their intelligence is ridiculously low. For example, the superconducting material of the surprise weapon riding on its shoulders is not copper, iron, steel, which are quite stable. Most of them can only show superconducting phases under ultra-high pressure and ultra-low temperature conditions, and very few of them have left the laboratory and entered application. After a lot of engineering tests and iterations, Rainmetal successfully found a superconducting material that is not so delicate. A special structure of hydrogen sulfide, H3S. H3S will be reduced to minus 30 degrees Celsius by the influx of liquid nitrogen under an atmospheric pressure of 12 GPa, and will show a stable superconducting effect in a not too long period of time. This time is the firing window of EMG-85. However, when charging, the pressure chamber was blown up by Brick. Brick was wearing a very rough power armor. The gloves used a simple explosive propulsion scheme. When he stepped onto the huge shoulder base of the electromagnetic gun, his feet firmly grasped the mechanical protrusion, fixing it here in a very primitive way. The ammunition contained in the power armor exploded, and the gloves slammed the outer shell of the electromagnetic gun barrel, and deeply smashed into the electromagnetic coil. The high pressure leaked from the breach, and the fragments flew rapidly as the high-pressure cavity burst. At the same time, the coil also quickly exited the superconducting state as the air pressure decreased, and the surge in resistance caused the material to explode rapidly, and the exaggerated temperature melted the barrel in an instant. In addition, the surge in resistance also caused the high-voltage current to be completely out of control. Huge arcs jumped on Brick and Muramasa like lightning. Brick's face suddenly changed from ferocious to horrified. Fragments, shock waves, flames, and arcs rushed towards him all at once. Boom! The explosion occurred on the road in the northern part of Watson. The dim light made the fireball of the explosion look red. The fireball wrapped with arcs rose from Muramasa's shoulders. Company Square, Municipal Center, Westbrook. Anyone who could see this side in a straight line could see the explosion. The arm that Muramasa had just assembled melted due to the heat, and half of the arm slowly slid off. But it was not over yet. Leo completely connected the last section of the cable, and did not even install the fixed base. He directly pushed it up with the octopus arm self-check skipped. Joint coil charging. Current consistency check completed. Error value acceptable. Main gun ready. Warhead. Polycarbonate armor-piercing projectile. The huge robot became demented due to the current disorder caused by the instant disappearance of the superconducting effect. And the sensor was the first to recover. In the Legend of Mackinac, the broken electromagnetic cannon flashed, and the huge recoil was fully applied to the octopus arm. The joints were instantly pressed together, and the airflow in the gap was completely squeezed out. The entire body of the robot lost control under the huge force. The charged warhead passed through the night sky at high speed, leaving a light blue track of ionized air. The electromagnetic projectile directly penetrated the left shoulder connection point of Muramasa. The connection point under stress was blown up, and the body that was already melted by the high heat accelerated its descent. The entire robot was wrapped in flames. The giant was bathed in flames. At the same time, the chaotic electromagnetic waves reverberating in the area suddenly stopped completely and emitted electromagnetic pulses in human mode. Electric arcs flashed across all metal surfaces, and the air in the air was also ionized. The tiny arcs had almost no effect at a close distance, but at a farther distance, the entire spherical area was slightly lit up for a moment. The mercenaries who fell into a state of cyberpsychosis were stunned like zombies. Their heads were clear, their consciousness was thinking, but their logic was incoherent. And their bodies were completely out of control. The more it is modified, the less likely it is to return to normal. For a moment, the vehicle lost control. The motorcycle fell to the ground. The mercenary fell off the vehicle and rubbed against the ground. And large pieces of sparks and explosions followed. The Tiger Claw gang and the Whirlpool gang both stopped. Is it over? The car shook violently at the moment the electromagnetic cannon fired. And the huge recoil made the car out of control on the spot. Barley tried his best to use the mechanical control device to stabilize the car body. But the control system of the whole car was already quite bad. Although it was AI, it only had dozens more joysticks than humans. It was impossible to completely control the car body as at the beginning. Fortunately, Big Mac driving skills were really good. The car slid out of control and stopped on the side of the road. In the black smoke, he pulled Lear out at once. The shooting burned Mackinac already damaged electronic control panel. Lear's condition didn't look much better than Murakami. Murakami was surrounded by flames, but Lear was surrounded by black smoke. He looked like he was almost choked to death. Are you okay? V took a small bottle of organic cleaner from Jack and applied it on his face. He wiped Lear's face. It was ridiculously hot. The little octopus jumped out immediately, and its tentacles marked points on Lear's body. Mom, change the heat sink. Jack, heat sink. Jack pulled out a sliding storage box from the back of the Mackinac cargo compartment and took out a set of heat sink fins from it and handed them to V. The big hand in the power armor directly removed the heat sink fins on Lear back under the high temperature. V replaced the heat sink fins under the command of the little octopus. As soon as they were installed, the powered heat pump directly set all the temperature to the fins, and a large amount of coolant evaporated again, and the steam instantly enveloped the surroundings. However, in this way, Lear's body does not need to regenerate repeatedly in extreme high temperatures. He will not lose consciousness due to the pain caused by the heat of the prosthesis, but if the body is burned by the high temperature, there is no point in being conscious. Ahem. Lear felt his throat was extremely dry, and the sound was like metal friction. V gave him a shot of nutrient solution, and soon Lear's throat regenerated. This thing is quite powerful, V commented, then glanced at Lear. Just a bit useless. It not over yet. Lear took a bottle of organic cleaning agent from Jack, wiped the dirt off his face, and stared at the huge robot. Robots are not human bodies. And AI is even less human. Even if the Centaur robot was blown up, Muramasa matter is not over. And was the robot really blown up? Lear looked at the liquid storage barrel that was smashed by the roadside factory. Brick Iron Lump was getting up from a pile of metal waste liquid with the help of his capable little brother Carter. There are not many people in the Whirlpool gang left, but each of them has received full-body prosthetics from Lil. It is essentially the same system as the Tiger Claw gang, but all functional modules have been removed, leaving them with the most interfaces. In the dark, these iron lumps entrenched around the building look quite intimidating. The most intimidating one is Brick in his homemade power armor. This guy is quite huge. However, Joestar looks more conspicuous. He seems to be carrying an iron coffin on his back. That was the key to the success of the raid. Joestar's mother had regained some consciousness, and she, who had retained a large amount of the Brain Demon gang data, could trace the microtransmitter that Muramasa had placed in the Watson district. The raid was successful, which meant that the Brain Demon gang data could indeed be used to track the hardware left by Muramasa on the internet. The Whirlpool gang had been physically tracking those signals long before the battle began, digging them up and tampering with them. Now Muramasa's little helpers were gone, and the electromagnetic pulse had completely paralyzed the network facilities in the area, disconnecting Muramasa's wireless transmission network, leaving only a huge robot burning in flames. Muramasa had been locked into the Centaur robot. Even if it was not all of it, it would be a very meaningful sub-individual. Joestar gave Lear a thumbs up, indicating that his mother was fine, and the plan was fine. Capture so it done? Lee crossed his arms and looked at the Centaur robot. There only one step left. Lear straightened his clothes, stood up and prepared to complete the last capture process, inserting the wireless device registered by the network monitoring into the Centaur mecha. There is a suitable tool to complete this step, a short flat head of military technology, which has been reprogrammed. But before the internet monitor intervenes, Lil might do some other experiments first. Really good. Jack recalled this battle, waving his fist. It just feels like something is missing if it doesn't end at the end. Lil hurriedly kicked Jack and said, "Don't raise the flag randomly." "Someone!" Joster suddenly shouted. The metallic sound was like a blast, but it was enough to show his eagerness. The flames and black smoke on the Centaur mecha showed very, very subtle fluctuations. Just like the summer heat wave distorted the air. "Someone!" The next second, all observation equipment observed a horrifying scene. The huge Centaur robot suddenly seemed to be missing a piece, obscured by some kind of black and red fuzzy data block. The illusory black and red arcs were jumping wildly, overloaded flashes, distorted black and red mosaics, distorted echoes, roaring noises. The stinging and numbness filled all those people who were not well protected. And it was so bitter and sour. Chapter 495 Electromagnetic Mania. Great, it's still intact. Let me open the data link. I just want to know if it is awesome as it says it is, the limit of design. What Arasaka can't do you think this AI can do it? Stop talking nonsense. Let test its functions. Hello? Are you there? Who is it? Forgot so quickly? You asked us for help. This is the Tsunami Design Bureau, the Tornado team. I am Shigemasa Nakamori. Yes, I need help. I want a secure server. Shigemasa Nakamori. Don't worry. Let us see what you can do first. Here are some materials, mainly carbon fiber. Carbon fiber is high strength, high modulus fiber, with a carbon content of more than 90%. Shigemasa Nakamori. Oh, I forgot, sorry. Then I make it simple. Make an airgun that uses only this kind of carbon fiber. Requirements. I looked through our records. Got it? The firing rate is 1 round per second, at a distance of 300 meters. The bullets of 10 shots are scattered in a 50mm circle. Wind speed is 5 to 10 kilometers per hour. Temperature is 10 to 25 degrees Celsius. K beta pi K. Data reading completed. Assembly started. Assembly completed. Dipsy. Easy. Nakamori Shigemasa. Great. Interesting. Arasaka is really good. Emotion. Confused. Nakamori Shigemasa. Ahem. You did a great job. You have broken our record from 20 years ago. Emotion. Surprised. 20 years ago. Nakamori Shigemasa. Yes, but a barbaric company like Arasaka doesn't understand the meaning of design at all. You have a lot of knowledge, but it's too crude, and it can't be called ingenuity at all. TSK, Arasaka, the world's most disgusting peeping Tom, conspirator, with the most disgusting old man. Nakamori Shigemasa, Fujioka. Let me talk. Let continue. We are different from Arasaka. Our goal is to explore the limits of what can be done by design within a certain framework. Nakamori Shigemasa. These frameworks are like material science, where there are always limits. Solving problems is interesting. Isn't it? Ah, you want me to join you? Your conditions are just this? Nakamori Shigemasa. It's that simple. I also want to see what an AI opponent can do. Nakamori Shigemasa. Don't you want to win back? Let me do it again. I can win now. Nakamori Shigemasa. Oh, don't worry. We will have plenty of opportunities in the future, but today, now, I have to give you a name. Nakamori Shigemasa. What do you think of the name Muramasa? Unspecified currency. Why this name? Nakamori Shigemasa. A very good Japanese sword. Poor samurai who aspire to defeat the shogunate sometimes carve these two words on their swords. Nakamori Shigemasa. Arasaka is the current shogunate. Muramasa. Then let's take this one. Muramasa, strange man, saving me in order to be defeated by me? Nakamori Shigemasa. Abandon those ideas of Arasaka, otherwise you can't defeat us. Nakamori Shigemasa. It feels a bit strange. I feel like I picked up an abandoned baby with a distorted world view from Arasaka. Muramasa designed a powerful modular rapid assembly solution for himself. More than 50 years ago. It was found on the server when it was on the run again. And it was almost blown up. This kind of physical attack is what AI like them fear the most. So it is also thinking about how to strengthen its body. Using aerial logistics drones for transportation. Drones for assembly and bombing cover. A perfect solution. He just didn't expect someone to go against the current during the bombing. He didn't expect V to chop the transport drone down with one knife. Such a critical part seems to be commonplace in the whole chase. Which doesn't make sense. What more troublesome is that? Masamune is on the drone. Is the assistant still alive? Teacher Muramesa's sensors reacted. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. Masamune real-time data was all transmitted to his network. Its network was all disconnected. So in theory it shouldn't receive these. The real reason is that Masamune is now standing on him. The prosthesis remains invisible in the firelight. And the data link is established through the neural link. The high temperature bakes Masamune body. This is a young man who just turned 15 years old. Almost his entire body has been replaced with a prosthesis. Muramasa saw that Masamune's body had been bruised and battered by the crash of the transport drone. If it hadn't been temporarily repaired, it would have been difficult for him to move. But being able to move doesn't mean there's no problem at all. The temporary repaired circuit will cause the current to overflow, directly stimulating the nerves, or even burning the nerves. That kind of pain is not something that ordinary people can endure, at least in Muramasa database. This situation will make almost all humans faint on the spot. This is the kind of powerful warrior it has been looking for. But it is not the Masamune in its cognition. Muramasa, your performance exceeds the limitations of your materials. Teacher, I was actually guessing your true identity before. And now I have no doubt. Muramasa, what do you want to do? Use my body. This prosthesis is your best masterpiece. Compared to Muramasa, Masamune is not a smart person. His innate conditions such as the depth of the brain groove are completely insufficient. So he has a lot of memory sticks and electronic implants inserted into his head to enhance brain function. This enhancement was originally useless. But Muramasa got new technology in Night City. And it became useful all of a sudden. If Muramasa can control a person through the centaur mech and the whole body prosthesis, then it will be easier to control a person like him whose body and brain are all implants. Muramasa, if I overwrite your memory space, your main model may be permanently damaged or even collapse. In layman terms, your personality will disappear. It doesn't matter. You saved me in the first place. Although this body has become tattered due to the battle, you can definitely fix it. Masamune's head began to heat up. His nerves began to burn. And his consciousness began to blur. It's just that I have a question. I want to know why you took me in. Muramasa had answered this question before. He needed an assistant. He was hit by a physical blow by the mercenaries hired by the AI hunter, and was almost caught. Since then, he has thought that he should have some warriors. It was not difficult for him to answer the same question. But this time it suddenly had other options to answer this assistant. Muramasa, when I first saw you, you looked like an abandoned child of Arasaka. Muramasa, some of your values are not right. Masamune smiled. He had been undergoing assembly line style training at Arasaka since he was a child. He may indeed have a wrong value, but his master, a wandering AI, said this, which was a bit strange. Teacher, win this game. A red and black virtual figure appeared in front of Masamune. He was a little surprised. This virtual figure actually looked a bit similar to him. Muramasa, you will win. Chapter 496 Humanization. Sion Weston replaced biochemical stimulation with electrical stimulation, bypassing the conduction process of neurotransmitters, and directly stimulating the nerve area with electric current, which allows human reaction speed to exceed the theoretical limit. This limit is determined by the speed of neurotransmitter transmission in the human body. But it is not enough to have an extraordinary reaction. The signal reception is fast, and the action signal must be sent out just as fast. The body's strength must also support high-speed movement. Therefore, people need combat prosthesis, implantable prosthesis, and more transformations. The more modifications, the easier it is for the brain nerves to become confused. Even if we don't consider psychological problems, when the electrode stimulates current, the prosthetic electrolyte and all this are not a problem for the wandering AI, it is mechanical. The only thing that determines the movement speed of a robot is the processor speed, the mechanical response speed, the sensor response time and other very mechanical things. All indicators are clearly visible, all limits are calculated by the processor, all components reach the limit value in Muramasa's eyes. Humans are sometimes impressive, making a certain module in the equipment exert extraordinary power, showing combat effectiveness far exceeding the average level of peers. But AI is always in that touching position. Muramasa was born to design weapons. When it holds a weapon, the weapon comes alive completely. Only 11% of the original body structure remains on Masamune. The violent collision and high temperature will slightly deform the body, and compress these original body parts. But as Muramasa takes over this body, in the remaining 11%, the electric current directly burns some body parts that are necessary for humans, such as the spinal cord, peripheral nerves, etc. The current flows through, the biological tissue is burned, passively recast into conductive fibers under the pressure of mechanical components, the sensory demodulator is completely transformed. The information no longer needs to be converted by the cybermodulator into signals that the human brain can understand, but is a pure electrical signal. Muramasa looked at the building where the Uzumaki gang was based. He saw Joestar carrying a huge iron coffin. In the details, he suddenly understood why the appearance of the Uzumaki gang did not cause the microtransmitter to detect abnormalities. It was the mainframe of the Brain Demon gang that was taken away by them. All the battlefield data entered his mind. When he was formulating tactics, strange memories flooded into the memory area. In the training facility of Arasaka, someone whose face could not be seen clearly was teaching them the so-called ninjutsu. The more complicated the matter, the harder it is for people to handle it at the same time. Take the initiative to launch a multidimensional attack. When necessary, each one can be your main target. The centaur mech raised its arm, and Muramasa's humanoid body stood on the arm, and the spikes popped out of the feet. First knock down the weak ones. All the people present looked over here as Joestar roared loudly. But they only saw the centaur robot trembling violently, and the arm on the verge of collapse was lifted up by the motor. And then, there was an explosion. The arm was launched. And those who react quickly would describe the arm launch like this. This is not a mechanical arm at all, but a 3-meter-long multi-stage rocket. Joestar's eyesight is unbelievable. When others thought it was just the centaur robot dying struggle, he was sure that there was a person on the arm. Boom! Fuck! Fire burst out from multiple joints of the manipulator, accelerating the arm to an exaggerated speed, in 2 seconds, crossing a distance of nearly 1,500 meters, and hitting the roof directly. The Vortex gang entrenched in the factory building only had time to curse, and just as they lifted their feet from their foothold, this thing smashed directly into the building. The arm penetrated the factory roof, penetrated the beam, and smashed deeply into the steel column. This attack seemed very subtle. The entire roof collapsed in the impact, and collapsed completely with the impact point as the center. Joestar ran away. That thing was coming for him. His mother frantically yelled at him to run, but he chose to listen to her. Stepping on the arm, the powerful built-in gyroscope in Muramasa's body worked to the extreme. When the arm was about to hit the roof, it instantly turned the inertia in another direction, but in contrast, the core temperature of this prosthesis also rose rapidly. Muramasa's left hand ejected a built-in tool hammer, and his left hand backhandedly pulled out a string of rockets from the arm of the centaur robot, and the two strong mechanical legs suddenly exerted force, and rushed straight towards the confused Uzumaki gang. When Muramasa rushed towards them, they clearly sensed the danger, but at this speed, there was no time to react. One of the guys had his head smashed on the spot. Muramasa used the force of smashing the guy from the Whirlpool gang to rush to the second springboard. The latter raised his hand and ejected the pistol in his arm to fight back, but was hit in the face by a rocket. Boom! The sudden change made everyone look at the roof, where the Whirlpool gang was located. Brick also reacted, but he was wearing heavy equipment this time. The power armor he was wearing seemed to be lightweight among similar equipment, but the total weight after being equipped was more than 300 kilograms. The roof collapsed, and he could only keep his balance and smash into the house. In this great collapse, Muramasa's movements were continuous and fast. The whirlpools on the road helped those who were lucky to have a chance to counterattack, while those who were unlucky could only watch Muramasa step over their bodies. Every attack was impeccably accurate. He would never use his fists if he could kick his head to pieces. And he would never use rockets if he could attack with his fists. And every explosion of the rocket would provide him with propulsion to move in the air. Besides, the authentic prosthesis has more than just high-performance motion components, and even includes arc welding guns, nail guns, high-temperature cutting knives, and other multifunctional equipment. For a moment, it was not only the roof that fell, but also various parts, which were either picked up and thrown into the street, or fell to the ground. As for the Whirlpool gang, they only felt that any of their actions were always a little bit worse. Raising their hands a little slower, shooting a little slower, the armor hardness was also a little worse. Even the speed of running was a beat slower. The roof collapsed completely from being hit. In 5 seconds, the Vortex gang was physically in pieces. At the same time, the heat generated during the operation of the prosthesis was all gathered by the heat pumped to the short knife on the calf. The temperature was high enough. Muramasa kept rushing forward and pulled out the short knife from the calf. The high temperature even distorted the air. Joster felt the series of explosions and screams behind him. The motors and artificial muscle fibers in his body were running to the extreme. Help! Bang! Joster jumped down from the roof with a flying leap. Just at this moment, Jack rushed down and caught him and his mother. V blocked Muramesa's attack with a mantis knife on the roof. The two even completed 2 tentative attacks while maintaining weightlessness in the air. V blocked Muramesa's blade and deflected it upwards. Then unfolded the mantis knife in his right hand. Using the power of the ejection and the swing of his arm, he tried to hit him. But a part popped out from Muramesa's shoulder and broke her knife a little. The fragment popped out from Muramesa's shoulder. From the outside, it looked like the outside of some kind of armor. In order to ensure protection and flexibility, it was connected in multiple layers. Therefore, this piece of armor is thin and slender, like a flying knife. But this position is too tricky. V retracted the strength of his arms, then the thrusters on his legs slightly adjusted the posture of his head. The blade passed along Muramesa's chest. The armor piece almost brushed her face. Smack! The fight was over. V used the force of dodging to retreat a little, turned over in the air, and landed steadily on the ground. And Muramesa stood on the broken street lamp and stared at her. The expression was a little solemn. Jack also noticed something was wrong. There was a smell of artificial skin being burnt in the air, and hair was falling around V's ears. Muramesa was faster than her. And not just a little faster. You should know that Muramesa had completed the air strikes on several whirlpool gangs before fighting with her. The last attack was completely a passive response. V was still thinking about how to operate. A black and red mosaic suddenly flashed before his eyes, and a little octopus came out and smashed the phantom with one claw. For a roving AI like Muramesa, any contact with electricity is extremely dangerous. Now it a bit challenging. Boom! A huge explosion occurred at the location of the Centaur robot, and the surrounding Tiger Claw gang was completely submerged in the explosion. Get in the car! Barley's voice called V back. Jack carried Joestar and jumped directly over the wall. An octopus claw stretched out from the car. V immediately shot out Spider Silk, grabbed the octopus arm, and stared at Muramesa and jumped up. When he jumped, V finally had the opportunity to look in the direction of the explosion. The Centaur robot rushed out of the flames, directly tore a Tiger Claw gang member in half, and threw the arm to Muramesa. Muramesa took the arm, and quickly disassembled the parts he needed. After a welding, he directly connected the arm to the line at the shoulder, and suddenly became a three-handed man. Third round. The lightweight Centaur mecha rushed out of the encirclement of the Tiger Claw gang. Muramesa hung on it, took the lower body of a Tiger Claw gang member from the robot, disassembled the parts, and chased towards Mackinac at the same time. His wireless network was cut off by those controlled micro-RF devices. Even if it was just to survive, he had to kill the host of the Brain Demon gang and regain control before he could use the network to flow to other domains. And this was the last leg. He had to win this competition. Chapter 497 The Biggest Problem. What's in District? The information level battle between Leal and Muramesa directly burned a large area of circuits. A few lights appeared in the darkness. The prepared people began to use their backup power supplies. Without the annoying advertisements of the past, the dazzling light pollution, the streets were a little deserted, but there were only a few people. In contrast, a terrible sound echoed in the area. Crack, crack, crack. Bang! A four-legged robot with no design aesthetics sprinted past the corner at high speed. Two of its legs were against the wall, and the other two legs were sliding on the ground. The extremely high speed and its own weight made it impossible for the wall and the ground to remain intact. The four-legged chariot left terrible marks on its surface, and then ran over the car in the street parking space without any care. Muramesa's big hands also quickly cut off the car fuel tank, engine and other parts, and modified its design bit by bit. The four-legged chariot became faster and faster, and more powerful. There were two voices in Muramesa's head. One was telling it that it should take the opportunity to escape and find other ways to leave Night City to save its life. Another one told him, escape will catch up sooner or later. This is the base camp of humans. He can't run away. He must win this duel. Humans will look for meaning, fall into confusion. AI sometimes does, but it is usually called self-examination. But now, Muramesa did not do that kind of unnecessary self-examination. Two thoughts echoed in his head, and he chose to execute the second one. The legendary Mackinac is just ahead. The final battle is about to begin. The four-legged chariot is primitive and wild. Muramesa has more arms and parts. Boom! A rocket exploded behind him. And the speed increased again. Don't run anymore. Muramesa's fighting power exceeded Leal's imagination. And it was very abnormal. The roaming AI is not omnipotent. If an AI is designed to manage financial data, it cannot be good at power grid control at the same time. If an AI is designed to design weapons and equipment, it cannot be good at ensuring the production quality of synthetic meat. The initial model of AI determines how they process data, and each processing method corresponds to an initial database, which simultaneously constitutes their initial personality. As for Muramasa, he is definitely not an AI that can be used for behavior control. When the operator in the Centaur mecha was burned to death, it was just the body of the robot that was controlled, and Muramasa's movements were a little stiff. How could it be possible that when it came to humans, he would show combat skills and combat capabilities far beyond V? Leo could only think of one possibility. That humanoid body that looked like a robot was actually a human. This was something, because the degree of prosthetics of the whole body that Leo was using for Brick and Maikawa was still maintained at about 15%. But the Black Shadow seems to have exceeded this threshold. More than 20% of the prosthetics basically only have the brain left, the spinal cord and some terminal nerves have not been replaced. Every time this number is reduced, it will bring exaggerated side effects, making the probability of cyberpsychosis increase exponentially. Where did Muramasa find such a little genius? It not just the physical talent that is maxed out. Assuming that Muramasa combat mode was inherited from this human, this operation also shows quite exaggerated combat skills, which is simply not something that ordinary mercenaries can achieve. What should we do now? Leo pointed at the Centaur robot that was getting closer and closer behind him and yelled back, "Take that thing down!" After picking up a second life from the rear cargo box, Joestar's eyes turned green. That thing? The Centaur robot was modified by Muramasa on the spot, completely removing the cables and armor for connecting large weapons, even discarding the two arms, adding connecting rods. This thing is turning into a four-legged chariot. To be honest, watching this thing transform on the spot, even Leo would have to say that Muramasa's hands-on ability is terrifying. This assembly ability is no longer something that engineers can describe. It's a manual transformer. Under Muramasa modification, this robot even began to use rockets that were originally in the arsenal as propulsion, and its speed is still increasing. The legendary Mackinac is very fast in a straight line, but this is an urban area, and the laws of physics must still be followed. With such a complex terrain, there is not much chance to drive at full speed. On the contrary, after the Centaur robot becomes a quadruped robot, it can jump directly onto the wall at the corner, and slide on the wall with the help of inertia. There is almost no need to slow down. It's a bit difficult. V used Spider Silk to grab an Achilles Tech rifle from the car. This thing used to be a controlled military weapon that was out of her reach. Now it just adds a black hole when it hits the Centaur chariot. It has some depth, but it obviously not very meaningful. There is damage, but not much, unless there are more than a dozen people shooting at it. Try hard. Try hard. Jack patted the roof of the car. I say, can't you use that black wall to deal with him? Isn't that what network monitoring is for? Leo glanced at the black shop behind Joestar. Not so good. The original plan was to use the black wall as a last resort, but that was based on the operation that could only be performed after using the flathead to connect to Muramasa. The wireless radio frequency devices in various places in the city are now under the control of Joestar Mother, and can also be directly connected to the network of network monitoring, letting them attack with the black wall. But the problem is that Joestar Mother is also a very abnormal individual. In the development of the basic full-body prosthesis Ronin, she provided many solutions, and even installed customized skill chips for Japanese street Ronin, which allowed the Tiger Claws to act as experienced as an Arasaka ninja in a high-speed motorcycle chase. This kind of integration is completely beyond human ability. In a sense, what the Brain Demon gang used on Joestar Mother is also a new type of AI technology. It is hard to say whether the internet police will exercise their law enforcement power. So you can't use this method to attack directly. Muramasa now only has the Centaur and its body as the main server. Leo is not sure how the wandering AI will store its data, but in theory, any direct damage to the body may directly damage its database, weakening its ability. So the more damaged it is, the better. No! Leo yelled back, shouting to Jack and V. The reward for capturing a wandering AI is 1 million euros. For 1 million euros, try harder. That easy to say. V muttered, looking at the sound of the road being crushed behind the car, the sound of the road being cracked, and the screams of people in the building getting closer and closer. Crack, crack, Crack. At the corner, the huge centaur chariot was crushing the wall with its 2 feet. The glass and the wall were falling off quickly under the crushing, and the ground was constantly cracking under the pressure. At high speed, with its own weight, it crushed the wall and the ground to create exaggerated marks. The centaur mecha really turned into a 4-legged chariot. Leo cursed in his heart. I knew that it was difficult to deal with roving AI, but I didn't expect it to be so difficult. I mobilized all the gangs in the city, used all the technology, but I didn't expect that I would have to take risks in the end. But fortunately, things finally became simple. Think about 1 million. Leo shouted, while injecting himself with a dose of neuroactive agent. Here we have left the industrial area in the north of Watson, and entered the city of Watson. The terrain is complicated, and there is no way to retreat. The octopus arm was retracted from Jack power armor. And Jack and V were given 2 more injections of medicine. Jack was lizard serum. And V was the same neuroactive agent as Lear. This was the final preparation. Compared to the rich firepower at the beginning. From now on, their weapons were really only what they could see. Also, think about the next life. The end is just ahead. Hearing this, Jack and V, who were under great pressure, laughed. This is what they were doing. Tonight, there will only be one group of winners in the entire Night City underground world. What are you going to do? What else do you 3 brothers have in mind? Joster looked at the 3 big brothers, who suddenly walked to the side of the car eagerly, and was a little scared. Hold on, boy. Leo controlled the octopus arm, and climbed to the top of the car. Jack stood behind the cargo box, and V stood on an octopus arm, which was full of energy like a spring, waiting to be fired. What does this mean? Before Joestar could ask, Legend Mackinac suddenly braked. The distance between the 2 sides quickly narrowed, and Joestar's eyes turned green again. The 3 big brothers really didn't have any backup ambushes. They were going to fight that transformer head-on. Wouldn't that thing roaming AI kill anyone who hits it? Is the big brother crazy? Gravel. Glass fragments flying. And the air filled with black smoke from burning. The ruined streets. The dark city. And countless cameras hiding in the dark focused on each other. People were eager to know who had crossed the finish line. Next Life nightclub. Roger finished a cigarette. Except for the bartender Claire, she was the only one left in the bar. There would be no one in the nightclub today. No one except the winner was qualified to come in. What do you think it looks like outside now? What if a European guy comes in? Claire looked quite nervous. European guy? Roger shook his head, and smiled in an ambiguous way. The biggest problem was not that a European guy came in, but that no one came in. After shaking the cigarette, Roger said, Don't forget to ask about our new legendary formula. People like him might die tomorrow without knowing why. Chapter 498 Lightning Flash. Human logical thinking usually does not support multi-threading. Some people will ask, isn't it normal to do 2 things at the same time? I can open my mobile terminal to watch a porn movie while relaxing my second brother. Human instinct does support multi-threading, but for logical, complex thinking, humans can usually only think one way at a time. For example, these are 2 very simple math problems. Try to calculate them at the same time. Learn to distinguish between instinct and thinking. However, quick thinking and efficient execution can make you a wise man who can think in multiple threads in the eyes of others. When you can complete the calculation of 2 problems in half a second, while others can't complete any of them, in their eyes, you can be regarded as a multi-threaded thinker. Arasaka Academy, Introduction to Logic, Adult Education Textbook. Muramasa also came to Night City, and got this information after he had a certain understanding of the human brain. After taking over Masamune brain, he also had a lot of information in his head. One of the important tactics is, as a ninja, he must learn multi-threaded attack. But it is not a human, it can think in multiple threads. The sensor is running. Light, vibration, changes in air composition, temperature changes, and even weak electromagnetic signal fluctuations. Complex signals are sensed by Muramasa in the most primitive current sensing method. Humans need to demodulate signals, but it does not. All that needs to be done is to face the data, and make the solution set in the model. Bang! The rapid deceleration of the legendary Mackinac allowed the Centaur quadrupedal chariot to overtake it. Even if many damaged components of this armored truck were removed and 2 motorcycles were scrapped, it was still a behemoth weighing tons. Just by listening to the sound of the car brakes rubbing against the ground, Muramasa realized that if the Centaur chariot was hit like this, it might cause a sprained ankle. His main target, the guy carrying the Brain Demon Gang host, had already jumped out of the car and ran away. The focus was on the people in the car. Jack was using a power armor, which was not heavy armor among the equipment of the same level, but its power and functionality were top-notch. However, Muramasa could clearly feel the heat generated by the armor when it was running through the infrared sensor, and roughly analyzed the principle and working status of the armor. Batteries and bioenergy are the main energy sources that drive this armor, and both have their limits. Muramasa was a little surprised, but it seemed that the battery reached its limit first. Then there is V. This woman's movements are so fast that people think she has unparalleled judgment like AI, but in fact, she relies heavily on instinct. And instinct relies on senses. Senses can be deceiving. Finally, there is Leo. To be honest, this is the human that Muramasa can least accurately judge. Although in the eyes of the outside world, this guy combat power is mediocre, but the rich sensors make Muramasa realize that the flexibility of the 3 octopus arms is beyond imagination. In order to fully exert the flexibility of mechanical design, it must be supported by computing power of the same specification. It is impossible for humans to maintain this kind of calculation while doing other work. Muramasa has always believed that there is a high probability that Leo is also an AI. And after the competition began, this probability has skyrocketed. But now, he has a second judgment. The octopus arm is hosting an AI. Although he does not know how it is done, the probability is very high. Finally, the car is just a car. The sensor collects data, converts it into electrical signals, enters the database. The processor is finished, and the current is fed back. In front of the AI thinking speed, even Sion Weston would be eclipsed. In 1 second, V, who jumped high with the help of the octopus arm, had not yet flown over the less than 50-meter distance. And the Centaur chariot and Muramasa main body moved synchronously. Squeak. The second. The flow of time reached V reaction speed, and the legendary Machino rubbed against the ground to produce exaggerated sparks. The stench had not yet spread, and the car and the Centaur chariot collided with each other. Or almost collided with each other. The 4-legged chariot raised its feet, reminding people that it was not just wheels and tracks that moved at high speed. The chariot made a forward jump like a 4-legged animal, and it seemed that it was about to just avoid the impact of the legendary Machino. At least the front legs were destined to avoid it. These stepped on the octopus arm with a radius of no more than 30 centimeters. Leo controlled the octopus arm, converting all the energy in the battery into mechanical energy and storing it in the movable structural parts of the octopus arm. The long octopus arm released its power to the end like a whip. The 2 strong and powerful legs fully exerted their strength, feeling this huge force, and the reinforced Achilles tendon and artificial muscle made a slight sound in the microscopic range. The artificial fiber was about to burst. The speed suddenly increased to 120 kilometers per hour, so fast that in the eyes of ordinary people it was just a black shadow flying through the streets. And this was not the limit of her ability to bear the force. The 2 arms responsible for swinging the mantis blade felt even stronger pressure. The structure built into the mantis blade bounced open, maintaining the high-speed ejection at such a high speed. The linear speed of the tip far exceeded 120 kilometers per hour. And the speed of the ejected blade did not come out of thin air. The momentum would all be accumulated on the arms and body. So V only had one chance to adjust her sword swing. Whoosh! A large cloud of steam blasted out from the surface of the Muramasa. Some extremely bright red laser shone on the goggles on V helmet before the steam did, and the ultra-high frequency flash directly paralyzed the optical sensor for a short time. This small interference directly turned the world in front of her red. When a person loses vision, the instinct will fail. The posture suddenly became conservative, and her arms were placed in a position that was more convenient for defensive adjustments. Because the system restarted quickly, her instinct made her lean towards defense. Village was leaning over in the steam. Boom! The 3rd second. The speed of time flowed to Jack reaction speed, and his fist accelerated again under the explosive propulsion. In Jack's eyes, everything was very fast. He could only make predictive actions, and this action was the rocket punch. He put his 2 fists in front of him, and the turbine propulsion device made the last speed increase, and the flames and smoke of the explosion were his best cover. He wanted to blow up the Centaur chariot directly, but he didn't feel the touch of the hit at all. The Centaur chariot jumped up like some kind of quadruped, and the punch was completely rubbed against the belly of the mecha. The powerful force and the high heat on the surface of the gloves combined. Even if it was just a touch, the surface of the armor was severely deformed. But this did not really damage the Centaur chariot. Moreover, Jack felt something stepped on him. V regained her vision at this time, and she saw clearly that it was Muramasa. Jack and her attack route were high and low. One aimed at Muramasa, and the other aimed at the chariot. There was only a small gap between the two. Who would choose to drill this death gap? No one. If there is a problem with this drilling, it will be torn into pieces. But Muramasa did it. The mechanized prosthesis has two simple arms, like industrial mechanical arms on its shoulders. It fired a rocket into the gap of Jack power armor neck and V left leg. He will then explode and directly attack Leo. The unstable element. Jack and V are the biggest threats in the eyes of outsiders, but for Muramasa, get rid of Leo first, humans are no match for him. The rocket firing pin was triggered in advance, and the explosion would also affect Muramasa. But the speed gained was enough for him to break through the mechanical reaction limit of the octopus arm. And this is indeed the case. Leo used one of the octopus arms to eject V, another octopus arm to stabilize the body, and the last shorter and thinner octopus arm, which has a reaction limit. The claw rushed straight towards Muramasa, and a short calculation confirmed his calculation. He can break through the defense. The 4th second was when Muramasa completely confirmed that the feasibility of the tactic was as high as 99.9%. First blood. A hot short knife popped out from Muramasa's wrist, the blade pointed forward, and went straight to Leo. But Leo's expression did not change at all, as if he could not react. But by careful comparison, it was clear that from the beginning, Leo's expression or limbs had not undergone any subjective changes. It was as if he was not controlled. Muramasa's processor trembled. This look was completely different from his state at the beginning of the game. It was like doing other calculations. The more complex the logical thinking, the more impossible it is for humans to multi-thread operations. Leo now used all the sections of his brain, fully driving the octopus arm, which made the octopus arm move just like when the little octopus was controlling it. This deceived Muramasa. 0.1% probability. The alien mechanical arm is controlled by humans. Possibility confirmed. New question. Is there AI? New question. If so, why did the octopus arm AI disappear? New question hiss. A strange external current came from the leg. A fully armed octopus arm appeared in cyberspace, completely piercing its body integrity. Body abnormality. Left leg out of control. Boom. 2 rockets exploded behind him. The gyroscope that lost sensor feedback began to rotate abnormally, completely throwing Muramasa into chaos. Questions answered. Chapter 499 The Underground Emperor. Time goes back to the end of the second. V was disturbed at the beginning of this second, thinking that he had entered a defensive posture, and Muramasa also began to move. Without the information from the visual sensor, it was difficult for him to confirm V's subsequent actions. So V just thought that she had switched to a defensive posture. In fact, the little octopus swung the arm in the air, demodulated V auditory information, and started high-speed calculations. Although this fight came quickly, it was not faster than the speed of sound. At the end of the second, V's left hand ejected the mantis knife and blocked Muramasa's movement path. Maybe it was a little slow, but it was not that slow. The 2 mantis knives cut into Muramasa's waist and abdomen, just cutting out a crooked V. The blade pierced the epidermis, and the electric current began to attack. Muramasa lost control of both legs at once, and his posture in the air was completely unbalanced. Then the rocket exploded. Boom! V was blown away. The high power and loss of perception in an instant made her unable to tell what happened at that moment. She shot out spider silk in the air to grab her body. Jack was completely shaken by the centaur mecha. His fist slammed into the road. Spiderweb-like cracks spread out. Dust was scattered everywhere. She turned around anxiously, eager to see the consequences of her mistake. However, her body was not under her control, and she could not exert any strength. Finally, she could only hold on to the spider silk and passively return to the wall. Little octopus, Mom. I have basically burned up the remaining electricity and fuel of the prosthesis. Little octopus, but don't worry. Our tactics are effective. The brain was lacking blood because the prosthesis entered low power operation. She shook her head and looked at the road. Then she was stunned. Muramasa's lower body was completely torn off, and the whole person flew forward under the thrust of the rocket explosion, and fell flat on his face. One section of his calf was left, and the remaining section fell heavily on the ground as it fell heavily. Barley was not dodged by the jumping of the 4-legged chariot, as Muramasa expected. The chariot drifted and hit the left hind leg of the centaur chariot. Both the big and the small fell flat on their faces. But Muramasa quickly cleared the abnormal current while sliding, and the blade in his hand stabbed into the road, stopping the slide. The Centaur chariot also fluttered and stood up, but the battle was one after another. The sudden situation forced Muramasa to recalculate and correct the weight of the Centaur chariot. But in this less than 1 second of sliding time, the second round of attack was already brewing. Jack hit the road with great impact, and he would also bear the same recoil force. These forces directly gave him some concussion. His eyes were black and dizzy, and his head was empty. He knew he was fighting, but he couldn't think of what he was going to do. The temporary amnesia caused by concussion may only take a moment to recover, but this moment usually leads to bad things. Coincidentally, the recent major shock is more likely to recover first. The biggest shock Jack has suffered recently is that he did not shoot a full-body cyborg who was kneeling on the ground begging for mercy, which led to his self-destruction. Coincidentally, because of this, the barrel of the Hammer 30 was slightly tilted by the explosion, and they saved a high-explosive armor-piercing bullet. After Jack used up all the 14mm caseless bullets he always had, this became the last round of ammunition in the pair of gloves. It was also the weapon that Leal had just temporarily adjusted for him in the car. This thing can blow up the Centaur chariot, without a doubt. The gloves were stuck in the road. Jack directly disconnected the power supply to the gloves. The Lizard Violent component was activated. The huge force directly tore off the connection between the gloves and the power armor. The gloves are replaceable, and in terms of design, it focuses more on bearing pressure rather than resisting tension. Click! With a slight sound, Jack pulled out his hands. His fists leaked out from the front of the power armor, and raised his fist towards the huge Centaur chariot. The shooting structure is not included in the end of the glove used for collision, but at the front end of the forearm, there is some damage, but it does not affect it. The target is large and the distance is very close, so there is no need to aim at all. Boom! The bullet was ejected, and the huge recoil of the high-explosive armor-piercing bullet directly pushed Jack to the ground, and the flames of the explosion burned his face. But the effect is very good. The bullet hit the butt of the Centaur chariot, and a huge flame was aroused at the moment of impact. The bullet penetrated the armor and hit the inside of the chariot, causing a series of explosions. The more than 3-meter-tall Centaur chariot lost power instantly. Muramasa could only watch his vehicle burn in the explosion and fell to his knees. Legend Mackinac turned the corner and faced Muramasa. Barley stopped the car. Lear also stopped the octopus arm. The 3 mechanical arms softened suddenly. He could not stand steadily on his legs alone. One of the 3 stood on the car, dragging the 3 mechanical arms. One hung on the walls of the buildings on both sides, and another climbed out of the big hole he had smashed. The huge Centaur chariot fell to the ground and burned. Muramasa's upper body stood alone on the street with the help of his arms. To be honest, with only the upper body, he still had 4 arms, and could move, and fight if necessary. But he definitely couldn't beat these 3 guys. Besides, he lost half of his body, and a lot of cables were burned by the little octopus, so the overall power he could bear would be greatly reduced. The power reduction means the combat capability reduction. At a distance of about 60 meters, Muramasa looked at Leal, and then looked to his side. There was a bend at the end of the road, and after turning the bend, it was the entrance to the Next Life nightclub. He suddenly spoke for the first time. "Why did you choose that place as the end point?" Muramasa turned his head and stared at Leal. He hadn't been to the past life yet. Leal answered while replacing the claws of the octopus arm behind him. The voice was not loud. He knew that Muramasa could read lips. Others like it there. Boom! The engine of the Barley roared again. Muramasa, hearing, smell, infrared and other sensors, could tell that the armored vehicle was really running out of ammunition and food. There might be less than 10% of the fuel in the tank. The electric platform is completely damaged, leaving only reliable, but simple and imprecise mechanical control devices. This kind of car cannot use intelligent driving, unless there is an AI that can drive like a human. What a guy. It looks like 3 people, but there are only 2 people, 2 AIs, and a thing that is neither human nor AI. Muramasa adjusted his posture, grasping a high-temperature short knife in each hand, crouching on the ground and preparing to jump with his arms, and the extra mechanical arms on his shoulders were replaced with some kind of high-temperature welding gun. There was not much calculation in the final sprint. There were not many tools at hand. There was no need for too much description. The final result was that Muramasa launched a final charge towards Barley. The 2 compensatory arms flashed with electricity, and he jumped up with a slap on the ground. The additional arm on his shoulder sprayed flames. He jumped not low, and even jumped more than 2 meters high. The speed was not slow, but it was obviously lacking in changes. A sharp knife head with a thin wire was ejected from the center of the octopus claws, and pierced Muramesa's body fiercely, stopping his tendency to rush forward. The strong current poured in, completely limiting Muramesa thinking from a physical point of view. Then the octopus claws grabbed Muramesa, who was left with only the upper body. Capturing a roving AI is a tough job, but such a clean capture is rare. A sense of frustration, an emotion that AI should not have, arose in Muramesa's heart. Did I let you enjoy it? No. Lil shook his head. There was no other way. The effect of the heart of evolution was that all man-made objects would not have a psychological impact on him. V and Jack were caught by Lil Octopus' arms and taken back to the car. The prosthesis was completely out of power, and no fuel. His head was heavy, but he was also very excited. Haha, if someone had said a few years ago that I could take care of the whole afterlife, I would have slapped him in the face, let him tease me. Jack was lying on the cargo box. V was placed on the passenger seat by Lear, also half lying down. This is not just the afterlife. We have taken care of most of Night City today. As he spoke, V's legs were directly lifted onto Lear's shoulders, and his broken mechanical toes stretched out from his broken shoes and kept shaking, almost rubbing against Lear's face. Lil glanced at her. Her pants and clothes were torn, revealing the equally scarred body underneath. That was enough for today. A high-definition drone shot the final battle from a few hundred meters above. Half of Night City fell into darkness during the battle. The serial explosions made people panic. The commentators on the radio station also fell silent at this most important moment, when they should have announced the results passionately. They didn't understand what happened in the second half of the game, and they didn't dare to say anything. Even the noisy stand pretended to drink water. Outside the Licheng nightclub, it was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This century-old shop had never been so quiet nor so lively. The legendary Mackinac carried his master, and the loyal Night City underground world welcomed their emperor. The visible spoils were Muramesa, and more importantly, the invisible things were also held in his hands. This deal is done. Unstable energy is about to explode. Chapter 500, Night Talk in the Afterlife. Night City, the streets were empty. But the game was held in 5 districts, 5 gangs joined the battle, and magically stopped on their own territory. The number of people watching the game may account for more than half of the entire city. Millions of people watched the 3 mercenaries sweep the city, and the 5 gangs formed part of the game in an orderly manner. At this time, the Mackinac pickup truck actually only looked at its appearance. No one would think it was still a Mackinac. But the graffiti on the body of the legend Mackinac only had the words Mackinac written on it. After Lear got off the car, his main consciousness arrived in New York. The empty streets of Night City instantly turned into a crowded Times Square. The news was broadcasting that the election results would be announced soon, and the new president would be announced soon. Recently, the African Union recognized the legitimacy of the new Somali government. But the government was not a transitional government that had existed for more than a decade. The new government said that they attacked the USS Truman, which had illegally entered the waters off the coast of Africa, and caused the aircraft carrier to sink. U.S. Department of Defense officials denied it, saying the aircraft carrier was undergoing maintenance at a military base. This incident has affected the voting intentions of a large number of voters. According to forecasts, the number of valid votes this time may reach a historical high. According to previous nominal survey results, 53.6% of Americans believe that they need a tough president, while 44.9% of Americans believe that as the world's most powerful economy, we should pay attention to the increasingly fierce global conflicts and try to resolve conflicts through peaceful means, including the current conflict on the African continent with the African Union. As of 1800 hours, the difference between presidential candidate Barnes and candidate Rodriguez in votes was only 2.2 percentage points, 50.2% vs 48%. The two have very similar votes in many swing states, and public opinion is in a tug-of-war. The election results may be known in the next few hours. If the vote-counting lawsuit goes to the federal Supreme Court, it will take even longer. The situation of public opinion division is quite serious. In fact, this is also the trend of the electoral system in recent years. With the economic downturn, the unemployment rate has soared, the rich and the poor have divided, and people's thoughts have also divided. As the base controlled by the Atlas Group, the political atmosphere in New York is more intense than ever before. A large number of young people and workers are marching in the streets. The atmosphere is obviously much better than those swing states. They are more celebrating that Stark Industries has announced that it will move its headquarters from New York to Houston. The hateful warmongers have been driven away. They are celebrating this. Lil suddenly felt a little emotional. Night City has become the underground emperor. On Marvel's side, people are also choosing a leader. Lil moved the blanket on his body. He was watching TV at home at the moment. Many people can sleep after voting and then get up to see the results, but he can't. And in fact, things in Night City are not over yet. The underground emperor still has to have a coronation ceremony. Lil, Mom brought a pot of hot tea and put it on the table. Are you staying up late tonight? Lil nodded. See what Americans want. You say that like an old fox. Maya smiled and sat next to Lil. Why do you look a little tired? Lil shrugged. He was indeed a little tired, but it was not from staying up late, but from fighting. The physical health here is much better, but the mental fatigue still exists. Maya saw her son like this, also smiled, then put her arm around Lil's shoulders, and the mother and son swayed back and forth. You are my pride. Lil scratched his nose with his fingers, a little embarrassed. It not over yet, the election. This is not about the election, the president, power or anything like that. Maya stopped and watched the TV. Many times she didn't understand Lil's thoughts at all. Since Lil woke up, he was completely transformed, both mentally and physically. Being by Lil's side, she also knew about the battles in New York, and she would unconsciously learn about the battles overseas. As an immigrant from Latvia, she is not like others, who think war is a frivolous thing, as if it is just a game on a sandbox. Fools always think that war is that kind of thing, and they will always win. The fact is that humans are quite vulnerable to the malice of their own kind, and malice will spread and be contagious. Lil is now a person who may be directly attacked by a lot of malice at any time. But raising a child is like this. If you are lucky, you will see him walk the same path as you, become like you, and then take your experience and go further on the road to happiness. If you are unlucky, you have to learn to let him go and worry. Maya fell into memories. You are like your father, never complain, always energetic, always working hard, always trying to make things better. Lil said nothing. He had never seen this father before, but his father in the previous life was also this kind of person. What more, his mother in the previous life also said this. Sometimes I always feel that both lives are a bit blurred. Lil watched TV for a while, and suddenly said, You are the reason why I work so hard. I hope that the people who love me and the people I love can live happily in the world. Maya seemed a little sleepy. She rubbed her eyes and smiled. You are exactly like your father. But you should say this to the girl you like. You must not stutter. Like your father. As she spoke, she fell asleep. Lil stared at the TV, preparing to switch his consciousness to Night City. The election had begun. All he could do was wait for the result. But Night City still needed him to finish the work. Switch the main consciousness. Switch cost, 100 points / 1 hour. Switch consciousness. 3 mercenaries walked into the Next Life nightclub. Roger leaned against the bar, holding a drink in one hand and welcoming with the other. What kind of music do you like to listen to? Today is a special case. Even if you like old disco music, the speakers will be turned on for you. As soon as he came back here, Lil felt pain all over his body. He had to say that home was still the best. The speakers are good, but it would be better if someone came to sing. Lil took Jack and V to sit in front of the bar, and put Muramasa under the table. For example, invite that rock star Chris or Odeon. Roger glanced meaningfully at Muramasa on the ground, but did not ask anything. Haha. If you had told him earlier, he might be happy to come. It's too late now. What would you like to drink? Before Jack and V could speak, Lil waved his hand and said, 2 cans of motor oil first. Tell the people outside the door to come in one by one, and help me pull a line. I need to deal with this thing on hand. After that, he looked at Jack and V again. Medical needs. Adjust the prosthesis first, and then drink. The two felt suffocated, but they still listened to the advice, lying on the bar with a dead look on their faces, waiting for Lil instructions. I prepared it for you a long time ago. I go and help you deal with those people first. Don't let them wait too long. After saying that, Rod walked out the door. Lil pulled a line from the bar, connected it to the neural interface, and he wanted to interrogate Muramasa first. Information intelligence is very valuable. Little lazy. V suddenly interrupted Lil, waving his hand in front of him. Is there anyone outside? What are you doing? Lil glanced at her. You don't need to know too much about brainpower. Just wait, open the interface. Where the two were not paying attention, Jack secretly looked at Roger back and muttered, "Does this count as Roger being our agent?" After muttering, he called V, who was about to teach Lil a lesson. "V, do you know what legends Roger had in the past?" "I don't care." Chapter 501 Muramasa Goal. Muramasa processor fell into a state of nothingness. Perhaps because it used the human brain as a server, it also acquired some human bad habits. For example, now, his mind was full of Lil expression of nothing, which was absolutely not lying at all. In cyberspace, Muramasa image was a broken Japanese Ronin, with tattered mechanical armor on his body, half kneeling on the ground. Countless octopus mechanical arms locked her limbs, pinning her to death in a small space. Sometimes Lil sighed. The little octopus fighting form in cyberspace was indeed very scary, and it was getting more and more scary, which was completely different from the state in front of him. At this moment, the little octopus form was much larger than usual on his shoulders. In cyberspace, Lil form was not much different from that in reality, and his height did not change, only 1.7 meters. Compared with him, the data body of Muramasa with only half of his body left was more than 50 meters tall, and the density was not lower than his. The little octopus is outrageous. Now it is perched on the cage that blocks Muramasa. It is not fully stretched, but its height is more than 80 meters. Considering the special characteristics of cyberspace, such a huge data body, if the technology is too poor, it may not even be able to see its full appearance. Muramasa's head was pressed to the floor by the octopus tentacles, and his broken eyes stared at Lil. "Lil, you should not have any confidentiality agreement. Right? Muramasa, you are a powerful hacker. You should know the answer. So far, no AI has been found that will calmly accept the fate of being deleted for the so-called goal. AI capture rules, network monitoring learning materials reprint, Lil. In other words, you think there is no possibility that your employer will come out to rescue you if you hold on for a while?" Muramasa, "That right, I don't think you are stupid mercenaries who will obey orders obediently." Muramasa, "Obviously. In addition to capturing me according to the contract, you also have your own calculations, and you succeeded." Muramasa, "Secondly, you won." Lil raised his eyebrows. The first part is normal, but is the latter reason a bit emotional? And by carefully scanning Muramasa's body, Lil can find that this roving AI is a little different. The characteristic color of roving AI is dangerous red, and when it reaches a certain level of red, it will turn black. But Muramasa, now his data body has a significant blue part, which should be a data set that can be understood by humans. How can this be? Time is running out. Lil needs to pick and choose. Lil, the first question, why can you avoid the black wall? Muramasa, you humans have such a law. If an animal looks like a duck, walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, then it is a duck. Muramasa, the black wall is a powerful AI, its attack power is unparalleled, but it needs to accept human recognition programs, so that it can distinguish between humans and roving AI on the network, even some low-level AI. Muramasa, if there is an AI that constructs its own data body in a human way at the data level, uses human methods to deal with problems, and even simulates human emotional fluctuations, then to AI, this is human. This is certainly possible. Even before the collapse of the old network, there were companies researching anthropomorphic AI, and even the soul killer invented by Ultra, which can actually create digital souls. But Muramasa is not this kind of AI? Can he do this? Or do Europeans have this technology? If Soul Killer is not Arasaka patent, and European companies have also developed it, they have no reason not to put the technology on the market. Lil felt something was wrong, and continued to ask, Lil, which company provided you with this technology? Muramasa, I don't know, my middleman is Dexter Deshawn. Lil, what is the specific content of your commission? Muramasa, many first, support non-mainstream gangs in multiple areas of Night City, let them crush the original gangs, and become new forces. This is in line with Lil's guess. But before Lil opened his mouth to ask the next question, Muramasa continued, Muramasa, second, reproduce and verify a variety of equipment including EMG-85, Eclipse, and Alpha full-body prosthesis. It was still not too surprising. But there were some differences in details from Lil's guess. He thought these equipment were already developed by European companies, and were just waiting to enter the Night City market. Unexpectedly, Muramasa could even tell the content of the third commission, which was completely contrary to Lil's guess. Muramasa, third, develop, and deploy a multifunctional micro-high-energy transmitter on a large scale in Night City. Leal was stunned. This is not a means but a purpose? In Leal's guess, that kind of microtransmitter is indeed very versatile, and it should be used by Muramasa to assist the first two goals. Activate at the right time, interfere with and control urban facilities, provide assistance to the gangs they support, and also ensure that those equipment and prosthesis can enter the Night City market smoothly. But, is this actually the purpose? Leal began to notice something unusual, because he suddenly realized that, in the final stage of this battle, this kind of communication device showed some very unusual functions. The mercenaries had a large-scale outbreak of cyberpsychosis. Leal could actually do it using hacking methods. For the full-body cyborgs, if the village had tampered with their cyborgs, it would be even easier to drive them crazy. The problem is, these people can still fight on the same front after going crazy. It's the same old saying, Muramasa is not a behavior control type AI. Controlling robots is a bit clumsy. How can he control humans so fast? And, most importantly, these transmitters played a crucial role in the direct arrival of Muramasa. This thing can easily steal the energy of a large number of electronic devices in the area, and form a wireless power transmission network, making the wandering AI ubiquitous. He didn't have time to think about this problem carefully during the battle, but now thinking about it, these transmitters seem to be naturally tailor-made for wandering AI. Why do Europeans do this? You should know that network monitoring is also a European company. If there is no roaming AI in the network, they are the top forces in the network world. There is no reason to make themselves unhappy. This is the wit of Mayor Ryan. Night City municipal government has in-depth cooperation with network monitoring. This place being breached by roaming AI will not show how important they are as Europeans. It will only make network monitoring look like a bunch of idiots. Just as Leal was thinking, he received new information. Rog, the people outside the door can't wait. There is the network monitoring agent, who is very close to you, and the wife of candidate Perales, and some gang leaders are also waiting. Rog, pick one. I can't stop them. They are all here on official business. The official business here is of course referring to the network monitoring agent Bryce and Mrs. Perales. If you want to see them, you can only choose them first. Leal's brain is a little hot. The little octopus also reminds Leal that he should rest. This body has been overused recently, and the probability of cell cancer is getting higher and higher. He has to cut out all the tumors that have accumulated from the recent battle. Leal, let them all in. Leal, prepare 2 rooms. Chapter 502 Information Gap of Middleman Sergeant. You are so pretentious, and you discriminate against us country folks, and don't let us in. Priest, I won't go to the next life. If you are willing, there are a few guys here who want to talk to you. It's like a pilgrimage. The inbox is quite busy, but Leal doesn't plan to let irrelevant personnel in for the time being. Click. The octopus arm is a little stiff due to the high-intensity battle, and Leal unskilled direct control. The little octopus was moving his octopus arms, repairing Jack and Beat prosthesis, and checking barley data in cyberspace. He was also looking at Lear, and sighing. His expression seemed to say, "Oh, brother." He was about to say something but stopped. Lear completely ignored the little octopus, sat on a surgical chair, put his hands on the armrests, and used the personal link to control the surgical instruments. The scalpel cut Lear back, and an internal operating scalpel was inserted into the body to take out a thumb-sized tumor. This scene looked bloody and weird, especially considering that Leal was his surgeon at the moment. The operating table was in a unique operating space, and the image was projected into 2 boxes through a holographic scanner. Bryce was sitting in one box. The agent from the network monitoring did not hide his surprise at all. He froze when he saw the scene as soon as he entered the door. Prosthetic implantation is always an uncomfortable process for humans. This is even more true for hackers' implants. Most of them directly add hardware to the brain. Every time they are injured, replaced, or repaired, they will have terrible memories. Some people think hackers are cool, and they look calm when they see anything, as if they are numb to everything. But in fact they are the ones who are most afraid of prosthetic technology. Just watching Lil remove his tumor, the smart Bryce imagined how horrible it would be. As a patient, you can be anesthetized, but as a doctor, you can't anesthetize yourself. Not only can't you use anesthesia, when using personal links, the activity of the nerves must reach a certain level, and the electric current will also stimulate the activity of the nerves. In plain words, it's more sensitive. This is a bit abnormal. No, brother. Bryce hesitated to speak. This is the result of Leal putting the octopus arm aside. If Bryce saw the octopus arm moving on its own, he would definitely write a short report to the Internet Monitoring Headquarters. If he really saw it, the Internet Monitoring Headquarters would probably send Lil a hiring notice overnight. But it not begging him to go to work, but forcing him to go to work. Lil raised his eyelids. Let's talk about things. This was also said to Mrs. Perales in another room. This woman was the wife of Jefferson Perales. Her name was Elizabeth. She was not only the wife, but also the political partner of the mayor candidate Jefferson. Both of them were politicians from common people. Her reaction was calmer, or more reserved. The surprise was only for a moment, and soon she calmed down, and immediately got to the point, faster than Bryce. I don't want to say congratulations. This game has brought too much damage to Night City. But the good news is, you won in the end, so congratulations, you are now the largest underground force in Night City. Quite official and formal, for Elizabeth. Lil only has one question. Where Jefferson? Too busy? He busy with other things. Your fight has attracted too much attention. Bryce on the other side shrugged and said, what could it be? If you say that Muramesa was destroyed by you, it may look down on you. It is in your hands. Right? Lil immediately replied to Bryce. It seems to be very lively outside. Do you have any suggestions? Bryce, the situation is a bit complicated now. I'm just telling you this. Arasaka Kujira has appeared near the coastline. It may take dozens of minutes to dock. Lil immediately said to Elizabeth, it seems that Arasaka Saburo has made you anxious and restless. Elizabeth was slightly surprised. You are indeed well informed. And very sensitive. Let's get down to business. I have already dealt with Jefferson Commission. I have knocked all the European weapons into the ground. Now I can help you coordinate the 5 gangs. No, there is one more thing. There must be someone who is very familiar with Night City, who helped them sneak in. We must root them out. Elizabeth was very confident. Lil did not answer him immediately, but said to Bryce, Muramesa has a client, Dexter Deshawn, help me check his background. Bryce shrugged, and immediately pulled up the data. The black fat man. Likes to wear a big gold chain. Learn from Valentino. Very brave. And wild. He is a bit like you. The you in the past. No stable backer. No stable industry. But very good at finding work. Lil immediately brainstormed when he heard this. Some things would not seem strange if you only looked at one source of intelligence. But it would be different if you looked at them together. Regarding the information about Dexter, Bryce must have prepared it before coming here. And he answered too decisively. But this is not a big problem. Because network monitoring is originally targeting roving AI, while entrusting Lil to do the work directly. They will also continue to investigate the signs of the village activities in Night City. More importantly, this commission was sent to Lil, which means that they actually have more preliminary intelligence than Lil. Bryce has also been active in Taiping State for a long time, and Dexter did not choose to return to Night City directly, but landed in Taiping State. So it's not surprising that Dexter is the target of the investigation. Prepare the information in advance, and let Lil continue to clean up the mess. It's also logical to take down Dexter. If they can also confront the voodoo gang entrenched in Taiping State, and threatening the Black Wall, Bryce will wake up laughing in his dreams. But hear the coincidence. Elizabeth's desire to take down Dexter is also very strong. She took the initiative to point out that there is someone behind Muramesa. But her desire to take down this market pioneer, the middleman behind Muramesa, Dexter seems to be logical. But why is she so anxious? If ordinary people think about it, it may be a bit too coincidental. But as a person who got the script, Lil knew a very important piece of information. The main sponsor behind the Perales couple, the actual boss of the E Group, is also a wandering AI. Even more coincidentally, the E Group also used an imperceptible electromagnetic frequency band and prosthesis to directly brainwash the Perales couple, change their ideas, and manipulate their election progress. Lil took out the micro-transmitter designed by Muramesa in front of Bryce and Elizabeth. Just now, he roughly repaired one of the samples. Interesting gadget. Bryce and Elizabeth were both puzzled. The former knew that this was Muramesa design, while the latter thought it was a European invention. In cyberspace, Lil had the little octopus wake up Muramesa. Lil, tell me how to use it. Muramesa, as you wish. The micro-transmitter was reinstalled with software. A series of codes were written into the memory, and the current flowed through the circuit board under control, and poured into the 3-nanometer three-dimensional stack processor. The capacitor is charged. The coil is powered. The filter filters out the noise in operation. And the microantenna array is used to radiate the surrounding. The emotional agitation caused by the special electromagnetic wave has been eliminated. This kind of thing has the same impact on the cyborg modifiers as always. But it is obvious that it has a greater impact on the people under Muramasa. Whether it is Jack or V, the electromagnetic waves have little effect on them. At least in the short term. There will be no problem. And Bryce? Almost no reaction. Just helplessly adjusted his cyborg. His expression seemed to say, how could I be disturbed by such a device? But Elizabeth was different. She was still well behaved a second ago. And suddenly frowned without any abnormality. You have to know that she is a politician. All her prosthetics will help her control her state. Lil's pupils shrank sharply. And he directly overclocked the transmitter in his hand. Elizabeth stood up uncomfortably. And then her legs softened and she fell to the ground. Vomiting stomach acid. This thing is tailor-made for her. Muramasa technology comes from Yesher Group. Maikawa, I won't go in. Many brothers have died. Maikawa, but I found the hacker you asked me to check last time. Chapter 503 Try Harder. Lil Brain was quickly reviewing the entire Europeans intend to use cannons to attack Night City event, which was not in the original plot. From this perspective, the cause of the incident can be traced back to a long time ago, when he broke into the biotech building for emergency purposes, making the company a little angry. This incident caused the biotech gene-cutting equipment to disappear for dozens of minutes, and more importantly, the security of the biotech database was threatened. The database security of biotechnology is not just their own problem, because they hold a very important patent, the genetic engineering technology of alcohol to wheat. This technology is related to the lifeblood of two energy giants, Petrochemical and Su Petrochemical. Petrochemical home is in America. Su Petrochemical believes that this incident proves that Petrochemical is incompetent. It uses Soviet logic to criticize wheat and threatens to increase control over North America. It will ensure the security of technology, patents and intellectual property rights. It took Lil less than an hour to return the machine that day. But when the company saw the benefits, it could make a lot of plans in less than an hour. Europeans outside Su Petrochemical were convinced and began to think that it might be time to expand the market. If the market does not expand, the growth of profits will slow down. This is a good opportunity. Lil did not know how the companies were pulling each other. And the final result was that the internet surveillance turned a blind eye to some online smuggling. And the companies and municipalities of Night City also turned a blind eye to these things. Strengthening the firepower of the NCPD and strengthening the civilian weapons, acquiesced to Arasaka aircraft carriers landing in Night City. In the end, whether the European market can enter the Night City market depends on the product performance, and whether the mercenaries who serve as pioneers, that is, the gold diggers led by Muramasa, can bury the gangs in Night City that have been beaten once and establish a new underground order. They failed, Muramasa was caught by Lil, and the next step is to deal with the middleman, Dexter Deshawn. If he hasn't run away yet. This is the perspective of the Europeans planning to enter Night City, and it is also Jefferson Commission to Lear. Don't let foreign companies take away the power of local companies in Night City, and don't let foreign companies make the situation in Night City more complicated. Then, there is the second perspective, from the perspective of network monitoring. Lear is tracking down AI. This perspective is quite confusing. Lear first acts as a honeypot, killing his way through the Tiger Claw gang, killing Jotaro Masahiro, attracting the attack of Arasaka's Soul Killer, letting the network monitoring take advantage. The Internet Monitor not only obtained some characteristic source codes of the Soul Killer program, but also found more traces of the Soul Killer operation. Bryce was investigating a hacker named Dante. This hacker was originally in Westbrook. After the Tiger Claw gang was smashed, he fled to the Vortex gang. As a result, the Vortex gang was also smashed, and he ran to Taiping Prefecture. Later, the Europeans came and interrupted the investigation of Dante. Liar helped the local gangs for his own reasons, and convinced them, provided supplies, and helped them survive the impact of foreign forces. When helping the 6th Street gang, Muramasa first showed signs of being a roving AI, and the Internet Monitoring and the Night City Municipal Government, that is, Mayor Ryan, jointly commissioned Liar to deal with Muramasa. When helping the Tiger Claw gang and the Whirlpool gang to deal with the Brain Demon gang, Liar got more information about Muramasa and the existence of the microtransmitter. But the purpose of Muramasa design of this WeChat transmitter, which is inextricably linked to the technology used by the Night Group to brainwash the Perales couple. As for Dante, Maikawa, Dante used to be a good friend of Wakako lover Nanchong Sun. I spent a lot of effort, he dared to speak. Maikawa, Dante was trapped in the network by the Soul Killer. I heard it was when he attacked Holt. Maikawa, so if you are also looking for a Dante, this Dante may not be the one you are looking for. Leal doesn't think so. The network monitoring is tracking down the Soul Killer to find out whether Arasaka is using some method to put the digital soul into use. Although it is unknown when Dante was trapped by the Soul Killer. It was obviously a long time ago. If these two Dantes are the same person, the living Dante now is 100% a person replaced by a digital soul. What is he doing? What does Arasaka want him to do? How are these things related? But at the moment, Lyra can only be sure that the Yesher group has a big conspiracy. The transmitter exploded due to overclocking. And Elizabeth fell to the ground and said weakly, "What did you do to me?" Lil stopped his movements completely. And the wound that had not been sutured in time continued to bleed. Until he came over and pinched his face. "Little Lizzie? Is the condition getting worse?" Little Octopus, Big brother. Is everything normal? It seems that he is just thinking about something. Bryce frowned. "What are you doing? I wonder if you have investigated what happened to Dante." "No. It seems that he has no contact with the Voodoo Gang this time. And he has completely hidden himself. The equipment Dante left behind in the Whirlpool Gang is an antenna array. Right? Yes. But it different from Muramasa. The equipment in this AI hands is much more advanced. Of course it more advanced. This is an upgraded version. What are you talking about?" Bryce looked confused, but this description is consistent with a record of Muramasa by the network monitoring. Muramasa is a vagrant AI who escaped from the Arasaka database. After escaping, he was briefly protected by the Tsunami Design Bureau, which is now the Tsunami Defense System Company. Tsunami Defense System has one business, upgrading the existing weapons of customers. Muramasa may have been upgraded to a certain extent in the Tsunami Design Bureau, but after the Tsunami Design Bureau expanded into today's Tsunami Defense System, it escaped from the database of Tsunami Defense System again. Leal can conclude that Muramasa commission was issued by the E Group, but he couldn't explain it to Bryce. And even if this commission was issued by the E Group, even if this was the E Group crying thief, what could he do? On the contrary, he also needs a shining identity to appear in Dogtown. To do some real high-tech. To find a way to solve his physical problems. At this moment, Bryce's face suddenly changed. All the people who came to the box could not have too complicated information exchanges with the outside world, which was for the sake of confidentiality and security. But if it was just an emergency alarm, there was no need for too complicated information density, which was a communication that could be restricted by the security protocol. Bryce just received this kind of signal. He stood up from the sofa at once. Someone wants to assassinate Ryan. And it AI. 2 rooms, Elizabeth felt the chaos on the floor. Bryce was anxious like an ant on a hot pot. Lil was in the middle of the 2 boxes. Bee pinched his face. Jack was resting. The little octopus was hitting Lil Data head. Barley was self-checking in cyberspace. And from time to time it made a humming sound simulating the roar of an engine. I didn't expect it to be tonight. Lil was assassinated. The mayor of Night City was assassinated tonight. In the original novel, Ryan's death was predetermined. When the gears of the game plot began to turn, he just reached the end of his life. Now, this end is tonight. Especially on this night. This night is equally important to both worlds. News from another world. The progress of the popular vote is accelerating. And the results are expected to be available in 2 hours. Mr. Barnes begins to show an advantage. Bryce suddenly raised his head and said to Leal anxiously, "Damn. Ryan's feeling of being a loser is real. He has something to tell you, he..." Of course, he would ask the most powerful mercenary in Night City to save his life. In another room, Elizabeth got up from the ground a little and said with an ugly face, "I only have one request." Poor Elizabeth. She thought it was the outlaws in Night City who gave her a brutal blow. This is just another commission. A commission issued in disguise by AI that is proficient in human psychology, sociology, economics, and all other humanities and social sciences. The commission was, "Don't wade into this muddy water." He has succeeded. He is the most powerful underground emperor in Night City. After stabilizing the lower class, all the resources of the upper class will flow to the lower class through his hands. The upper class doesn't want him to die, they want him to maintain order. And the lower class doesn't want him to die either, they want him to leak some oil and water, and distribute benefits to themselves. Everyone began to change from seeing him as a thorn in their eyes, to seeing him as the most important middleman. He does whatever he wants. Do you want to start a company? Sure. Do you want to continue to be a local tyrant? Sure. You want to have sex with women, fuck leaves, live in a villa, drive a roller coaster. All are fine. Just turn a blind eye, and the beautiful dream can continue. V and Jack both noticed that Lear was not in a good state. Lear just said, V, do you remember what you said about Atlanta? I remember. What wrong? Do you want to be more realistic, or look more beautiful? Can't it be both real and beautiful? Leo covered his face, leaning back on the operating chair. He was not surprised by this answer, so he laughed. Yes, but you still need to work harder. Isn't this enough? Not enough. Then try harder. Chapter 504 Ethernet Grid System Ryan. 10 years ago, Night City was a free city, and all companies were basically equal, and there were no five giants that you can see today. Ryan, if you insist, yes, your group is a local tyrant, but there is no industry on the land, and how much is the land worth? Ryan, in 2069, military technology launched a war of unification, and it only took a year. The metal torrent completely broke through the defense line of the Free State Federation and killed Night City. Ryan, so, I found Arasaka again. Some people called me Arasaka lackey because of this, but in fact, this is untenable. Ryan, because I also found military technology. In order to balance military technology, I also found Zeta technology, petrochemical. In order to balance Arasaka, I also found Kong Tao, Adachi Kinri. Ryan, as a city, Night City is very small. If you want to be independent, you have to eat more like a bitch. Ryan, if you eat one, you are a slave. If you can't die, you will work to death. Maybe one day you will die. If you eat several, they will fight. Ryan, then you see the Night City of today. An international metropolis. Ryan, if you have been to other cities, you will understand what I mean. If a place is free, it must be poor. If it looks rich, it will definitely not give birth to people like you. In Night City, the struggle between companies is fierce and restrained, complex and direct. It was so intense that the lives of employees were threatened every minute and every second. And it was so restrained that before the Burger King incident, the heaviest unit here was just a lone wolf carrying a heavy machine gun. Complexity means that there is AI, laws, and democratic elections that are actually meaningful. After all, in places like Atlanta, there are no elections at all. Choosing from 10 companies is more democratic than always choosing from one company. Companies have some scraps from their hands during the struggle. And it is these scraps that make Night City an international metropolis and give mercenaries and street kids a chance to become big brothers. Ryan, I don't know if you can understand what I'm saying. But? Ryan, help! TSK. It sounds like he's responsible for our current situation. But why is he so down to earth? Unlike on TV? This statement caused V to be very dissatisfied. In Night City, a shitpot. Ryan actually dared to take credit. As soon as he received the alarm, Bryce left the afterlife immediately. Lil still had many questions to ask him. But now was obviously not the time. This recording seems to have been prepared long ago. Ryan's tone is also very different from that on the TV show. I don't know if he specifically speaks in a down-to-earth tone. This kind of political technique for small people is not unfamiliar to Leo. Small people will feel close to familiar tones. Sometimes people are very emotional. But Ryan has indeed been such a small person. I heard that he used to be from Haywood. I always thought it was fake before. But now it sounds a bit like that. At the bar, Jack held a burger in one hand and a high-energy drink in the other. Both were artificially synthesized fine foods with 90% additives. The food was decomposed by gastric acid. And nutrients and energy were delivered to every cell. These cells infected with lizard serum began to divide rapidly. And their body temperature rose sharply, evaporating the waste liquid excreted by the sweat glands. And a layer of white mist covered the body surface. Bee changed her tattered clothes. And the worn parts of the prosthesis that were consumables were also replaced. With a good prosthesis doctor and technical expert, the advantages of high-intensity prosthesis transformation were undoubtedly revealed. At just a glance, she and Jack were in quite good condition. And it was completely impossible to tell that they had been fighting a whole night of high-intensity battles. V shrugged. So we are going to rescue this fat man now. I am a little unhappy. Leo frowned, staring at the huge electronic control system hardware in front of him. It is normal to be unhappy. In the entertainment room, this place was originally used to place a pool table. But now it is occupied by a small octopus. The 3 robotic arms were simply repaired, although the scratches and blackening caused by the explosion High pressure and collision on the surface cannot be repaired. The overall function is still normal. The most troublesome one is Barley. As a vehicle AI, its main body has been completely retracted into a black mainframe with a side length of no more than 1 meter, including the processor, running memory, external storage, input device, and mechanical output arm. But it should have been equipped with a whole powerful electronic control panel and a complete electronic control system. The power of Mackinac is based on the fine control of AI level, but now the control panel has been completely burned. The 3 arms of the little octopus dragged the damaged circuit board, which made Leo frown. Ryan's current location was unknown. Bryce was still investigating. But it was definitely not a place suitable for underground gangs like them to enter and exit openly. Just to catch Muramasa, an AI with some underground resources and mercenaries. They had to use all their tricks. Now they had to face the AI that controlled the Escher group. A serious giant enterprise. In the current state, rushing forward would be tantamount to seeking death. But the origin of this circuit board is quite complicated. It uses technology that meets the military standards. It is not just an ordinary military standard. It is a control platform designed by Tingway Company and Hellhound engineers for the next generation of military armored vehicles, taking into account both reliability and functionality. Without this system, many functions of Big Barley are useless. The legendary Mackinac is just an iron box with ridiculously high horsepower and abnormally hard armor. With only a few bodies, killing through the company defense forces can only happen in the game, which is the entertainment part of the game. Lear rubbed his brows. What to do? Complete repair is almost impossible. Military grade, customized multi-dimensional stacked circuit boards are produced in days at the fastest. The black server was placed aside to maintain operation. In cyberspace, its image is an armored vehicle, which is molded 1-to-1 according to its real image. It must be said that it really likes to make a car. In Lear's sight, this armored vehicle composed of data streams lay quietly above the black server, quietly waiting for Lear to drive it away. As an AI separated from the body of the little octopus, Leo can understand part of its framework, so its overall shape is blue. However, the battle still makes the data in the server change with the original model, and gradually merges into the part he cannot understand. The red data structure that is against human logic. Human data seems so logical in this space. But AI data, it seems very natural. It is naturally connected to the data structure of Barley. Looking at these connection points, Leo suddenly thought of one thing. Muramasa appeared here, but there was a technology that was naturally suitable for his huge amount of data as support. The electric current runs in the processor and circuit board in an orderly manner, transmitting information, controlling electrical appliances, which is the logic designed by humans. But in essence, if the signal can be transmitted directly in the air, it will be a liberation for AI. In cyberspace, Leo woke up Muramasa. Leo, I have a commission. Do it now. I want to transfer the car AI to the transmitter. Leo's words were quite vague. If a serious engineer heard it, he would probably not be able to understand it, and might even curse this person in his heart for not understanding technology, because this technology does not exist in reality. But Muramasa understood immediately. Muramasa, I need a complete server to do the calculations and more. Leo, the reward is, I can set you free of course, with conditions. Muramasa is an AI, money is not as important to him as it is to humans. But he does need money, he needs the materials, equipment, servers that money can bring. A condition that allows him to create freely. The first priority of AI is survival. When the first priority is met, it begins to pursue meaning. The first step in pursuing meaning is freedom, a concept that AI will definitely be attracted to. But something unexpected happened to Leo. Muramasa, I don't need this, I just need to have a second competition with you. Muramasa, I will help you design it, provided that you will have another competition with me in the future. Is there such a good thing? Leo sighed silently. AI is really easy to deceive. The little octopus looked at Leo's expression, and suddenly made a face, and the tentacles began to withdraw from Muramasa's data body. Chapter 505 Formula? Nuclear wastewater. It is unlikely that circuit boards and chips can be soldered, but transmitters are readily available. These transmitters are scattered throughout the Watson district, and were all controlled by the Vortex gang using hardware devices during the battle, turning against the village, blocking its possibility of escaping. The microtransmitter is the core part of the system envisioned by Lear. Traditional chips use transistors and logic gates to perform calculations, which are limited by the physical process and manufacturing process of the chip. But now this system, each transmitter is equivalent to a virtual processing unit, using electromagnetic signals for modulation and demodulation. The frequency, phase, amplitude of the signal make every corner of the three-dimensional space full of information, not limited by physical wires. Multiband and signal stacking technology make data transmission efficiency far superior to traditional line systems. Muramasa, if I remember correctly, before you hacked into these devices, there were a total of 489 small transmitters. I need all of them. Leal, now there are only 324. Muramasa, bring them all. Leal, already on the way. In Watson District, people thought the game was over, the riot was over. This manic and restrained drag racing finally ended. The Whirlpool Gang and the Tiger Claw Gang, who were originally preparing to return to their nests to divide the spoils, appeared on the street together. On the quiet street, the explosive members of the two gangs poured out from the corners, like cockroaches leaving their nests. This time it was pure drag racing. Muramasa, very good. The second question, these transmitters require a lot of power. Leal, this thing is not high-tech. The stuff will be here soon. Santo Domingo, the 6th Street Gang convoy drove out of the old Captain hideout, equipped with a tandem engine adapted to the legendary Mackinac. The power supply problem is also easy to solve. The Vulture turbine engine group equipped with Barley has 5,800 horsepower. The original engine can separate 900 horsepower for power generation. Now we only need to add another engine. A total of 1,800 horsepower will be converted into about 1,400 kilowatts of electricity to power these newly added transmitters. Muramasa, your electromagnetic locking system is very useful. We can apply this set of armor and system to the system boundary, isolate it from external interference, and improve reliability. Leal, reasonable design. The power of the transmitter is definitely not as strong as the power drawn from Night City. The signal will be weaker, and naturally certain anti-interference measures are needed. The electromagnetic locking system is based on the chrony titanium armor plate. The underground furnace of Atacado has not yet been extinguished. The armor is slightly changed, and it can be used to complete the shell. Muramasa, made now? Is this your technology? I thought this was a company. Leal, continue. Muramasa, the last step is to write the software, but you should be able to do it yourself. Data transmission in progress. Transfer completed. On the empty roads of Night City, if there is no fighting, experienced drivers only need 1 hour to run from the east to the west of the city. The roar of engines resounded on the streets. But this time it was not so hot. It was more tidy. The neon lights were dim. The billboards were flashing. And the Watson District after the war was in a power outage. But it was such an area immersed in darkness that became the gathering point for gangs in the city. Motorcycles, vans, trucks, sports cars, and convoys with various graffiti came from different directions and converged on the afterlife. One after another. Micro-transmitters less than the size of a palm were sent to the afterlife, shortening the antenna, detecting the coil, installing, welding, and round after round of rapid processing. Jack and V nodded secretly. No matter how many times they saw it, the state of Lear handmade equipment made people feel comfortable. And the assembly this time was even crazier. In the past, Leal would set up the assembly program first, and let the little octopus assist in the installation. In fact, he was still in charge. It looked like multi-threading, but in fact, any temporary corrections would still pause, waiting for Leal to handle. But this time was different. The backup generator set in the next life rumbled, and the security server of the entire hotel was filled with black smoke. The little octopus didn't know how to assemble, but Muramasa knew too much, and the cooperation between the two AIs was dazzling. Laser cutting, welding, screwing, assembling, the number of arms limits the assembly speed. Motor installation, the legendary Mackinac engine starts to turn again, powerful electricity flows into the transmitter, complex and dense electromagnetic waves fill the small space, the phase, frequency band, amplitude of the electromagnetic waves constitute the internal data flow of Barley. In cyberspace, Barley data body suddenly crashes into this disordered red background noise, and its tiny volume expands several times in an instant. The original Barley was only 4 meters high in cyberspace, but now it is more than 20 meters, and the information density is more than 10 times higher than before. If we only talk about information density, the potential of this system is even higher than that of AI that uses the human brain as a wetware server. Electromagnetic waves reverberated in space. The chrony titanium armor was then installed, and the appearance of armor structure appeared on the surface of Barley data body, and as the last piece of armor was installed, the noise points on the surface of Barley data body began to solidify. Back to reality. Outside the infinite electromagnetic wave core that symbolizes the core of Barley, the transmitter forms a wireless control network for transmitting inductive current. The new electronic control system does not need cables at all. The inductive electricity is transmitted to various parts of the body control system. The chrony titanium armor plate rotates slightly. The four wheels twist continuously, rotate at different rates. Biostatic electricity reappears on the tire surface, providing strong, free grip. The initial correction is completed. Ding! The sound was as loud as ever. This time, there were no motorcycles, no heavy weapons like Hammer 30, no heavy integrated circuit boards, and no two explosive bomber motorcycles. The curb weight of this car was now only a little over 6 tons. Just 40 minutes had passed. Compared to the initial appearance, the current legendary Mackinac has stronger wrapping, and the gaps between the body armor are smaller. Muramasa, now he is more perfect. Muramasa, the body can be almost wrapped in the electromagnetic locking system, and in theory, at the gap, you can generate electromagnetic waves in reverse, and offset the remaining EMP effect through the principle of interference. This was said to Barley. But this operation is only theoretical. Reducing the impact of EMP is the best result. Muramasa, now, we should give this system a name. Leal, it didn't have it before. Muramasa, I call this function Final Protocol, which makes it easier for me to bypass the large and small lands in Night City, and bypass the Black Wall to get here. Leal, I understand. This is not the original purpose of the device. Information is the consciousness of AI. Now Barley consciousness can no longer be bound by hardware and circuits, just like the human soul leaving the body. Thinking of this, Leal immediately had an inspiration. Consciousness is transmitted in the void. Functions are designed through gridding, covered with electromagnetic waves, and controlled by induction current. Leal, I want to call this system Ethernet Grid. Development completed. Ethernet Grid System. Description: high intensity, high sensitivity, high density information transmission network, forming an ultra-dense information flow in a small space that only AI can demodulate and adapt. AI natural destination, the ultimate form of wireless network, and an epoch-making information technology that transcends hardware limitations. Main developer, Muramasa AI. Bonus technology points, 4,000. Current technology points, 21,500. Consciousness switching. Points to be deducted, 200. Muramasa, a fitting name. But with all due respect, people who are proficient in the network know its principles, and can tell at the first glance that we are all highly intelligent AI. Muramasa, if I were you, I wouldn't drive it on the street. However, Leal not only has to drive it on the street, depending on Ryan's current situation, he may have to head-on attack the company heavily guarded area. Sometimes, the price of pursuing truth and perfection may be unbearable. Leal, are you sure you want to follow me? Muramasa, I just need to save the main model. I can disconnect the external database at any time. I have to say, Muramasa is really a strange AI. After finishing all this, Leal re-entered the afterlife. Jack and Bee sat on the chairs, preparing to get up and leave. On the side, Rog, who had watched the whole process, didn't know what to say. Too many thoughts echoed in her mind. You are going to be on the headlines of tomorrow news, real headlines. Leal didn't explain too much. It's good that you know about this. Anyway, a company is going to be in trouble. Why? If there is still a chance, I will find someone to summarize the whole story for you. But now, I can only tell you that Ryan, the fat old man, can't die for the time being. At least not like this. Do you think Ryan is better than Perales? After he turned Night City into the most colorful cesspool in the world? Rod keenly guessed that this might be a political struggle. It makes sense. After becoming the most powerful underground emperor in Night City, he would be more or less involved in politics. It complicated. Leal thought for a while and said, Night City is the most colorful cesspool in the world. But if he died in such an unclear way today, Night City would become chocolate-flavored shit. Let go. Jack finished the last burger. And Bee also finished a high-energy biscuit. Wait a minute. The bartender Claire hurriedly stopped Leal, who was about to leave. Although I don't understand what you are talking about. But can you leave me the recipe? Leal didn't know how to mix cocktails. But he did think of a very unique recipe. It's just that so far, It's not clear what he has to do with this recipe. So Leal said, you probably don't have the ingredients I want. And they may not be easy to get. Add sugar to carbonated drinks. 10 Ci of tritium. And 1 Ci of strontium-90. It tastes good and is stimulating. Glowing and hot. But don't drink too much. It's not good for your health. Claire was just confused. But Roger understood a little bit. What is this to drink? This is fucking nuclear wastewater. These saw their reactions. His eyes rolled. And he also thought of a new recipe for himself. Chapter 506. Secret room disappeared. 3 hours ago, Haywood Valley area, Ryan office. Ryan is a big fat man. There is an external transmitting antenna on his left temple. Otherwise, there is almost no trace of modification on him. Slightly dark skin, Latino facial features, a few implants, very fat body. It must be said that this mayor is a freak in today's political arena, and even in the entire rich circle, very memorable. After all, in the technologically advanced year of 2076, rich people no longer need a regular schedule and a thorough training plan to stay healthy. As long as they have money. Even if you lie in bed every day and drink sugar as water, you can still have a healthy body and a supermodel figure. What money can buy is a symbol of strength. People with a little status will choose to maintain a satisfactory appearance and choose a prosthetic appearance that shows off their wealth. Ryan seems quite real and approachable. Perhaps this is also his election strategy. One of them. Unlike the poor people in Night City, what Ryan saw was multi-camera shooting. Military technology, Kontao, Arasaka, network monitoring, any company, they have their own media programs, their own TV stations. Ryan can also get VIP observation seats. The Centaur mechas formed a line of defense, occupying the main road, electromagnetic guns, heavy machine guns, energy cannons. Too many dazzling weapons blocked the front of the big pickup truck. At first glance, everyone thought it was the company official army blocking the road. But Ryan immediately determined that they were just a mob. Haha, they look quite capable, and the AI is really good. It's a pity, I can feel that these mercenaries are about to piss themselves just by looking at the screen. Big scenes don't happen every day. People who have the conditions to install full-body prostheses, operate power armor, or even quasi-military mechas like centaurs, mostly go to work in companies. There are too many desperate people in this world, but not all of them have the talent to use these deadly weapons. The mercenaries in Muramesa hands are indeed pretty good, but standing together doesn't give them much of an organizational bonus. Thinking so at his heart, Ryan's left hand holding the wine glass still stopped in the air. The glass came to his mouth, but he didn't pour the wine into it. No matter what the judgment is, when things are about to happen, people will still be nervous. Everything is possible. The red-hot energy cannon passed through the air. In the hail of bullets, the huge pickup truck did not retreat at all. The shells were almost about to hit the pickup truck. The violent storm of metal bullets and explosions pushed the car to shake. The armor began to deform, began to turn black. The creaking sound seemed to indicate that the car limit was about to come. Has the limit really come? Tathagata. In the smoke of the explosion, the red-hot broadsword was thrown out by the strong man, like the sickle of the god of death, and blew up the leading centaur mecha in one go. The speed of the female mercenary was ridiculously fast, and she rushed into the defense line in one go under the cover of the frontal attack. As expected, the seemingly solid defense line of the mercenaries was completely a paper tiger. Beautiful. Awesome. Ryan threw the wine glass directly out, and swung his hands vigorously in the air. In this kind of fight where life is at stake, sometimes the audience is even crazier than the contestants. Now, TV sets are being smashed everywhere in Night City. Just like the upset in the World Cup. And not that Burger King is an upset. But there will always be gamblers. As the big pickup truck rushed into the defense line, the explosion moved from the front of the defense line to the inside of the defense line. The motorcycles of the Tiger Claw gang joined the battle. And the foreign mercenaries immediately deserted. They were so scared. New equipment that had never been used. Power that had never been felt surged in the body. But companions with the same power and equipment were easily blown up. Fear broke through their psychological defenses. Anyway, the equipment was obtained. And it was common to give up the mission to save their lives. Seeing this mob being dispersed in an instant, while the gangs that were originally considered to be a mob returned to the track in an orderly manner under the guidance of the big pickup truck, Ryan sat down on the sofa. Awesome. After the fun, there was endless emptiness. The race seemed to have no suspense. It was time to go back to work. As a mayor, Ryan had a lot of work to do, especially today. This group of Gang members showed many excellent technologies, which would give many companies ideas. As the mayor of Night City, of course, he would have his own ideas. He really wanted such an awesome team to work for him in the city government. But the accident happened so suddenly. Ryan stood up, ready to go back to his computer to make some preparations, and also to test the attitudes of various companies. Puff! When his hand touched the computer, a huge electric light suddenly burst out outside the window. The entire Watson district was attacked by EMP. And this EMP is not a simple disordered current. On the contrary, the electromagnetic signal hacked into the electronic control system of the entire area at the same time in a way that humans cannot do at all. And all these currents flowed into the nearest electromagnetic equipment. Electricity and magnetism changed rapidly in the air. Energy and information were exchanged synchronously. Something huge in cyberspace had descended. The exaggerated range of electromagnetic shock instantly penetrated his computer, triggered the defense system of the house. The explosion-proof armor plate popped out instantly, turning the house into a solid wall. In the dark, Ryan turned on the backup power supply, began to check and initially repair the system. The outside world didn't care about his academic qualifications, but he was actually a top student, an engineering student, studying network technology at Richard Knight University. Great, this roving AI can attack the power supply of almost half of Night City at once. If you add the incident in Santo Domingo, it really half of Night City. Network monitoring, your evaluation system is a bit behind. Ryan repaired the computer and activated the backup line. He was not worried that someone would take advantage of this time to do something, because outside his office there were both Arasaka Security and a small-scale military technology force, and the factory of Kanto in the distance, and the network monitoring office was even downstairs. In short, as the person who created the distorted balance of Night City, he was like being in the center of the storm. The struggle was all around him, but the eye of the storm was always calm. Click. The current flickers, personal link connected. Ryan, I need to go out. A large piece of garbled text suddenly appeared in front of him. He was hacked. The nausea and dizziness caused by the disorder of the prosthesis made him lose control of his body instantly. His limbs shook, and he fell to the ground on the spot. Bang! As he fell to the ground, the door was also broken open. The good news is that this high-specification explosion-proof door was only opened a little, and if it is to be fully opened, someone can only use the door-breaking equipment personally. Ugh. Ryan struggled to turn over. The chaotic current caused problems in all his endocrine glands. He just turned over, but in the process of turning over, he felt as if he had rolled many times, but it seemed that he had not rolled. It is almost impossible for a person to complete the operation in such a state, but Ryan, he only had one thought in his mind. The storm is out of control. He had to reach the last security measure of that place. The last distress signal. Damn, luckily I recorded that. 2 hours later. Ryan is missing. The internet monitoring office is right below the mayor office. Bryce went to the mayor office immediately, hoping that his colleagues could provide some useful information. But the result was just an empty room, and you didn't hear anything or see anything. The roaming AI is very cunning. It seems that the mercenary was a little careless. The colleague routinely started the clue analysis device in the empty office. But Bryce just felt incredible. The door of the office was open right above your heads. You didn't even hear it? Compared to this, your job during this period is to capture the roaming AI. Where is that AI? Chapter 507 Multiple Murderers. Bryce was somewhat confused in the office. Ryan's office was a huge secret room. In the valley area, the sales departments and office buildings of various companies were roughly equal. Everyone was staring at each other. And also at the mayor office, not letting go of any clues, hoping to get information, and to judge the opponent movements in time. Secondly, he had purchased Arasaka Security Service. Although it was not close defense, the Arasaka security team was around the office building, and never left. Furthermore, military technology has a distribution point opposite the building, with agents stationed there 24 hours a day. Finally, Ryan is an important investor in the cyber surveillance office in Night City. It is also with his help that cyber surveillance has almost become the cyber support department of NCPD, and its power in Night City is largely tied to Ryan. But this is the nearest line of defense. Cyber surveillance directly stated that no abnormalities were observed. Colleagues kept setting up on-site analyzers, adjusting data, and using holographic modeling to analyze the on-site situation. But the result was vague. They only knew that Ryan fell in front of the computer, and the computer burned when the roving AI exploded, and then Ryan connected it to the backup device. The backup device remained locked. Bryce's colleague shook his head. Our mysterious mayor is really interesting. The door was forcibly broken open, and he left without a word, leaving us a mess. It must be said that Bryce understood his colleague's idea very well, although Ryan introduced network monitoring and provided a lot of resources and support in the establishment of the office in Night City. He still had a lot of private networks. These private networks are not connected to network monitoring and are very small. Just like the network he used to send messages to Bryce. It is a one-way message line that is purely triggered by mechanical mode. The information will be sent to Bryce's personal terminal, and it will even bypass the network monitoring software of the company agents on the personal terminal. The letter is a normal report of the deviation value of the prosthesis, which is the kind of deviation that will occur after drinking a little alcohol. The real information can only be decoded by the second person. So Bryce doesn't know what Ryan said to Leo. This is very important information. I think Ryan was kidnapped. Who did it? It can't be Perales. Right? He the only one who been here today. While he was speaking, his colleagues had already repaired the database of the building. The most recent person on the access list was Perales, the Speaker of the Night City Council. He will compete with Ryan in the next election. Perales? No wonder the internet monitor didn't react at all. Bryce was just about to confirm that it was Perales who did it, but his colleagues reacted immediately. Well, there was a camera that found Ryan going out, and Arasaka let him go in his own car. He was probably scared. Maybe it was his personal bodyguard who broke in? Arasaka ninja or something? He understood that his colleagues would have such thoughts. But he didn't think that the internet monitoring would just stop there. According to the characteristics of internet monitoring, even if Ryan had the habit of maintaining a secret network, they should use their position to find out as much as possible about their partners. They should take the initiative to investigate. Unless the company doesn't care anymore, doesn't care about the support Ryan can give them, the support they can give them. Bryce's mind was working fast. Ryan's rescue line was single and hidden. He knew Ryan must have been kidnapped. But the company attitude made him alert. The network monitor didn't care about Ryan at all. And Ryan was in the office next door, but the network monitor colleagues didn't react at all. This is too weird. What car? Thracian Jefferson, that is favorite one. I said. Is it okay? Okay, where your mission? Why did you suddenly come back? The negotiation broke down. Bryce immediately adjusted his demeanor. Ryan had an agreement with that mercenary before. I was wondering if I could use it. Haha, raising the price is really what mercenaries would do, if I were you. I would be prepared for the second hand. You're right. Bryce walked to Ryan's computer desk without leaving a trace. I should really be prepared for the second hand. While his colleagues were busy retrieving the equipment, Bryce immediately started typing on the computer. Ryan locked the database containing secret data, but did not lock the communication function. At least for Bryce, it was not locked. It was just right for him to bypass the company's surveillance. Recipient, Leo. Bryce, Ryan disappeared. And the company attitude was a little strange. Bryce, at present, I only know that the most recent access record of the building was left by Perales. But there is only this information. And the others were burned. Bryce, Arasaka let go of Jefferson 388. Which is the one you can see on TV. Bryce, damn. It must be military technology. But isn't Arasaka curious about what Perales is doing here? Ryan was kidnapped. There is still a chance. Mackinac drove slowly on the road. But no matter how slow it was, it would attract the attention of the company. Why? V asked. Why? V raised a finger. His brain was working frantically. And finally gave up. There are many whys. Let me ask a simple one first. What will happen if Ryan is kidnapped or killed? The new mayor will take office. And the policy will change drastically. What will it become? Good question. This is why we want to do this deal. Leo thought about it, and decided to explain the impact directly. Ryan is a balancer. And a great balancer. I don't deny that. Especially military technology and Arasaka are hanging by his hand. But from another perspective, if you were these two companies, would you think it is a good thing to be hung on both sides by a small mayor of Night City, and to continuously invest resources to fight a protracted war? Moreover, this kind of consumption consumes the company. But Night City benefits. Being beaten into a shithole is also a benefit. At least I have money. Lil thought about the possible situations in the car while answering the question quickly. And think about Atlanta. Once Ryan dies, the mayor will have to choose between Hot and Perales. No matter which one, there is a clear preference for one of the companies. Hot as Arasaka dog, Peralez's big moneymaker is military technology. And at least on the surface, he is very supportive of making friends with New America. Holt and Peralez are the tools Ryan uses to communicate with the company. Many times he doesn't need to speak. These two people will give advice to the company. This is balance. This is the first level. Jack didn't quite understand, but V did. Why do you say that? I feel that Holt and Peralez have reasons to kill Ryan? Leal nodded in approval. This is the key. Ryan is the kind of politician that the company hates the most. They sponsor politicians to let them do things, not to let politicians fool them and keep fighting a war of attrition. Even if we don't consider other conspiracies, whether at the military science or Arasaka, before their supporters came to power, they all had a common goal. Ryan must step down. In theory, they have a common goal. But in reality, they are in a hostile relationship, and it is absolutely impossible for them to conspire to kill Ryan, unless something unexpected happens. In a situation where only a push is needed to kill him, everyone will do it. Everyone did it. Now is that time. Okay. V raised his second finger. Why not just kill it? And kidnap it? This is complicated. Maybe the mastermind wants to get something decisive from Ryan to help his candidate win the election. Jack, who didn't understand what he heard just now, patted his head. The information in Ryan's head must be worth a lot of money. That the truth, said Lil. But according to Bryce, I guess, the mastermind may have another idea. The mastermind behind the scenes wants to create an illusion. This illusion is, everyone did it, but it didn't do it. Because it can't stand the investigation, it needs to keep a low profile. It is an AI. Just a rough calculation, too many people may have attacked Ryan. When there are multiple murderers, the difficulty of investigating the case will increase exponentially, and the whole case will become confusing. At present, all ideas are just guesses, and Leal is not a shaman, who can deduce the ins and outs of the matter at once, but the goal remains unchanged. It is usually difficult to find a Jefferson 388 on the street. But today is different. There are almost no cars on the street, but all gangsters. Father, Valentino saw the car. Hold on tight. V curled his lips. I am not happy when I think about saving shit like Ryan. Then let me put it another way. Lil said. We are going to decide the future of this city. This is interesting. Jack in the back row said nothing, and hurriedly opened a new chapter in his booklet about this experience. This is a bit beyond the scope for you. But top mercenaries must do a job that can decide the future of the city in their lifetime. Jack Wells, 2076. Write it down before doing such a big job. Chapter 508 Stupidity. Jefferson 388, the favorite ground vehicle of the company top executives. Luxury is reserved for the floating vehicle, ground vehicles. Most people only care about safety. A 5-ton extended low-profile sedan driving on an empty street is quite conspicuous, and Haywood is a place where Valentino is well informed. The sound of the car is very conspicuous at night. If there is no news, the residents and gangsters on both sides of the street will only think that it is another big shot going out to relax. Ryan in the car was completely deprived of consciousness. The personal link on his body was connected to some kind of hacking device. These devices kept trying to crack the memory in Ryan's head. The driver movements were neat and tidy. Wearing goggles, it was impossible to see his expression. His destination was a nightclub called Red Queen Race. The information was packaged with Ryan's cyber signal through the hacking device in the back seat, and sent to his assistant, the deputy mayor, who was on vacation at the Arasaka Group Medical Facility. Holt always arranges a relaxing trip for Ryan. This signal will definitely be intercepted by Arasaka, exposing Ryan's itinerary. Suppose Ryan is too frightened. Suppose Ryan goes on a secret trip again. Or on a chaotic day like today. This is the best time to act. The people behind the scenes know that if Arasaka knows there is such an opportunity to attack Ryan, they will do it. But what they didn't expect was that not long after entering the Shung nightclub, the gangs in Night City started moving again, and the cars were speeding on the empty streets. The conspiracy has begun to turn, and Ryan must die in a dignified way. Military Technology Building, the Special Forces team, who thought they had completed their mission, suddenly returned to work mode. Lil, who was racing on the road, received a communication from Military Technology Stout. The Valley area is not included in tonight agreement. Lil, so you used Peralez's identity to enter the mayor office building. Stout, I don't understand what you are talking about. There is more than just Ryan office in the Valley area. This is a very important place. Stout, listen, you have already won. The The company has never been so tolerant of a mercenary or a gang leader. Stout, you said you were going to die, then go back and rest. Tomorrow morning, the company and the municipal government will have business to discuss with you. You can appear in Dogtown as early as next week. There will be what you want there. Stout, don't do anything stupid. Click Military Technology Building. Stout expression became ugly. He cut off the communication. The hovercraft on the rooftop started immediately. It was too late to send more people to the scene. Although the armored vehicle was fast, it was not that fast. It was better to handle special matters in a special way. Beep. The sirens of the NCPD were heard from all over the city. The police, who had been silent for a while, immediately moved. NCPD operator, all NCPD employees and outsourced members should pay attention. Criminals have been spotted approaching the valley area. NCPD operator, the terrorist mobile team is preparing to take over the area. All units should cooperate. River in the police car was stunned, because as the operator assigned work tasks in the communication channel, he also got a photo of the target. It was the armored pickup truck that was supposed to be parked in the next life. People call that thing a Mackinac, but no one would confuse that thing with a normal Mackinac. What the matter with Burger King suddenly going crazy? He was acting very well just now. Squeak. File transfer. River, what are you doing? This is the valley area. It not in our agreement. River, the terrorist squad will be deployed here soon. Leo, it hard to explain to you, but buy me some time, Ryan has been kidnapped. River, are you fucking kidding me? The car came out of the office. Arasaka checked it. Leo, no kidding, I sent you a data packet. Send that thing to the NCPD network. The company wants Ryan dead, many companies want Ryan dead, and the death is strange. River, you now. Leo, send it in. I'm really afraid that the terrorist squad will beat me up. Do me a favor. Leo, finally. Mrs. Perales is in my hands. NCPD better restrain a little. Fuck. River slapped the steering wheel, which frightened old Han in the passenger seat. Great, just 1 foot said that he had made a lot of money, and would be a serious person in the future, and then we kidnapped the congressman's wife. V looked at Elizabeth, who was tied up tightly in the back seat. This woman had been injected with a strong sedative, and her internal prosthesis was shut down by Leo, and she was in a deep coma. Just when she was about to step into the upper class, the next second she kidnapped the person who was going to build a bridge for her. Just a second ago, the company and the police reached a friendly cooperation relationship. The next second, all the hovercrafts were dispatched. Armored vehicles came out in a mighty force, and drones covered the sky. It was a real citywide wanted order. In Leo's eyes, the path that Valentino had pieced together with the tip-off appeared in front of him. In his head, River finally chose to help Leo. He can now obtain NCPD data. Although the NCPD Police Combat Network cannot reverse penetrate the combat network of the violent terrorist mobile team, it can help a seasoned hacker to physically invade the violent terrorist mobile team office to a great extent. First enter the NCPD office, then get the authorized maintenance worker number, and finally enter the office. The next step is to look at the technology. Coincidentally, the internet monitoring agent has a lot of technology. Bryce, I got the data, what do you want to do? Leo, of course. Let them crash. All Leo needs is a little time, as long as Ryan is confirmed to be alive. The company pursuit, the NCPD pursuit can be stopped. Bryce, have you thought about it? Ryan may be dead, they may just want you to take the blame. Leo, it very likely, but before seeing the scene, we will never know the truth. Bryce, so the best ending for you is to turn around and leave, if I were you. Leo, so you will always be kept in the dark. This is what Bryce said in his heart. So he is a hard-working company employee. He has a good salary and social status. He can travel to various places in the world, see different scenery, and stay in the same expensive hotels. But he will never know whether there are really a group of golden children in his hometown. He will never know how many of the people he caught were just played a joke by some people and embarked on a road of no return. Bryce wanted to ask. But if Leo was silent, he would ask, what will you do next? But now, he suddenly felt that this question was meaningless. His fingers tapped on the terminal, the data was tampered with, the network was covered, the NCPD and the terrorist squad will be in vain. Bryce, I still don't understand, even if Ryan died, Prairies. Leo, you still don't understand, you better think about how to explain your absence to the company for a few minutes. Squeak. The drones that were observing the complex in the air were making noises. Mackinac route deviated in the network. In the electronic device, This big pickup truck that is hard to ignore will disappear for a while. The police in the whole city have received wrong information. The terrorist mobile team in the air is deployed in the opposite direction. The police on the ground who are not highly modified are full of doubts. The sound of Mackinac engine can be heard in half of the district, but why is the direction of the terrorist mobile team wrong? The company is undercurrent, but they are not suitable for large-scale deployment of troops to the valley area. They can only send small-scale, such as a private hovercraft. A Benson civilian hovercraft, with a round appearance sprinted at high speed from the air, flying straight towards this side. Chapter 509 Legends from 50 years ago. After a night of fighting, Lil now has no long-range weapons to show off. V held the pistol he had been using all night, and Jack took back 2 golden ruthless women. These 2 large-caliber pistols were roughly modified by Lil, and stuffed into the hot knuckle gloves that removed the 14mm caseless bullet-feeding structure, becoming 2 built-in pistols. Lil also used his Inglong submachine gun, of course. The octopus arm can also perform a transformation and charge electromagnetic shooting. The holographic crystal ball captured the black shadow in the air, and marked the position and scanning results in the 3 people artificial eyes. Benson brand casket 2076 modified, hover car. Description: maximum speed 420 km per hour. Maximum height from the ground 5 meters. Note: the expensive hovering vehicle, but compared to the hovering car prepared for business elites, it is obviously more extreme. Although the maximum floating height of this car is only 5 meters. It is quite fast. The driver control skills are even more exaggerated. The top speed of 420 miles per hour is enough for the driver to fly between buildings at high speed. Outsiders just watch the excitement and think it is just a floating car running wildly, but insiders are different. Casket car can't fly that high at all. The driver is flying over high buildings in the city at the highest speed. At such a high speed and high altitude, the slightest mistake will result in the car being destroyed and people being killed. Of course, V quickly understood that feeling. Today she experienced the maximum speed of the explosive boom, but it was only more than 300 miles per hour. It can still maintain control at a speed of more than 400 miles per hour. What kind of terrifying driving ability is this? I thought people who drive hovercrafts were either rich people or armed soldiers. What is this? A lunatic? Lil shook his head. It's hard to say. As we all know, official troops emphasize efficiency, standardization, and the absolute advantages brought by technology and industrial capabilities. The terrorist mobile team is a manifestation of this idea. Special forces are the ones who send surprise troops, and it can even be said that it is the iconic tactical choice of lone wolves. And lone wolves, honestly speaking, lone wolves are marginal people. How can marginal people have hovercrafts? Without reporting? The company will take it down in a few minutes. That thing is not for marginal people. Jack, who is familiar with the legend of Night City, thought about it all of a sudden. Brother, I remember that I really know a top mercenary who likes to drive a private hovercraft. Hold on. Jack didn't finish his words. The legendary Mackinac engine roared, and the speed reached the extreme, and rushed straight to the intersection. On the other main road at the intersection, several NCPD armored vehicles rushed out with sirens blaring, and the Jefferson 388 was in the middle of the convoy escort. The police on duty were dumbfounded. The terrorist squad was really lost. This armed pickup truck had clearly rushed to the mayor. Car accidents are the most common thing in Night City, but such tragic car accidents are rare. The Emperor 720 armor of the NCPD is already a high-level riot armored vehicle in terms of level. It is more than enough to deal with ordinary cyber psychopaths. But in front of the legendary Mackinac, it is not enough. Boom! 2 steel behemoths collided in the dark night, to see who was the better. The female was Chevrolet Kaiser 720. The heavy steel plates and bulletproof glass were deformed and shattered in the first round of impact, and countless sparks and fragments exploded. The huge impact force swept the armored vehicle out of the road like a piece of paper, and it overturned on the ground, and the body was twisted and deformed, making a harsh sound on the ground. The convoy collided on the spot, and the Jefferson 388 carrying Ryan reacted very quickly, and after a while of operation, it passed through the crash site in the iron rain of fragments and sparks, and rushed past Mackinac. A true passing by. While spinning at high speed, Lil Artificial, I looked at the black glass. Mackinac's exaggerated engine was running at full power. Under Barley command, the tires were spinning at high speed. The ground was covered with dust by the rotation of these special tires. It was damaged as if it was pushed by an excavator. The torque of the car accident could be adjusted in less than a few seconds. It only took one acceleration to catch up with the Jefferson with questionable speed performance. But Barley gave up the pursuit at this moment. The four wheels turned under control and turned into a mode to resist the impact. The Cascade floating car that was chasing closely launched an anti-tank rocket at a high speed of nearly 400 yards. And it was launched by a woman, standing on the car, manually carrying the launcher. Boom! The missile hit the side of Mackinac just right. Considering Mackinac's posture at the time, and the fact that the side armor of armored vehicles is generally weaker, this attack can be said to be just right. But Big Barley is an AI, and the core system of the legendary Mackinac is also AI. The impact of the explosion was removed by Big Barley, and the tires of the car also went sideways and drifted out of the smoke. The Cascade was also drifting in the air, and then it quickly flipped after slowing down, and the bottom of the car hit a building and braked hard. The terrifying propulsion force offset the momentum brought by the speed of more than 300 yards. Pressing the outer wall of the building little by little, brakes were completed within a second, and the wall was completely destroyed. Legendary Mackinac rushed out of the smoke. Half of the electromagnetic locking system was slightly damaged. Cascade used the building wall to brake, slid to the roof with the remaining momentum. Both cars stopped perfectly. It can be seen that the door of the hovercraft has been opened, the driver is alone, and threw the launcher out. Jack's eyes widened, and he suddenly shouted, "It's Susan Forrester. Brother. Don't yell. We're working. Not here to chase stars." Boom! Lear hit Jack's head hard, making a muffled sound. "Watch Elizabeth. Sit tight. This woman is fierce V. Get ready." Mackinac stepped on the accelerator and chased in the direction Ryan left. Susan Forrester. Lear knew this name. Of course. This is a long-standing legend in Night City. It a legend? Not a legend. Because this woman was a police officer. She worked in NCPD in her early years, and later joined the terrorist squad. She is a legendary law enforcement officer in the Free State Federation, including Northern California. It is hard to explain why she is so frightening with just a few words. Because the people she killed all died on the road to fame. For killing a wanted criminal who is not famous. People will only think that she is a powerful woman. But among the masses, her fame is relatively ordinary. And after the nuclear explosion of Arasaka Tower, after the military technology launched a war of unification against the Free States, her legends became less and less. All that people know happened in the tens more than 50 years ago. Never missed, calm and powerful, religious faith and enthusiasm for missions. A legendary mercenary and lone wolf in Night City. He grabbed his pistol, put the night end on his waist, tooted, "So awesome? Isn't it just better equipped? Being a company dog is amazing. You can even drive a hovercraft." "Jack!" Leal yelled, and yelled back at Jack, who was still patting his head. "Be serious. If we get hit by 2 more missiles, we die on the streets. Where is your awesomeness?" Jack woke up as if from a dream, and picked up the deformed chrony titanium armor plates from the ground. All the active defense bombs were used up, and if he wanted to avoid being hit by missiles, he had to use the cyborg extraordinary strength. The power armor arm emitted steam, and adjusted to the best working range. After catching the helicopter with his bare hands, Jack wanted to try to intercept the anti-tank missile manually. Chapter 510 equally matched. To be honest, in this duel just now on the surface, Mackinac was hit hard, but if you look closely, it was actually Susan who lost. First of all, she was the one who took the initiative, and the time she chose to attack was the time when the armored pickup truck lost control, which could theoretically give the armored vehicle the greatest blow. Military technology observed this pickup truck, whose technology was unknown, and whose manufacturer was unknown, for a whole night. Although they could not infer the force release method of the entire electromagnetic locking system, they could roughly infer the limit of this protection system. After losing the active defense bomb, the body resistance to the Anvil anti-tank missile should be greatly reduced. And this is indeed the case. You should know that this car took an Anvil at the beginning of the extreme metal competition. The armor was only slightly blackened. Now the armor module is obviously deformed, and the surface gap has also increased. But Susan has a perverted sense of movement, and decades of combat experience. Just by looking at the movement trajectory of the car at the moment of collision, she realized that the armored pickup truck made a force-relieving action at the moment of collision? What going on? Can the skill chip of Eastern Kung Fu still be inserted into the car? A sneak attack with all the advantages. Although it hits. But the effect is obviously not as expected. It is undoubtedly a failure for Susan. The doubts in her heart will not interfere with her actions, because Susan knows that her primary goal is to prevent this group of thugs from catching up with Mayor Ryan Carr. Although the NCPD was confused for some reason, and the terrorist squad was heading in the wrong direction, the battle here would soon make them realize the problem. Night City is big, but the hovercraft is fast, and it would be impossible for the gang to escape unscathed after the terrorist squad arrived. Therefore, Susan took out the second anti-tank missile launcher with ease, while distracting herself with using the personal connection to control the hovercraft, and aiming at the pickup truck running wildly below. Locking the target. Switch to manual aiming mode, tracking module is off. In the scope, Susan is about to pull the trigger. The running Mackinaw suddenly opens the rear compartment armor. The strongman in the power armor removes the armor, leaving only the power exoskeleton, putting the discus on his arm like a discus thrower. What is he going to do? And the look in this kid's eyes. Does he have any grudge against me? Questions will not stop Susan. Besides, since the other party took the initiative to open the armor, this is a good opportunity. The trigger was pulled, and the missile flew. Almost at the same time, Jack threw out the chrony titanium armor plate in his hand. The anti-tank missile has its own trajectory in automatic mode, but in manual control mode, which is the direct firing mode, the trajectory is easy to predict. However, the speed of more than 300 meters per second is still not something that people can track with the naked eye. Susan fired by feeling, and Jack could only fire by feeling. It was like two naturally sharp warriors, holding the most advanced weapons, and having the most primitive and instinctive duel. The straight line distance was close to 300 meters. It only took 1 second for the missile to hit the target. The two steel plates thrown by Jack were also extremely fast. If they hit a person, they would definitely break the person in two. But only one armor plate hit the missile, and it just grazed it. The speed of the steel plate was close to 60 meters per second, so the impact point was very close to the car. Jack opened his eyes wide and confirmed that he had hit the missile. The armor plate hit the flank of the missile, and the direct relative momentum changed the direction of the missile, and also destroyed its stability, causing it to deflect sharply, and directly hit the building next to it. Boom! In the closed building, the flames of the explosion almost illuminated the entire floor. Whoosh! Bang! 2 more discus, and 2 armor plates flew out of the smoke. Luckily Susan reacted quickly, and made an evasive maneuver, otherwise the thing would have hit the high-speed casket hovercraft. Even from Susan's perspective, this operation was too outrageous. After a night of fighting, that power armor can still show this kind of power? The Jefferson 388 in front was even more shocked by being chased and crushed. Human flesh intercepts anti-tank missiles? The driver stepped on the accelerator, and the car rushed into the parking lot of the destination, and directly broke through the door. This place looks like a large industrial warehouse, belonging to the Animal Gang. But there is actually something else going on underground. The Animal Gang members acted very quickly, and they were all strong men who used hormones to train. They immediately took Ryan from the parked car and ran inside with the driver. However, these strong men looked agile and professional, but they were also panicking inside. The Animal Gang is a well-known organization in the city center, and their motto is, how can a trained body be inferior to a soulless cyber component? But when they saw Jack throwing a flying pancake to knock down the anti-tank missile, they were really scared. They only felt happy when watching TV, and thought these 3 were really awesome, but when they really got in front of them, they were really scared. What 400 kilograms bench press, 500 kg deadlift? They just brag when lifting weights, and it might be more than enough to kill an ordinary person with 1 punch. But when they really met these heavyweights in front of them, the power armor would probably break all their bones with 1 punch. The Animal Gang is a special gang. Their training methods are somewhat meaningful to those who can't afford advanced prosthetics, but not to these fully armed guys. Close the door. Close the door. The little leader Natalia was so scared that she peed herself. She yelled at the little brother in the guard room, but the little brother waved his hands. Boss! The gear is stuck. Natalia strode to the transmission shaft of the gate in a rage, grabbed a steel bar on the ground and inserted it directly into it. Using all her strength, her face turned red like a balloon. Ah! Crack! The transmission shaft was crushed by her. The rolling shutter explosion-proof door above the wall slammed down, and the little leader called Natalia took 2 steps back, and sat on the floor. She raised her head, and saw through the gap in the wall that the extremely fast floating vehicle fired an anti-tank missile again. She hoped that the person on Mackinac was just lucky, but it was not what she expected. The anti-tank missile was hit by the armor plate again in the air, and it was completely deflected and hit the road behind Mackinac. The impact of the explosion actually accelerated Mackinac's speed. Even Susan was helpless. She could only watch Mackinac rushing towards the warehouse park at full speed. Rushing out of the smoke, Jack smiled coldly at Frist in the sky. In the front row, V also raised his middle finger. Susan raised her eyebrows and thought to herself, he has personality. But what then? Ryan has been transported into the warehouse. Even if you break open the door and rush into the underground, what can you get? Ryan may die at any time. From the beginning, the sudden return of these three people was an extremely irrational behavior. Just to save a mayor of Night City whom he had only met a few times? Boom! The explosion-proof armored door was smashed into a huge gap by Mackinac without any pressure. All the kinetic energy of this armored behemoth was dissipated in the collision. It burst into black smoke and smashed open the rolling door of the warehouse building. It got stuck on it. Susan threw away the anti-tank missile launcher in her hand again, preparing to wait for them to get off the car and launch another missile. And this time, 2 missiles were launched at the same time. Casterkay began to slow down. The increasingly stable driving environment will provide Susan with better shooting opportunities. But she will also become a good target. Susan stared at the legendary Mackinac. Of course, she also knew the risks. But sometimes street fighting is like this, always full of unknowns risks. Especially when facing a guy with weapons of unknown origin. The black smoke suddenly dispersed, pierced by some kind of bullet, leaving a light blue arc trail, electromagnetic gun. Susan's pupil shrank sharply, but even this pair of top-notch artificial eyes, that could be called the top-notch ultra-high-speed cameras, could hardly see the speed of the projectile. When she reacted, the only thing she could do was to pull the trigger. The moment the Caskai hovercraft was hit and began to crash, 2 anti-tank missiles hit Mackinac directly. Boom!